Long Live Summons Chapter 302 to Chapter 343. In other words, the new concoction wasn't a martial spirit pill, but a martial spirit pill liquid. Although Yu Yang had obtained the hard-shell dragon fruit from mercenary Zhong Hao, he was still lacking a supplementary ingredient, the snow lotus root. Without the snow lotus root, the martial spirit pill was only one step away from becoming a pill. For warriors, they needed a hard pill to slowly absorb the medicinal power, allowing their body to adapt and gradually improve. If it was a pill liquid that entered their stomach, their body might not be able to withstand it if they absorbed it too quickly. Another point was that the energy of the pill liquid would dissipate too quickly. Even if the warrior didn't explode after consuming it, he wouldn't be able to completely absorb the precious pill liquid, causing most of the energy to dissipate. In other words, consuming the pill liquid was not only dangerous, it was also a waste. However, the hard-shelled dragon fruit and snow lotus root were very rare. Yu Yang had obtained the hard-shelled dragon fruit before, and under Grandma Qi's hospitality, he had secretly stored some hard-shelled dragon fruit juice. The main ingredient was not a problem at all. On the contrary, the snow lotus root was in short supply. It was said that the Western Lion Pagoda had cultivated it before, but Yu Yang and the Western Lion Pagoda were enemies, so he couldn't ask them for it. As for the other 10 supplementary ingredients, the Prince of Tianluo brought them from the Tianluo Palace. Xue Tianlang also represented the Xue clan and contributed some of their treasures. There were also many precious ingredients from the Dixia Crown Prince and the other princes. Finally, the Yu clan's medicine collection was given to Yu Yang by the 2 elders for him to use. When second uncle Yu Ling heard that he was going to refine a martial spirit pill, he asked awkwardly if he could give it to the crippled Yu Tian. Yu Ling's request to give the martial spirit pill to Yu Tian instead of his son Yu Yan made Yu Yang a little surprised. He realized that this second uncle was serious and was not testing him. He also felt that this second uncle really had the concept of looking at the big picture after becoming the substitute clan master. It seemed like it was not a bad idea to let him become the substitute clan master. Yu Tian and Yu Yan had bullied the pitiful guy a lot in the past. Since Yu Yang had taken the pitiful guy's identity, he was naturally his enemy. If he had not gone through this great battle, he would rather feed the martial spirit pill to the dogs than give it to Yu Tian and the others. However, now that Yu Yang thought about it again, he was already an innate rancor. Why would he want to go against a bunch of ants who weren't even level 6 elders? At the very least, they did not betray the Yu clan even when the fake Yu Qiu was suppressing the entire clan. Other than Yu Bao, that greedy fellow, Yu Tian and Yu Yan did not pledge their allegiance to the fake Yu Qiu. They could be considered to have the backbone of a Yu clan disciple. Yu Tian and Yu Yan were destined not to have a bright future. They would probably stay in the Soaring Dragon continent for the rest of their lives. In that case, Yu Yang made up his mind. I will only consider it if I have a lot left over. I don't have such plans for now. Let's see what happens in the future. Yu Yang didn't reject immediately, but he didn't agree immediately either. There were a lot of martial spirit dawn, so much that he couldn't finish them all. Yu Yang would consider giving him 2 Yu Ling dawn and letting him distribute them. Of course, Yu Yang guessed that such a situation was unlikely to happen. However, Yu Ling was overjoyed. He also knew that Yu Yang would not give the martial spirit dawn to the crippled Yu Tian first. It would be good enough if Yu Yang didn't kill Yu Tian and Yu Yan. Yu Ling's thoughts were similar to Yu Yang. If Yu Yang really had too many martial spirit dawn to finish one day, it would be good for Yu Tian and Yu Yan's future if he gave them 2 martial spirit dawn. Although it was impossible to finish all the martial spirit dawn, it was still a hope. Without the snow lotus root as a supplement, Yu Yang would not be able to use it. However, he had an extremely strong teacher, the Qilin girl. The Qilin girl had never seen the snow lotus root before, but she understood immediately after reading the medicine encyclopedia. She felt that he could use the water of life and the white frost truffle to replace it. At the same time, he added the purple-red stone grindstone fruit and the 3-leaved cockscomb flower. After trying, Yu Yang realized that the medicinal effect was slightly suppressed, but it became harder to absorb. Thus, he decided to add 1/10 of the god's due as a supplement. Even Xue Wuxia secretly praised Yu Yang's bold attempt. It was a pity that Yu Yang did not have a good grasp of the fire when refining medicine, so he was unable to refine the pill. It was only until the Qilin girl knocked Yu Yang down and mixed the ingredients again that he succeeded by chance. The medicinal liquid shone brightly. The martial spirit dawn medicinal liquid gradually evaporated and condensed into a pill. Yu Yang used the lightest amount of Nirvana's flame to refine this semi-finished product. After repeating it 3 times, he achieved great success. The room was filled with a strange fragrance that was refreshing to the heart. Just by smelling it, there was already a feeling of raising one's qi. If one consumed it and converted it into energy, it would definitely help a warrior who was stuck in a bottleneck to break through successfully. The 3 newly formed martial spirit dawn could be said to be of the highest quality. How could a normal pharmacist have the water of life and the gods do to refine martial spirit dawn? Especially with the Nirvana's flame as the finishing touch, it simply raised the martial spirit dawn by more than 1 grade. According to the Medicine Encyclopedia's evaluation, the martial spirit dawn was a 6th rank elixir. A 6th rank elixir was already a pill that a normal warrior could only dream of, and a 7th rank elixir was the limit of a normal warrior. If a normal warrior consumed a 8th rank elixir, their body would probably explode immediately. That was something that only an innate ranker could endure. Now, Yu Yang added the water of life and the gods dew, and then used the Nirvana's flame to refine the martial spirit dawn. It broke through the 6th rank and reached the 7th rank, close to the 8th rank. After eating these 3 pills, Yu Yang did not doubt that they could help people break through, but he was worried that they would explode after eating them. It smells so good, the medicine is done? When Luohua city mistress, Princess Xianxia and the other girls smelled the fragrance, they all rushed in and curiously stuck their heads out to watch. They looked at the 3 scarlet martial arts pills that Yu Yang had placed on the jade bowl. They stared at Bloody Queen Red and Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman with great anticipation. Bloody Queen Red and Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman could still control themselves, but the Thorny Flower Demoness was already drooling. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid that Yu Yang would be angry, she would have immediately grabbed the pill and stuffed it into her mouth. Hui Tai Lang tried his best to act like an obedient child. He knew that if he performed well, his master would reward him. Although these 3 pills did not contain as much energy as an innate orb, he could feel that his body craved this kind of energy. Hence, Hui Tai Lang was sure that these were good stuff. Yu Yang originally wanted to give City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Princess Sisai 1 each. This way, they would be able to awaken their abilities and level up to innate. City Mistress Fallen Flowers especially needed it the most. As for Xue Wuxia, she did not need it. This girl who loved to read books even had the power to surpass innate level 1. With her wisdom and comprehension, coupled with Yu Yang's dual training, Yin and Yang complementing each other, she would definitely be able to break through to innate level in a short period of time. The only thing he was worried about now was that this martial spirit pill was too high in rank and its medicinal power was too strong. Xianxia and Fallen Flowers would not be able to bear it. Princess Sisai looked at Yu Yang, then looked at Xue Wuxia. She suddenly shook her head lightly. I don't need it, leave it for Yu Yu. Yu Yu needs this pill more than me. Yu Yu hurriedly waved her hands to reject. No, don't waste it. It's useless for me to eat the martial spirit pill. I'm too far away from innate level. It's better to take it slow. I'll build my foundation first and think about it when there's a chance in the future. I'll definitely be able to make more martial spirit pills in the future. I don't need it now, leave it for Bing Air. When Yu Bing heard this, her face instantly turned sweet. Her lips curled into an extremely cute arc and she smiled. No need. With brother's help, I believe that I'll be able to reach innate level very soon. I'm improving very quickly now. I don't have any bottlenecks, so I don't need it at all. I think Sister Anan needs it the most. Vice Principal and Grandma Wuting also need it the most. Let's give it to the people who need it the most. City Mistress Fallen Flowers agreed. Her situation was similar to that of Yu Bing. Her strength had increased rapidly with Yu Yang's help. It was like 1,000 miles in a day. There were no bottlenecks and they didn't need any pills. Moreover, Yu Yang would definitely not only refine 3 martial spirit pills. If there was a bottleneck in the future and he really couldn't break through, it wouldn't be too late to take it. Although Anan had improved in the great battle, she had a small bottleneck in her cultivation. She felt that her cultivation of mental energy was much slower than her sister's. Most importantly, Inan was seriously dissatisfied with her own battle prowess. She felt that Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers could help Yu Yang. Only she was still holding him back. Sister Wuhan could help him study runes and Sister Wu Xia was his best partner. Their tacit understanding was unparalleled. They were a match made in heaven. Under the light of her sisters, Inan felt that her little fiancé was very useless. If he took a martial spirit pill, he would be able to help Yu Yang like Sister Luo Hua did in the future, why not? It was just that everyone didn't want it. She was the only one who ate it. It seemed a little embarrassing. Yu Yang caressed Inan's little head and said softly, "It's decided. I'll help you think of a way to control the power of the pill. I was very busy before and forgot to raise your strength. Now it's time to make up for it. Inan, you're the first." Inan saw him also caressing her head in front of her sisters. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Her little face seemed to be burning, making her blush and ears hot. Especially when she thought of the day when she lied to him that she was going to help her sister, she was actually arranging a marriage for her. She bravely put the jade on his neck and told him not to be like Liang Shanbo and Zhu Tai, and to come find her. When Inan thought of the past, she was even more ashamed. Fortunately, none of the girls laughed at her. Fourth Mother even praised her for being brave and smart, a good daughter-in-law. After her identity was exposed, Inan didn't dare to look Yu Yang in the eye. She was deeply afraid that he would make fun of her for taking the initiative to marry him. Thinking about the past, Inan couldn't help but want to laugh. At that time, he was really amused. He completely thought that she was a man and said everything in his heart to her. He said, "Brother Inan, let's go pick up girls." He said, "Brother Inan, I'll introduce you to a big-breasted beauty." He also said, "2 pairs of shoes in front of the bed, take off your clothes and put them on the floor." If he knew that she was a girl at that time, he definitely wouldn't be like that. He would definitely pretend to be serious. However, his seemingly ordinary but memorable thoughts on a quiet night really resonated with nostalgia. The bright moonlight in front of the bed, suspected to be the frost on the ground. Raising my head to look at the bright moon, lowering my head to think of my hometown. At that time, if he hadn't mentioned this poem, then she wouldn't have noticed him. She had always thought that he was a playboy, but she didn't expect that he only liked to fool around on the surface. Behind his back, whatever secrets he had, he would never say it out. Unless there was no other way, he would only show his hand. Inan fell into deep thought. She remembered that day when she met him at the mercenary guild. This brat purposely teased her. He said that he didn't know how to write his name, so he named him Tai Tan. He even said that Tai Tan was a dwarf. Later on, she asked her aunt. Her aunt said that Tai Tan was the tallest giant in the outer realm. He could even defeat giant dragons. Of course, she felt that something was wrong. She didn't think that she would still be fooled by him in the end. Strictly speaking, excluding Sister Wu Xia who was his betrothed, she should be the first girl he met, right? She gave him a jade pendant. She believed that she was the first girl to give him a love token, right? She wondered if he still carried her jade pendant with him. Inan shyly raised her eyes and looked at Yu Yang. She suddenly realized that the people around her had left and she was the only one left. She immediately panicked. She wanted to turn around and leave, but Yu Yang grabbed her small hand. Inan's heart was beating like a deer. She protested with a voice like a mosquito, let go. There's a beauty's hand for me to hold. If I let go, wouldn't I be an idiot? Yu Yang didn't let go. Instead, he reached out to hug Inan. Inan was extremely embarrassed. Looking at his wolf-like appearance, her body softened and she dodged. She lightly punched his big hand with her small fist, signaling him to let go of her. Her jade-like face was flushed red, and even her snow-white neck was burning red from embarrassment. Don't be like this. If you have something to say, just say it. Inan dodged Yu Yang's hug and struggled a little. She realized that she couldn't break free from his fiery big hand. She didn't resist and let him hold her. The feeling of him holding her small hand seemed to be a very strange feeling. Her whole body felt warm. It was comfortable, but also sad. In short, it was very strange. Yu Yang knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu if he was impatient. the little lamb belonged to him. He could eat it slowly. He pulled Anand's small hand and sat down. He deliberately leaned closer to look at her lowered head. She was happy and shy, but she didn't dare to make eye contact with him. "Brother Anand, we haven't talked for a long time. Why don't we talk about big-breasted beauties again?" When Anand heard this, she couldn't help but raise her small fist and punch him. "You're still talking. You liar. Tell me, did you really not know?" Yu Yang smiled brightly and asked, "If I really didn't know, what would you say?" "Then you're an idiot." Anand burst out laughing. She remembered how he used to call her brother Anand. It was really funny. "What if I pretend not to know?" Yu Yang asked again. "Then you're a liar, a big liar." Anand gave him a cute supercilious look. She felt that he must have seen through her in the end. He just didn't say it. He even told her about the love story between Liang Shanbo and Zhu Tai. He must be hinting that she was an idiot. Thinking about it again, she was so nervous that she put the jade on his neck. He must have laughed behind her back. What a hateful liar. Anand punched him angrily. Unfortunately, when she looked up and saw his naughty smile, the strength of her punch suddenly became weaker than a mosquito. "Do you like an idiot or a liar?" Yu Yang moved closer, almost touching the tip of her nose. Who would like you?" That's my aunt's decision." Anand had a feeling that this bad guy wanted to kiss her. This made her very nervous. She found that her lips were tight and dry. It seemed that she was not prepared at all. He wanted to kiss her. What should she do? Anand wanted to lick her lips first to ease her nervousness. But she was afraid that he could see that she was nervous. She was even more afraid that he would misunderstand that she was longing for his kiss. Yu Yang's lips were only a centimeter away from Anand's cherry lips. When he spoke, he would almost touch her lips. The hot breath he exhaled made her feel dizzy. Anand was so nervous that her heart was pounding like a deer. In her heart pounding, she was so shy that she wanted to move away, but she was afraid that he would be angry. Most of all, her body also had a kind of desire. She did not dare to take the initiative to kiss him, but she was waiting. She knew that this bad guy would definitely kiss her. He was just teasing her. He wanted her to kiss him. That was impossible. She would definitely not let this bad guy succeed. Previously, when she was engaged to him, she gave him the jade pendant. Now that she kissed him, she absolutely could not. "Do you want to hear a story? I'll tell you a story about Su Xian and the white snake. Do you want to hear it?" Yu Yang gently blew on her delicate face, stimulating her face until it turned red and hot. Anand was ashamed and angry. What kind of story was this? If he wanted to kiss her, then hurry up and kiss her. She could not hold on for long. Couldn't she tell the story later? Do you want to hear it? Yu Yang moved a little closer, almost touching her red lips. She could almost feel the heat from his lips. I want to bite you to death," Anand frantically replied. If this brat did not kiss her, then she would be angry. The fiery lips, the electric feeling, the almost suffocating breathing, and the beating heart that was difficult to suppress. Anand felt like she was in a dream. It was extremely beautiful, but also hazy. It was so unreal. Now that she thought about it, she still couldn't believe it. Her first kiss was actually snatched away by that big bad guy before she could even feel it clearly. The memory left behind was like a dream, both clear and blurry. She could remember all the feelings, but not the process. She didn't remember when he started kissing her, and she didn't remember how she reacted at that time. All she could remember was his sometimes gentle, sometimes overbearing kisses. At first, it was especially gentle. The kiss was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. It was a light footprint, rubbing against her lips. When her whole body was electrocuted by that lingering touch, he kissed her again in a domineering manner. He opened her lips, forced his way in, and sucked on her little tongue, refusing to let go. Anand felt that compared to him, she seemed particularly clumsy, but he was very skilled, very skillful, kissing her until she couldn't breathe. The whole process was intoxicating. Anand only remembered that the kiss was very comfortable, and there was an indescribable wonderful feeling. As for when she let him hold her in his arms, she couldn't remember. Greedy ghost. Anan remembered that he refused to let her rest for a while. He kissed her until her lips were swollen, but he still couldn't bear to let go. He kissed her over and over again, and his naughty hands were touching her body. If the vice president hadn't come, if it wasn't for Yu Bing, who was outside, using spiritual dialogue to inform him, she would probably still be hugged by him. When she thought of his greed just now, she couldn't help but want to spit at him. This greedy bad guy, if she didn't stop him, his naughty hands would have reached into her clothes. How does it feel to kiss? City Lord Fallen Flowers saw that Anan had been in a daze after returning to her room. She couldn't help but be a little curious. Was kissing really so wonderful? No, there's no that. Anan quickly denied. Really? City Lord Fallen Flowers saw that Anan's cherry lips were slightly swollen, and she was secretly amused. That brat Yu Yang must have kissed her very hard, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Of course, she didn't want to expose Anan either. She wanted to save some face for Anan, who had courageously given her the engagement token. Anan shook her head guiltily and lowered her head, not daring to look at the girls. Thinking back to the ecstasy of the kiss just now, she suddenly felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. She finally kissed him. Although she didn't do that bad thing with him, she could at least confirm that he had her in his heart. He always had. In another room, Yu Yang and the old cunning fox were having a secret conversation. They didn't want the girls to know what they were talking about, so that they wouldn't be worried. How's the Feng family? Yu Yang asked about fourth uncle. Before Yu Yang attacked the Yu clan castle for the second time, fourth uncle and Miss Feng had already been captured by the enemy. Although the enemy's speed was too fast, the Feng clan couldn't react in time and couldn't even see their shadows clearly. Yu Yang guessed that this was done by the Thousand Goblins sect, because the Thousand Goblins sect wanted to save the Thousand Goblins king who was sealed in the heaven stairway. Fourth mother was the key to opening the heaven stairway, and the only thing that could threaten her was the baby in fourth uncle and Miss Feng's womb. The Thousand Goblins sect captured fourth uncle to force fourth mother to tell them the secret of opening the heaven stairway. The old cunning fox had already visited the Feng clan and sighed. The Feng clan is unharmed, but the old master is very sad. He doesn't want anything else, he only hopes that you can save the little grandson in Miss Feng's womb. If Yu Yang had enough time, he should be able to research the medicine to save fourth uncle and Miss Feng, especially with the Qilin girl's guidance. However, fourth uncle and Miss Feng had been captured by the enemy. He guessed that fourth uncle and Miss Feng's lives would be in danger, even the baby in Miss Feng's womb would be in danger. If the enemy couldn't get the secret of the heaven stairway, the possibility of them killing the hostages was very high. Of course, even if they got the secret of the heaven stairway, there was still the possibility of them killing the hostages. Unless they were lucky enough to find the enemy's lair and rescue them before the enemy could react. Fourth uncle was poisoned. Even if he was rescued, it would be hard for him to live. Yu Yang didn't dare to tell Yu Bing about this. He could only hide it from her for the time being. What about fourth mother? Yu Yang asked about fourth mother's current situation. Before the Night Empress explored the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, she sent a maid to fetch her. Now your fourth mother and little Shuang'er are living in the Mirage, they are very safe. She knew about what happened to fourth uncle and was very sad. However, she said that you just have to protect your sister and don't act rashly. Be careful not to fall into the enemy's trap. The old cunning fox patted Yu Yang's shoulder and nodded, I think so too. Don't worry, I will act according to the situation. Yu Yang felt that he would have to fight with the Thousand Goblins sect sooner or later. He definitely couldn't avoid this battle. There seems to be a kind of medicinal smell. After the old cunning fox finished talking about the important matters, he sniffed and smelled the fragrance of the martial arts pill. Looks like the Dixia Empire is about to give birth to the 8th innate. Yu Yang passed the jade bottle containing the martial arts pill to the old cunning fox. When the old cunning fox heard this, his hands trembled. He took the bottle and calmed himself down before pulling out the cork. A fragrant scent filled his nostrils and seeped into his lungs. His old face immediately turned red from excitement. He carefully held the jade bottle, afraid that his hands would shake and drop this treasure. After looking at it carefully, the old cunning fox suppressed the excitement in his heart and nervously coughed. you really succeeded? The medicinal power of this pill is really strong. Aren't you still lacking the snow lotus root? How did you manage to refine it? Yu Yang smiled mysteriously, don't worry about it. I have successfully refined it, and it's a 7th grade pill. The old cunning fox looked at Yu Yang's eyes in disbelief. He was extremely surprised. 7th grade? You can even refine a martial arts pill to the 7th grade? Yu Yang waved his hands, indicating that this was child's play. He was simply too arrogant. If it was any other day, the old cunning fox would definitely give him a walking stick. However, right now, he was full of joy as he nodded his head. He felt that Yu Yang's arrogant expression made him especially happy. He kept nodding his head and couldn't stop smiling. Good boy, look at your arrogance. Isn't it just a 7th grade martial arts pill? Is it really a 7th grade pill? It's too precious. I don't know if I can bear it. Looks like I have to prepare well. With you, I won't say thank you. This martial arts pill, I will accept it. Grandma Wu-Ting was not here. Otherwise, Yu Yang would have given her the last pill to help her recover from the injuries that had not healed for many years. Princess Sisai found the ascetic practice saint to help the old cunning fox break through to the innate realm. Although Yu Yang was an innate, he was different from others. His experience of breaking through to the innate realm was useless to the old cunning fox. Besides, Yu Yang's innate invisible sword chi could not be made public. This unique innate martial art only belonged to him. The 2 heavenly imperial guardians, the ascetic practice saint and the scholar, came. They first selflessly imparted their own experiences to the old cunning fox. Then, they used their holy beasts to guide the old cunning fox and help him absorb the martial arts pill to break through the bottleneck and break through to the innate realm. Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others all listened to the 2 seniors' experiences. Especially Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tianluo, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, they listened attentively. This was because the experience of the ascetic practice saint and the scholar was something that they could only dream of. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai could do body fusion with Yu Yang. With Yu Yang's guidance, everyone could improve together and break through to the innate realm. However, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai did not have this possibility. They had to rely on their own cultivation to break through. Now that they had the guidance of the ascetic practice saint and the scholar, although it was still too early for them to break through to the innate realm, they at least had the knowledge and experience in this area. After taking the martial arts pill, the ascetic practice saint and the scholar supported each other with their holy beasts. Bit by bit, they absorbed the martial arts pill's power. After a day and a night, the old cunning fox finally managed to absorb the power of the pill. He slowly stimulated it and strengthened his body, officially breaking through to the innate realm. With the help of 2 holy beasts and his own gold-ranked level 7 guardian beast space, the old cunning fox finally exploded with all his power and broke through to the new realm. The ascetic practice saint and the scholar retreated 10 meters away, leaving everything to the old cunning fox. As long as he succeeded in breaking through, he would be able to step into the innate realm and become an innate. If he failed, he would be stuck below the innate realm for the rest of his life. The aura of the old cunning fox exploded, spreading out like a hurricane, blowing Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others all over the place. His body shone with a golden light as his energy exploded to its peak. However, he was still unable to break through after a long time. The ascetic practice saint and the scholar were slightly nervous. As long as the peak of his energy passed, he would quickly become weaker. He would probably fail in breaking through to the innate realm. However, they were unable to help him at this moment. Otherwise, it would only disturb his state of mind and speed up his failure. The old cunning fox's face was purple gold. His clothes and beard fluttered even though there was no wind. Waves of golden light surged from his grimoire and guardian beast, but he was still unable to break through. Seeing that he was about to fall back, Yu Yang couldn't help but become anxious and decided to help him. He didn't care about the consequences. Since he was about to fail, he might as well treat a dead horse as a living one. This was his last gamble. According to what he saw with his level 5 divine vision, Yu Yang gathered his innate chi in both of his hands and fiercely punched the old cunning fox's life gate acupuncture point on his back. He channeled his innate chi into the old cunning fox's spine and channeled it into the old cunning fox's meridians. He then pressed his palm on the old cunning fox's head and channeled his innate chi into the old cunning fox's body, helping the old cunning fox to regain his consciousness. When the old cunning fox was concentrating, he received a heavy blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed and he almost fainted. He suddenly lost control of his energy. Instead, it allowed Yu Yang to receive it easily and guided it together. His control was even more ingenious than the old cunning fox's, and he officially broke through to the innate realm. Boom, a loud sound rang out. Yu Yang's entire body was sent flying, floating in the air. Above the old cunning fox's head, his grimoire and his guardian beast, a golden light surged out and intertwined with each other, forming a pillar of light that rose 20 meters into the sky. The light did not disperse for a long time. This phenomenon was the sign of an innate rancor breaking through to the innate realm. That pillar of light represented the potential of its owner after they broke through to the innate realm. Everyone was different. A normal innate rancor's pillar of light was on average 10 meters. Those who didn't have innate strength and were forcefully leveled up by others, such as Tu Qing and Quan Zhan from the Thousand Goblins sect, Kai Yang, Tian Quan and Yao Guang from the Seven Great Bears. Their pillars of light were usually only around 5 meters. It was impossible for them to exceed 10 meters. The old cunning fox's pillar of light was 20 meters. He was already considered to be a very good innate. His potential was considered to be outstanding. Of course, no one could be compared to Yu Yang, this abnormal person. No one knew how high Yu Yang's pillar of light was when he broke through to the innate realm. Because it was so high that it could be seen from 100 miles away, it was hard to estimate. If not for Yu Yang's high potential, he would not have caused such a sensation in the world. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, Yu Yang would not be able to continue to level up and trouble would come knocking on his door. Not bad. I didn't expect you to have a pillar of light that was more than 20 meters when you broke through. With this potential, you would be able to break through to innate level 5 in the future. Looks like the Dixia kingdom will have another heavenly imperial guardian. The scholar congratulated the ascetic practice saint. Not all innates could become heavenly imperial guardians. One had to at least reach innate level 5 to become a heavenly imperial guardian. Only then would they have the ability to protect the kingdom. What makes me the happiest is that little Yu Yang seems to know how to guide his energy at the last moment to break through to the innate realm. The ascetic practice saint was in a good mood. Not only could he see it, even Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others could see it. Actually, when the old cunning fox was trying to break through to the innate realm, he almost failed. It was Yu Yang who pulled him back with one hand and guided his energy to explode again, officially breaking through to the innate realm. Although Yu Yang only took action for a few seconds, the value and contribution he made was much greater than the ascetic practice saint and the scholar using their holy beasts to help them for a day and a night. With Yu Yang's Daoyin technique, the chances of everyone failing to break through to the innate realm would be greatly reduced. The old cunning fox looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. Beside him, his guardian beast's base turned into a transparent mirror-like fragment, continuously rotating and changing, reflecting countless strange lights. Looks like it had also leveled up. When he finished his long cry, the shattered space gathered back into a ball and entered the grimoire. At this moment, the innate realm was officially completed. The old cunning fox who was floating in the air slowly descended. When he looked at Yu Yang again, tears streamed down his face. He tightly hugged the student who had given him miracles everywhere. With his help, he had officially bid farewell to being a normal warrior and stepped into the innate realm, truly becoming a strong warrior. Congratulations, teacher. This was the first time Yu Yang had called the old cunning fox teacher. Good, good. The old cunning fox patted Yu Yang's shoulder. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. The ascetic practice saint and the scholar also came over to congratulate the old cunning fox for becoming an innate. Although the old cunning fox was only innate level 1, with his potential, his strength would not be inferior to the two of them in the future. Furthermore, the old cunning fox's inherent skill was the extremely rare time teleportation. They believed that time teleportation would definitely be developed in his hands. Looking at Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Billy Brothers, Xue Tan Lang and Prince of Tianluo's envious eyes, Yu Yang smiled slightly. Train hard. I believe that you guys will join the ranks of innate rankers in no time. His words caused Yi Kong and the others' morale to soar, their blood to boil. The innate realm was just in front of them. Would it still be far away? With the martial arts pill, Yu Yang's guidance, the experience of the ascetic practice saint and the scholar, the two heavenly imperial guardians, and the old cunning fox's example. Would it still be far to break through to the innate realm? The only thing they were lacking was one thing, and that was their own hard work. This was something that Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others did not lack. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai looked at each other. They did not say anything, but they knew that the two of them would be the 9th and 10th innate rankers in Xia. With the stimulation of the old cunning fox becoming an innate, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others trained even harder day and night. Even the ice cube man Shui Tanlang, who liked to train alone, stayed behind. Usually, other than training by themselves, they would also challenge Hui Tai Lang, Barbarian Cow Shadow A Man, Thorny Flower Demoness and the others. Their courage was commendable, but they were definitely asking for trouble. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others were beaten up by Hui Tai Lang until the fallen flowers were almost all skinny. Fortunately, Hui Tai Lang and Barbarian Cow Shadow A Man were beasts that fought with their lives on the line. Normally, they wouldn't be able to unleash their full strength during training, otherwise they would have lost even more miserably. The old fox stayed behind to guide them, and the ascetic practice saint would come over from time to time. The ascetic practice saint mainly guided Shui Tanlang, while the scholar guided Prince of Tian Luo. When Yi Kong and Fatty Hai saw that they were at a disadvantage, they went to look for Yu Yang. In order to avoid being harassed, Yu Yang spent 3 days to create a new battle skill for them according to their situation. Yu Yang combined Yu Qiu's heaven-destroying earth slash, the Jun family royal family's emperor's sword qi, Ma Chi Su Ling's heavy pressure, Duan Mu Long Cheng's weaken, Marquis of Zijin's teleportation, and even the Eastern Goblin tribe's 9-headed Goblin Marshal's transformation and Demon Marshal Duran's dark summoning to create a great totem battle technique. This was an extremely shameless group fighting technique. The more people involved, the more powerful it would be. At the same time, it was a kind of formation. Yu Yang used the black obsidian and meteorite iron that he refined from the King of Black Light's body, combined with the heaven runes, and combined it with the totem pole ideas that Yu Yang had learned from playing online games before he transmigrated to this world, to create a unique rune totem pole. Since Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others couldn't use their domain of power now, they would use their totem poles to replace their domain of power. By inscribing the heaven runes on the totem, within a certain range, it would produce an effect similar to a domain. This was Yu Yang's copycat idea. Although the idea was a knockoff, its power and effect were very good. The ascetic practice saint and the calligrapher praised it greatly. Under Yu Yang's shameless plagiarism and copying, the great totem battle technique was born. First, he forged 4 totem pillars. Other than Yi Kong, who used a totem pole as his weapon, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers each carried a totem pole on their backs. Once the battle began, they would first insert the totem poles with the 3 negative effects of weakness, gravity, and darkness into the battlefield. Then, when they unleashed their power, they would attack together. The more totem poles he inserted into the ground, the more powerful they would be after they were connected, and the wider the range would be. As for the combat skill, it was the Great Totem Combat Skill, which was based on the destructive sword slash, supplemented by the Emperor's sword qi, and had the special effects of teleportation and transformation. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai mainly focused on transformation, especially Fatty Hai. He had already been able to transform into a behemoth in the past, so he definitely wouldn't have any problems. Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo mainly focused on teleportation. Anyway, even if he didn't teach them, they would still learn it secretly. Yu Yang might as well be generous and teach them both. As for the Li brothers, other than supporting them in attack, they were also responsible for protecting the totem poles. If it wasn't for the lack of materials, Yu Yang wanted Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo to carry totem poles on their backs as well. It would be best if they could carry one and insert one. In any case, the Great Totem Combat Skill created by Yu Yang was an extremely shameless group fight tactic. A single person wouldn't be able to unleash its full power, but the more people there were, the more powerful the group fight would be. During the testing phase, not to mention normal warriors, even the old fox who had just become an innate almost suffered a huge loss. This was just the beginning. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others hadn't unleashed their full power yet. They had just learned the combat skill and hadn't fully understood it yet. Their coordination wasn't good enough either. When Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others had truly mastered it and unleashed 100% of its power, they should have no problem fighting against innates like the 7 Great Bears, Yao Guang and Tian Quan. Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the others hadn't returned yet. The Yu clan castle was being rebuilt by the second uncle Yu Ling. In addition to the fact that the enemies had disappeared without a trace, everything was peaceful for the time being. Yu Yan decided to put aside his lack of materials for concocting pills and alchemy first and busied himself with other things. He left Hui Tai laying behind to train with Yi Kong and the others, torturing them, while he brought Xue Wuxia and the others back to the little flower garden. Other than training, body fusion, with the girls during the day and leveling up together, he also enjoyed his blissful sexual life to the fullest at night. Sickly Beauty was becoming more and more like a virtuous wife. More accurately, it was Yu Yang's teaching ability that was too strong. Previously, there were many embarrassing actions that Sickly Beauty didn't know or was unwilling to do, but under his seduction, she tried them on him one by one. This made Yu Yang feel extremely good these days, as happy as a deity. Although Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers' rooms were far apart, they could often hear Sickly Beauty's distinctive panting and moaning at night. This was especially clear when Yu Yang did something naughty that Sickly Beauty couldn't endure. Princess Sisai, who had the 6 records inherent skill, was more vexed. It seemed that having sensitive ears wasn't always a good thing. However, the one who was most vexed wasn't her, but Yu Yu. She knew that husband and wife had this kind of exercise in bed, it was very normal. She even hoped that Sickly Beauty would give birth to a white and fat son for Yu Yang, so that the 3rd and 4th branches would have a successor. However, when she unintentionally heard these sounds, she would still feel extremely embarrassed. After all, her identity was the older sister. There weren't many rooms in the little flower garden. Furthermore, as Yu Yu's strength continued to increase, her eyes and ears became clearer. When it was late at night, no matter how much she covered her head with the blanket, she would still be able to faintly hear some sounds. What made Yu Yu even more frustrated was that although her willpower was very resistant and unwilling to listen to these sounds, she often scolded herself in her heart. However, once there was a sound, her willpower wouldn't be able to overcome her body's instincts. Her ears would always be able to acutely capture the faintly discernible sounds, as if she longed to hear these kinds of shameful sounds, her heartbeat would increase along with Sickly Beauty's light panting. In the beginning, she couldn't adapt to this kind of life. However, she found that Xue Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and Castellan Fallen Flowers all appeared to be completely fine, so she couldn't take the initiative to ask to leave. After a few more days, she found that she had already gotten used to listening to the light sounds of her brother and sister-in-law having fun at night. If she hadn't heard them, she would even have a strange feeling of not being able to sleep well. The happiest one was Yu Bing. She was tired from training during the day, but slept especially soundly at night. Moreover, Yu Yang would always cover her with a blanket and only go back to enjoy himself after seeing her sleep well. As for Anan, her relationship with Yu Yang developed rapidly. The reason was that Yu Yang would tell her stories every day to coax her. Something about the butterfly lovers, something about Su Xian and the white snake, something about Romeo and Juliet, everything could be fresh and different every day. Anan wanted to laugh, but Yu Yang told her about Hua Mulan's disguise as a soldier to make her laugh. If she wanted to hear a more tragic story, he would tell her about Du Shenyang angrily sinking her treasure chest. If it was more tragic, he would tell her about how Li Qingzhao met a swindler and got married again and was imprisoned. If it was more tragic, he would tell her about how Lu Rushi, one of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai, was humiliated and hanged herself. If she wanted to hear about the lingering love story that lasted for thousands of years, there were also stories about Meng Jiannu crying and collapsing the Great Wall, or Farewell My Concubine. So much so that when Yu Yan threw down his school bag and vividly told the poignant love story of Lu Yu and his cousin Tang Wan, as well as the poem Phoenix on a Hairpin, all the girls in the room cried. Red hands, yellow ting wine, the whole city is filled with spring, the palace walls and willows, the east wind is evil, love is thin, a heart full of melancholy, a few years of separation, wrong, wrong, wrong. Spring is still the same, I'm thin and empty, tears stained red, the silk of the mermaid penetrates, peach blossoms fall, the leisure pond pavilion, although the promise is there, the brocade letter is hard to trust, no, no, no. In order to woo girls, Yu Yang remembered Lu Yu's poem Phoenix on a Hairpin very clearly. Of course, this was also related to his innate invisible sword chi, which increased his memory by 100 times. Now, if he wanted to recall what he had learned in the past, he could remember it very clearly, almost instantaneously. If he had this kind of memory ability in the past, he wouldn't even need to revise to get good grades. When this poem Phoenix on a Hairpin appeared, even Shui Wuxia, who usually wouldn't be easily moved, strongly requested him to write down Lu Yu's cousin Tang Wan's reply. In the end, Yu Yang could only throw down his school bag again. The world's feelings are thin, human feelings are evil, the rain sends dusk flowers fall easily, the dawn wind dries, the tear stains remain, I want to write my heart's worries, lonely words slanted, difficult, difficult, difficult. People are separated, today is not yesterday, the sick soul has tasted the autumn rope, the horn sounds cold, the night wanes, afraid of people asking, I swallow my tears and pretend to be happy, hide, hide, hide. Now, finally, no one doubted that Yu Yang couldn't compose poems. At first, Shui Wuxia suspected that this brat was just making up stories to coax Anan, and only smiled at Romeo and Juliet. However, as she listened, she felt that something was wrong. The story of the white snake even had a love song, and the song Farewell My Concubine was even more desolate. Although Yu Yang couldn't sing that kind of feeling, Shui Wuxia could hear that the melody could easily cause people to resonate with it, making people's hearts tremble. If it was a girl who sang it, it would be incredible. It could be said that this brat could sing, but he definitely couldn't compose poems. This required talent. Yu Yang, this brat, had the talent to compose poems. Shui Wuxia had always suspected that he had read about it in some ancient book. He probably knew how to weave 2 pairs of shoes in front of the bed, and play those kinds of obscene poems on the floor when he took off his clothes. Afterwards, Yu Yang talked more and more, coaxing Anan to the point that she was beaming with joy. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, and you were secretly shocked. Which ancient book could contain so many stories? Which ancient book would have so many amazing poems in it? Even Shui Wuxia, who had read a lot of books, had never seen such poems and love stories before. Even Sickly Beauty, who had studied many ancient texts and runes, had never seen such a thing in her life. Everyone guessed that there were only 2 possibilities. First, this brat had some kind of godlike intuition, and could dream about things that others didn't know. Second, this brat was an abnormal genius. Not only did he practice martial arts, but he also knew how to write poems and make up stories. Although he didn't use it for the right purpose, he only used it to coax little girls. After discussion, everyone felt that these 2 possibilities were possible. The reason was that this brat could improve his skills when he slept. Maybe there really was some godlike guidance in his dreams. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to improve just by sleeping. Sometimes, when Yu Yang encountered difficulties, he could solve the problem by sleeping. There must be something different about this brat, but everyone just didn't know. This was the first reason. As for the second reason, the girls didn't doubt Yu Yang's genius. This brat could create such an abnormal and shameless martial art like the great totem battle skill. It wouldn't be difficult for him to make up a short story to coax Anan. Moreover, he had a previous record. When he first met Anan, he pretended to be illiterate and asked her to help him fill out a form to sign up as a mercenary. He even gave him the name Titan. Yu Yang, who shouldn't have even heard of the Outer Realm and didn't even know what Titan was, how could he give the name Titan? He even said ironically, saying that Titan was a dwarf. This proved that he knew and was very clear about the Outer Realm. Yu Yang's ability to write poems was probably related to his mother's inheritance of knowledge. Maybe Lu Yu and Tang Wan were people from ancient times. Their stories weren't passed down, but Yu Yang's mother knew about it through ancient documents and passed this knowledge to her son. That was why Yu Yang knew these secrets that others didn't know about. Yu Yang, work hard and write a more emotional poem next time. Shui Wuxia patted Yu Yang's shoulder. Before the girls could react, she put away the 2 Phoenix Hairpin poems. Mine must be different, and it must be a top-grade poem. Princess Sisai glared at Yu Yang with her tigress eyes. It's okay to write a few more. I like poems and songs. If you can sing while watering my flowers, that would be great. City Mistress Fallen Flowers smiled, but if Yu Yang didn't agree, she would twist his ear. Do you think this is giving birth? I don't have one in my stomach. Forget it, it's not that hard. Yu Yang carried the flag of plagiarism. Damn it, what was there to be afraid of if he didn't know how to write poems? He had read 300 Tang poems, even if he didn't know how to write them, he could still steal them. At most, he could just memorize them. As long as he could win the hearts of beauties, memorizing a poem wasn't difficult at all. After memorizing Tang poems, he would memorize Song poems. After memorizing Chinese, he would memorize Western poems. Whatever Goethe, Heine, or Byron, he would use them all. To pick up girls, he had to be bold, careful, and thick-skinned. As long as he could pick up girls, plagiarism was nothing. Brother is so awesome. Yu Bing worshipped her brother even more now. As for Anan, she decided to keep him at night and watch a butterfly pair with him. No butterflies at night? Then she would use a hallucinatory butterfly instead. The meteorite essence iron that was refined from the King of Black Light's corpse was mostly used by Yu Yang to refine the totem pole. The rest was used by Yu Yang to reforge the crescent blade. The bronze-ranked crescent blade could no longer support the usage of Yu Yang, an innate rancor. Even the Hui Jin magic blade that had leveled up to gold-ranked urgently needed to be leveled up. Otherwise, Yu Yang would fall into the awkward situation of not having a weapon to use. Of course, the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger could be used, but the assassin-style Bloody Queen Red needed a good dagger more than Yu Yang. Yu Yang now had more heaven runes, materials, and the best Nirvana's flame. He could totally reforge a weapon that was more suitable for himself. After adding the meteorite essence iron and black obsidian, the reforged crescent blade's quality was upgraded to silver-ranked. The appearance of the crescent blade was more like Hui Jin's current appearance to Yu Yang. But the appearance was bigger and heavier. Yu Yang then used a few gold-ranked magic crystals to inject energy into the crescent blade. At the same time, he used Nirvana's flame to carve the ancient rune Everlasting and the heaven rune Frost and Sharpness. After painstakingly carving for 3 days, the crescent blade's quality was upgraded to gold-ranked. It could completely support Yu Yang's innate Chi's attack or defense. Because the crescent blade's quality was upgraded, it was officially named. Yu Yang named it Crescent Moon. As for the Hui Jin magic blade, Yu Yang didn't need to reforge it too much. It had the molten flame core and the demon dragon's crystal. As long as it continuously absorbed fire and dark energy, it could continue to upgrade. After many battles, the two of them absorbed a lot of energy. Yu Yang even used the Magma Wyvern's magic crystal and the Demon General's demon heart for Hui Jin to absorb in large amounts, allowing it to continue to evolve. Yu Yang even wanted to merge the demon orb he obtained from killing the Dark Golden Spectre, the strange orb that contained the destructive power of emptiness, into the Hui Jin magic blade to upgrade its quality. Unfortunately, the molten flame core and the demon dragon's crystal were extremely afraid of this orb. Even now, the two were still unable to resist the demon orb. Yu Yang was worried that if he released the Dark Golden Spectre, the molten flame core and the demon dragon crystal, these two low-level artifact spirits, would shatter. He even suspected that the Dark Golden Spectre wasn't truly dead, and was still hiding inside the demon bead. He could only put aside the matter of fusing with the demon beads for now. Yu Yang had been continuously upgrading his Hui Jin magic blade even before he upgraded it into a crescent moon. At first, Yu Yang didn't dare to directly use the Nirvana flame on the Hui Jin magic blade. The Nirvana flame could purify everything in the world, and the Hui Jin magic blade couldn't withstand it. He chose to use the fake Nirvana flame that was burning on top of the stone element Medusa's head. After the molten flame core had adapted to the fake Nirvana flame, it evolved into the flame core, and its fire energy became purer. However, because the demon dragon's crystal did not have the best energy replenishment, the Hui Jin magic blade was still gold-ranked, and couldn't be upgraded to platinum-ranked. While pursuing Duan Mu Longqing, Yu Yang teleported to the Devil Palace. After destroying the Demon King's statue, Yu Yang obtained a huge magic crystal. This magic crystal was probably made from hundreds or even thousands of high-grade magic crystals, and was used to maintain the shape of the Demon King's statue. Even though Yu Yang was fighting with the 3 great Demon Kings and 2 great Lich Kings, he didn't forget to keep the magic crystal and brought it back. With the energy of this huge magic crystal, the demon dragon's heart received the best replenishment. At the same time that the Huijin magic blade was upgraded to platinum ranked, Yu Yang carefully inserted a bit of nirvana flame into it to refine the flame core. In the end, half of the flame core's evil consciousness was destroyed, while the other half's bloodthirsty consciousness was preserved because Yu Yang tried his best to control it. The flame core that was almost destroyed leveled up again, becoming a true fire core that contained a bit of nirvana flame. Its power was even greater than the demon dragon's crystal that had absorbed a large amount of dark energy and demon king's evil energy. Yu Yang engraved the heaven runes blood-sucking and energy-sucking on the upgraded Huijin magic blade. As for the ancient runes, Yu Yang felt that the Huijin magic blade might be able to evolve to diamond ranked. He didn't go through the permanent solidification for the time being and let it evolve automatically. Moreover, there might be better ancient runes in the future. Yu Yang didn't want to limit the evolution of Huijin magic blade. The platinum-ranked Huijin magic blade had 2 remnant spirits. In this world it could definitely be considered a holy ranked existence. Moreover, it was unique and could only be used by its owner, Yu Yang. If it was someone else, even if they obtained the Huijin magic blade, their body would be invaded by the 2 remnant spirits of Huijin magic blade. They would suck blood, absorb energy, and devour the person who stole it. Only Yu Yang could truly use it. Only the designer, Yu Yang, could unleash the true power of this terrifying magic weapon. Such a terrifying magic blade. It can't be called a holy ranked weapon. I think it's more appropriate to call it a magic weapon! Princess Sisai evaluated the newly upgraded Huijin magic blade. Huijin, it should be able to evolve to diamond ranked in the future. At that time, adding the meteorite gold essence, Emperor's obsidian heart, ancient runes, and even immemorial runes, I think it will become a divine weapon in the end. Shui Wuxia also felt that the Huijin magic blade still had a lot of room for improvement. The crescent moon blade didn't have a spirit, and it couldn't absorb energy automatically. No matter how much Yu Yang forged it, there wouldn't be much improvement. Platinum ranked was probably the limit of the crescent moon blade. But Huijin was different. Its future was limitless, just like Hui Tai Lang among the beasts. Hui Tai Lang continuously absorbed fire, gold, and darkness energy. Especially the demon clan's demon heart, which continuously provided it with energy. From demon soldier to demon general, demon commander, demon marshal and even demon king in the future. If Hui Tai Lang continued to eat and evolve, its future would be even more limitless. If Yu Yang killed more Eastern Goblin tribesmen in the future, the Eastern Goblin tribesmen's orbs would also be a great supplement. Compared to Hui Tai Lang who actively fought and evolved, the Huijin magic blade would be more passive, and its evolution speed would be much slower. Most importantly, although it had 2 artifact spirits, the 2 artifact spirits were only remnants of their consciousness, and they were still vaguely hostile towards each other. Furthermore, no matter how conscious Huijin was, it wouldn't be able to have Hui Tai Lang's intelligence. Huijin definitely couldn't be compared to other beasts like Hui Tai Lang. It could only be ranked as the leader among the weapons, if Shui Wuxia's ancient book, which also had a spirit and could level up continuously, didn't compete with it for the position of the leader. After the weapons were upgraded, Yu Yang prepared to bring Yu Bing and Anan to the depths of the Despair Abyss, to search for the injured dragon turtle that the Night Empress had mentioned. The Black Tortoise Orb, one of the 4 symbols orbs, was also one of the necessities that the Night Empress wanted Yu Yang to gather. Before that, Yu Yang decided to abduct a lady of smoke and flame. She was obviously his guardian beast, but she always hid in the dimension of duel and refused to come out. This wouldn't do. The spirit of smoke and flame was originally the big-breasted tavern girl. She had lost her human body and her original thoughts, and only had a little bit of consciousness left. Yu Yang had brought Yu Bing and the others to visit her many times, but he found out that she could only barely recognize herself. She couldn't remember anything from the past at all. Maybe she had already become a beast, and no longer had her original human thoughts. After not seeing her for a period of time, the spirit of smoke and flame had actually leveled up from silver-ranked level 1 to silver-ranked level 3. It seemed that the flame trap that Tu Qing and Quang Zhan had laid together had stimulated the energy of the magma, giving her a lot of nutrients. Now, she was even more smoky and hotter, and when she transformed, she looked more like a human. At first, she was vigilant towards Yu Yang's arrival, but after sensing him clearly and realizing that it was Yu Yang, she immediately became happy again. Her smoky body rolled in the sky, drawing a long pillar of smoke and spewing flames as she rushed towards Yu Yang. I have a magic crystal, you will definitely like it. Yu Yang used his trump card and took out the sand beast's magic crystal that had been tempered with nirvana flame. The sand beast was a gold-ranked level 8 Storm King. To the spirit of smoke and flame, its magic crystal was even more dangerous than candy to a child. As long as she absorbed this gold-ranked level 8 magic crystal that had been tempered with nirvana flame, the spirit of smoke and flame would definitely evolve to gold-ranked, or even platinum-ranked. Forget about the spirit of smoke and flame, even the Bloody Queen Red would want this magic crystal. However, Yu Yang felt that the spirit of smoke and flame would be more suitable, so he chose to give this pure elemental magic crystal to the spirit of smoke and flame in the end. Yu Yang didn't say anything, but he was grateful for the help that the tavern girl had given him when she was still alive. He was especially touched when she and her sisters risked their lives to save Fourth Mother. Although he couldn't resurrect the tavern girl and turn her back to her original form, Yu Yang still hoped that she could evolve into a holy beast, have a new mind and a new life. When the spirit of smoke and flame saw this, she immediately rushed towards Yu Yang excitedly, wanting to swallow the magic crystal in his hand. She didn't have the reserved thoughts of a human anymore, she only had her instincts. Do you want it? Yu Yang tempted the spirit of smoke and flame evilly, just like how Uncle Strange Uncle tempted the little lowly. He raised the storm core magic crystal and shook it in front of the spirit of smoke and flame. Follow me, understand? Yu Yang summoned the silver grimoire that had leveled up after the battle and signaled the spirit of smoke and flame to accept his summon. The grimoire leveled up after the battle, so did Yu Yang's inherent skill. Actually, what Yu Yang wanted the most was for the thorny flower demoness to become his guardian beast, or for the barbarian cow Shadow, Bloody Queen Red and the others to obtain some kind of skill. Unfortunately, Yu Yang's wishes weren't fulfilled. He only leveled up his inherent skill and Gemini inherent skill. His level 5 Divine Vision inherent skill didn't even level up. The leveling up of Gemini inherent skill allowed Yu Yang to obtain a skill called Spirit Pacification. He could only use it on his own beasts for the time being. Through Spirit Pacification, he could release his beasts from their negative emotions. Now, Yu Yang used Spirit Pacification. He tried his best to let the spirit of smoke and flame sense his own soul and let her eliminate her hostility. He didn't know if it was the temptation of the Storm Core, or the effect of Spirit Pacification. After receiving the Storm Core, the spirit of smoke and flame accepted Yu Yang's recall summon. She turned into a wisp of smoke and returned to the grimoire. This was the first time she listened to Yu Yang's summon. Seeing that Yu Yang had successfully recalled the spirit of smoke and flame, Yu Bing and Anan, who didn't dare to open their mouths and disturb Yu Yang, immediately cheered. As long as the spirit of smoke and flame absorbed the Storm Core's energy, the next summon might be the gold-ranked Smoky Flame Girl. Yu Yang lacked an element-type beast, and now the Smoky Flame Girl could fill this gap. After recalling the Smoky Flame Girl, Yu Yang brought Yu Bing and Anan to the Despair Abyss. They returned to the campsite that was besieged by the demonic palace's followers that day, and prepared to use this as a base to advance towards the center of the Despair Abyss to look for the injured dragon turtle. Coming to the Despair Abyss for the second time, not only Yu Yang, even Yu Bing's strength had increased 100-fold. The three of them ignored the curious gazes of the mercenaries and left on their own. Yu Bing summoned the tree man and sat on the tree man's shoulder with her brother as they walked towards the center of the Despair Abyss. Anan didn't summon the silver Pegasus like she usually did. Instead, she sat beside Yu Yang and hugged onto Yu Yang's arm like Yu Bing. She turned her head and chatted happily with Yu Bing. Anan and Yu Yang's relationship had improved greatly. She was still a little shy in front of Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai. But in front of Yu Bing, she had already tacitly accepted her identity as her future sister-in-law. Silver-ranked level 5 Tree Man General? A mercenary leader who knew his stuff was dumbfounded when he saw the tree man that was rumbling away. Mount. Yu Yang had been thinking about the mount along the way. The Qilin girl was unwilling to be his mount, otherwise it would be even more perfect. How could he convince this lost girl who had no home to return to? This was really a difficult problem. Yu Bing had a hard time exploring the Despair Abyss. There were countless spiders, all kinds of strange snakes, demon eagles, giant bats, fire ants, demonic bees, and other monsters. Yu Bing had suffered a lot during her training. After the 12 zodiac temples, the 100 school elite competition, rescuing her mother and returning to the Yu clan castle, Yu Bing had grown up. Because of Yu Yang's careful guidance and the rewards from the 12 zodiac temples, Yu Bing's strength had already surpassed Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, suppressing the 3 great killing stars. Currently, only Xue Tanlang had a slight advantage due to his beast's attributes. The others like Feng Qisha and Yen Pejun had already lost their lead after Yu Bing's Treant evolved into a 1,000-year-old Treant general. In terms of combat skills, other than Yu Yang's careful guidance, Xue Wuxia and Princess Sisai had also taught her with their female experience. Yu Bing's strength was improving by leaps and bounds every day. Yu Yang, this competent brother, was even preparing to create a combat skill that was most suitable for Yu Bing. After the 100 school elite competition and many battles, Yu Bing's agility and attack power were already very impressive. The trance, entanglement, tree thorns, and intense poison were also very effective. The only thing she lacked was her defense. Yu Yang was thinking if he should make her an extremely good armor, just like the Qilin girl's Qilin armor. It was a pity that the Qilin girl was still wary of Yu Yang and did not allow him to touch her clothes. Otherwise, Yu Yang would want to study her heavenly robe. With Yu Yang by her side and Anan's mental support, Yu Bing commanded the 2,000-year-old Treant generals to kill everything in their way, advancing deeper into the abyss without any obstructions. Bloody Queen Red did not even need to do anything, she was only responsible for collecting magic crystals. As for the Thorny Flower Demoness, she was about to evolve into the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and was currently in hibernation. Her corpse could only be wasted. The Reaper Mantis kept circling in the sky, chasing away those flying beasts. Although the current Reaper Mantis was not as strong as its mother, it was still a Gold King beast. Having just leveled up to Gold ranked level 4, it still didn't know how to conceal its own aura like the Bloody Queen Red. When the Golden King beast's aura was released, the low-leveled flying beasts in the Despair Abyss feared it like a tiger. The moment they saw it, they would immediately run far away. On the ground, all kinds of monsters were running away from the Treant general. Unless it was a strong beast that was bronze-ranked level 6 and above, the king of a certain region, or a large number of hungry beasts that lived in groups, or beasts that lacked intelligence like the fire-red ants, only then would they dare to attack the Treant general. Boom! Several horned pythons with waists as thick as water tanks died under the combined attacks of the 2,000-year-old Treant generals. The real cause of their deaths was Yu Bing's intense poison and anti-airus skill. The horned pythons had thick skin and thick flesh. Their scales were as hard as iron shields. When several of them attacked together, even if the Treant general could win in the end, it would still take a long time. Seeing that the fight was strenuous, Yu Yang secretly cast 2 giant shadows on the 2 Treants. When the Treant general was summoned by Yu Yang, it could be enhanced by the giant shadows. Although the strength of the giant shadows could not be compared to Yu Yang himself, it was at least 10 times stronger. After a few heavy attacks, the horned python's skin was immediately lacerated. Yu Bing immediately activated her intense poison, inherent skill, and the terrifying anti-airus skill was cast. The battle ended in an instant. Entering the center of the Despair Abyss, powerful beasts could be seen everywhere. In the swamp, there were marsh crocodiles, horned pythons, dog-headed fish monsters, water spiders. In the sky, there were giant bats, various kinds of demon eagles, as well as jackal-headed wind demons. There were also filthy spitting monsters that were disguised as puddles of water. There were even poisonous water scorpions and quicksand dogs that looked like spiders in the crevices of the rocks. These quicksand dogs looked like spiders and had a dog's head. They didn't know how to weave webs, and they didn't know how to spin silk. When they walked on the ground, they were also very slow. However, they were extremely fast when they dug into the sand. They were very good at creating smooth and flawless quicksand traps. Once their prey fell into the trap, they would immediately dig out from the quicksand and drag their prey into the quicksand to suffocate them to death. When there was no prey, they would even imitate the painful and miserable howls of a dog to attract their prey. These quicksand dogs were very cunning creatures. With his level 5 divine vision, Yu Yang could see that they were actually a kind of mutated bat monster. They weren't spiders or dogs at all. Their wings had degenerated and they could no longer fly. They could only dig into the sand. Their 4 claws had also evolved and split into 8. That was why they looked like spiders and dogs at the same time. The ranks of the quicksand dogs were very low. Most of them were normal ranked and very few of them were bronze ranked. Yu Yang had never seen a silver ranked one before. However, Yu Yang felt that their magic crystals had a special effect. Yu Yang felt that this kind of strange magic crystal would have a certain effect on Hui Tai Lang, the smoky flame girl and the barbarian cow shadow. The reason was that this kind of magic crystal had a kind of earth attribute energy that could mold their bodies. To be more accurate, it was the transformation energy of quicksand. Maybe if Yi Kong and Fatty Hai used this kind of energy crystal, they could also increase the transformation of their bodies. Yu Yang even wanted to use this kind of energy to research a kind of transformation pill. Because of the research mentality and purpose, Yu Yang and the 2 girls killed hundreds of quicksand dogs and collected a large amount of magic crystals. The center of the despair abyss was extremely big. Yu Yang didn't have a map and could only explore step by step. The deeper they went, the lower the ground became. Many places were filled with large pools of water. There was a waterfall in the pools of water. Looking down the cliff, it was still a bottomless canyon. The 3 of them walked to the end. The 1,000-year-old Treant general couldn't move freely on the cliff. It was like a waterfall city. Countless amounts of water fell from the sky. If they didn't have flying beasts and only relied on their legs, they might not be able to walk to the bottom of the waterfall even after walking for half a month. Yu Yang, who had reached the innate realm, didn't need to use his legs anymore. He unsealed a small amount of his innate strength and brought Yu Bing and Anan with him as he floated down easily. The Bloody Queen and the Reaper Mantis explored the path in front of Yu Yang, trying their best to reduce some unnecessary flying for Yu Yang to conserve his innate chi. The thin line of sky that could barely be seen before gradually disappeared. A few kilometers down, the thin line of sky had completely disappeared. The canyon became dark and the deeper they went, the darker it became. Countless monsters hid their killing intent in the darkness. Some of them even glowed to attract their prey. Once a prey appeared, they would immediately open their mouth and swallow it whole. Of course, this kind of situation wouldn't happen to Yu Yang. When the innate rankers appeared, all the monsters were scared silent. There were even some monsters that couldn't escape in time and tried to fight to the death. However, they were easily killed by the Bloody Queen and the Reaper Mantis. Yu Yang brought Yu Bing and Anan along with him. He estimated that he had descended for 20 kilometers along the huge sloping cliff and the high-altitude waterfall. In the end, he realized that the bottom of the pitch-black abyss was a black abyss ocean. Yu Bing and Anan didn't have Yu Yang's night vision ability, so they couldn't see in this kind of terrain. They could only use the luminous pearl that Princess Sisai gave them to see the space around them. When they realized that there was an abyss ocean below them, they were shocked. They didn't expect that the center of the despair abyss was actually a place like this. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, followed by a heavy downpour. Faintly, the 2 girls could see that there was a huge monster on the surface of the sea, stretching its long neck and twisting continuously. If there was only one, they would think that it was a dragon turtle. However, there were more than 10 huge monsters stretching their necks out of the water. They were so scared that they quickly suggested to Yu Yang to leave this place and find a place without monsters before diving down. When Yu Yang killed the 10,000-year cancer crab in the Cancer Temple, he obtained the tidal pearl from its body. This tidal pearl could form a huge bubble in the water, protecting the user's safety while diving, ignoring the water pressure. At the same time, the tidal pearl could also allow the user to use the water-breathing skill 3 times every other day. If the user's body could withstand the water pressure, the user could swim freely underwater like a fish. The Bloody Queen Red and the Reaper Mantis were the kings of the sky. When they reached the bottom of the water, their battle power would be at its lowest. There was even a possibility that they would be easily dragged into the water by a bronze-ranked strange fish and killed. This was the same logic as when the powerful Flame Lord met the Storm Mermaid in a battle against 2 beasts with the same attribute. If it was a magma giant or a magma wyvern diving into the water, they wouldn't even need to fight against the enemy, they would just kill themselves. After keeping the Bloody Queen Red and the Reaper Mantis, Little Winley dived into the water and dispersed the surrounding monsters. She then summoned the Stone Element Medusa, the Storm Mermaid and the Thunder Naga. As for the strongest Ice Serpent General, she didn't summon it. Maybe Little Winley felt that it wasn't necessary. The Stone Element Medusa could also be summoned. She summoned the Gold Tiger Shark that was close to leveling up after eating the Net Spider's fragments and let it open the way for them. As soon as the 3 overlords of the water appeared, they immediately scared away countless hungry sea monsters. Even the Gold Tiger Shark could run amok in the inner sea. "Brother, do you think the dragon turtle is at the bottom of the water?" Yu Bing felt that the inner sea was so big, how were they going to find it? "It should be. Let's go this way." "No, let's go this way." Yu Yang knew that finding a dragon turtle at the bottom of the sea was like looking for a needle in a haystack. If it was in the past, he would definitely not do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. However, after breaking through the 5th level of innate invisible sword chi, he had a faint feeling that he could sense a strong life form. It might not be 100% accurate, but he felt that he should be able to sense the general direction of the dragon turtle. Yu Yang activated his underwater breathing ability and stayed outside the water bubble. Yu Bing and Anan hid inside the water bubble. The Stone Element Medusa and the Thunder Naga protected them from the front and back. The Storm Mermaid skillfully controlled the water flow and lightly moved the water bubble, following closely behind Yu Yang. Yu Yang rode on the back of the Gold Tiger Shark and leisurely advanced towards the place he sensed. The injured dragon turtle should be hibernating in front. It seemed that it was different from the Qilin girl. If it was the Qilin girl, she would be able to sense his arrival from afar. Even if she was sealed, she would be able to send out a thought wave to ask for help. This dragon turtle seemed to be incomparable to the Qilin girl. However, since it possessed the black tortoise pearl, it seemed that its original strength was not bad. The deeper they went, the more powerful and ugly sea monsters appeared. Even the gold-ranked ocean tyrant was occasionally seen. When they noticed Yu Yang and his group, they did not attack immediately like they usually did. Instead, they sensed the danger and hid far away. Yu Yang was anxious to search for the injured dragon turtle and did not chase after them. Otherwise, he would be able to obtain a lot of gold-ranked magic crystals. They swam at an extremely fast speed underwater for half a day, but did not find anything. After sensing for a long time, Yu Yang was a little tired. He stopped to rest for a while. He felt that his senses were not wrong, but he just could not find the place. The 2 girls were also a little bored in the water bubble, so they floated to the surface of the sea to get some fresh air and eat something. With the mentality of giving it a try, Yu Yang summoned the water attribute quintet seeking golden mice and let it try its luck in the water. Yu Yang felt that although this inland sea was not a real ocean, it was still huge. Sending a small mouse to find the injured dragon turtle was a little ridiculous. He was just trying it casually and did not have much hope. Who knew that after half an hour or so, when Yu Yang and the 2 girls finished resting and were preparing to continue diving, the summoning grimoire suddenly flipped. The water attribute quintet seeking golden mice had discovered something. On the page of the summoning grimoire, a line of words discovered underwater palace, ancient building appeared. It can't be? Yu Yang sweated profusely. He had searched for half a day, yet he could not compare to this little mouse. If he had known earlier, he would not have had to spend so much effort. Ghost Genius Yu Gong was indeed a super powerful person. How many secrets did the quintet seeking golden mice that he created have yet to be discovered? The water palace was a very special space. Yu Yang was the first to dive in. He discovered that it was filled with air, as if it was an underwater vault. The seawater hung high above. Inside, there seemed to be a strong and invisible force pushing the seawater away, forming a special space. This place was completely different from the ground. The gravity here was very light. People could float in the air effortlessly. At the same time, they could swim like fish. There was no need to walk. Occasionally, a strange fish would enter, but they would leave immediately. No matter what level the sea monster was, they all seemed to be in awe of this special space. Yu Yang took a few breaths of air. He discovered that the air here was just like the forest and valley outside. It was extremely fresh. Although there was no wind, he didn't feel stuffy or uncomfortable at all. At the bottom, there was a small amount of glowing strange plants. They looked like mushrooms, trees and long vines. Yu Yang had never seen this kind of plant before in the soaring dragon continent. His heart suddenly moved. There seemed to be some relevant information. He searched his brain with his super strong memory. Could it be that it was recorded in the medicine encyclopedia? Yu Yang, Yu Bing and Anan went down. He took out the medicine encyclopedia and compared it with the plants in front of him. He discovered that he could really find relevant records. This was a kind of glowing daughter silk sphere fruit tree. It was originally a product from the outer realm of Tong Tian Tower. In the soaring dragon continent, only the destroyed Ming Kingdom had introduced it. However, as the Ming Kingdom's territory fell into the flames of war, it disappeared. This kind of daughter silk sphere fruit tree had disappeared for hundreds of years. He didn't expect to see it here. According to the medicine encyclopedia, the daughter silk sphere fruit tree had the effect of slightly dispersing dark energy. If you were injured by demons, you could use this tree's sap to heal. However, what people paid more attention to was not its healing. It was the aphrodisiac. The daughter silk sphere fruit tree and the aphrodisiac blood leaf tree both had obvious aphrodisiac effects. The former took effect slowly and had few side effects. The latter, on the other hand, was the opposite. It took effect quickly and was extremely hot. It could last for a long time and was loved by many old nobles. Of course, the side effects were huge. It was harmful to the human body. If it was taken for a long time, it could be life-threatening. Let's not talk about others, but the previous two kings of Zijin Kingdom, the Golden Wolf Emperor Chu Hongqi, who was a level 7 overlord, was rumored to have used the aphrodisiac sheep's blood leaf for a long period of time. Every night, he slept with no less than 10 women. In the end, he vomited blood and died from exhaustion. As a level 7 overlord, he did not die in the hands of a strong enemy. Instead, he died of exhaustion on his beloved concubine's belly. This had become the laughingstock of the soaring dragon continent. Unlike the blood leaf herb of the aphrodisiac goat, the daughter silk sphere fruit tree's fruit juice had a relatively slower medicinal effect. It also had a calmer effect on the regulation of qi and blood. It wasn't as aggressive as the blood leaf herb of the aphrodisiac goat. Unless the victim was extremely weak, it wouldn't cause any harm to the body. In the medicine encyclopedia, the aphrodisiac sheep's blood leaf flower was rated as a 3rd-grade poison, while the daughter silk sphere fruit tree was rated as a 4th-grade medicine. Due to the disappearance of the daughter silk sphere fruit tree in the Ming Kingdom, there were very few people who possessed it and it was extremely rare. Therefore, only the nobles of a certain area could possess such a precious medicine. In the palace, it was also known as the imperial concubine sleeping dragon or daughter sending sons. It meant that if the concubine had it, she would be able to obtain the emperor's favor. She might even be able to obtain a dragon seed as she wished. After a few hundred years, the daughter silk sphere fruit tree had gradually disappeared from the world. Otherwise, the Golden Wolf Emperor Chu Hongqi would not have suffered the tragedy of dying from exhaustion after consuming the aphrodisiac sheep's blood leaf for a long period of time. Yu Yang did not expect that there would be so many daughter silk sphere fruit trees at the bottom of the despair abyss. Looking closely, these daughter silk sphere fruit trees were all huge trees. The biggest one was so big that it would take more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it. It was obvious that these trees had existed for more than 1,000 years. Yu Yang's ability was extremely strong, just like his martial arts. They were both at an abnormal level. Sickly beauty couldn't satisfy him alone. Even so, Yu Yang did not mind collecting some daughter silk sphere fruit trees to make medicine. The sap of the daughter silk sphere fruit tree had the effect of dispelling dark energy. The fruit juice also had the effect of boosting one's sexual vigor. Other than these, Yu Yang also knew a secret that was not recorded in the medicine encyclopedia. From the knowledge passed down by the pitiful guy's mother, Yu Yang found an extremely useful secret recipe according to his memory. Rebirth pill. If one of the ingredients for the rebirth pill was replaced by the mixture of daughter silk sphere fruit juice and lustrous branches sap, the effect would be even stronger. Now that Yu Yang had the goddess tear in God's due, he was preparing to concoct the rebirth pill. With this daughter silk sphere fruit juice, it was like giving a pillow to a sleepy person. Of course he wouldn't stand on ceremony. Furthermore, there was a special fruit in Tong Tian Tower called the Fruit of Youth. It could help ordinary people recover a little of their youthful vigor. Innates could even extend their lifespan if they consumed it. However, this kind of fruit of youth had a strong poison, so it was not suitable to consume it directly. One must first consume the heart-protecting pill, which could increase the body's immunity and remove the poison. Only then would one be able to completely absorb the energy of the fruit of youth. The daughter silk sphere fruit juice was one of the important components of the heart-protecting pill. If one reached the innate realm, even if one did not consume any medicine, a true innate ranker would be able to extend their lifespan by more than 1,000 years. Of course, this was excluding people like Yao Guang and Tian Quan who were forced to become innates by others. Yu Yang had never worried about himself or Shui Wuxia and the others. However, Fourth Mother did not know any martial arts at all, so she would definitely not be able to stay young forever. Thus, he had to concoct the rebirth pill or feed her the fruit of youth and other medicines to extend her lifespan and maintain her youthfulness. Although Yu Yang had never said it out loud, this had actually been his wish all along. What is this? Yu Bing and Anan did not have Yu Yang's knowledge, nor did they have any inheritance of knowledge. They only felt that this was a strange tree. Medicinal ingredients. Yu Yang did not explain much. The two girls were curious and had no interest in the medicinal ingredients. If it was Yu, she would definitely question him to the end. Other than the daughter silk sphere fruit tree, there were many other plants in this water palace. Yu Yang used his memory and inheritance of knowledge to collect a few other medicinal ingredients. These were all medicinal ingredients that the soaring dragon continent lacked. It was a pity that Yu Yang did not find any snow lotus root here. Otherwise, he would definitely refine the martial arts pill and give them a surprise when Elder Yu Hai and Jun Wuyu return. Elder Yu Hai, Jun Wuyu and the others had not been able to break through for many years. Even if they could not become innates after consuming the martial arts pill, they would still gain a lot of benefits. If their abilities improved and they had the ability to protect themselves, Yu Yang would be able to explore Tong Tian Tower with peace of mind in the future. After walking for more than 2 kilometers, Yu Yang felt a mysterious energy in front of him. After walking around the thicket, he discovered a huge stone pillar in front of him. Its appearance was very similar to the crystal pillar that sealed the Qilin girl. However, it was not made of crystal and there were not as many pillars. There was only one abnormally huge pillar. On top of the 10-meter-tall pillar, there was a carving of a demon king. There were rows of inscriptions on it. Yu Yang could vaguely recognize a few of them. These inscriptions were written in an ancient language. Although Yu Yang had the inheritance of knowledge, it was still difficult for him to understand them. He reckoned that they were introducing this demon king statue. At the bottom of the pedestal, there was a row of heaven runes. There was also an ancient rune that represented suppression. What is this? When Yu Bing and Anan saw this pillar, they felt uneasy. They even had a feeling that something evil was hiding inside. In ancient times, human warriors defeated the corrupted warriors and suppressed them here. Looks like this is the graveyard of the corrupted warriors. There is not only one such pillar here. Yu Yang brought Yu Bing and Anan along with him and walked forward. He discovered that there was another similar pillar not far away. After walking for a while, he discovered that there were even more huge pillars that represented the corrupted warriors that were suppressed here. After counting carefully, Yu Yang felt that there were at least 100 corrupted warriors suppressed here. Perhaps the era was different, but they were all from a long time ago. The evil chi inside the pillars had already disappeared. The stone pillars were also weathered and dissipated. It seemed that the corrupted warriors that were suppressed inside the pillars had already died. Some of the more intact ones could feel the evil chi. There were also a few evil chi that seemed to be able to break through the seal of the stone pillars. In the middle of these scattered stone pillars, there was a big hall. Yu Yang brought Yu Bing and Anan into the hall. They discovered that this place was extremely big. After walking up 1,000 steps, they arrived at the big hall. They discovered that the inside was even bigger than a football field. The inside of the hall seemed to have once been glorious. However, due to the passage of time, the glorious paintings of the past had already faded. Some of the statues had also disappeared, leaving only the empty hall. Looking at it from afar, the whole building was grand and majestic, giving off a sense of awe. After walking down a few hundred steps and 1,000 meters, they saw a white stone building that was 100 meters tall. The building that had been covered in dust for a long time still stood tall, like a giant overlooking them. To the left, there were houses of different sizes. To the right, there was a small hill in the distance. At the bottom of the hill was a pond. When they got closer, they discovered that the pond was extremely big. It was at least 100 meters long and wide. There was a huge black shadow inside, as if it was sleeping in the water. "It's a dragon turtle, it's a dragon turtle. We've finally found the dragon turtle." Yu Bing cheered. "It's too big." Inan had thought that the thunder mammoth and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle were already big enough. The 30 meters tall king of black light was even more incomparable to other beasts. However, the king of black light paled in comparison to the black shadow in the pond. It wasn't even worth mentioning. This black shadow had almost filled the entire pond. Seeing it sleeping in the pond, Yu Yang felt that it was too small. Yu Yang had wanted to throw a stone into the pond to wake the sleeping dragon turtle. But before he could move the stone, the water in the pond started to tremble and overflow. In the end, the waves rolled and a whirlpool appeared. The wriggling black shadow caused the water in the pond to soar into the sky, creating waves that were a few meters tall, almost drenching Yu Yang. In the end, even the earth started to tremble. Amidst the extremely exaggerated vibrations, the black shadow started to float up. The waves hit the shore of the pond, splashing waves after waves. The huge head and shell were the first to emerge from the water. Yu Yang saw it clearly. It was indeed a dragon turtle. Dragon head, tortoise body. It looked like it was platinum ranked level 6, but Yu Yang was shocked to find that this dragon turtle was actually in a state of near death due to heavy injuries. If it recovered its peak strength, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Even in a state of near death, it was already so powerful. If it was at its peak, wouldn't it be able to do whatever it wanted in the soaring dragon continent? Of course, this dragon turtle originally lived in the higher floors of Tongtian Tower. It was only injured that it came here to recuperate. If it wasn't for its heavy injuries, this dragon turtle wouldn't have come to the beginner village of the soaring dragon continent. "Old turtle, I'll accept the quest to heal you, but I'll say it first. Other than that black tortoise pearl, what other rewards do you have? Shouldn't there be some extra rewards for running errands? It took me a lot of effort to find this place. If it wasn't for the Night Empress, I wouldn't have come to this remote and desolate place." Yu Yang purposely used the Night Empress name to see the reaction of this old turtle. "Did the Night Empress send you here? What proof do you have?" Yu Yang's guess was right. This huge dragon turtle could really speak. This fellow's voice was incomparably old, sounding like it was thousands of years old. Yu Yang was speechless. It turned out that the Night Empress was just a little girl in front of this old turtle. "No." Yu Yang shrugged. "If I knew you wanted a keepsake, I would have asked her for some treasures as a keepsake. Every year, many people come to disturb my sweet dreams. Sometimes, it's a human warrior, sometimes, it's a demon." The dragon turtle's aged voice heaved a long sigh. "If you can't prove your identity and ability, I won't believe you so easily. You'd better leave. My brother was definitely sent by the Night Empress, he wouldn't lie to you." Yu Bing saw that the dragon turtle had the intention to refuse to see her off, so she quickly pleaded for Yu Yang. "He's also Jizun's disciple." Inan felt that if she mentioned Jizun, her name would be even more famous. "Is that so? Then what unique skill did you learn from Jizun?" The dragon turtle indeed knew about Jizun, and it seemed to be quite familiar with her. Yu Yang was speechless. Although Jizun was Yu Yang's introducer, she had never taught Yu Yang any unique skills. Other than giving him a crystal card at Shangwu Camp, she had only chatted with Yu Yang for a while at the Cloud Peak Lake's one line of heaven. Normally, she didn't care about what Yu Yang did, let alone teach Yu Yang any unique skills. Jizun did admit that she was Yu Yang's introducer, but she wasn't very qualified. According to Jizun, she wanted to give Yu Yang unlimited freedom, and wouldn't control Yu Yang like how she controlled her sister in the past. This was to prevent Yu Yang from having a rebellious mentality. In fact, Yu Yang hoped that there would be a beautiful Jizun with super big breasts to control him every day. He wanted to see her dazzling breasts shake every day. How cool would that be? It was a pity that the beautiful Jizun had a psychological shadow because of her sister's matter, and was no longer willing to care about Yu Yang's matters. In the end, under this unlimited freedom, Yu Yang didn't get any treasures or divine beasts. He didn't even know the beautiful Jizun's unique skills. Yu Yang couldn't answer the dragon turtle's question. Forget about learning it, he had never even heard of Jizun's ultimate move. Yu Bing was also a little embarrassed, but she still answered honestly, Grandpa Dragon Turtle, although Jizun did not impart any unique skills to Big Brother, she was indeed Big Brother's introducer. If you want to see Big Brother's strength, why don't you let Big Brother unseal his Xiantian realm strength for you to see? The gigantic dragon head of the dragon turtle shook lightly, there's no need to unseal it. I'm not blind. I can tell with one look that this boy has the power of a level 3 innate. He has great potential. I've never seen such a young innate before. Unfortunately, he's too young. As for the two of you girls, you're a level 7 beginner, overlord, and a level 6 advanced, elder, respectively. You're slightly stronger than the girl who specializes in mental energy. This old man wants to say something. With your strength, even if this old man gives you the task and you enter the Prison Emperor Divine Palace to help me retrieve the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal, I'm afraid that you won't even last for half an hour before you are all killed. Aren't we looking for medicine to heal your injuries? Inan knew that she wasn't strong enough, but she didn't expect the dragon turtle to say that Yu Yang would also be killed if he entered the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. Of course, she knew what kind of person Yu Yang was. The Green Summit sect leader, Duanmu Longqing, was also chased by Yu Yang to the demon abyss and was killed. Furthermore, this old dragon turtle even said that Yu Yang wasn't qualified to enter the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. Wasn't this too exaggerated? My holy beast soul is injured. Right now, my body is like a perforated water tank, I can't retain any energy. It's useless no matter how much medicine I eat. Even if I can recover, I can only recover to platinum ranked level 10. I reckon that I won't be able to recover my peak strength even after 1,000 years. If that's the case, it would be meaningless. The dragon turtle sighed deeply. Are you in a hurry? Yu Yang felt that this dragon turtle was a little strange. Maybe this dragon turtle saw that his strength was not bad, so he raised the level of the task. Previously, the Night Empress didn't even mention anything about retrieving something from the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. With his current strength, he wouldn't even be able to last for half an hour. Why would the Night Empress give such a dangerous task to him? Furthermore, the Night Empress wouldn't have predicted that his growth would be so fast. It was something that even he didn't expect. On the surface, this dragon turtle seemed to be suspicious, but in reality, it still had the intention to give him the task. Otherwise, why would it talk so much nonsense? It could have just sunk to the bottom of the pond and continued to sleep. However, wasn't the level of the task a little too high? Originally, healing this dragon turtle was probably a B-rank task at most, and the reward was the black tortoise pearl. Now that this dragon turtle had suddenly raised the level of the task, it seemed that it was at least S rank, maybe even SS rank. If he couldn't even last for half an hour in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, then Yu Bing and Anan wouldn't even be able to last. As for the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Prison Emperor Divine Seal, what were those things? Holy ranked equipment. Divine ranked equipment, the dragon turtle muttered to itself for a long time. In the end, it sighed in its old voice. In the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, there is a heaven realm door that opens once every 100 years. If I don't get the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Prison Emperor Divine Seal this year, I won't be able to recover my peak strength. If I don't recover my peak strength, I won't be able to kill the traitor Prison Emperor Divine General that year. If I let the Prison Emperor Divine General enter the Heaven Realm, I'm afraid that he would be able to get away scot-free forever. Because of the Heaven Realm Alliance Agreement, Jizun and the Night Empress can't kill the rankers who have the qualifications to enter the Heaven Realm. After this year, the Heaven Realm door will close. You are all children with great potential. It's a pity that I won't be able to wait for the day you become stronger. I don't have much time left. What's in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace? Yu Yang was also secretly considering whether he should accept this task or not. If he accepted it, it would definitely be dangerous. If he didn't accept it, it would be a pity. 6,000 years ago, I was only 2,000 years old at that time. My identity was the prison emperor's divine guardian beast. I was very young, the youngest among all the divine guardian beasts. However, I was deeply trusted by the prison emperor. No matter if it was conquering the demon abyss or entering the heaven realm, I would always follow the prison emperor. The prison emperor was an unimaginably powerful human rancor. He was invincible. Even the rancors of the heaven realm trembled when they heard his name. After that, the three great leaders of the heaven realm were afraid that the prison emperor would threaten the heaven realm, so they went against the rules of the ancient code and forced their way out from the heaven realm door. They led countless heaven realm rancors to besiege the prison emperor. That battle was earth-shattering. Even some of the continents sank to the bottom of the sea. 2 of the 3 great leaders of the heaven realm fell forever, just like how the gods of the ancient era fell. They were sealed in the prison emperor divine palace by the prison emperor and could never return to the heaven realm. The remaining one escaped back to the heaven realm, abandoning more than 100 heaven realm rancors and escaped alone. The prison emperor joined hands with the human rancors and killed these heaven realm rancors one by one. In the end, all of them were sealed in the prison emperor divine palace. The prison emperor used his own life force as the price to seal all of the enemies. He, who was heavily injured, died before he could even leave the prison emperor divine palace. After that, the soaring dragon continent, which had lost the prison emperor, fell into chaos. The prison emperor divine general and the other traitors took the opportunity to rebel. In the end, the stability of the soaring dragon continent collapsed and the continent gradually declined, losing its former glory. All the rancors had died in the battle against the heaven realm. My companions had also died in the battle. Now, I am the only one left. In the prison emperor divine palace, there are heaven realm rancors whose souls are sealed. Even without a physical body, the sealed souls are not something you can fight against. The dragon turtle's aged voice carried an indescribable sorrow. As it recounted the past, only then did Yu Yang know that the humans of a few thousand years ago were so powerful that they could actually fight against the heaven realm. Thinking about it now, the warriors of the soaring dragon continent couldn't even enter the heaven realm. The difference between 6,000 years ago and 6,000 years later was so huge, Yu Yang compared it with Queen Vivian Li's words. Queen Vivian Li was a rancor from the demon abyss 10,000 years ago. She was so powerful, but she was actually sealed in the black hole space by a human rancor. From this, it could be seen how much the human race had declined. If the human race lost Jizun and Night Empress, the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian, the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the others to stir up trouble again, in a few hundred years, the human warriors might not even be able to contract beasts. At that time, they would completely become the slaves and food of the demon abyss. The current soaring dragon continent was like a broken ship riddled with holes, leaking water everywhere. If it wasn't repaired soon, forget about continuing to sail, it might even sink into the sea one day and be consigned to eternal damnation. We don't have to fight against those sealed souls, why don't we steal the things? Anand suggested. The souls inside would definitely interfere with the stealing. Furthermore, once the divine staff leaves the sealed souls would gain more freedom and gain more power. Even if they couldn't leave the prison emperor divine palace, their power would definitely increase by 10 times. At that time, it would be even harder for them to leave. The dragon turtle obviously didn't think highly of Yu Yang and the others, because in its eyes, Yu Yang was too young. Even if he was a super genius and an innate at the age of 20, he was still too young. Grandpa Dragon Turtle, can we invite the prison emperor out? Yu Bing felt that the prison emperor might not be here anymore, but she still held on to a sliver of hope. If the prison emperor could be revived, even if his soul could come out, then things would be easier. The prison emperor is no longer here. His divine staff and divine seal still have his power. It's a pity that you guys don't have the prison emperor's bloodline, otherwise you could use them and inherit the prison emperor's power. With the prison emperor divine staff and divine seal, I have the confidence to kill that traitor, the prison emperor divine general. If it wasn't for him guiding the 3 great leaders of heaven realm, the heaven realm rancors wouldn't have been able to descend onto the soaring dragon continent so easily. The dragon turtle's main goal was to take revenge and kill the prison emperor divine general who had lived for 6,000 years. Do you need the prison emperor divine staff and divine seal? Yu Yang felt that other than Jizun, even the Night Empress couldn't see through his true power. Although this dragon turtle was powerful, it shouldn't be able to see through his true power after being injured. Could the old dragon turtle really see through his counterfeit, inherent skill? With Nirvana Flame, World Exterminating Wheel, Explosion Star Explosion, Devouring Domain and most importantly, innate invisible sword chi, how could he not fight? Among his beasts, he had Little Winley, Bloody Queen Red and Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman to support him. If he really couldn't do it, there was still the Qilin girl and the two Phoenix girls. If they weren't willing to come out and help him, then he would go into Queen Vivian Lee's black hole sealed space and think of a way to get Queen Vivian Lee out. She was a powerful person from 10,000 years ago. If she wasn't injured and sealed, the Prison Emperor and the three great leaders of Heaven Realm would be nothing to her. Yu Bing and Anan still wanted to ask about the situation, but Yu Yang waved his hand, indicating that there was no need. He recorded 10 teleportation scrolls in front of the dragon turtle and nodded. I might be able to help you break into the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, but I have to make some preparations first. The dragon turtle seemed to know that Yu Yang wouldn't give up, so it gave him a final blow. Little boy, I appreciate your good intentions, but the Prison Emperor Divine Palace is a special sealed space. If you don't get the Prison Emperor Divine Staff or the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, you won't be able to come out. The Prison Emperor Divine Staff and the Prison Emperor Divine Seal respectively seal the two great leaders of Heaven Realm. Even if they only have 1% of their strength left, they are still not something that you can fight against. You are not me, how would you know that I can't? Yu Yang rolled his eyes unhappily. He thought to himself that he could even enter and exit the black hole sealed space at will. How could this Prison Emperor Divine Palace be a problem for him? He only wanted to go back and discuss with Wu Xia and Tigress to raise the price. Otherwise, if he agreed too readily, the reward for the quest wouldn't be high. At the very least, he wanted to extort one divine equipment from the dragon turtle. If he couldn't get either the Prison Emperor Divine Staff or the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, then he would also want one of the Prison Emperor Divine Armor, Prison Emperor Divine Helmet and so on. Yu Yang pulled his sister Yu Bing and Anan and teleported back to the little flower garden. Breaking into the Prison Emperor Divine Palace would probably be even more difficult than breaking into the 12 zodiac temples. Yu Yang felt that he had to discuss with the girls and brainstorm to see if they could think of the best way. Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia were sparring on a lake 10 miles away, while City Mistress Fallen Flowers was planting flowers in the courtyard of the small manor. In the inner room, Sickly Beauty was copying heaven runes. When Yu saw Yu Yang return, she welcomed him happily. You found the dragon turtle, right? Yes. Yu Bing nodded happily. What do you need to heal it? Is healing water enough? Yu felt that it was finally her turn to make a move. Although she wasn't good at fighting, healing was not a problem. Anan shook her head, indicating that it wasn't that simple. While Yu was astonished, City Mistress Fallen Flowers in the courtyard heard the commotion. She threw down her hoe and ran back, especially the three-tailed snow fox, who ran even faster. While Yu Bing was explaining the process to Yu, Anan rushed to inform Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia to come back. On the other side, City Mistress Fallen Flowers was doing a full-body search on Yu Yang. She knew that if he came across any strange flowers or herbs during his exploration, he would definitely not forget to bring them to her. Of course, the most important thing was that she used this as an excuse to check if he was injured. Yu Yang hurriedly expressed that he was uninjured and passed the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree seed to her. This is? When City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree seed that had disappeared for hundreds of years, she was surprised. There was actually a seed that she didn't recognize? Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree, it has the effect of dispelling dark energy. Yu Yang reminded her. Wah, this thing has disappeared from the soaring dragon continent for hundreds of years. My garden lacks this kind of plant that blooms at night and glows. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was ecstatic. She hugged Yu Yang's arm and gave him a sweet kiss. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was too excited. Her relationship with Yu Yang had not reached the stage where she would give him a kiss anytime. Yu Bing was fine, but Yu blushed. Yu knew about the Daughter Silk Sphere fruit tree because it was similar to her healing ability. They both had the ability to disperse dark energy. Even when she was studying in Shangjing Academy, many perverts gave her the nickname Daughter Silk Moonlight. This nickname Daughter Silk Moonlight was because her skin was especially white and smooth, and her figure was alluring. When her soul spring inherent skill leveled up, according to her teacher's prediction, Yu's spiritual energy would have the same effect as moonlight bathing. It would be extremely nourishing for a warrior's body. While replenishing spiritual energy, it could also purify and dispel negative effects such as demonic energy. If it wasn't for the fact that she was born in the Yu clan and was already engaged, Yu's pursuers would probably form a long line of thousands of meters. Xiaosan was already super powerful. If he also took this daughter silk sphere fruit juice that had the effect of strengthening one's sex drive, how could Sister Wu Hen stand him? When Yu thought of this, her face became even redder. However, when she saw Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia flying back, she couldn't help but feel relieved. There was still Qian and the others, there was no need for her to worry about him. There was no harm in taking the daughter silk sphere fruit juice. Maybe he brought it back to plant it for fun. Yu hurriedly shifted her attention to other things. Coincidentally, she heard Yu Bing mention the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. Prison Emperor Divine Palace? She had never heard of this before. When Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia returned, Yu Yang explained the situation to them. All the girls frowned. There are no records of the Heaven Realm War that happened 6,000 miles ago. However, according to the dragon turtle's description, we cannot let our guard down. After all, humans are still unable to enter the Heaven Realm, and the Prison Emperor alone could fight against the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm. If the Prison Emperor Divine Palace really has a sealed Heaven Realm ranker and the two great leaders, I'm afraid that we won't be able to force our way in. Shui Wuxia started to realize that this matter was almost as difficult as the exploration of God's ruins that they had planned to leave until the end. Other than Yu Yang's mother, no one else had been able to enter the inner layer of God's ruins until now. That was definitely a big challenge. However, this Prison Emperor Divine Palace that had existed for 6,000 years and had sealed the souls of the two great leaders was not simple either. Princess Sisai usually did not ask anyone for help. However, she suddenly suggested to Yu Yang, "Why don't you ask that big breasts girl? She might know something. Furthermore, she is trying to get close to you, so give her a chance." The big breasts girl that she was talking about was Impatience, Sky Law. If it was before, Princess Sisai would definitely not trust Impatience. However, after the decisive battle in the Yu clan castle, where Impatience used all her strength to save Yu Yang and fought with the great emperor of Ziwei until she fainted, Princess Sisai had changed her mind. Although she didn't really like Impatience, this kind of big breasts girl who could seduce Yu Yang into bed at any time, her rationality told her that if they wanted to explore the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, without inviting Sky Law, it would not be enough to rely on their own strength. She wouldn't be at ease to let Yu Yang go in alone and fight alone. She also couldn't bear to do so. The best way was to find him a helper who would not betray him in front of benefits. This person was Sky Law. As Sky Law, one of the big shots of the demonic palace, she had everything and lacked nothing. She only lacked a man who could make her not feel lonely in her life. As long as Yu Yang used his charm and sacrificed himself a little, Sky Law would definitely lend him a helping hand. For example, during the battle in the Yu clan castle, she did not hesitate to fall out with the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian. Even when facing the three great demon kings and the great lich kings in the demon abyss, she did not abandon Yu Yang and escape alone. This proved that this big breasts girl was a trustworthy ally. I agree. I also agree to join hands with Sky Law to explore the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. We would rather pay a certain amount of compensation. Luohua City Mistress usually didn't care much about things, but she was actually very decisive. If she wasn't a woman, the throne of Tianluo Kingdom's future emperor might be passed to her instead of the Prince of Tianluo. Do your best to raise your fighting power. If you are not an innate, even if everyone wants to go in and help, it would be very limited. Shui Wuxia said slowly. This sentence hit the girl's weak point. What she meant was that the girls were useless and couldn't help Yu Yang the most. In the face of difficulties, they needed to ask Sky Law, a super love rival, for help. Shui Wuxia did not object to inviting Sky Law, but she felt that it was more important to raise their fighting power at home. After all, it was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others, even if they succeeded in exploring the Prison Emperor Divine Palace this time. What about the next time they enter the Heaven Realm? The old dragon turtle said that the Heaven Realm gate opens once every 100 years, and it happened to open this year. If they missed it, they would have to wait for another 100 years. If Yu Yang wanted to enter the heaven realm, with Sky Law and the others' help, it wouldn't be difficult. However, the girls did not have the strength to do so. Could it be that they would have to wait for another 100 years to meet Yu Yang again? At that time, Sky Law and Yu Yang's grandsons might not even know how to play a supporting role. Princess Sisai clenched her fists with hatred. She gritted her teeth and said resolutely, 1 month, I will rush to the innate realm. It was impossible for her to rush to the innate realm in a month by herself. No matter how talented she was, she couldn't compare to Yu Yang, this abnormal person. However, if she threw away all her worries and trained body fusion with Yu Yang like a couple, or even husband and wife, it was still possible. As long as she could rush to the innate realm, she wouldn't be left behind. Although she was fierce towards Yu Yang on the surface, she felt extremely sour in her heart when she helplessly asked Sky Law to join hands with her. This was equivalent to handing him over to someone else. Princess Sisai could imagine that after Yu Yang fought in the prison Emperor Divine Palace, his strength would definitely increase greatly. At that time, he would most likely go to the God's ruins and the Heaven Realm gate to explore. Once he entered the Heaven Realm and left for 100 years, would he still call her Tigress like he did today? Forget about Sky Law, there was also the Night Empress and Jizun. Just within the Heaven Realm, there were probably countless outstanding girls. It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't meet a few more. At that time, they might even replace her position. Anything could happen in 100 years' time. Under such a sense of crisis, Princess Sisai decided to give up everything and rush to the innate realm. If she wanted to keep him by her side forever, she couldn't rely on weak tears like ordinary girls. Instead, she had to become strong enough and become his irreplaceable helper. I also want to rush. Yu Bing's fighting spirit was the strongest. Work hard. Under the influence of Yu Bing's fighting spirit, in addition to the fact that her relationship with Yu Yang had improved by leaps and bounds, Inan didn't resist training, body fusion, anymore. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Xue Wuxia looked at each other. Needless to say, both of them wanted to rush to the innate realm. Xue Wuxia would probably reach it faster than Princess Sisai, because she had always been training, body fusion, with Yu Yang and was just a little bit away from it. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was a little slower. If she used all her strength, she would probably reach the innate realm in at least a month, at most 2 months. Sickly Beauty wasn't weak in the first place, but she wasn't good at fighting and had no attack power. She and Yu Yang had already connected their meridians a long time ago, but she didn't usually say it out, so as not to give everyone a shock. If needed, she could break through to the innate realm anytime. Princess Sisai and the others also knew about this. The one who was the most flustered was Yu Yu. It wasn't convenient for her to train body fusion with Yu Yang. Even if they trained together, she couldn't be as open as Princess Sisai, because she and Yu Yang were siblings. Unless her father, Yu Shan, was really a fake, a real demon, it was impossible for her to marry Yu Yang. Yu Yu didn't want her father to be a demon, and she didn't want her body to have the demon's bloodline. However, the identity of siblings made her feel depressed. Why was the one who protected her in every aspect of her life a mistress? He was her own brother. If he wasn't, then it would be better. Siblings definitely wouldn't end up together. Yu Yu sighed. She wasn't like Yu Bing, who could say that she wanted to break through to the innate realm. Yu Bing was still young and didn't understand the relationship between a man and a woman. She had already grown up, so it should be taboo. Sister Yu, let's break through to the innate realm together and go to the heaven realm together. I will bring back the best things in the heaven realm as a gift for my mother. Yu Bing hugged Yu Yu happily, as if she could enter the heaven realm tomorrow. To little girls, the legendary heaven realm was mysterious and full of dreamy colors. It was hard to not look forward to it. Okay. Yu Yu agreed on the surface, but she smiled bitterly in her heart. Break through to the innate realm by herself? Do body fusion with the mistress? Was that even possible, and was it really that easy to enter the heaven realm? Maybe the heaven realm was more cruel than the soaring dragon continent, where the strong preyed on the weak. Of course, she couldn't discourage Yu Bing's enthusiasm, so she could only agree. Yu Yu knew that her seventh sister's achievements were destined to be higher than hers. Not only was she a super genius, she was also completely focused. Her cultivation progressed at a tremendous pace. Before she understood the relationship between a man and a woman, she believed that she would be able to reach an extremely high realm with her third brother's help. If it's possible, talk to Bingyin again. She would definitely have a better idea. Sickly Beauty suddenly added. Eh? Who's Bingyin? Yu Yang was surprised. He had never heard of this name before. Could it be the name of Night Empress or Jizun? Who called me? Qilin girl suddenly jumped out. Because she turned her head to look at Sickly Beauty halfway, she didn't look where she was going and didn't stop walking. With a bang, she knocked Yu Yang to the ground. Yu Yang didn't know if she did it on purpose or if she was really dumb. When she heard about the Prison Emperor Divine Palace and the Heaven Realm Gate, the Qilin girl yawned and said disinterestedly, "Let's talk about this when the time comes. I'm a girl, I'm not interested in fighting and killing. Furthermore, the two girls in your family had just expanded the Phoenix Nirvana Pillar. I'm preparing to use the Nirvana Pillar to rest for a while. When I evolve to a Golden Qilin, I'll consider coming out to help you." When Yu Yang heard this, he knew that he couldn't count on this girl. She and the Phoenix sisters were kind of mortal beasts, they wouldn't attack him first. They would only attack him when he was about to die. Sickly Beauty asked on behalf of her husband, "What Phoenix Nirvana Pillar? Can you bring Yu Yang in to take a look?" The Qilin girl blinked her cute big eyes and asked back, "I'm just curious, why doesn't he go in to live?" "Ah, my throat is very soft, I can't talk too much every day. Good night everyone." She turned into a ray of light and floated into Yu Yang's body. The girls were all sweating when they saw this. This Qilin girl would always act like this at important times. There must be some reason why she didn't want to say it out. But even if that was the case, she didn't need to find this excuse all the time. Yu Yang went outside and found the Thief Guild to send a message to Impatience. This message was very simple, there were only 4 words, Prison Emperor Divine Palace. However, because he sent a message to Sky Law, the Thief Guild charged Yu Yang 100 gold coins. Furthermore, he couldn't guarantee that the message would be delivered. Yu Yang's heart ached for a while. Damn it, killing a bronze-ranked level 3 lightning leopard, including its magic crystal and leopard skin, was only worth 5 gold coins. This message cost 100 gold coins, it was no different from robbery. Sending a message was equivalent to killing 20 lightning leopards. Even the Central Mobile Army wasn't this black-hearted. Yu Yang almost raised his crescent blade crescent moon to kill this wretched old thief in front of him. Returning to the little flower garden, Shui Wuxia gave a suggestion to Yu Yang. "Your grimoire has not leveled up, and your innate skills have not been upgraded yet. Why don't you take this opportunity to upgrade it? It should be of some help. After passing the 12 zodiac temples, you can also pass the 3 world shrines. In the future, no matter what you do in the Tong Tian Tower, there won't be any level restriction. There's no need for you to always be a level 3 hero. Now that everyone knows that you are an innate, you can obtain the Ancient Code's reward if you level up. Why not? Maybe after you obtain the reward, you will have more confidence in exploring the Prison Emperor's Divine Palace." Her opinion was very good. Yu Yang was just not used to summoning his grimoire and raising his shield to fight. Little Winley didn't need to be summoned. She could even help to summon the barbarian Cow Shadow, Bloody Queen, and the others. She didn't need Yu Yang to summon them. That was why Yu Yang had always been fighting like this. He rarely used his grimoire in big and small battles, even when he was challenging the 12 zodiac temples. "Then I'll go and challenge the 3 world shrines in the 2nd floor of Tong Tian Tower." Yu Yang remembered that after he had cleared the 12 zodiac temples, he had obtained a mysterious pearl that even his Heaven Eye's divine vision couldn't see through. It was even more mysterious than the pearl that sealed the Dark Golden Spectre. It felt similar to the black jade necklace that sealed Queen Vivian Li. It looked ordinary on the outside, and he couldn't see any energy fluctuation at all. However, in the dream realm, this mysterious pearl was the second item that appeared other than the black jade necklace. At that time, the big loli held it in her hands and looked at it. In the end, she threw it back to Yu Yang. That was the reward for clearing the entire 12 zodiac temples. It couldn't be a useless item. Especially since it was the only thing that could enter the dream realm other than the black jade necklace. It was definitely a treasure among treasures. The black jade necklace sealed Queen Vivian Li. Even if this mysterious pearl didn't seal a powerful person, it would definitely be an incredible treasure. However, with Yu Yang's current heaven-eyes divine vision, he still couldn't see the truth behind it. The 12 zodiac temples had many rewards, but what about the 3 world shrines? The 3 world shrines had the same difficulty as the 12 zodiac temples. Of course, other than Yu Yang, who was an abnormal innate ranker, there was no other warrior who would still be a level 3 hero after reaching the innate realm. The 12 zodiac temples and the 3 world shrines, heaven, earth and man, all restricted the entry of warriors who were level 6, elder, and above. Other than Yu Yang, who could easily clear the stages, it was almost impossible for other people to clear the 12 zodiac temples and the 3 world shrines before becoming a level 6, elder. It could be said that it was Yu Yang's bad habit of rarely using his grimoire that created this kind of opportunity. If Yu Yang summoned his grimoire in every battle and accumulated battle points, he would have long surpassed level 6, elder. It would also be impossible for him to enter the 12 zodiac temples and the 3 world shrines to challenge them. I'll stay behind and train with Sister Anan. Brother, do your best. Yu Bing knew that once she went, her brother would definitely give the rewards to her. Don't be so wishy-washy, go and come back quickly. Princess Sisai stretched out her hand and gave Yu Yang a punch. She looked fierce on the outside, but she was very nervous on the inside. Breaking through to the innate realm in a month, body fusion, would definitely surpass the superficial way of holding hands. It might even surpass the way of hugging and kissing like Shui Wuxia. They weren't engaged yet, and she didn't see how hard this brat was trying to woo her. If she were to be naked with him, and even let him see all the secrets of her body, it would be too degrading. But what could she do? If she didn't do that, how could she break through to the innate realm in a month? It was fine if she were to be naked with him, but she was afraid that this brat wouldn't be able to control his lust and would eat her up. At that time, she would really want to cry but have no tears. Could it be that when the old man at home returned from the Eastern Goblin tribe, she would go and tell him, "Congratulations, you have a son-in-law. He is your brother Hai's grandson. If you don't mind hearing another piece of good news, I also want to tell you that you will soon have a grandson to hug." That old man would probably be so angry that he would fall head first onto the ground from the dragon throne. No matter how angry her father was, he would still pass. At most, she would be scolded by him. But the real problem was that she wasn't ready yet. Could it be that she really had to be like Sister Wu Hen and cook the rice, serving this brat every night and letting him play until dawn? Princess Sisai's heart was restless. Of course, she couldn't tell anyone about her worries, and no one could comfort her. Forget about Wuxia. She would definitely ignore her worries. Sister Fallen Flowers's worries were exactly the same as hers. As for Yu, she was probably even more troubled than her. Looking at Yu Yang's back as he left, Princess Sisai sighed. It seemed like her good body had been taken advantage of by this brat. Why was this brat so lucky? Her sisters were all proud and arrogant. No matter how outstanding a man was, they wouldn't even look at him. But in the end, they still followed him, and none of them could escape. Could it be that this was the will of the heavens? Sickly Beauty seemed to be able to see through Princess Sisai's worries. She smiled gently. Her face was no longer pale, and now looked especially rosy and delicate. Her big eyes shone with the gentle light of a virtuous wife. "Xianxia, you're thinking too much. Actually, that matter isn't that scary. Moreover, Yu Yang isn't a man-eating tiger." When Princess Sisai heard this, she was slightly stunned. She thought to herself that it was true. If Traceless could withstand it with her weak body, of course it wouldn't be a problem for others. Moreover, she often heard her fighting with that bad guy throughout the night. It was endless, and she didn't seem to feel any discomfort during the day. In fact, she seemed to be in good spirits, and her entire personality seemed to be nourished. Could it be that women were born to withstand men's naughtiness? Could it be that doing that thing was really that comfortable? Hearing Sister Traceless' voice, it sounded as if her soul was about to melt. Princess Sisai suddenly thought of Yu Yang's body. She remembered that she had seen that bad thing a few times. Her face instantly turned red, and her heart thumped wildly. She didn't believe it. That bad thing was simply a huge monster. Forcefully entering such a tender place, how could it not hurt? Moreover, before that old fellow agreed to let her marry him, she definitely couldn't go see him with a big belly. She might be shameless, but he was an emperor, and he had to care about his reputation, an unmarried princess with a big belly. What kind of words was that? Yu Yang didn't know what Princess Sisai was thinking as he excitedly rushed towards Tong Tian Tower. His journey was smooth. He was teleported in, and then transferred to the second floor of Tong Tian Tower through the teleportation circle. He then headed towards the Great Void Realm where the 3 world shrines were located. Just like the star region where the 12 zodiac temples were located, this Great Void Realm was also a place with the ancient law. Warriors couldn't fight personally, and could only summon their beasts to fight. Of course, strengthening-type warriors who were one with their beasts were an exception. On the surface, strengthening-type warriors seemed to have an advantage, but they were actually at a disadvantage under the ancient law's restriction. This was because if they were to fight personally, they would most likely lose their lives if they met with danger. On the other hand, elemental-type and beast-type beasts could still escape. As for special-type beasts, they had already been reduced to living beasts or even pet-type beasts. They had already been abandoned by ordinary warriors. Unless, there was someone who had a super abnormal special-type beast like the one in Yu Yang's hands. Are you sure you want to challenge the 3 world shrines? The golden armor captain who was guarding was not the person from the 12 zodiac temples. He didn't know Yu Yang at all. Furthermore, Yu Yang was currently disguised as a masked thief. Yes. Yu Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and directly paid the money. Good luck. The golden armor captain received no less than 1,000 challengers every year. Every single one of them came full of confidence and left dejectedly. He estimated that this little thief who was only a level 3 hero would be forced to crawl out of the tower in less than 10 minutes. He might even lose his life inside, unable to leave forever. Yu Yang had learned his lesson this time. He didn't take out that eye-catching crystal card anymore. He specially used his identity as Yu Yang to apply for a bronze card. This card was the one that the old cunning fox had accompanied him to apply for. The old cunning fox had helped him conceal his identity and was his introducer. Although a normal warrior could only apply for 1 card in their lifetime, Yu Yang had someone backing him up, so he had secretly applied for an extra card. This could be considered as an exception. The old cunning fox had initially thought that the bronze card that Yu Yang applied for would be a useless card to deceive people. He didn't expect that this card could also be recognized by the ancient code. At that time, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. In the end, he confirmed that Yu Yang was indeed a big abnormal, entering the human shrine. This was the first shrine of the 3 world shrines, just like the Ares temple of the 12 zodiac temples. However, this human shrine of the 3 world shrines was 10 times better than the Ares temple in terms of space, architecture, guards, and restrictions. There were 500 bronze-ranked level 5 puppet warriors, 50 bronze-ranked level 6 puppet commanders, 5 bronze-ranked level 7 puppet generals, and even a bronze-ranked level 8 puppet king. If it wasn't Yu Yang, and if it was any other warrior who was restricted to level 5, Grandmaster, and below, they would probably cry in fear upon seeing this large group of humanoid puppets. A normal level 5, Grandmaster, would be lucky to have a bronze-ranked level 5 beast. 1 against 500, furthermore, there were still 50 puppet commanders, 5 puppet generals and a king. This was definitely not something a normal warrior could challenge. If it was only a few hundred humanoid puppets, it would still be fine. In the sky, there were fire ravens that knew how to attack from afar. Flying-type beasts would be in despair. There were more than 100 bronze-ranked level 5 fire ravens in the sky. In a crooked river, there was also a large group of tidal giants that were also good at shooting water into ice from afar. Similarly, they were also bronze-ranked level 5 beasts. Only a freak would be able to pass through the 3 godly temples before level 6. Yu Yang knew that he was an exception. There was no one like him who didn't summon his grimoire to fight. He had Shaowen Li, Phantom Shadow, Hui Tai Lang, Innate Invisible Sword Qi, Nirvana Flame, World Exterminating Wheel and so on. He didn't need to summon his grimoire to fight his enemies, but others definitely wouldn't be able to. Without his own strength, other level 5, Grandmaster, would be seeking death if they came here. The human shrine did not have any time to protect itself as the enemies rushed towards them. the battle began. This time, Yu Yang did something different and summoned his advanced silver grimoire. Little Winley floated out and summoned the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid, ordering them to destroy the tidal giants in the water. The Bloody Queen and the Reaper Mantis killed the fire ravens in the sky. As for the barbarian Cow Shadow and the thorny flower Demoness, they dealt with the humanoid puppets on the ground. Yu Yang stood obediently inside his shield, leisurely nibbling on an apple as he watched Little Winley fight against the giant puppet king. The battle ended within 10 minutes. A man, who had the support of 2 giant shadows, effortlessly smashed all the puppet warriors into pieces. To her, numbers were not a problem at all. The difference in level, strength, and intelligence allowed her to easily slaughter the entire puppet army. The thorny flower Demoness also easily smashed the 5 demon generals into pieces. She even ordered the thorny flower to collect the mechanical cores and placed them in front of Yu Yang. The fire ravens in the sky fled in all directions, but no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun the Reaper Mantis's scythe. Furthermore, there was still the Bloody Queen who was famous for her speed. The banshee scream caused the fire ravens to fall one after another. The gold-ranked dragon. Slaying dagger was a great killing weapon. In the water, it was the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid's domain. Forget about them, even the golden tiger shark that the stone element Medusa summoned could show off its might. This wasn't because the human shrine's guards weren't strong enough, but because Yu Yang's beasts were too abnormal. When Little Winley used her frost blade to freeze the puppet king and took out the puppet core, Yu Yang's summoning grimoire had finally leveled up. The golden light pillar of the leveled grimoire shot straight up. A unique halo of light spread out from the grimoire. It seemed to be an unknown new domain, but it also seemed to be runes revolving around it. With the grimoire as the center, the halo of light had a radius of about 10 meters. Yu Yang was stunned. He had never seen anyone's grimoire with a halo of light before. Wasn't his own grimoire's halo a little too flashy? What use did it have? He didn't know now, but the grimoire might have relevant records. When he looked at the grimoire again, Yu Yang was shocked. When his own grimoire was a high-level silver, there weren't many abnormalities. It was just that there were a lot of runes. Now, even a blind person could see how special Yu Yang's grimoire was. Firstly, it was incomparably huge. Other people's platinum grimoire wasn't even half the size of Yu Yang's gold grimoire. It was more than 2 meters long and close to 1 meter wide. As for its thickness, Yu Yang discovered that it had more than 30 pages. When a bronze grimoire was leveled up to a silver grimoire, there would be 1 more page every time it leveled up. Now, it had suddenly increased by more than 10 pages. It had doubled. Countless runes flashed on the surface for a long time, continuously combining, as if they were condensing into something new. However, Yu Yang couldn't understand what they were. The little bit of ancient runes that he had mastered was simply not enough. After waiting for a long time, the glorious golden light pillar gradually faded away. However, the halo of light was still there. There were even a few more heaven runes that flickered within the halo of light. It felt especially solemn and holy, with infinite mysteries. Yu Yang recognized these heaven runes. They represented the 4 attributes of wind, fire, water, and earth. What exactly did this mean? Opening the newly upgraded gold grimoire's front page, Yu Yang was immediately stunned. The gold grimoire's title page had changed greatly. The mystical runes formed a myriad of strange and mysterious patterns that faintly emitted a mysterious energy. It turned out that the patterns of the divine vision and counterfeit inherent skill had been greatly enriched. The counterfeit inherent skill now had the starry sky as its background, and the shadow seemed to be moving and moving forward. It was gradually becoming invisible, but when he looked closely, it did not move at all. With divine vision, inherent skill, the shadow became darker, and the eyes shone brightly like stars. Right now, it gave Yu Yang a strange feeling, as if he was looking at the reflection of a mirror. The Gemini inherent skill that he shared with Yu Bing had leveled up to level 4. Telepathic dialogue and eye exchange skills had a greater range. There were also some new skills that Yu Yang hadn't explored yet, but it wasn't clearly shown on the grimoire. What surprised Yu Yang the most was that there was actually a guardian beast under the special type phantom beast. Other warriors would only get 1, or more accurately, they would only get 1 guardian beast. However, Yu Yang got the second reward. world, special type, platinum ranked level 1, chaotic body, domain form, guardian beast, eternal summon, skills, primal chaos, elemental domain. Could it be that this halo is a beast? Damn it. Yu Yang knew that the reward for leveling up this time was extremely powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Although this world had nothing to do with the soaring dragon continent, and was only a special type beast, one could tell how powerful it was just from its name. How should this world be nurtured? It wasn't an animal nor a plant, so it couldn't be fed or given energy. Furthermore, this world wasn't summoned by Yu Yang himself. It was an existence that could be summoned by eternal summon. As long as the grimoire was summoned, it would exist at the same time. There was no need for Yu Yang to control it, and it wouldn't be controlled by Yu Yang's will. Just when Yu Yang didn't know what to do, he suddenly saw that more than half of the magic crystals that the thorny flower demoness sent back with her thorny flower had disappeared. When he took a closer look, he found that this domain-shaped world was absorbing the energy of the magical crystals at an extremely fast rate. By the time Yu Yang realized what was going on, he had only managed to snatch back the few magic crystals of the puppet generals and the puppet kings. The remaining hundreds of magic crystals of the puppet warriors, the fire ravens, and the tide giants were all drained of their energy by this domain-shaped world. They quickly shrunk and turned into ashes. Within the few heaven runes, the fire and water runes shone brightly, as if they had received a great amount of nourishment. The grimoire flashed with a golden light. The special type beast world had leveled up to platinum ranked level 2. It expanded outwards a little, and among the 4 revolving heaven runes, there was an additional metal attribute. It seemed that after absorbing the magic crystals of more than 500 puppet warriors, it had obtained the metal attribute. However, from Yu Yang's point of view, this heaven rune that represented gold was still the weakest one, because its light was the dimmest. Bloody Queen Red shot down like an arrow. Once she entered the range of the domain form world, she disappeared without a trace. Yu Yang was shocked. Could this world have absorbed the Bloody Queen Red as well? Not long after, the Bloody Queen Red flew out hurriedly and excitedly said to Yu Yang, "Beautiful, a new world. This is a door, it leads directly to the world inside." After hearing the Bloody Queen Red's excited description, although Yu Yang didn't understand everything, he finally understood a little. In the gold grimoire, a new world was born. It was very beautiful inside and very suitable for the Bloody Queen and the others to live in. As for the world inside the divine grimoire, it was too high level. The Bloody Queen Red couldn't enter and exit as she pleased. She needed Little Wen Li's help to enter and exit. Moreover, because she wasn't strong enough, the Bloody Queen Red felt very inferior living in the world that was too high level. She was more willing to move back to the gold grimoire. A golden light flashed and the pages of the grimoire turned automatically. The Bloody Queen Red really moved back to the gold grimoire. The Reaper Mantis was also very excited. It didn't have the qualifications to enter the world inside the divine grimoire, but it was very satisfied with the world inside the gold grimoire. As for the thorny flower demoness, she also moved back to the gold grimoire. Only Little Wen Li didn't move. It seemed like she was very comfortable living in the world inside the divine grimoire. She didn't intend to move back to the new world. "Why can't I go in?" Yu Yang was a little speechless. As a master, she couldn't enter the world inside her own grimoire. Wasn't this too pitiful? Forget about the divine grimoire, he couldn't even open it himself. But the gold grimoire was fine when Yu Yang gathered his thoughts and wanted to enter the new world inside the gold grimoire. He suddenly felt that the beast world that looked like a halo of light was resisting his will, as if it wanted to stop him from entering. Could it be that he needed its permission to enter? Did this halo have its own consciousness? Yu Yang couldn't understand it no matter how he thought about it. Advanced, it's fine as long as you level it up to advanced. It's still forming inside. Chaos. The Bloody Queen Red expressed that the current grimoire world wasn't suitable for Yu Yang to live in. Yes. Little Wen Li also nodded in agreement. After some understanding, Yu Yang found out that the world inside wasn't complete. There was probably no air, or the air was thin, or maybe it was just chaos. That's why he was rejected by the world that looked like a domain. This world was like a door to the world inside the gold grimoire. It was responsible for guiding the residents of that world in and out. It didn't have a consciousness, but its existence was like a law. All people or beasts that didn't meet the requirements couldn't enter. Even the master was no exception. Was it fine as long as he leveled up the gold grimoire to advanced? Yu Yang was overjoyed when he heard this. He obtained new beasts, leveled up his old abilities, and even had a small world that he could move into. If the new world inside the gold grimoire could be inhabited, then he would bring all the girls in. This way, he wouldn't need to be separated from them. He could return to reunite with them anytime. If something happened, he could also discuss countermeasures with them anytime. He wouldn't need to be separated like now. The most important thing was that they would be very safe in the grimoire world. As long as he was alive, they would be safe and sound. There was one thing that Yu Yang didn't understand. Was the world outside his beast or the world inside the gold grimoire his beast? Could they be one? Was the world outside a halo that represented the grimoire world inside it? Yu Yang couldn't understand, but he was too lazy to think about it. There were a lot of things that he couldn't understand anyway. Looking at the original evaluation, it was different now. Level 4, Hero, you who have surpassed, Hero, has already started on the road to becoming a strong warrior. However, you must not be arrogant, because you have just taken the first step. This evaluation was no different from a normal level 4, Hero. What made Yu Yang different was that behind the level 4, Hero, there were 2 dark golden words innate. Compared to before, the dark golden words innate were slightly different. The 2 words now were formed by extremely fine heaven runes. The heaven runes inside could move and combine, but the shape of the 2 words innate would never change. If one didn't look carefully, they would only feel that the 2 words were flashing, emitting a dark golden light. It was extremely heavy. In front of the teleportation circle in the human shrine, there was a giant human king statue. This giant human king statue was tall and mighty. It wore a crown on its head, with one hand on its sword and the other in front of it, as if it was high-spirited and high-spirited. Yu Yang took out his crystal card and lightly swiped it across the giant human king statue's outstretched hand. Yu Yang only wanted to obtain the reward for clearing the trial, but he didn't expect that with this swipe, the entire giant human king statue would immediately collapse, shattering into pieces of rocks on the ground. Yu Yang searched for a long time before he found a black pearl. He used his Heaven Eyes divine vision to look at it and immediately felt dizzy. Human King Pearl, fake the holder can possess the dignity of a human king for 10 seconds, can only be used once. He really wanted to vomit blood. It was fine if it was a consumable item, but why did it have the word fake? After painstakingly clearing the trial, what he got was actually a fake product. Yu Yang was really speechless. Luckily his reward for leveling up was not bad, otherwise he would be depressed to death. If it was someone else, after narrowly clearing the trial and obtaining a fake human king pearl, it would be strange if they didn't cry. No wonder there were so few people challenging the 3 world shrines. With such a bad reward, only people with a headache would come here to challenge. If Yu Yang had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have come. Of course, obtaining a fake human king pearl was not his goal. His main goal was to level up his grimoire and obtain the ancient code's reward. As long as he could level up his grimoire to a high-level gold grimoire, he would be able to enter the new world. Yu Yang tossed the fake human king pearl in his hand and teleported to the Earth Shrine. He originally thought that the human shrine's challenge was already abnormal enough, but he didn't expect it to be nothing compared to the Earth Shrine. In front of Yu Yang, 300 storm demonic wolves, 300 lightning demonic leopards and 300 flaming lions were running towards him. They had different sizes and abilities, but they were all silver-ranked level 5. There were even 30 silver-ranked level 8 wolf kings and 30 silver-ranked level 8 lions. In the sky, giant eagles were circling. In the faraway lake crocodiles were floating and sinking. Without exception, they were all silver-ranked level 5. Not only were the Earth Shrine's beasts stronger than the human shrines, their numbers were also greater. Other than Yu Yang, other warriors who were below level 6, Elder, would probably be annihilated if they met with this kind of situation. Different from the human shrine, warriors who passed the trial had to swim across the lake regardless of whether they were escaping or clearing the trial. Under the siege of almost 1,000 terrifying beasts, even warriors who managed to escape into the lake would not be able to escape from the attack of the lake crocodiles. Not to mention that there were giant eagles swooping down from the sky at any time. Yu Yang cursed in his heart, who the hell designed this lousy instance dungeon? The difficulty of clearing the trial is so high, the boss's abilities are so abnormal, and the reward is a fake human king pearl. I'm going to make a phone call to complain about you. Even with the help of Little Winley and the others, it took a lot of effort to clear this stage. Beasts weren't puppets. Puppets didn't have any intelligence. Even if their defense was slightly better, their agility, skills and abilities were far inferior to beasts. The barbarian cow Shadow Man was bathed in blood. The Reaper Mantis was so tired that its sides were trembling. The bloody Queen Red was panting heavily. Only the extremely powerful Little Winley wasn't injured. The gold tiger shark was the first to be injured. It had killed more than 10 lake crocodiles, but there were too many lake crocodiles. It was almost killed by them. Luckily its master, the stone element Medusa, saved it in time. The storm mermaid summoned a gigantic storm, almost drowning the entire Earth Shrine. The Thunder Naga summoned lightning. She killed and injured the Wolf King and the male lion, and scattered the wolf pack and lion pack. A man, who was strengthened by the giant shadow, stepped on the knee-deep water, crazily slaughtering the wolf pack and lion pack that had lost their ability to run. The fresh blood from the massacre dyed the water in the entire Earth Shrine red. When Man and Red killed the last storm demon wolf together and returned to Yu Yang's gold grimoire had leveled up again. From a beginner gold grimoire to an intermediate gold grimoire. The biggest reward wasn't the leveling up of the grimoire, but Yu Yang's long-awaited wish had finally come true. The thorny flower demon flower had finally evolved into the golden crown thorny flower queen that Yu Yang had been thirsty for a long time under the help of countless battles and the help of digesting super rankers. Looking at the green light on her body shooting towards the sky, Yu Yang, who had trained her single-handedly, felt an indescribable sense of achievement. After more than a year of training, he had finally succeeded. A jade-green light shot up to the sky. Faint rainbows surrounded the surroundings as countless thorny flowers sprouted from the ground, waiting for the thorny flower demoness who was floating in mid-air. Between heaven and earth, an indescribable fragrance appeared. It was fragrant and refreshing, as if one only needed to take a deep breath to purify their entire body. There were snow-like flower petals dancing in the air, swirling around the thorny flower demoness and the green light pillar as if they were alive. The rainbows on the green light pillar hung down from the sky, forming a bridge of rainbows. There were also firefly-like lights floating around. Little by little, when the energy reached its peak and fell back down, the white light shot out, illuminating the entire Earth Shrine, making the Earth Shrine as bright as day. When the white light disappeared, the darkness returned. An even more fragrant and strong fragrance came, as if there was a heavenly melody singing, or a girl whispering among the flowers. A resonance resonated in the bottom of his heart, lasting for a long time. Yu Yang felt a warm, fragrant and soft girl's body pouncing into his embrace. Under his touch, he felt that the other party's body was completely naked. Her skin was soft and smooth like jade, giving him an indescribable feeling. On his face, hot lips, as soft as flower petals, kissed him passionately the moment he hugged him. This fragrant and warm body made Yu Yang feel both familiar and strange at the same time. Was it the thorny flower demoness? No, it should be the one who had successfully evolved into the golden crown thorny flower queen. When Yu Yang's eyes recovered from the piercingly cold white light, he saw a flawless female body in front of him. This body was different from the bodies of all the girls Yu Yang had seen before, but they were not the same. Each had their own merits. Snow-white like jade, delicate and fragile, it was not even enough to form the golden crown thorny flower queen's skin. Looking at her appearance, Yu Yang felt that this golden crown thorny flower queen looked a little like Shui Wuxia, and also a little like City Mistress Fallen Flowers. She even looked a little like Princess Sisai and Yu Yu. She was different from them, but she had combined some of their outstanding features to form her own unique and beautiful face. This face was breathtakingly beautiful, so beautiful that it made people sigh. Her light green hair, which was like a bud, was wearing a corolla composed of purplish-green vines, emerald-green branches, and budding flower buds as her crown. The corolla emitted rays of golden light, like a halo above the Virgin Mary's head. However, her golden light was not circular. Instead, it scattered outwards in a perfect arc. Yu Yang dared to say that this was the most beautiful, natural, and flawless crown he had ever seen in his life. Only she, the golden crown thorny flower queen, had this kind of flower crown. Under the beautiful corolla was a tender and beautiful face. Her smile made anyone who saw her feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. However, her sapphire-like eyes were only looking at Yu Yang. Her smile was also only because of him. I have awakened my intelligence. The golden crown thorny flower queen spoke in fluent human language. It was pleasant to the ears. Have you evolved into a holy beast? Yu Yang secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This golden crown thorny flower queen was not wearing anything on her body. Her naked body was too alluring. If it wasn't for little Wenli, Red and a man watching, he might not be able to resist pushing this thorny flower queen down. Under that perfect swan-like neck was a pair of round and small shoulders. It made her look a little weak, making people feel pity for her. He had the urge to hug her and protect her. The holy maiden's breasts in front of him did not look like a weak girl. Her breasts were protruding. Her snow-white skin and cherry-red fruits made Yu Yang feel like his nose was about to bleed when he saw her. Because she was tall and straight, her cleavage was deep. She floated in front of Yu Yang motionlessly. That bouncy pink snowball also trembled slightly. This was definitely the legendary breast trembling. Yu Yang had watched countless Japanese action movies. It could be said that he had seen countless women, so he had a certain resistance towards women's bodies. However, in front of the golden crown thorny flower queen, those were all fleeting clouds. Her lower abdomen was as perfect as a demon, her slender waist that could be held with one arm, her round and deep navel, as well as the faint green grass under her lower abdomen, half covering the mysterious and delicate pink flower petals between her legs. This was because the golden crown thorny flower queen was currently floating in front of Yu Yang. Yu Yang, who had sharp eyesight and an extremely perverted heart, had only cast a casual glance at her, and he had already engraved this beautiful thing into his heart. It was too perfect. On the surface, Yu Yang had to pretend to be an obedient child. The current golden crown thorny flower queen was no longer like before. She was a 15 or 16-year-old young girl. Now, her body was already that of an 18 or 19-year-old young girl. She was no longer the little flower bud that was about to bloom, but a blossoming young girl that was waiting to be plucked. She had everything that a girl needed to grow up to be. She was even more perfect and seductive than most girls in this world. I am now a bronze-ranked level 1 golden crown thorny flower queen. However, according to another way of saying it, I am a first-rank holy beast. I should also be called a 1-star holy beast. I am the same as Sister Hong, who is the bloody queen. If Sister Aman awakens her intelligence in the future, she will also be the same as me. The golden crown thorny flower queen suddenly felt extremely touched as she bent down and floated into Yu Yang's embrace. She hugged Yu Yang tightly and sobbed with tearful eyes. My previous memories have disappeared, but I will never forget the process of you painstakingly nurturing me. You are like the sun, giving me energy. In the past, I couldn't feel everything that you gave me, but now, I feel an incomparable warmth from your body. Cough cough, you should put on your clothes first. Yu Yang felt that the bloody Queen Red's gaze was filled with jealousy. Little Wenli was even more jealous. She hurriedly patted the golden crown thorny flower queen's jade back and conjured a set of Yu Bing's clothes for her. The golden crown thorny flower queen's body flashed with a colorful light. Beautiful flower petals grew from her back and ribs, gently wrapping around her chest and her buttocks, gently wrapping around the most mysterious part of a woman. Using this incomparable and unparalleled flowery dress to cover her body, it made her even more sexy and charming. Behind her back, 2 rainbow-like bands of light extended out. They were faint and about 2 meters long, as if they were the wings of the bloody Queen Red. They gently shook, causing the golden crown thorny flower queen to stand in the void like a fairy. She turned around and smiled sweetly at the flabbergasted Yu Yang. It's a pity that I'm only bronze-ranked level 1 now. I can't maintain a fully grown appearance for a long time. After saying that, she disappeared into the green light. Gradually, she shrunk. In the end, she actually turned into a 10-year-old little loli. Her appearance didn't change, but she had a kind of immature cuteness of a little loli. She then took the clothes from Yu Yang's hands and put on Yu Bing's clothes. The clothes that were a few sizes bigger on her body looked extremely cute. Yu Yang couldn't help but stretch out his hand and lightly pinched her face. After the golden crown thorny flower queen finished putting on the clothes, she suddenly greeted little Winley with an innate etiquette, as if she was expressing her respect to little Winley. Little Winley slightly returned the etiquette. Although little Winley was young, no matter if it was in Yu Yang's heart or among the many beasts, she was the absolute boss. When the golden crown thorny flower queen greeted bloody Queen Red and barbarian cow shadow a man, they didn't return the etiquette lightly like little Winley. They returned the etiquette more seriously, paying their respects to each other. Yu Yang didn't understand this etiquette, but he understood that this seemed to be the etiquette between holy beasts and innates. He remembered that Elder Nan Gong had also bowed to him like this before. Give me a drop of blood too. I want it to become my eternal life imprint in my hibernation. I want to be like Sister Red and become your guardian beast. We will be together forever. The golden crown thorny flower queen opened her mouth and lightly bit Yu Yang's finger. She used her little white teeth to bite out a drop of blood and gently sucked it. Her body started to emit waves of golden light. Following that, she floated into the grimoire and continued to hibernate and evolve in the new world. Yu Yang was surprised and turned to ask little Winley, "Can a guardian beast sign a contract on its own?" Little Winley immediately shook her head, indicating that it was impossible. Bloody Queen Red muttered to herself and said uncertainly, "Maybe your blood is an exception, that's why it can be done. It's in my soul imprint that your blood can complete the soul blood contract. That's something that only gods can do." Yu Yang had heard about the soul blood contract from Queen Vivian Li. He had also heard from the pitiful guy's mother that this was the fifth evolution path of a beast from the mysterious notes and inheritance of knowledge. He knew that his blood was very special. It could be because he had crossed over, or because he had trained in the innate invisible sword qi. It could even be because the old Taoist priest had kicked him to compensate him. It could even be because he was a descendant of Yan Huang. However, Yu Yang didn't think about these reasons for now. He only wanted to know one thing. Did gods really exist? Was this Tong Tian Tower really built by gods? Where did gods live? In the heaven realm, or in a higher realm? Yu Yang asked little Winley, "Do gods really exist?" Little Winley still shook her head. Yu Yang didn't know if she meant that she didn't know or didn't exist. She suddenly smiled at Yu Yang. Although she didn't say anything, Yu Yang understood what this little girl meant. She was saying that no matter what, even if they really had to face a god, she would accompany him and fight together. Because he was touched, Yu Yang picked Xiao Wenli up and hugged her in his arms. He happily kissed her. Red and Man walked over and snuggled up to Yu Yang. Their expressions were gentle and dependent. Man was still a bit away from awakening the intelligence of a holy beast. Although her intelligence was high, her EQ wasn't very high. She wouldn't be jealous or hate. She only imitated Bloody Queen Red and little Winley being intimate with her master. Compared to Bloody Queen Red, she was clumsier, like a silly girl who didn't know anything. However, compared to the Reaper Mantis, a man's intelligence was much better. As the Bloody Queen Red, she was completely different. She had already awakened the intelligence of a holy beast. She was even smarter than the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen who had just awakened her intelligence and became a holy beast. She knew more about the matters between men and women. She had seen Yu Yang and Sickly Beauty's love, as well as his life with the other girls. Gradually, with her high intelligence, she understood more emotions and evolved more and more like a human. Maybe she would never become a human girl, but she could be infinitely close to a human girl, no matter if it was her body, thoughts or emotions. When Yu Yang kissed Xiao Wenli, she also sneakily peeked her head over. Her beautiful face was blushing as she quickly kissed Yu Yang's cheek to express the happiness in her heart. She also felt a trace of love that was born in her soul. She didn't say it out loud like the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. However, in her heart, they were all the same. She longed to be with him forever, no matter in battle or in life. Beasts could never become humans. However, beasts could continuously evolve and become infinitely close to humans. The prerequisite was that the beasts could continue to evolve with the help of their master. Let's continue to challenge the next hall. When Yu Yang came out from the land of warmth, he realized that the magic crystals had all been absorbed by the domain form world. He couldn't help but sweat profusely. Thousands of magic crystals had been wasted just like that. After absorbing thousands of magic crystals, the world had leveled up to platinum ranked level 3. The domain form of light had expanded by almost half a meter. At the same time, the heaven runes inside had become brighter and richer. However, to let it absorb magic crystals to evolve to its peak, it would probably be more difficult than using magic crystals to fill up the ocean. Yes, yes. After being kissed by Yu Yang, little Wenli's face was completely red. She seemed to know how to be shy, but the little loli was still obedient. After passing through the earth shrine, Yu Yang obtained another ground-splitting pearl, but it was still a fake imitation. Ground-splitting pearl, fake. The wielder can shake the ground within 100 meters, destroying all structures on the ground. Limited to one use only. Yu Yang was speechless when he saw this. He had to kill 1,000 strong beasts in order to obtain a shoddy earth-opening pearl. Who was the one who designed this damned reward? It was fine if it was fake, but it could only be used once. What a pain in the ass. If he had a phone, Yu Yang would definitely call to complain. He guessed that the next sky shrine, the reward would also be a fake sky-splitting pearl. Not to mention that the 3 world shrines were hard to challenge, the rewards were also very little. Compared to the 12 zodiac temples, this was simply a challenge for a miser. When Yu Yang was teleported to the sky hall of the 3rd stage, he almost fell to the ground. In the sky shrine, there were no 3 types of beasts like the earth shrine and the human shrine. There were only 2 types. They were the sky and the demon abyss. The ground was like a demon abyss, with demonic swamp dragons appearing and disappearing from time to time. They looked like 9-headed monsters with only 4 limbs. They had fins on their backs and were extremely good at swimming. They had no claws, fat bodies, huge heads, green eyes and a snake's tongue. Looking at them, there were at least 30 of them, all of them gold-ranked level 5. In the middle of the demon abyss blood pool, there were scattered fallen wyverns. Their bodies were covered in black smoke, and there were no less than 20 of them. They were also gold-ranked level 5. Further away from the blood pool, there were also tall demons that were about 5 meters tall. They were all holding blood scythes. They were similar to demon kings, but different. They were only gold-ranked level 5. There were 6 of them. 1 of the demon leaders seemed to be an intelligent creature, reaching gold-ranked level 6. This was just the ground of the demon abyss. In the sky above his head, there was a different scene. There were many white clouds in the sky, shining brightly. There were white-robed avians with wings on their backs, holding bows, scepters, and swords in their hands, circling back and forth. In the lead, there was a white-robed birdman hugging a silver harp and playing it. There seemed to be someone singing, but Yu Yang could not understand a single word. Other than the wings on their backs, these white-robed avians looked no different from humans. The only difference was that they were all wearing green bay leaves as their headwear. Yu Yang couldn't agree with their actions. Seeing these white-robed avian wearing green hats so professionally and happily, Yu Yang felt a chill down his spine. What the hell was going on? With the birdman and the demon together, how could the 2 of them not fight? Just when Yu Yang was dumbstruck and unable to react, the demon chief suddenly came over. He mumbled a bunch of gibberish. Yu Yang knew that this was the language of the devil abyss, but he couldn't understand it. Actually, Yu Yang could understand 3 languages of the devil abyss, recognize 2 types of words, and even write one. This was the result of his strong memory. If not for the limited time, he could have learned even more. However, he had never heard this kind of devil abyss language before. Luckily there was Bloody Queen Red, she was a very qualified translator. This demon said that they have been sealed in this space for a long time, unable to leave this place. If we can help them leave, then they will give us the treasure, blood-sucking pearl. His request is for us to join hands with him, fly up to the sky, and shoot down all the avians in the sky, exterminating them all. He also said that if we choose to be neutral and not participate in the battle, then he will let us go to the teleportation circle and allow us to leave. In the sky, the white-robed avian carrying the silver harp flew down beautifully. Using the language of the soaring dragon continent, he arrogantly said, "Hesitant human warrior, I have to warn you, you are falling into the abyss of evil. Young man, it is not a good thing to be too close to the demon. Quickly come to your senses, stay away from the demon, and return to our side of justice." Your beast seems to be a holy beast? Seeing that Yu Yang had a holy beast, this white-robed avian's attitude became slightly better. However, he was still rather arrogant. The way he looked at Yu Yang was as if he was looking at a nouveau riche, or like a noble young master looking at a rich country bumpkin. In short, deep down in his bones, he had a deep sense of superiority and arrogance. If not for our abilities being sealed, we, the noble god's envoys from the heaven realm, would not have been confined in this dirty and narrow place. Human warrior, I will now bestow upon you a glorious gift, a glory that 18 generations of your descendants will never be able to enjoy. Immediately assist us, kill these demons, and let us remove the seal on our bodies. As long as we regain our freedom and return to the heaven realm, then I will bestow upon you a chance to accept you as a God's servant, and bring you to the eternal and blissful heaven realm. When the white-robed avian carrying the silver harp said this, Yu Yang revealed a smile. This smile was brighter than the sun. In the depths of the smile, an extremely cold killing intent was hidden, but it was not revealed on the surface. At this moment, his level 5 counterfeit inherent skill was displayed to the extreme. Forget about the white-robed avian and the demon chief, even Yu Yang himself admired himself a little. Acting emperor and whatnot were just fleeting clouds, a fake smile was the way of the king, Yu Yang asked with a smile. Before I make my decision, I want to ask the two of you a question. Why don't you fight with each other? The white-robed avian carrying the silver harp berated Yu Yang angrily. Foolish human, to actually compare us noble gods' envoys with demons, this is the most ear-piercing and unacceptable insult I have ever heard. On the contrary, the demon chief sneered, stop acting like a whore, disgusting dog *t. I have already forgotten how many batches of avian have you been sealed in here. In these 1,000 years, I have already killed countless idiotic avian like you. Even though every time I kill, there will always be new replacements, but your disgusting face makes me want to fuck you. The demon chief flew over and raised his blood scythe. A heavy slash. Seeing this, the white-robed avian carrying the silver harp immediately flapped his wings, dodging the attack at an extremely fast speed and flew into the sky. He sneered, dirty creature, you think you are worthy of touching me? Even a pure white feather on my body is 100 times more noble than your entire body. If you have the ability, then fly up and fight with me. If not for the restriction of the law, you birdman can forget about escaping. The demon chief hatefully stomped on the ground, shaking the blood pool in the distance. I have more or less understood the situation. What it means is that I will decide which side to join and defeat the opponent, then I will be able to obtain that side's reward. The reward from the demon side is the blood-sucking pearl. From the name, it doesn't sound like anything good. The reward from the avian side is to become a god servant. To be honest, this young master has no interest in becoming a slave. Before Yu Yang could finish speaking, the white-robed avian carrying the silver harp suddenly screamed and angrily roared at Yu Yang, what? Damned human, stupid ant, lowly creature, you actually dare to insult us, a noble god's envoy, with your mouth. Let me tell you, you stupid human, you will receive the greatest punishment. This is the anger of a god's dignity. I order you to crawl under my feet and kowtow to me to beg for mercy. If not, I will fly into a rage and use my divine light to destroy you. Alright, I originally wanted to let you live a little longer. Yu Yang really wanted to understand more about the heaven realm. However, from the looks of it, this white-robed avian would not shed a tear until he saw his coffin. He had a holy beast, yet he still dared to be arrogant. He really didn't know if he was ignorant or born retarded. Bloody Queen Red wanted to kill this white-robed avian just now. This fellow actually dared to use words to insult her own master. Forget about the fact that this avian only had the strength of a gold-ranked level 6, even if he was platinum-ranked level 6 or diamond-ranked level 6, she would still kill him without hesitation. Bloody Queen Red had never seen anyone who dared to be so arrogant. He actually dared to insult her own master. A dignified innate ranker actually scolded a gold-ranked level 6 avian as a lowly creature, scolded as a stupid ant. Listening to it, she really couldn't suppress the evil fire in her heart. Die. Bloody Queen Red was so angry that even her eyes had turned red. She soared into the sky, her gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and eye-destroyer dagger striking out at the same time. Summon. The white-robed avian calmly prepared to summon his grimoire. However, his movements froze. Little Winley had unknowingly appeared behind him. Little Winley, who had learned how to teleport, used her, binding, inherent skill to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Even the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian, and the blood prison great demon King Baruth, who were at the level of a gold-ranked level 6, did not dare to let their guard down, let alone a white-robed avian whose true strength had been sealed. The dual icicle blades pierced deeply into the avian's back. Bloody Queen Red, who was strengthened by giant shadow, flew in front of the white-robed avian like lightning. The banshee screeched. The white-robed avian instantly fell into a state of dizziness. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and eye-destroyer dagger pierced deeply into the area between his eyebrows and his left eye. Little Winley swung her tail and lashed at the white-robed avian's back like a whip. A meteor fell to the ground with a loud bang. It shook the ground non-stop. Kill. A man, who was holding the crescent blade in her left hand, or the golden lion shield, leaped up high and roared like thunder. Her crescent blade heavily slashed at the white-robed avian's head. After one strike, she felt that it was not enough. She raised the golden lion shield and heavily smashed it on the white-robed avian's spine. Aha! Although his strength was sealed, the white-robed avian's life force was the same as before it was sealed. Yu Yang could see with his level 5 divine vision that before he was sealed, this white-robed avian was not weaker than Machi Su Ling. He might have already reached innate level 5. However, after being sealed, the white-robed avian did not even have 1,000th of his battle power left. Forget about Little Winley, Red and A Man joining hands. Even if Fatty High's Thunder Mammoth, Silver-Horned Rhinoceros and Little Hippopotamus joined hands, it would still be enough to make him suffer. Although he was not dead, he was already heavily injured. If he was not saved immediately, he would definitely die. In the sky, those gold-ranked level 5 white-robed avian were stunned when they saw that their leader was attacked and fell to the ground. Then, they immediately swooped down and prepared to save him. Roar! That demon chief was also dumbstruck. He never thought that Yu Yang would make a move on his mortal enemy. When he regained his senses, he immediately roared loudly. The demonic swamp dragons in the blood swamp raised their heads and spat venom towards the sky. On the other hand, the corrupted flying dragon soared into the sky and faced those white-robed avian who swooped down. The other 5 demons also threw out their black spears with all their might. These spears seemed to be specially made to deal with the white-robed avian. Both sides fought intensely, but Yu Yang did not care at all. The white-robed avian that flew closer were all intercepted by the Bloody Queen. She pierced their hearts and killed them in the sky. One by one, the avian fell to the ground. If they met Little Winley, the avian would be even more tragic. Little Winley was the kind of ranker who could swing her blade. With a single slash, a human head would fly into the sky. Without their leader, the avian team was utterly defeated. Although the avian leader was still struggling with all his might, he was no match for A Man's limitless strength. A Man first sent the gold-ranked harp flying with a kick. She then forcefully grabbed the avian leader with both hands and threw him heavily in front of Yu Yang. Just as he fell into Yu Yang's world, the avian leader started to howl miserably in pain. In this special domain of Beast's world, his energy was continuously being absorbed. There was no possibility of him struggling at all. In the sky, a sword-wielding avian wanted to fly up to help, but when he saw the situation, he immediately flew up and hid far away. Some avian that used bows and arrows aimed at Yu Yang. Without needing Yu Yang to deal with it, the Bloody Queen Red had already used her flame whip and ruthlessly whipped the back of the avian that had knocked an arrow. When he fell to the ground, the barbarian cow shadow A Man punched out. Suddenly, a red light flashed in her eyes. Doom's Eyes was activated, instantly killing that avian. Half an hour later, the battle ended. The Bloody Queen, Little Winley and the barbarian cow shadow killed the most avians, followed by the demon chief and his 5 subordinates. The corrupted wyverns only surrounded and killed a few. As for the demonic swamp dragons, they only killed 2 injured avians. On the demon's side, there were only 8 or 9 demonic swamp dragons and 12 or 13 corrupted wyverns that were riddled with wounds. After all the avians died, the 5 demons and the demon chief released their seals and regained their original strength. The 5 demons were all lesser innate rankers. As for the demon chief who could speak, he was an innate level 5 ranker. He coldly stared at Yu Yang with a condescending attitude for a long time before finally speaking. Because of the restrictions of the ancient code, human, I am willing to fulfill my promise this time. I can give you the blood-sucking pearl, but you must immediately send all the corpses here. Young human, don't be greedy for items that don't belong to you. I admit that you are a rancor with potential, and you also have a strong beast. However, our strength is not something that you can shake now. Take the blood-sucking pearl and complete the Sky Shrine's mission. Leave this place immediately. This place is no longer a place for humans to challenge. Roar, roar, roar. The other 5 demons who had regained their lesser innate strength all roared at Yu Yang, telling Yu Yang to scram. In front of Yu Yang, there were more than 30 avians' corpses piled up. Among them, the white pearl that was dug out from the avian leader's brain had already been kept by Yu Yang into his lich ring. He had also kept the gold-ringed harp. To the demons, Yu Yang's actions were tantamount to embezzling their spoils of war. This was an unforgivable act. If it was just now, when the demons were still gold-ranked level 5, they would be helpless. But now, they had regained their lesser innate strength. Even the demon chief had regained his innate level 5 strength. No matter how strong this human male was, he was not enough. Based on the ancient code, they could not go against the ancient code to kill him, but expelling him was definitely not a problem. With regards to the demon chief's warning and the 5 demons expelling him, Yu Yang smiled once again. Just like the smile he gave to the avian leader just now, his killing intent was hidden deep. Cold as ice. That's more interesting. I'm not interested in the blood-sucking pearl, but I wouldn't mind having more of your demon hearts. Yu Yang snapped his fingers and summoned the sleepy golden crown thorny flower queen. The little lowly queen looked a little drowsy. Eh? Golden crown thorny flower queen? When the demon chief saw it, his pupils immediately contracted. It was obvious that he knew what his nemesis was. Compared to the innate level 5 demon leader, the few lesser innate level demons were much slower. When the golden crown thorny flower queen appeared, they did not recognize her at first. However, when the leader said so, they immediately turned pale with fright and prepared to fight. The golden crown thorny flower queen was the eternal nightmare of the demon abyss. Her existence was not only a strong enemy, she was also a higher level predator. Even if a poisonous snake ran amok on the ground, once it was targeted by the giant eagle in the sky, it would only be a dead end, because it was its natural predator. Like the corrupted wyvern, it did not dare to fight. Once it reacted, it immediately flapped its wings and retreated. The demonic swamp dragons in the blood pool sank one after another. If they had enough intelligence, they wouldn't have done this. This was because to the golden crown thorny flower queen, hiding in the blood pool was completely useless. This was because the thorny flower would directly drill out of the blood pool and devour them like fish in water. Don't panic, it's just a bronze-ranked level 1 golden crown thorny flower queen. The demon leader nervously swallowed his saliva and scolded his subordinates. Fortunately, this was a newly nurtured queen, and she looked like a little girl. If she was allowed to grow and reach her peak, there would be no need to fight this battle. The few lesser innate demons reacted and felt ashamed. They roared angrily. Just now, the golden crown thorny flower queen was scared to death. Now that they realized that she was not as scary as the rumors said, they immediately became serious. Of course, if they had to face the golden crown thorny flower queen alone, they would definitely not do it. They did not even need to fight, they knew that they were definitely not the thorny flower queen's match alone. Roar, roar. The few demons roared at each other and prepared to rush forward and attack the golden crown thorny flower queen. Where is this? Did I arrive at the demon abyss after a nap? It's not the blood prison demon king. Forget it, these are not bad fertilizer. The golden crown thorny flower queen was still a little confused. When she saw the demon innates and lesser innates in front of her, she thought that Yu Yang had arrived at the demon abyss. Human experts. In this battle, both of us will suffer heavy losses. Why don't we split the spoils? You get your spoils, we get ours. As for the white cloud fortress in the sky, we will split it 50-50. After this, you can complete the challenge and leave. Before we leave the heavenly palace, we will give you the blood-sucking pearl as a gift. The innate level 5 demon chief took out a blood-red bewitching pearl and said sincerely, suggesting that both sides should share the spoils of war. According to his calculations, Yu Yang would have a slight advantage, because Yu Yang's side had killed more birdmen. Good idea. Without waiting for Bloody Queen Red to finish translating, Yu Yang nodded his head and happily agreed to the suggestion. We'll sign a devil contract and never go back on it. The demon leader then took out a blood-red contract scroll and a demon finger bone pen with a small skull embedded at the top. Of course, signing the contract is the beginning of a good cooperation. Yu Yang suddenly smiled again. The demon leader felt that this kid's smile was even scarier than his own. This kid was clearly smiling brightly like the sun. However, there was a kind of demonic feeling. It seemed to be cold and evil at the same time. It rose from the tailbone all the way to the spine, causing his entire back to feel cold. The demon chief first wrote his name on the devil contract, then threw it to Yu Yang. Yu Yang didn't even bother to look at the terms and conditions on the demon card. Instead, he confidently waved his pen and signed a name. Titan. That's right, this was the name he registered in the mercenary guild. It was also the name he used to enter Tong Tian Tower. Was this name important? No, the important thing was to sign the devil contract. After signing the devil contract, both parties would become allies. Since they were allies, they would no longer be restricted by the ancient code of the Sky Shrine. Only challengers would receive the protection of the ancient code. Challengers had the right to start a war, and after winning, they would not be harmed until they left the Sky Shrine. The demon chief thought that this kid's beasts were very strong, but he himself was only a warrior below level 6 in the Soaring Dragon continent. In other words, he could easily kill him with one finger. When the demon contract signed by both sides shone and ignited into a ball of flames, the demon leader smiled sinisterly. Betraying an ally was a despicable act. However, he was a demon himself. Betraying an ally? What was wrong with that? Demons were inherently evil. The devil contract is dripping blood. Yu Yang looked at the devil contract burning in the air and saw drops of black blood dripping from it. According to the knowledge inherited from the pitiful guy's mother, Yu Yang obviously knew what this meant. You guys have unilaterally destroyed the devil contract just now. You guys want to kill me? That's right. Before the demon chief could finish his words, the blood scythe had already reached Yu Yang's neck. I like your honesty, and I like your straightforwardness even more. Since it's like this, I'll grant you an intact corpse. Yu Yang smiled indifferently. He raised his right hand slightly, and the golden beast on his right wrist transformed into a strange sword with mysterious runes, blocking in front of Yu Yang's neck. Under the law of space, he could not attack, but he could defend. The gold-ranked blood scythe was incomparably sharp. It slashed down. However, the handle of the scythe brushed past the tip of Yu Yang's nose. A strong gust of wind blew Yu Yang's hair. As his hair fluttered, Yu Yang's eyes revealed a mocking smile. The second half of the blood scythe strangely stopped at the side of Yu Yang's neck. It fell silently and finally landed on the ground with a ding. The demon chief's expression changed greatly. He looked at the broken scythe in his hand in disbelief. This was a gold-ranked treasure, indestructible. But now, it was cut in half by the opponent's sword. What was going on? Suddenly, he came to his senses and pointed at the strange sword in Yu Yang's hand that had transformed from the golden beast and cried out in shock, this is a Tong Tian beast? Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders and added, the one and only Tong Tian beast. The golden crown thorny flower queen tilted her head and turned to Yu Yang, this fellow is really stupid. Are all demons stupid? Why would he think of ambushing you? Isn't this even more ridiculous than eating with me? Before she finished speaking, 5 demon spears that could kill birdmen shot towards her. The power of any one of them was enough to pierce through her. Boring ambush. The golden crown thorny flower queen waved her hand. Hundreds of bronze-ranked thorny flower auxiliary plants and cluster plants rose into the air. Every single one of them was much bigger than the demonic swamp dragon hiding in the blood pool. The demon spears shot towards them, but they did not seem to have any effect on the soft and slippery bodies of the thorny flower. Some of the auxiliary plants easily pulled out the demon spears from their bodies and sent them to the front of the golden crown thorny flower queen. The process was very fast. In less than 2 seconds, they completely ignored the demonic chi and poison on the spears. Before the 5 and 8 demons threw their spears a second time, more thorny flowers drilled out from the ground. They continued to combine and interweave, finally forming a thorny flower giant that was over 30 meters tall. All the thorny flowers were bronze-ranked, ranging from bronze-ranked level 1 to bronze-ranked level 9. The only thing missing was the highest bronze-ranked level 10. Even so, the appearance of this 30-meter-tall bronze-ranked thorny flower giant made the 5 and 8 demons dumbstruck. How could they fight against such a tall thorny flower giant? Before the 5 demons could react, suddenly, another 2 bronze-ranked thorny flower giants appeared on the ground. Luckily, these 2 thorny flower giants were shorter, each of them was only 20 meters tall. Their targets were not the 5 demons, but the demonic swamp dragon hiding in the blood pool, as well as those corrupted wyverns that were flying around in fear. The demon chief had the urge to cry out loud. Who exactly was this young human man? Originally, he wanted to kill him and take all the spoils of war for himself. However, he did not expect that his strength was not something he could even think of. If he had known earlier, he would have immediately left the Sky Shrine after removing his seal. Being greedy for small gains was really killing people. Signing a demon contract was not a big deal. However, once he broke it, according to the rules of Tongtian Tower, he could not leave the battlefield before the other party. Wasn't this the same as rushing himself to his death? Let's stop fighting. If you are willing, I will give you all my treasures as compensation. Furthermore, we will meet in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. I will compensate you 100 sky crystal coins. We don't have to risk our lives, that would only cause both sides to suffer. If you are willing, I am willing to compensate you for my actions just now. The demon chief had calculated in his heart that he would definitely suffer a huge loss in this battle. It would be better for him to bear the humiliation and compensate Yu Yang. After he left this place, he could invite more helpers to kill this brat, a Tongtian beast that could cut gold-ranked weapons in half. He believed that many strong warriors would be tempted by it. Towards the demon chief's suggestion, Yu Yang waved his hands and smiled. Clever demon, do you think I will still believe your words? If I did not restrict you to this Sky Shrine, I would not have signed a demon contract with you. Alright, I will not criticize your clumsy strategy anymore. Those are not what you demons are good at. Let us discuss how you want to die. How do you want to die? When the demon chief heard this, he staggered as if he had been punched by Yu Yang. Right now, even if he was an idiot, he understood everything. This brat had been scheming from the start. He was afraid that he would leave the Sky Shrine immediately, so he purposely showed weakness so that he could suppress him without fear and force him to sign a demon contract. He would then tear it apart and start a war even though they were allies. He had concealed his true strength. It wasn't until I turned hostile that he finally revealed his final Tongtian beast. Do you think that you can defeat me with just your snake demon, bloody needlework, barbarian cowgirl and this bronze-ranked level 1 golden crown thorny flower queen? The demon chief roared angrily, I am an innate level 5 ranker, it is meaningless no matter how many beasts you have. I am completely invincible. Do you know what my domain is? My domain is dark shadow. As long as I do not show myself, you will not be able to find me in the darkness of my domain. You have forgotten about my Tongtian beast. Yu Yang smiled. He loved to see his enemies angry, because that kind of anger represented helplessness. Even if you have a Tongtian beast, you will not be able to find me. The demon chief spread out his hands and the surrounding 20 meters radius turned into darkness. His upper body gradually turned into a transparent shadow. As long as you enter, I will attack. You will not be able to find me, let alone defeat me who is like a shadow. If you accept my suggestion and stop now, I will add another 100 sky crystal coins. What if I say that I have quintet golden puppet mice that specialize in breaking barriers, traps, and domains? Yu Yang summoned the 5 puppet mice. You. The demon chief was so angry that he could not speak. If you think it is not enough, I can summon more until you are satisfied. Yu Yang summoned the spirit of flame and smoke who had absorbed the sand beast's gold-ranked level 8 demon crystal storm heart. She was now a gold-ranked level 5 spirit of flame and smoke. Her whole body was covered in raging flames and thick smoke. In her head, the storm heart was spinning continuously. There was a trace of nirvana flame flickering on top of it. That was her most important component, the ultimate flame. How many guardian beasts do you actually have? The demon chief was going crazy. He felt that he was finished. This spirit of flame and smoke was also the bane of his dark shadow domain. He was not invisible, he only turned into a shadow and had a physical body. Would it be able to deceive the spirit of flame and smoke, who was a combination of storm, flame, smoke and specter? It was impossible. What made him despair the most was that this human brat in front of him had all summoned guardian beasts. What did guardian beasts mean? They would never die in battle and would never betray. Under such circumstances, what else could he do to defeat his opponent? Forget about the golden crown thorny flower queen, the holy beast bloody queen and the quasi-holy beast barbarian cow, he still had a serpent girl with unfathomable strength. In the demon chief's heart, this serpent girl was not inferior to the golden crown thorny flower queen. It was because of her that the avian leader, who had been his enemy for hundreds of years, lost his life on the spot. Yu Yang summoned the Reaper Mantis again and ordered it to kill those corrupted wyverns that were flying around in fear. At the same time, he looked at the despairing demon chief and revealed a bright smile that was even more terrifying than a demon king's. His handsome face revealed a devilish evil. If you don't mind, I would like to call a few more helpers. Hearing this, little Winley lightly tapped her lily-white hand and summoned her diamond grimoire. The protective shield rose up and the stone element Medusa, storm mermaid, thunder naga, and ice serpent demon appeared one after another. The demon chief saw this and his claws trembled. His voice was filled with fear. Diamond grimoire, your beast can summon a diamond grimoire? Damn it, who are you? How could a level 6 elder and below possess a divine beast that can contract a grimoire? This is impossible, this is definitely impossible. You are not even a level 6 elder, how could you possess a divine beast? Yu Yang smiled. His smile made the 6 demons in front of him shiver. Why don't you guess that she is the transcending mythical beast that I was born with? Transcending divine beast, the demon chief suddenly felt suffocated. The foolish Yu Yang had actually started a war with a ranker who possessed a transcendent divine beast. Furthermore, this ranker had a holy beast bloody queen and a quasi-holy beast barbarian cow, a reaper mantis that was the natural nemesis of the dragon clan, a puppet mouse and the spirit of flame and smoke that specialized in breaking his domain, a Tong Tian beast, and even a plant-type emperor beast golden crown thorny flower queen that specialized in subduing demons. In this world, was there an existence that was more foolish, arrogant, greedy, and tragic than himself? When he saw the many beasts slowly surrounding him, the shadow of death that had never appeared in his heart for thousands of years floated up. This time, he was afraid that it would not be as simple as being sealed in the sky shrine. He was about to die. No, no. The demon chief roared in sorrow, his voice echoing in the sky shrine for a long time. After fighting for an hour and 15 minutes, the demon chief who was covered in wounds finally fell miserably. Innate level 5, even in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, he was powerful. However, in the 2nd floor of Tong Tian Tower, he was defeated. Of course, this was an exception. No one would have thought that there would be such an abnormal person like Yu Yang in this world. Dying in Yu Yang's hands, the demon chief did not feel wronged. This was because before him, the stronger Machi Su Ling and Duan Mu Longqing also died with hatred. We can't waste the corpses. Yu Yang waved his hand. Not only did he keep the white pearl in the avian's body, he did not let go of the feathers on its back. He plucked out everything that could be used and let the golden crown thorny flower queen summon the thorny flower to swallow the corpses. The avian's entire body was a treasure. The white pearl was better than the magic crystal. Its feathers could be made into arrows. Some of its weapons were even silver-ranked and the worst was bronze-ranked. As for the corpses, they were good fertilizer. It was the same for the demons. After unsealing the 5 lesser innates, Yu Yang dug out their demon hearts and gave them to Hui Tai Lang, who had made a great contribution earlier. Although Hui Tai Lang didn't come, Yu Yang wouldn't forget his watchdog. As for the magic crystals, after refining them with Nirvana's flame, he divided them among Red, Man, the golden beast, the spirit of flame and smoke, and the reaper mantis. Of course, the corpses would still be fertilizer for the thorny flower. After this battle, the reaper mantis leveled up from gold-ranked level 4 to gold-ranked level 5. The spirit of flame and smoke and Man also showed signs of leveling up. He believed that they would be able to level up soon. Bloody Queen Red was trying to break through to Holy Beast's 2 stars. She had almost succeeded, but the level displayed on her grimoire had not increased. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen did not level up and was still bronze ranked level 1. However, the thorny flowers she summoned had leveled up. Many of them had even leveled up to silver ranked thorny flowers. Especially those that had swallowed the corrupted wyvern and demonic swamp dragon's thorny flower, the changes were even more obvious. Yu Yang did not bother to go to the Aviant's residence and the demon's fortress to search for treasures. He was prepared to enter his grimoire world to take a look. Middle-ranked gold-ranked grimoire had leveled up after the battle. The golden pillar of light shone for a long time. In the golden light, the special type war beast world in the form of a domain expanded a little. After absorbing the birdman and demon's energy, other than the wind, fire, water, earth and metal runes, there were 2 new heaven runes, light and dark. The runes within the range of the ring of light were even more abundant, revolving around the grimoire extremely slowly. The mysterious energy formed a unique domain that provided special benefits to the owner and all of his beast companions, but had a terrifying weakening effect on the enemy. Right now, its area of effect wasn't wide, and it was only platinum ranked level 3. If it were to level up in the future and expand its area of effect, it would definitely be a powerful weapon. Of course, Yu Yang felt that no amount of magical crystals would be enough to nurture this bottomless pit. Little Wenli tugged at Yu Yang's arm. Can I enter the grimoire world now? Yu Yang was overjoyed. He gathered his thoughts and realized that the world was no longer resisting him. There was even a faint feeling of guidance. More of the guidance came from Little Wenli, who was tugging at Yu Yang's arm. A burst of golden light emerged from the grimoire and enveloped Yu Yang's body. In an instant, Yu Yang disappeared without a trace. At the moment of teleportation, Yu Yang felt that Little Wenli was bringing him along as they flew in the void at an extremely fast speed. It was as if they had passed through thousands of mountains and rivers, but it was also as if only a blink of an eye had passed. Under his feet, he landed on the ground after being suspended in the air. His eyes lit up. Yu Yang realized that he was in a strange world. This grimoire world wasn't very vast. From a few kilometers away, Yu Yang could see the end of the world. It was a ring of undulating mountains, and above it was a domed sky. The sky was bright, but there were no stars or moon. There weren't even any clouds. It seemed a little monotonous. The height was estimated to be only 1,000 meters. There were some especially tall mountains on the ground that almost reached half the height of the domed sky. The ground was mainly made up of water. There were lakes everywhere. In the middle, there were a few islands of different sizes. There were only grass and a few vines on the islands. There were a few short figs and no tall trees. The water was extremely clear. There were no fishes or prawns, only quiet lake water. To be more accurate, other than Yu Yang, Little Wenli, Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman and other living beings, there were no other living beings in this new world. It was just a newly born world. Let's work together and make this our new home. Yu Yang was overjoyed. With the grimoire world, even if it was a little crude, as long as he built it himself, it could still be gradually perfected. If there were no butterflies, birds, fishes, or prawns, he would bring them in. If there were no flowers or trees, he could plant them continuously. As for the house, he could just bring the materials in to build it. Okay. Little Wenli nodded her head obediently, expressing her excitement. Let's dismantle the Sky Shrine's White Cloud Fortress and the White Cloud Fortress made of floating rocks and move them in. There's also the Demon Fortress. Those are all good materials. Bloody Queen Red liked to live in high places. She was very interested in the floating rocks in the White Cloud Fortress where the Aviants lived. She decided to dismantle them and build a pavilion in the sky. Then what are we waiting for? Under Yu Yang's command, all the beasts moved out. The Demon Fortress was destroyed. The Barbarian Cow Shadow and the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen worked together to move the large pieces of obsidian back. Even the Reaper Mantis helped. Only the Spirit of Flame and Smoke, who did not understand the trifles of life and only knew how to fight based on her instincts, stared blankly for a while. Seeing that Yu Yang did not have time to care about her, she flew to a mountain peak and summoned a fiery red magma to form a small volcanic pool. She then lived in it comfortably and continued to digest the storm heart in her body. Bloody Queen Red and Yu Yang flew together to the floating rocks in the sky. They dismantled the white cloud fortress that the avians lived in piece by piece and transported them back to the grimoire world. Fortunately, as long as they moved the floating rocks into the range of the domain of light, they would be automatically transported in. Otherwise, if they had to move the floating rocks one by one, it would really be tiring. Yu Yang was in charge of dismantling the walls and collecting treasures at the same time. He destroyed everything that he did not need to prevent the challengers from seeing through his tricks. He reckoned that every once in a while, some rankers from Tong Tian Tower would throw some beasts, birdmen and demons into the Three Worlds Shrine through some means. As long as they were used up, they would be compensated. Of course, if the place where the avians and demons lived was destroyed, those fellows would definitely not care. The avians leader and the demon chief both had their own storage bracelets. It was not suitable for Yu Yang to wear them. He decided to find a time to refine these two items and see if he could fuse them with the Lich Ring to increase its storage capacity. Although storage was no longer a problem with the grimoire world, it was still more convenient to wear the Lich Ring. Especially in battle, or when it was inconvenient to summon the grimoire. Red, Man, and the others were still moving the rocks. Yu Yang and Little Winli went to complete the final reward for clearing the Sky Shrine. Please don't set a time limit, otherwise they would faint if they cleared the Sky Shrine without getting the reward. The crystal card flashed across the Heavenly King statue's hand. The Heavenly King statue was smashed into pieces, and shattered rocks flew everywhere. Yu Yang used his innate qi to disperse the dust and found a ball of faint green light in front of him. On the other side of the ball of green light, there was an orb that was emitting a faint light. Sky-splitting orb, fake the holder can use this orb to forcefully open a dimensional space. Limited to one use only. Yu Yang sweated profusely. The Sky Shrine's reward was indeed a fake. Just. From its appearance, this fake sky-splitting orb was not even as good as the silver-ranked blood-sucking orb. At the very least, the blood-sucking orb could absorb blood when embedded on a weapon, directly increasing the weapon's power. If it was swallowed by a beast, the blood-sucking orb could even activate the blood-sucking skill through the beast. Although this blood-sucking skill was a little useless, because it was a probabilistic skill. A probabilistic skill was the same as Doom's Eyes, but Doom's Eyes could kill instantly, while the blood-sucking orb could only absorb blood. Even a mosquito's leg was meat. Yu Yang did not reject any treasures, the more the better. If it was said that Yu Yang was very disappointed with the Three Worlds Shrine's rewards before, then this ball of green light had completely changed his view of the world. 5 colors of God light, green one of the 5 colors of God light. The holder of this light can transform all poisons, all plant-type beasts will be strengthened by 10 times, and the holder of this light will temporarily obtain the nature body. Yu Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision also saw a message, shattered God light, 9 layers seal. In other words, under the 9 layers seal, the green God light of the 5 colors of God light was still so powerful. If all the seals were undone, Yu Yang could not imagine how powerful it would be. According to Yu Yang's memories before he transmigrated, this thing was not simple. It was a treasure that Kong Xian had refined for tens of thousands of years. It was said that a bit of innate chaos qi enveloped Mahamayuri and formed 5 tails. Later on, Mahamayuri Kong Xian used tens of thousands of years to refine feathers that were 3 feet long. They were like 5 treasured swords. Although they were feathers, they were as heavy as ancient mountains. As for PK? Once the 5 colors of God light appeared, Huang Feihu, Chong Heihu and Pagoda, Dinghai Pearl and Golden Alms Bowl all became floating clouds. Luya and Yang Jian, who were extremely powerful, ran away in fear when they saw the 5 colors of God light. Even Xianxia, who had the divine beating whip, could not do anything to it. If one word was to describe the 5 colors of God light, it would be powerful. Of course, this 5 colors of God light might not be Kong Xian's tail. However, since it was called the 5 colors of God light, it must not be a simple treasure. Could it be that Kong Xian's but was kicked by the old Taoist priest and a fragment of his tail fell out? Yu Yang guessed maliciously. However, he still kept the treasure immediately. After clearing the 3 world shrines, there was actually a 5 colors of God light as a reward. It was too touching. It was a pity that he could not clear the instance dungeon repeatedly. Otherwise, Yu Yang would have obtained all the 5 colors of God light. When Yu Yang kept the fake sky-splitting orb and one of the 5 colors of God light, the green divine light, the whole sky shrine started trembling. This was similar to clearing the 12 zodiac temples. Seeing that there were not many things left to pack, Yu Yang hurriedly signaled for everyone to retreat. God knows if this trembling would attract the attention of a certain god of design in Tongtian Tower. Although he was not sure, the cautious Yu Yang gave up on moving the last piece of obsidian. This thing was also available in the Demon Palace in the Demon Abyss. If it was really not enough, he could just visit the great demon King Baruth. Whatever harp, blood scythe and other weapons were all kept. Red, Man, and the other girls also returned to the grimoire world. Yu Yang rushed out of the teleportation gate like a wisp of smoke. He almost bumped into the golden armor captain. You didn't die? This golden armor captain was different from the golden armor captain who guarded the 12 zodiac temples on the first floor. He did not recognize Yu Yang, and when he saw that this little thief had come out alive, he was extremely shocked. You seem to have been in there for a few hours? Why didn't you die? There were too many monsters inside, so I hid and took a nap. When I saw that there were no more movements, I tiptoed out. That was close. Yu Yang pretended to be glad that he had narrowly escaped death. When the golden armor captain heard this, he laughed out loud and patted Yu Yang's shoulder. You're really lucky. I've never heard of a party with less than 50 people. 90% of those who could pass through the human hull would be wiped out. You being able to escape from the human hull is already a miracle. Brat, don't overestimate yourself. It's definitely impossible for you to pass through the human hull alone. I won't dare anymore. Yu Yang pretended to be afraid and quickly slipped away. Haha, this little thief ran really fast. I reckon he has an invisible treasure, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. The golden armor captain mumbled, but he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. If his curiosity was strong enough, he could use his authority to enter the room with the crystal pillar display and use his authority to check on the situation of clearing the trial. Then, the truth would probably scare him to death. This was because Yu Yang's completion rate in the 3 world shrines was as high as 3000%. In other words, this brat had exceeded the difficulty by 30 times. When Yu Yang came out from the 2nd floor of Tongtian Tower, he did not rush back to the little flower garden. Instead, he went to the Yu clan castle first. Second Uncle Yu Ling reported the situation of the clan. If Yu Yang was not around, he would not be able to be the substitute clan master. It was only now that he realized that being the clan master was really not easy. The pressure was extremely huge. Fortunately, there was Yu Yang, his extremely powerful nephew, to support him. The other clan representatives had to give him some face when they spoke. If it was only him, a level 6 beginner, elder, who was supporting him, the others would probably not even pay attention to him. I don't know much about the matters of the clan. I will be at ease if you handle it. Yu Yang was actually not very interested in the clan. Other than the ghost genius Yu Gong's puppet palace, Yu Yang did not care about anything else. Yu Ling and the 2 elders also opened the secret room that only the core members of the clan could enter to Yu Yang, allowing him to browse through it. Inside, there were many records of the 3 Renaissance heroes and the past geniuses. It was a dazzling sight. The 3 Renaissance heroes' battle techniques, beast training, military strategies, and social strategies were very useful to normal Yu clan disciples. However, to Yu Yang, who had inherited the knowledge from the pitiful guy's mother, there were not many things that were worth studying. As for military strategies and social strategies, Yu Yang was not a general or an official, so it was useless to him. He was an innate, so these things were useless to him. The 3 Renaissance heroes' writings were not written for innate rankers. They only guided the younger generation on how to continue the clan and how to strengthen the Yu clan's position in the 4 great clans and even the Soaring Dragon continent. It could be said that the only thing that Yu Yang was looking forward to was the ghost genius Yu Gong's puppet palace. According to the records, the Yu clan's secrets from 1,000 years ago were stored there. If Elder Yu Hai was at home, Yu Yang would have entered it long ago. Unfortunately, Elder Yu Hai was not around, and only he, the real clan master, knew the secret location of the puppet palace. Located underneath the Yu clan castle, it was not a real puppet palace but a puppet factory. The ghost genius Yu Gong had built this puppet factory. The future generations did not need to be geniuses. As long as they studied, they would be able to create low-leveled puppet beasts. Feng Er was expelled by the Floating Mist sect. Mr. Ku Ming expressed his apologies, but he could not disobey the sect leader's orders. Yu Ling's voice carried a hint of sadness. This generation of the Yu clan was actually full of talents. Yu Tian and Yu Yan had once been chosen as one of the world's 10 great heroes. Afterwards, Yu Feng had contracted a grimoire at the age of 6. His talent had already been revealed, and the 3 great sects had rushed over upon hearing the news. Even the Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect had fought to take him in as a disciple. Afterwards, Yu Yang pulled a carriage, carrying Fourth Mother, his foster mother, and his sister to the Yu clan castle, shocking the whole world. The incompetent good-for-nothing of the past had become the most abnormal young genius. Even Yu Bing, who was only proficient in plant-type beasts, had shone brilliantly in the New Year's clan tournament. At that time, all the warriors in the world were amazed by the Yu clan's younger generation. However, today, the eldest son Yu Tian was destroyed, the 4th son Yu Yan was crippled, the 5th son Yu Ting was missing, the 6th son Yu Bao was facing the clan's judgment, and the 9th son Yu Feng had been expelled by the Floating Mist sect, becoming an abandoned disciple. If not for the 2 siblings, Yu Yang and Yu Bing, the whole Yu clan would have declined beyond repair. Yu Yang understood what was going on. He had beaten up by Yunfei and made him kneel down in front of everyone. This humiliation could never be erased. If this guy went back and told his father about this, it would be strange if the Floating Mist sect would still teach Yu Feng. He felt that this matter would happen sooner or later. Now that Yu Feng had been expelled, it was already within his expectations. Yu Feng had lost his master, so it was not a bad thing for him to guide Yu Feng and increase the Yu clan's strength in the future. After all, he could not stay in the Soaring Dragon continent forever to look after the Yu clan. If he and the girls went to the Heaven Realm and did not return for 100 years, the Yu clan would not be able to do without a few youths to support them. He muttered to himself for a while and made his decision. I am busy right now. I need to help Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers to become innates. I don't have time for now. When Yu Yang said this, second uncle Yu Ling became even more dejected. It's alright, your matter is the most important. Yu Ling had already guessed that Yu Yang would reject him. Who knew that Yu Yang's next words would make him unable to believe his own ears? Listen to me first. Second uncle, regarding Xiaozhou's matter, I will guide him when I have time. Actually, he is still young now, so building a good foundation is the most important thing. There is no need to be anxious. As for the Floating Mist sect, it's fine even if we, the Yu clan's disciples, walk the path of the 4 great sects, but can't we become innates? Yu Yang would not teach Yu Feng very diligently, but it would not be a problem for him to give Yu Feng some pointers when he had time. Ah, really? Then second uncle will thank you on behalf of Feng Er. Yu Ling was overjoyed. He immediately bowed deeply to Yu Yang on behalf of his son. Of course, he understood that the Floating Mist sect had fallen out with Yu Yang because their young sect leader was beaten up by Yu Yang. However, he could only swallow the bitterness in his stomach. Yu Yang and the Floating Mist sect were not people that he could offend. Furthermore, even if Yu Feng was not expelled, he might not be able to learn his true abilities. Bai Yunfei might even take revenge on him secretly. Yu Ling mentioned this to Yu Yang, hoping that Yu Yang could give Yu Feng some pointers in the future when he was stuck at a bottleneck and was unable to break through. He could also give Yu Feng a martial arts pill or some other miraculous medicine, so that Yu Feng would not walk down the same path as Yu Tian and Yu Yan. He never thought that Yu Yang would actually be willing to personally guide his own son. This, how could he not be moved? As an innate, even a few pointers from Yu Yang would be better than learning from the Floating Mist sect. As a disciple, if he was not absolutely loyal to the Floating Mist sect, would he be willing to teach him everything? As a Yu clan disciple, how could Yu Feng be loyal to the Floating Mist sect? Furthermore, Yu Feng's master was only a level 6 elder, and there were even 2 level 5 grandmasters who assisted him with basic knowledge. How could they be compared to Yu Yang, who was an innate ranker? Thinking about this, Yu Ling's tears became moist. He suppressed the emotions in his heart and took a deep breath. Then, he cupped his hands towards Yu Yang and said with a choked voice, "Xiaosan, I was wrong in the past. I was muddle-headed in the past. Please don't let it hang in your heart." Putting himself in Yu Yang's shoes, Yu Ling knew that he couldn't be as open-minded as Yu Yang and let bygones be bygones. If he became an innate, would his third brother, Yu Qiu, who was always criticizing him, or his big brother, Yu Shan, who always pressured him, ask for his guidance, or ask him to teach their sons, could he be as magnanimous as his nephew Yu Yang? Obviously, he couldn't. Yu Ling now understood that Yu Yang's nephew was much stronger than him, his second uncle. In terms of character, he was also far behind him. Yu Ling, who was extremely moved, never thought that Yu Yang only taught Yu Feng because he was afraid of trouble, afraid that he would always sigh in his ears. This was what Yu Yang thought. If Elder Yu Hai came back and mentioned the same thing, he might not be able to reject him. Hence, he might as well agree now. Yu Feng was still young anyway, he didn't need to spend time teaching him. Yu Ling would be able to teach his son well. Now, you should teach him basic knowledge. A great building starts from a small place. The more solid his basic knowledge is, the higher his future achievements will be. In order to boost second uncle Yu Ling's morale, Yu Yang took out a white pearl from his lich ring and passed it to second uncle Yu Ling. "I didn't bring anything with me at the moment, so I'll give this to Xiaojiu. His guardian beast seems to be pretty good, you should train it well." Gold ranked level 5? Second uncle Yu Ling received it happily. When he saw it, he almost jumped in shock. Gold ranked level 5 light type magic crystal? No, he had never seen this kind of magic crystal before. It didn't look like a magic crystal from a beast, nor did it look like a giant dragon's magic crystal. It wasn't even a goblin's orb. What kind of creature's energy core was this? It looked very pure. It would be the best to use it to train Yu Feng's guardian beast. It wasn't that Yu Ling had never seen a gold-ranked magic crystal before. However, when Yu Yang gave him a gold-ranked magic crystal, he felt that this magic crystal was a bit troublesome. He felt even more ashamed. Not only did his nephew not oppose him, he even gave him his full support. Thinking about how he used to roll his eyes at his nephew and even ridicule him, how could he not feel guilty, if Yu Ling knew that all the birdmen that Yu Yang killed in the Sky Shrine were gold-ranked, and that the pearl he gave him was the worst, he probably wouldn't feel so guilty. "I still have a few of these things. Xiaojiu's guardian beast has finished absorbing them. I'll give him another one then." Yu Yang didn't explain and went out on his own. Could it be that this thing came from the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and above? Although Yu Ling didn't know what it was, he knew that it was definitely a good thing. After admiring it for a long time, he suddenly remembered that his son Yu Feng was still waiting for his good news in the study room. He hurried over excitedly and couldn't wait to tell his son this good news. Now, Yu Ling's only hope was his youngest son Yu Feng. He didn't expect his son Yu Feng to have the same abnormal strength and unbelievable improvement as Yu Yang. He only hoped that his son would be able to reach the innate realm in the hundreds of thousands of years of training. Even if he had to train for 200 years, he would still be able to reach the innate realm in the end. As for Yu Tian and Yu Yan, forget about it. Forget about Yu Yang, even Yu Ling himself felt that they weren't worthy of forgiveness. In the plaza, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers were training. They still didn't know that Yu Yang had come back. Only Hui Tai Lang was there. Its nose was especially sensitive. Once it smelled its master's unique scent, it immediately came up to greet him. Yu Yang first waved his hands at the excited clansman. He was like a superstar, escorted by his clansmen all the way to the plaza. As for the clansmen, they were naturally praised and rewarded with money. These were what they needed the most. For example, Lin Lei and Lin Miao, the two family guards who followed Yu Yang on their own accord, were rewarded with a bronze-ranked weapon each. This made them feel extremely proud and their faces were flushed red. They were so happy that they kowtowed and thanked Yu Yang. Bronze-ranked weapons weren't worth being so excited about, but they were thankful for Yu Yang's attention. Yu Yang smiled and threw a few pearls to Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers. When these few gold-ranked level 5 pearls came into his hands, Fatty Hai was like a pervert who had seen a naked girl, drooling like a waterfall. Hui Tai Lang circled around Yu Yang and rubbed against him, extremely anxious. It knew that there would definitely be a share, but its throat couldn't wait to eat. It was basically the same as Fatty Hai. If it wasn't for the difference between humans and wolves, others might even mistake them as brothers. When the few demon hearts came out, it didn't even have time to chew before it swallowed them into its stomach. The thunder mammoth, King Kong demon ape, Herculean rhinoceros beetle and the others were all extremely envious. Unfortunately, not to mention that there weren't any, even if there were, they wouldn't be able to endure the evil demonic chi of the demon heart. Only a pervert like Hui Tai Ling could crazily chew on the demon heart. Don't look at me like a hungry kitten. Yu Yang couldn't stand those beasts' gazes. He threw a few lightning leopard, storm wolf and flaming lion demon cores to them. They were all silver ranked, causing the King Kong demon ape and the other beasts to roar loudly, beating their chests and stamping their feet in joy. I'm ready. Where should we go next to challenge? Tong Tian Tower? Demon Abyss? I won't go west if you point me to the east. Fatty Hai smiled and asked. It's not that there aren't any places, but those who are below an 8 would be instantly killed. Yu Yang's words scared Fatty Hai so much that his heart almost exploded. Pretend I didn't say anything. Fatty Hai waved his hands. Give us a little more time. Although it's a little arrogant to say this, we will become an 8 sooner or later. Yi Kong resolutely clenched his fist. The Yi Kong today was no longer the Yi Kong who almost starved to death in the first floor of Tong Tian Tower. I'll give you 1 year, no, 9 months. If you don't work hard, I'll go to Heaven Realm first. The Heaven Realm gate opens once every 100 years. Do as you see fit. Yu Yan decided to give Yi Kong and the others some pressure. They didn't have much time. If they didn't work hard, they wouldn't be able to make it in time. When Yi Kong and Fatty Hai heard this, they were first overwhelmed with shock. Then, their faces turned serious and determined. I'll definitely make it in time. Yi Kong clenched his fist tightly and promised Yu Yang in a low voice. Then, he waved his fist at Fatty Hai and shouted, Come, let's continue practicing. You think I'm afraid of you? Fatty Hai's eyes were red as he growled like a wounded beast. He understood very well what Yu Yang meant by the deadline. It was the difference between a true warrior and a mediocre person. If they couldn't make it to Heaven Realm before the Heaven Realm gate closes, they would be left behind by Yu Yang. After 100 years, even if Yu Yang returned from Heaven Realm, they would probably become mediocre people. Their potential would be exhausted and they wouldn't be able to improve anymore. How many 100 years could a person live? If they didn't work hard while they were young, when they grew up, their muscles, bones, and veins would be fixed. Their hot-bloodedness and fighting spirit would be extinguished. Then, how much fighting power would they have left? Moreover, if Yu Yang went to Heaven Realm, the difference between them would only get bigger and bigger. Yu Yang, who had trained in Heaven Realm for 100 years, would probably advance to a higher level world. Even if he returned to Soaring Dragon Continent, he would only be visiting his family. At that time, would he still be a target that they could look up to? At that time, they would probably not be able to reach him even in their dreams. The pressure of time in Fatty Hai and Yi Kong's hearts was also felt by Princess Sisai and the others. In fact, it was even stronger and more intense. They had to follow him. 100 years of separation was something that they definitely couldn't accept. Between friends, they might not be able to follow each other to the end. After 100 years, they would still be friends. But between lovers, if they couldn't be together, it would be over. What was more pressing was that Yu Yang was still preparing to enter the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. This was the first step to enter Heaven Realm. At the same time, this was also a test. Yu Yang had to pass the Prison Emperor Divine Palace's test and defeat those sealed Heaven Realm warriors. Only then would he have a chance to enter Heaven Realm. When Yu Yang returned to the little flower garden, he had just finished telling them about passing the 3 world shrines. Before he could even bring everyone into the grimoire world, Princess Sisai grabbed his collar and lifted him up. She glared at him with her tiger-like eyes. There's not enough time, train your swordsmanship. Yu Yang originally wanted to take a couple bath with Sickly Beauty and enjoy their blissful sexual life before training. He didn't expect Tigress to be so impatient. It was rare that she took the initiative to invite him to train. Yu Yang naturally agreed. Sickly Beauty smiled and pulled Yu Bing and Anan along. Then let's enter the grimoire world first and build a small house with our own hands. There's nothing inside, we can take turns to build a new house. If Xianxia is tired, we can go with fallen flowers to train. Let's go, let's not disturb Xianxia's swordsmanship. Not disturbing Princess Sisai's swordsmanship training was an excuse. Princess Sisai could train her swordsmanship normally. When she was together with Yu Yang, it was naturally to train body fusion. This was the two-person world that Sickly Beauty had created for Princess Sisai and Yu Yang. If the girls weren't around, she thought that Princess Sisai would be able to relax a little. Seeing Sickly Beauty and the others enter the grimoire world one by one under Little Wen Li's guidance, Princess Sisai blushed. You should take a bath first. You're sweaty and stinky, it's going to kill me. Yu Yang saw that she was acting coquettishly, and his heart was moved. He couldn't help but reach out and forcefully embrace Tigress, who was pretending to be angry. Intoxicated, he forcefully kissed the struggling beauty in his arms. Princess Sisai panicked and wanted to dodge, but she realized that this brat was too fast. Even if she turned her face to the side, he still kissed the corner of her lips. Princess Sisai did not have the time to clearly understand the feeling of being kissed. She quickly exerted force and broke free. You're asking for a beating. Princess Sisai raised her small fist, indicating that she wanted to hit him, but her whole body was limp. If he hugged her again, she reckoned that she might let him have his way. Am I really going to be an unmarried princess with a big belly? Princess Sisai was rather flustered, her heart was beating very fast. She blushed and pushed Yu Yang lightly. Don't come closer, or else I'll really get angry. Go and take your bath, I've never seen such a rude bastard like you. Huh. Yu Yang knew that it was useless to be impatient. This tigress would not be able to run away sooner or later, so he should take it slow. He smiled proudly and turned to leave. Princess Sisai was flustered and angry, she wished that she could give him a kick. But she was afraid that it would be like the last time at the Cloud Top Lake, where he would catch her when she tried to kick him and press against her body. Princess Sisai remembered that her pants were torn at that time. Maybe her secret had already been seen by this brat. She immediately felt even more embarrassed and blushed. It took a long time for her to come back to her senses. Touching the corner of her lips, she recalled Yu Yang's kiss just now. The feeling of being kissed by him was a little strange, an indescribable strange feeling. Unfortunately, it was too fast and she did not feel it clearly at that time. As Princess Sisai thought about it, her jade-like face blushed again and she secretly scolded herself. Idiot, you let that brat take advantage of you, it's a pity that you did not feel it clearly. After giving up on the memory of the kiss just now, Princess Sisai tidied up her clothes, afraid that the other girls would come out and see anything wrong with her body. Finally, she touched her buttocks. She struggled too intensely just now and seemed to have touched something hard. It must be that brat's bad thing. When Princess Sisai remembered that she had seen his bad thing a few times before, her face immediately turned red. This brat's lust was truly boundless. It seemed like he was in great danger. However, the old man at home was not back yet. If she didn't force Yu Yang to talk to him, he would at least ask for her hand in marriage in secret. She didn't even have a title. If she was eaten by him and became an unmarried princess with a big belly, it would be really embarrassing. The more Princess Sisai thought about it, the more restless she became. She really wanted to see if Yu Yang had returned from his bath, but she was afraid that he would think that she was peeping. When Yu Yang came back from the shower, he was covered in steam. However, he did not tease Princess Sisai again. On the surface, he pretended to be an obedient child. Of course, the more he acted like this, the more worried Princess Sisai was. Now that Castellan Fallen Flowers, Sickly Beauty, and Shui Wuxia were not by her side, Princess Sisai was able to relax a little. She only struggled a little when Yu Yang held her hand, leaned on her shoulder, leaned on her back, and other basic body fusion movements. She was not as resistant as before. Since she had already been kissed by him, holding hands was not a big deal. Since Fallen Flowers and Wuxia were not here, it would be a waste of effort to argue with this shameless brat. Once they started cultivating, Princess Sisai's mind gradually calmed down and she fully immersed herself in it. Now that she no longer had any psychological barriers, she also had an indescribable contract when cultivating with Yu Yang. She was not inferior to Shui Wuxia, who had the most tacit understanding. Princess Sisai even realized that it was not that she could not cooperate with this guy. It was just that she had mental barriers in the past. Now that they were not by her side and he was alone, after she untied the mental barriers, her cultivation was like a fish in the water. When it came to tacit cooperation, it was easy. Princess Xianxia secretly rejoiced. It seemed that she wasn't bad either. If it wasn't for Xianxia, she would be the most tacit partner with him. With a good start in the body fusion technique, Princess Xianxia became more open and devoted herself to assisting him, allowing his innate qi to flow through her body. When her meridians were connected, there was a slight pain. However, Princess Sisai enjoyed this feeling. The pain was nothing. Instead, she felt happy for Yu Yang's gentle comforting actions. Yes, it was indeed a kind of happiness. Just like when she was young, she fell to the ground and cried when she was injured while she was practicing her sword skills. Then, she saw her father reaching out his hand and gently wiping away her tears. It was that kind of gentleness, that kind of happiness. This guy was really similar to her father. Both of them did not know how to spoil and love each other. They were both men who cared about their faces. They would not say those kind of words, even though they liked her from the bottom of their hearts. She remembered that not long ago, her father once said to her, "Although you have grown up, you have not learned how to take care of yourself, let alone others. You have to find a boy who knows how to take care of you. He may not necessarily hold you in his hands every day, and he may not know how to be gentle and affectionate to you. As long as he has you in his heart and can always protect you silently, that's enough." This guy, Yu Yang, might be the kind of person that her father talked about. He would not say flowery words to her. However, he had her in his heart, even if she was very clumsy and did not know how to respond to him. Now, with him by her side, it was like having her father by her side when she was practicing her swordsmanship when she was young. After she grew up, her father's loving figure disappeared. What replaced him was him. He was the bad guy who was destined to make her emotions unresolvable and messy for the rest of her life. Time passed very quickly. 6 hours had passed. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others came out of the grimoire world under Little Wen Li's guidance. Princess Sisai blushed when she saw City Mistress Fallen Flowers' half-smiling expression. Originally, they had agreed to only practice for 3 hours, then it would be Fallen Flowers' turn. She did not expect that she would even take up her time. City Mistress Fallen Flowers did not mind. She cooked together with Yu Yu. She learned Yu Yu's cooking skills and made dinner for Yu Yang. Among the girls, Yu Yu's cooking skills could be said to be the best. The omnipotent Xianxia was also not bad. The third was Sickly Beauty. Before Sickly Beauty became Yu Yang's wife, her cooking skills were SOSO. However, once she became Yu Yang's wife, for some reason, her culinary skills improved by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, she became more willing to cook. In the past, she always preferred to eat simple food and concentrate on studying runes. Now, it was the complete opposite. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Anan could only cook simple food. It was edible, but it was still far from delicious. As for Yu Bing, she did not know how to cook, but it was not a problem for her to help others wash vegetables. Among the girls, the only one who couldn't recognize all the seasonings and only knew how to eat but didn't know how to cook was Princess Qian. Since young, Junwu had been strict with her, just like a boy. Moreover, he had intentionally groomed her to become an emperor. She had never once worried about her diet. Even when she went out to train, she would be accompanied by Yu Yu. She had never had the chance to cook. "I'll go and help too." Princess Qian was actually a little reluctant to part with Yu Yang. If it wasn't for the fact that the girls were so hungry that they came out to cook, she still wanted to continue training with Yu Yang. In order to show in front of the girls that there was nothing between her and Yu Yang, she decided to stay away from him. For example, to help in the kitchen. "Don't, the food you cook will spoil my stomach." Yu Yang was shocked and quickly stopped her. "What did you say?" Princess Sisai was furious. She did not know how to cook, but it was impossible for her to make poison. How dare he look down on her? "Xianxian, don't be anxious if you want to learn. Next time, I'll do it today." Yu Yu hurriedly tried to smooth things over for her brother, while Luohua City Mistress snickered. She wasn't good at cooking either, but it was definitely not a problem to cook it well. Even if it wasn't delicious, it would definitely not cause one's intestines to rot after eating it. Looking at City Mistress Fallen Flowers' smile, Princess Sisai was even more depressed. Why were they both women? Why was her cooking talent so bad? It was not that she had never tried cooking, but it was either burnt or half-cooked. She had no talent since childhood, and her mind was not on cooking. Princess Sisai had long given up learning in this area. Today, when she heard what Yang said, she really felt a little unhappy in her heart. The sage once said that if a woman wanted to hold a man's heart, she must first satisfy his stomach. In this aspect, she was definitely a failure. Princess Sisai did not insist on cooking a meal herself, but she did take this matter to heart. She decided to work hard in secret. One day, she would make Yang eat until his stomach was round and licking his fingers. After Yang returned, the girls resumed their regular lives. Everyone focused on training, and when they were free, they would build houses in the grimoire world. Every day, Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers occupied the most time. Both of them occupied about 5 hours of Yang's time each. Because they had been training for a long time, they had become more and more in sync with each other. The effects of body fusion had brought about a significant improvement in their strength every day. On the 5th day, Princess Sisai's guardian beast, White Tiger, leveled up. There were even signs of it evolving from platinum ranked to diamond ranked. As long as the White Tiger that was in one body with Xianxia became a holy beast, it would be the time for Princess Sisai to become an innate. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was slightly slower. On the 9th day, City Mistress Fallen Flowers' guardian beast, Light Elf Aurora, finally leveled up from gold-ranked level 5 to platinum-ranked level 4 with the help of Yang's innate Qi, God's Dew, Water of Life, 5-colored divine light and other rare treasures. Aurora was different from Princess Sisai's White Tiger. It needed at least a month's time before it could level up again. However, City Mistress Fallen Flowers still had the three-tailed snow fox. With the help of Yang's Nirvana Flame, Heaven Runes, and the Avian Leader's White Pearl, the little fox immediately leveled up to platinum-ranked level 3. Although it had not unlocked its intelligence, the three-tailed snow fox already had a certain level of intelligence. If one were to compare all the non-humanoid beasts, its intelligence might even be higher than Hui Tai Lang's. Could it be that she will really become a fox girl? Yang was also unsure. He realized that the three-tailed snow fox's evolution direction was different from Hui Tai Lang's. Hui Tai Lang was the same as its master. They were both strange exceptions, different from the others. He reckoned that even if it evolved into a holy beast, it would not transform into a humanoid form. However, the three-tailed snow fox gradually showed signs of evolving into a humanoid form. Yang secretly sweated as he thought about it. Could it be that this three-tailed snow fox would eventually transform into the beautiful Daji that could bring calamity to the country and people? After 10 days of body fusion, not only did Yang, Fallen Flowers, and Xianxia's cultivation level soared, their feelings for each other had also grown. Unknowingly, they had started to accept his hugs. Of course, the excuse in their hearts was that it was necessary for them to train body fusion. Sometimes, when his naughty thing that could not be restrained touched their thighs or buttocks, they would only be embarrassed and not angry. Most of the time, they would pretend that they did not know anything. Sometimes, when they were tired from training and were unwilling to leave, they would just nestle in his embrace and have a good sleep. Although Yang did not take the opportunity to push them down, in the hearts of the two girls, they had already accepted this man who was destined to be their nemesis. They did not resist his occasional kisses and gropes, they only wanted to guard the last barrier. Yang was not anxious at all. Rather than forcefully pushing them down, it would be better to let things flow naturally. That day, he believed that it would not be too long. Maybe they only needed a little bit of external factors to break through the last barrier in their hearts. There's a message from that big breasts girl of yours. She wants to meet you at the Yu Clan Castle tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Princess Sisai had left the little flower garden for 2 hours. Her original intention was to inquire about the news of her father's return. She did not expect that there would be no news from her father. Instead, she received a reply from impatient Sky Law in the Thief Guild. Really? When Yang heard this, he was overjoyed. He had not seen Impatience for a long time, he really missed her a little. Look at how happy you are. Don't you just want to see my big breasts? Princess Sisai's tone was sour as if she had drunk 3 bowls of vinegar. She almost wanted to tell Yu Yang, if you want to see my big breasts, we have them too. It's just that I don't wear Skyla's revealing clothes. Seeing Impatience again, Yu Yang realized that the beauty was slightly thinner. Maybe it was because she had just recovered from her injuries, but her charm was still stunning. Of course, Yu Yang went straight for her snow-white breasts, preparing to bury his head in them. Little rascal, let's talk about serious matters, don't mess around. Yu Yang's forehead was pressed by Impatience's jade finger. Her beautiful face revealed a smile that could even make the sun lose its brilliance. The serious matter is very simple, it is to attack the prison Emperor Divine Palace in half a month. After I'm done, beauty, can you put aside the important matters of the country? Let's deal with our private affairs first. Yu Yang pretended to hug her, but Impatience dodged Yu Yang's hug. Instead, she opened her arms and hugged Yu Yang from behind. Her cherry lips moved closer to Yu Yang's earlobe and kissed it lightly. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you. Every innate who has the qualifications to enter the heaven realm has signed an agreement that they cannot kill each other because of personal or worldly grudges. Everything is for the sake of entering the heaven realm. If you want to kill the prison Emperor Divine General, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Although he had only woken up after sleeping for 5,000 years, his strength has almost recovered. Even if he fought with the Supreme Elder Humans, he would probably have a 50-50 chance of winning. If you want to kill him now, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Furthermore, he has a lot of helpers, just the 2 of us alone won't be able to deal with him. What if we add in an old tortoise? Yu Yang felt an indescribably wonderful feeling of her breasts pressing against his back. He immediately shamefully hardened. That old tortoise is good at defense, but not good at attack. It's useless. Impatience seemed to know that Yu Yang was aroused. Her hand slowly moved down from her chest to her lower abdomen, and then continued downwards, causing Yu Yang's blood to boil. He almost couldn't help but push her down not far from the Yu clan castle's entrance. My attack power is not bad. Yu Yang advertised. What kind of attack power? Phoenix Fairy Beauty's small hands flirtatiously slid past, intentionally or unintentionally touching that excited and high-spirited thing. Her cherry lips asked seductively beside Yu Yang's ear. Her voice sounded like she was panting and moaning at the same time, causing Yu Yang's heartbeat to increase by 300 beats. Yu Yang swallowed his saliva and pretended to be serious as he replied, all of their attacks are pretty good. Why don't you test them? Where is the test? Impatience kissed Yu Yang's earlobe gently, her breath like she was humming. Let's go to your home. Yu Yang made a decision to save money. He could get a hotel room, but not only would it be a waste of money, he would also be afraid of the police. Why don't we go to your house? I like to test it on your bed, it's exciting. Impatience gently lifted her calf and slowly rubbed against Yu Yang's thigh. Her hand reached into his pants as if she wanted to grab something fun. Sorry, there's already someone on his bed. Shui Wuxiao's voice suddenly came from behind. She was holding a book as she walked in front of the 2 of them. As if there was no one else around, she ignored them and said, please continue, I'm just passing by. Yu Yang sweated profusely. As expected, this girl was worried about him. Impatience giggled. Before she let go of Yu Yang, she actually pinched his cheeks. Little rascal, next time you want to have an affair, remember to find a place where there's no one around. Don't let your wife catch you, that's too pitiful. Do you need to kneel on a washboard when you go back? Don't tell me you're a henpecked husband. Yu Yang was very vengeful. He also reached out to pinch her smooth cheeks. Beauty, it seems like you were the one who seduced me just now, causing me to be caught by her, right? When Impatience heard this, she elegantly shrugged her shoulders, causing her voluptuous breasts to sway. Now, do you still want to go to my house? Impatience blew on Yu Yang's face with a fragrance. Yes. Yu Yang felt that the one who said no was Dongfang Booby. My bed is so big, so soft and so comfortable. Impatience smiled, her smile was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a country. Yu Yang felt that this girl should be described by the phrase charming to death. No wonder King Zhou would be bewitched by a fox spirit. It turned out that there were really enchanting women in the world who could make people suffocate in the land of gentleness. Really? Yu Yang's eyes lit up. A blissful sexual life was waving at him. Isn't this our mistress? Shui Wuxia, who had disappeared just now, suddenly appeared in front of Yu Yang and Impatience. She closed the ancient book in her hands and asked Yu Yang curiously, I seem to have heard that you want to go somewhere? To her house. Yu Yang was a little flustered by her bright eyes. Why are we going to her house? Shui Wuxia's smile was as bright as the sun. There were no dark clouds, hail, lightning, or storm at all. I want to test if her bed is big enough, soft enough. Yu Yang's answer was clear and logical, and his reasoning was sufficient. It's your first time going to someone else's house, so you need to bring all the tools. Have you brought all the tools? Shui Wuxia smiled and stretched out her hand with a gentle face. She straightened Yu Yang's collar and took out a handkerchief to wipe Yu Yang's face, as if she was a virtuous wife sending her husband out to work. I brought the tools with me. Yu Yang sweated profusely. He couldn't leave this tool at home, otherwise he would really become Dongfang Booby. That's good. You have to work hard, I'll wait for you at home. Shui Wuxia's smile was as gentle as the morning breeze. Finally, she gave Yu Yang a light kiss on his lips, just like a wife sending her husband off to work. Impatience saw this, and her expression was even more uncomfortable than if she had drunk 3 bowls of vinegar. Her eyes flickered as she suddenly realized that she had met a formidable opponent. Not a formidable opponent on the battlefield, but a formidable opponent on the field of love. Originally, she was only a little interested in Yu Yang. She never thought of loving him for the rest of her life. She only felt a little uncomfortable because her sister spoiled and protected him, so she had to snatch away the man that her sister fancied. Finally, after experiencing life and death with Yu Yang, she felt that this man was more to her liking. Although she didn't really plan to live together with him, she couldn't help but want to tease him. Especially when she saw him being captivated by her charm, she felt happy in her heart. A woman's innate vanity was satisfied to the greatest extent. She knew that she had to be beautiful and attractive, but other men's greedy gazes made her feel disgusted. That was a kind of naked possessiveness, invasion, and humiliation. This brat's gaze was completely different. It was more of admiration and admiration. Although there was also some lust, it wasn't the main point. He liked her charm more than her body, not the 2 lumps of flesh in front of her chest. Yu Yang's gaze gave her a feeling of enjoyment. She enjoyed his admiration, enjoyed his arousal. Seducing him made her feel a great sense of accomplishment. However, just when Impatience thought that her charm was invincible, she realized that no matter how seductive she was, she couldn't occupy the first place in his heart. No matter how impulsive his lust was, his gaze wouldn't be lost. Especially when this girl holding a book appeared, he would immediately change from a frivolous wastrel to an obedient child. Maybe he was pretending to be an obedient child, but at least he valued this girl holding an ancient book, which was why he was like that. He pretended to be serious to her, but he was frivolous to himself. This was the difference. It was the difference in the rankings of charm in his heart. He regarded her as the first, which was why he did that. Impatience looked at Shui Wuxia. She realized that this girl who carried an ancient book with her gave her a great sense of danger. This sense of danger was hard to describe. Impatience knew there was, but she couldn't say why. No one had ever given her such a great sense of danger, never. This was not the difference in strength, but the difference in charm. As one of the 3 big shots of the demonic palace, Impatience had never thought that a 20-year-old girl would actually be able to win against her, and even defeat her. She, who possessed the charm inherent skill, had lost to a woman's seduction for the first time in 1,000 years. Other than her sister, could it be that there was a girl who was more outstanding than her? Impatience looked at Shui Wuxia, whose smile was like ice melting under the sun, seriously. She realized that this was indeed a formidable opponent. This is? Shui Wuxia seemed to have just noticed Impatience. She is the client who wanted to test the bed. Yu Yang introduced. Why don't you bring her home to test it? Our bed is bigger, softer, and more comfortable. There are also many girls at home, it doesn't matter if she sleeps on it or not. Why bother others? Bring her home, her chest is quite big, but it doesn't take up much space. Shui Wuxia's words made Impatience feel as if she had been slapped in the face by someone. Are you really confident? Aren't you afraid of inviting a wolf into your house? Impatience stared at Shui Wuxia. In my eyes, a female wolf is actually the same as a female sheep, because they are both female. Shui Wuxia looked at Impatience calmly and smiled. My confidence depends on whether my mother's client likes our Xiaosan's bed. If she doesn't like it, then my confidence will be very big. If she likes it, then my confidence is like my chest, it can't get bigger even if I wanted to. What an interesting girl. Since it's like this, I really want to test the bed in your house and see if I like it. Impatience originally didn't want to care about the prison emperor divine general, because she felt that it would be too difficult for Yu Yang to kill the prison emperor divine general. The prison emperor divine general was an old man from 6,000 years ago. Although he had lost a lot of power, he had already recovered after sleeping for thousands of years. He wasn't the Thousand Goblins sect leader, nor was he Shan Tian. It wasn't impossible for Yu Yang to kill the prison emperor divine general, but at least it was impossible for the time being. This was because no matter how much of a genius he was or how fast he improved, he wouldn't be able to catch up to an old man who had lived for thousands of years. In comparison, the great emperor of Ziwei, Shan Tian, had only lived for 900 years. The difference between him and the prison emperor divine palace who had lived for 6,000 years was huge. Luckily, the prison emperor divine general had slept for thousands of years to recover from his heavy injuries. Otherwise, no one in the younger generation would be his match. Now that she was provoked by Shui Wuxia, she had the motivation to accompany him till the end. He wanted to play with this brat and see if he had the ability to kill the prison emperor divine general. Of course, the most important thing was to make this brat fall under his pomegranate skirt and make him his servant. After that, he would defeat this 20-year-old girl who gave him a great sense of danger. If this little girl grew up in the future, she would probably become someone like her sister. Impatience realized that she had underestimated her in the past. Other than Yu Yang, that abnormal brat, no one could compare to her speed of growth. She was even faster than herself in the past. Very good. Since it's like this, I will welcome you on behalf of my Xiaosan's bed. Shui Wuxia smiled indifferently and held Yu Yang's arm as naturally as a newlywed wife holding her husband's arm. She then opened a group teleportation golden teleportation door. Yu Yang turned around to look at Impatience. Shui Wuxia reached out her hand and pinched his buttocks like a wife punishing her husband. You're still looking at me? Your eyeballs are going to drop to the ground if you keep looking. Impatience knew that she was trying to provoke him, but in the end, she still decided to follow them. She didn't care about men, but since there were people fighting for him, she might as well play with him. There was a saying in the world, no one plows a thin field, but someone fights for it. No matter what, she had to defeat this little girl who made her suffer. She definitely couldn't let another woman like her sister surpass her. No matter if it was strength or charm, she definitely couldn't. Furthermore, Yu Yang was quite interesting. He wasn't as annoying as other men. As for how to deal with this lecherous little rascal, it seemed like she had to guard the last hurdle. She definitely couldn't let him take advantage of her and eat her up. Impatience looked at Shui Wuxia's and Yu Yang's backs as they disappeared into the teleportation door. She then looked at the sky and thought, Sister, I want this man. I must snatch him away. Do you have any objections, high and mighty supreme human being? When you see your younger sister snatching away the man you love, what will you say? Your expression would definitely be very interesting, right? The arrival of Impatience doubled the hostility of the girls. Other than sickly beauty, even Yu Bing had a hostile look as if her brother was about to be snatched away by this heavenly enchantress, let alone Castellan Fallen Flowers and Princess Sisai. However, there was also a benefit to her arrival, that was, it allowed the girls to train hard. Because of the gap in strength and the threat of rivals in love, Princess Sisai and Castellan Fallen Flowers usually trained. Almost whenever Yu Yang was free, they would sit or stand beside him. On the one hand, it was to monitor Impatience and prevent her from seducing Yu Yang. On the other hand, it was to show their charm and not let this kid forget the old one when he had a new one. As for Shui Wuxia, who lured Impatience back, she didn't seem to care at all. Her days were no different from before. Other than practicing body fusion with Yu Yang, she usually held a book and read. In the beginning, Impatience didn't look down on the girls, but in her eyes, these little girls wouldn't be able to reach half of her strength even if they trained for another 200 years. She felt that her only strong rival was the usually quiet Xianxia. However, in less than 2 days, Impatience's view changed greatly. The speed of improvement of these little girls, not to mention ordinary people, was 100 times faster than peerless geniuses. Even under the careful guidance of her sister, she didn't have such speed of improvement. At this speed, it wouldn't take 200 years, perhaps 20 years to catch up with her, especially Yu Yang's body fusion. It simply made Impatience gasp in amazement. She had never seen this kind of training before. Not only could Yu Yang improve by himself, but he could also improve together with his lover. Moreover, the more people who trained, the faster this kid improved. What kind of training was this? It's not that Impatience had never seen a cultivation method that required 2 people to practice together, but it could only be achieved by twin brothers or sisters who had a high degree of tacit understanding. How could there be a cultivation method that could be practiced by randomly pulling a little girl over? If he could casually pull anyone to cultivate with him, would there still be such a thing as chi deviation in this world? Not to mention ordinary martial artists, even inborn experts would suffer from chi deviation and eventually become a cripple if they were to cultivate recklessly. The strangest thing was that Impatience saw that Yu Yang could use Nirvana's flame to purify these young ladies' bodies, but they would not be burned to death. Even his own body could not withstand the Nirvana flame. How could he control it to purify their bodies? The pure energy circulating in their bodies, what kind of cultivation method was it produced? There were also runes. This kid actually knew about ancient runes, and he seemed to have mastered more ancient runes than her. As for the heaven runes, Impatience realized that the little girl called Yu Bing could recite more than 10 of them. On the 5th day, Impatience saw that Yu Yang had raised Princess Sisai to the lesser innate realm, and was extremely surprised. According to ordinary martial artists, they would need at least 50 years to train, and even a genius martial artist would need at least 10 years. However, with this kid's help, Princess Sisai only used 5 days to achieve what others would need 50 years to train. This speed was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Princess Sisai was not the only one who had leveled up at the same time. Within these 5 days, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Inan, and Yu Bing had also leveled up. Because Impatience was here, Yu did not practice body fusion with Yu Yang anymore, and gave her time to Inan and Yu Bing. If they continued to train at this speed, Impatience believed that these young ladies would only need to train for another 3 years to catch up to her. In 5 years, they might even surpass her. Now, she understood why Yu Yang was able to fight against Xianxia, Thousand Goblins sect leader and great demon King Baruth at the age of 20. The reason was that this brat had mastered a cultivation method that no one else in the world could match. With this kind of cultivation speed, whatever holy beasts guiding him, what good preparation, what spiritual chi accumulation, what spirit pills, according to this brat, were all just fleeting clouds. A thought flashed past Impatience's mind. Sister must have seen his ability, that's why she saw him in a different light, right? Otherwise, with her arrogant attitude that disregarded all men in the world, why would she be his introducer? No wonder that little girl, Xianxia, dared to challenge him. The answer was already obvious. The reason was that she was his fiancée and cultivated with him every day. It was hard for her not to improve at a high speed. After another 2 days, City Mistress Fallen Flowers' 3-tailed snow fox leveled up from Platinum ranked level 4 to Platinum ranked level 5. Yu Yang started to think about how to help it evolve. Once the evolution was successful, the 3-tailed snow fox would gain intelligence and become a holy beast. Seeing this, Impatience could not hold it in anymore. I also want to practice that body fusion with him. Also, we will exchange and share the secrets of heaven runes and ancient runes. Impatience stated her conditions. She could not tolerate her tortoise speed of cultivation. Before she saw Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others improve, she felt that her cultivation speed was not slow at all. Other than her sister, who was the supreme elder of the human race, no one could compare to her. Even the great emperor of Ziwei, Shan Tian, and the Thousand Goblins sect leader had to stand aside. However, after coming to the little flower garden for only 7 days, she felt that her views needed to be changed. Sharing heaven runes and ancient runes, I don't object to you practicing body fusion. However, if you want to obtain our personal insights, then you need to exchange your special insights. Shui Wuxia had already discussed this with Princess Sisai and the others. She knew that impatience would not be able to resist the urge to practice body fusion. When you practice, we must be present. You are not allowed to practice with Yu Yang privately. Princess Sisai added another condition. She was afraid that this impatience would do something with Yu Yang while practicing. Although impatience was currently an ally, it was uncertain whether they would be friends or enemies in the future. Princess Sisai felt that it was best for Yu Yang not to be too close to her. As for Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai's conditions, impatience smiled and did not reply immediately. Instead, she asked City Mistress Fallen Flowers, "What about you? Do you have anything else to add?" City Mistress Fallen Flowers shrugged her shoulders. "Of course there is. You cannot enjoy any special privileges. You can only practice for 2 hours a day." Yu Yang had just returned from opening up Yubing and Anan's meridians. He only heard the latter sentence. "What are you guys talking about? What 2 hours?" He was a little curious. This impatience usually did not see eye to eye with the girls. Why was she secretly discussing with them today? When Impatience saw that Yu Yang had returned, she immediately used her charm inherent skill. Her voice was as sweet as honey. She laughed softly. "I want that too." Yu Yang was startled at first. Then, he immediately reacted. This girl seemed to want to practice body fusion with him. However, he immediately rejected. "No way." Why? His reaction really surprised Impatience. Why would he reject her? Not to mention her, even Shui Wuxia and the others did not expect this. Ahem, think about it. You're not related to me. You're not my fiancé, nor are you my sister. It's not good to have intimate physical contact. You're a woman, and it's bad for your reputation. Yu Yang did not dare to say that he was afraid that this impatience would see through his innate, invisible sword chi and secretly learn it. If he did not have the innate, invisible sword chi as his foundation, no matter how miraculous body fusion was, he would not be able to level up every few days. All of this was because Yu Yang had the innate, invisible sword chi. Yu Yang knew that the most special thing about him was that the heavenly sword goddess taught him the innate, invisible sword chi in his dream world. If he did not have this, no matter how hard he worked, he would probably be the same as Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tianluo and the others. He would not be able to reach the age of 20 and become an innate a year ago. He would be able to easily kill Machi Su Ling, who had the power of a level 5 innate. Without the innate, invisible sword chi, Yu Yang would not be able to open up the meridians of Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers one by one and help them get close to the innate realm. Body fusion was only the best bridge. The most important thing was the innate, invisible sword chi. Yu Yang did not know what kind of special ability the Impatience had. What if she had the ability to slowly find out his secrets after getting close to him? I have already killed 10,000 people, how could I still be innocent? Furthermore, it's so tiring to always care about reputation. The Impatience laughed. Who are you trying to fool? You are obviously still a virgin. What do you mean by killing 10,000 people? Even an 8-year-old wouldn't believe you. After interacting with her for the past few days, Yu Yang had already made an accurate judgment. This Impatience's body was emitting a strange fragrance. It was the same fragrance as Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. He believed that it was the scent of a virgin. The sickly beauty's body also had that scent before, but it had already changed into another kind of fragrance that smelled extremely good. After the change, the fragrance became softer and more fragrant, but the original hint of immaturity had disappeared. How did you know? The Impatience was a little dumbfounded. She had hidden her aura very well. Other than her sister who had the divine eyes, she did not expect this kid to be able to see through it. How did he see through it? It can't be, she is actually still a virgin? Princess Sisai and the others were also dumbfounded. Only Shui Wuxia and Sickly Beauty looked normal. Heh. The Sickly Beauty and Shui Wuxia had once compared their bodies. The result was that there were many different changes in their bodies that were almost the same. The Sickly Beauty's body and skin were more moist. Her chest, waist, buttocks, legs, and even eyebrows had slight changes. These were all the mature characteristics of a wife. There were many differences between her and the virgin Xianxia. As for the impatiens, although she was dressed like a demon, her childish eyebrows were still there. Her pelvis was not open. Her waist was soft and still. Her buttocks were perky but not plump. Her skin was smooth but not glowing. There was a big difference between her and the current sickly beauty. The only thing that made people envious was her snow-white breasts. They were naturally tall and straight. If she had such big breasts as a virgin, it would be even more exaggerated if she became a wife. I guessed it. Yu Yang heard that he had let it slip. You messed with me last time. You broke my most important thing, you have to take responsibility. Only a little thief like you had touched me before. You even hurt me there. If you don't take responsibility, I will fight you to the death. When the impatient said that, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who was drinking water, spat it out. Where did you hurt? Yu Yang asked curiously. It's that most tender place. It's very tender and thin. Impatience was prepared to explain in detail to Yu Yang. Yu Yang hurriedly waved his hands. I'm innocent. I can guarantee that there's no such thing. Feng Xianmei did not let it go. You made it bleed, and you still say there's no such thing? If you say there's no such thing, I'll cry myself to death in front of you. Hearing that, Yu Yang patted his chest to show that he was afraid. He then asked Shui Wuxia and the others for help. You guys were there at that time. Tell me if there's any such thing. Why don't you guys check her? I really didn't break it. She's still a virgin. Don't you guys think that I'm being wronged? Shui Wuxia smiled slightly. Big breasts girl, I'm not sure whether he broke it or not. But I can guarantee that even if he didn't, you would definitely break it when you practice body fusion with him. You better think about it carefully. We are all his fiancés. That step will happen sooner or later. If you're an outsider, then you'll be at a disadvantage. Our family Xiaosan's ability to steal food is very strong. We can't guarantee that he'll be very obedient. You better think about it yourself. Impatience really muttered to herself and thought for a while. In the end, she giggled, don't try to bluff me. Even beginner sisters can cultivate. So what if I'm not his fiancé? I'll cultivate the same type as Yu Bing and Yu. Little thief, try it if you have the ability. Maybe you'll really get what you want. Yu Yang did not reply. He only swallowed his saliva secretly. If he said that Impatience wanted to practice body fusion with him, it would definitely be a lie if he was not tempted. Princess Sisai mumbled softly, it's still uncertain who will push you down. In the beginning, Yu Yang and Impatience did not dare to use their innate qi when they practiced body fusion. They only used the 5-colored divine light and nirvana flame to strengthen and purify the great sky demoness body. Yu, who knew what would happen, pulled Yu Bing and Anan into the grimoire world to build Yu Yang's new home. Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers stayed behind. They endured their shyness and watched over them. To be precise, they were watching over Impatience. They were afraid that the great sky demoness would push Yu Yang down. At the same time, they also left sickly beauty behind. If Yu Yang really could not hold back his anger, she, his ready-made wife, could serve him for a while to vent the excess anger in his body. However, when they started cultivating, Yu Yang gradually immersed himself in it. In the end, he relied on his instincts to practice body fusion, completely forgetting about his previous vigilance. Of course, his vigilance was unnecessary, because Impatience did not have the ability to secretly learn. Even if she did not think of finding out his secret. Most importantly, Yu Yang didn't know that without the heavenly sword goddesses, sword spirit empowerment, no one would be able to learn the innate, invisible sword qi. Even if Yu Yang wrote it down from memory, organized it into a book and distributed it to the whole world, this innate skill would not be any more effective than the worst mercenaries' iron chopping blade technique, or crushing stone hammer technique. Without the sword spirit empowerment, no one would be able to learn a true, innate skill. It was even more impossible to be like Yu Yang, who could casually use his fingers or even any part of his body to release the sword qi. Oh my god, I'm going to die. Under the purification and burning of the nirvana's flame, Impatience felt both pain and comfort, moaning non-stop. So noisy. Yu Yang could no longer resist her natural charm, inherent skill. His last bit of rationality was gradually lost. He pressed impatience under his body, lowered his face and sealed impatience's moaning mouth with his lips. Countless innate chi gushed out and flowed towards impatience's body that was being purified by the nirvana's flame. The two-pronged purification caused impatience, who was pressed down by Yu Yang, to tremble. She was still clear-headed and in pain, but she could not reject this nirvana rebirth process. As long as she persevered until the last moment, her body would be completely purified and she would become a brand new great sky demoness. The innate level 9 that had been stagnant for 100 years would be able to break through in one go. Actually, back in the demon palace, her body had already been purified once. But the purification time was extremely short, only a few seconds. With her innate level 9 strength, she would be able to recover very quickly. Now, the purification of the nirvana's flame this time was a long burning process. It might take an hour, or a few hours, or even longer. If not for the special pure energy in her body that was nourishing her body and repairing her damaged meridians, Impatience felt that she would have fainted from the pain. In her body, some of the meridians that were slightly unobstructed were forcefully opened up wider channels. Some of the meridians that she did not know about were also opened up, forming new channels. Impatience was in extreme pain, and she instinctively wanted to struggle. However, she knew that this was a nirvana rebirth process. It was a miracle that only happened once in 1,000 years. It was a nirvana rebirth purification that others could only dream of. She forcefully endured it with her willpower and did not resist the invasion of Yu Yang's innate chi at all. No matter where his nirvana's flame ignited, she endured it with all her might. Her clothes had long melted, and her sweat evaporated into steam. Her smooth skin sizzled as it burned and regenerated continuously. That kind of process was simply unimaginable pain. Impatience knew that there were impurities in her own energy. It was not as pure as Shui Wuxia and the others. Moreover, it had accumulated too much, so the pain she had to endure was even greater, and the purification time was also much longer. If I die, then so be it. Impatience opened up her pair of jade arms and hugged Juyan tightly. This was the only way for her to restrain herself from struggling and escaping. Within the nirvana's flame, countless runes seeped out from Yu Yang's body and merged with the runes that appeared on Impatience's body, forming a new pattern. Heaven runes and ancient runes continuously merged and glowed in Impatience's burnt and regenerated body. They continuously interacted with the various runes on Yu Yang's body, as if they were alive. In the end, they floated in midair and formed a galaxy of runes. When they touched the bodies of Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, they also activated the runes on their bodies, placing them into the small sea of runes. The Nirvana's flame pillar soared into the sky. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were different from Impatience. They had already been purified countless times, so they did not feel much pain in the Nirvana's flame. Instead, they felt a sense of joy as if they were bathed in fire and reborn. Those like Little Wenli, Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman and the Sleepy Thorny Flower Demoness stood in the Nirvana's flame pillar and bathed in the Nirvana's flame together. Those who could not, stayed at the edge of the sea of runes, enjoying the process of the runes merging with their bodies. This process was very long, maybe more than an hour. When the Nirvana's flame disappeared and the sea of runes gradually dimmed, returning to Yu Yang's body, Impatience's diamond grimoire suddenly appeared. It automatically flipped to the title page that recorded inherent skills and guardian beasts. Following that, a golden pillar of light soared into the sky. Charm, inherent skill, guardian beasts, and Impatience herself all leveled up at this moment. The naked Impatience floated out from under Yu Yang's body and soared 100 meters into the sky. Her aura was like a tsunami that could topple mountains and overturn seas, spreading out in all directions. At this moment, her body had fused with her guardian beasts. Purple demon wings that were more than 10 meters long quickly extended out from her back. Behind her snow-white buttocks, there was also a spiked tail. On top of her head, there was a small and cute demon horn. Her 10 jade-like fingernails also gradually lengthened, becoming purple demon claws. The most obvious change was her eyes. Her pupils were deep purple, like the eyes of a demon king. A light wheel that was formed from deep purple, crimson purple and light purple perfectly and ingeniously combined, surrounding Impatience's body. These special signs all showed that Impatience's guardian beast, Succubus, had leveled up to Diamond Level 10 Great Demon King. Impatience let out a scream, and the whole ground shook. A tornado-like energy spun around her body crazily. Even the golden pillar of light that shot out from the grimoire seemed to be distorted by it. After breaking through the 100-year bottleneck, Impatience had been bitterly training but could not break through to innate level 10. Suddenly, she rushed up from innate level 9 and successfully stepped into this new realm. Ever since she reached innate level 10, Impatience's attitude had undergone a huge change. She, who was originally at loggerheads with the other girls, would now welcome Princess Sisai with a smile when she saw her stern face. Every day, she would either study heaven runes with sickly beauty, or discuss with Shui Wuxia about their understanding of body fusion. Otherwise, she would help Yu Yang guide Yu and Anan. Of course, towards Yu Yang, her attitude was the best. That little thief, combined with her unique clear voice and charm, inherent skill, when she said it sweetly, it was so sweet that even Yu Bing, who didn't understand the relationship between men and women, would feel goosebumps on her arms when she heard it. Impatience, who was originally a little lazy, only eating and sleeping all day, had now become very diligent. She was extremely passionate about training. Only when Yu Yang was free, she would pull him to do body fusion. Now that she had broken through the bottleneck and reached innate level 10, she had a new goal. That was Jizun innate. According to Impatience, Jizun innate was another kind of innate realm. It was a higher level innate realm and was also divided into 10 levels. Of course, innate level 10 was the beginning of Jizun level 1. With this new starting point, Impatience would definitely not give up the chance to catch up to her sister. Impatience didn't say what level Jizun was at, nor did she say that she was Jizun's sister. However, Yu Yang had long suspected it. This Impatience looked a little similar to Jizun, especially her pair of big breasts. Other than these two sisters, Yu Yang had never seen anyone else with such beautiful breasts. Furthermore, their backgrounds were very similar. Jizun had even told Yu Yang that she had a rebellious sister, and because of this, she gave Yu Yang unlimited freedom. Of course, big-breasted lady didn't mention it, and neither did Yu Yang and the other girls. Every day, Yu Yang would transfer innate qi to the Impatience to purify the energy in her body. Sometimes, he would even use Nirvana's flame. The focus of body fusion was not on her, who had already reached innate level 10, but on Princess Sisai, who was preparing to break through to innate. With Yu Yang's help and the influence of her love rival, Princess Sisai's improvement was tremendous. Initially, she needed a month to break through to the innate realm, but now, she was considering breaking through to the innate realm in 22 days. If it wasn't for Yu Yang who advised her to wait for 2 more days, fearing that she might harm her health by being too hasty, Princess Sisai would have already wanted to break through to the innate realm 2 days ago. In the end, under Yu Yang's persuasion, Princess Sisai decided to break through to the innate realm on the 25th day. Just when she was full of confidence and was about to fulfill her wish. Suddenly, something changed her plan. The reason was that the old cunning fox came to the little flower garden and brought a piece of shocking news. Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the other rankers from Dixia and Tian Luo were released by the Eastern Goblin Tribe's Dragon Emperor. They were escorted by the 2 heavenly imperial guardians into the God's Ruins ancient passage. Because of the corrupted warriors and the Eastern Goblin Tribe's rebel army's pursuit, Dixia's state grandmaster was forced to activate a teleportation circle, sending Jun Wuyu and the others to another ancient passage that no one had ever set foot in before. In the end, when the heavenly imperial guardians defeated the enemies, they found out that innate rankers were unable to enter the ancient passage's teleportation gate. There was a restriction there. The old cunning fox had already become an innate, but he could only sigh. The only way he could think of was to see if Yu Yang, this abnormal brat, had any good ideas. Maybe this abnormal innate ranker could enter. After all, in the summoning grimoire, Yu Yang was only a level 4 champion, he wasn't even a level 5 grandmaster yet. If Yu Yang was also unable to enter the ancient passage, then the old cunning fox hoped that Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia could enter and think of a way to bring Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the others out. Can't I get someone to bring me into the grimoire world? Impatience couldn't bear to leave Yu Yang who helped her purify her energy every day. No, a few heavenly imperial guardians had already tried. There is a strict restriction on innate rankers, they are unable to enter. The old cunning fox shook his head and sighed. Then I'll go back and prepare first. We'll meet back here 3 days later. Impatience didn't reject the idea of entering the prison Emperor Divine Palace anymore. Now that she had leveled up to innate level 10, her confidence had increased. Yu Yang couldn't bring her into the ancient passage, so she decided to return to the demonic palace first and prepare a little. After all, the prison Emperor Divine Palace wasn't a simple place, she had to make ample preparations. Then let's go. Princess Sisai rejoiced. Luckily she didn't rush to the innate realm, otherwise she might not be able to bring her father back. Let's go. City Mistress Fallen Flowers also had the same thought. Brother. Yu Bing was afraid that Yu Yang would stay outside and not be able to enter. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to fight together with her brother and save her grandfather. It's alright, let's go. Yu Yang placed Sickly Beauty, Yu Yu, and Anan into his grimoire world. He carried his sister Yu Bing on his back and followed the old cunning fox towards the ancient passage in the god's ruins with Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Shui Wuxia. This ancient passage was completely different from the one that chased after the Eastern Goblin tribe. It was also a tall and majestic passage, but it was extremely damp. Water droplets dripped down from the cracks above. Some places even formed a water curtain. The water on the ground was extremely deep. In front of a teleportation circle, the heavenly imperial guardians of Xia and Tian Luo were helpless. No one would have thought that there would be such a restriction that prevented them from entering to save people. What worried them the most was that this teleportation circle had never been opened by anyone before. No one had ever stepped into it before, so they didn't know if there was any danger inside. The corrupted warriors and the Eastern Goblin tribe's rebel army would definitely not give up. There might even be another wave of attack. The heavenly imperial guardians couldn't leave. Before saving people, they had to guard this teleportation circle to prevent the corrupted warriors and the rebel army from destroying it. They hoped that Yu Yang could bring about a miracle. At the very least, he could ask Princess Sisai and the others to go in and take a look, and bring Jun Wuyu and the other warriors back. Try it, you might be able to do it. The ascetic practice saint didn't dare to have high hopes. Everyone else had the same thought. They didn't think that the restriction would be an exception for Yu Yang. They only hoped that he would try his luck. Don't worry, I will definitely save everyone. Yu Yang was afraid that there would be an ambush once he entered, so he put City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Yu Bing into the grimoire world. Then, he pulled Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia with his left and right hands respectively. Under the watchful eyes of the heavenly imperial guardians, the state grandmaster and the old fox, he walked towards the teleportation circle. The state grandmaster hurriedly activated the teleportation circle. A dazzling light flashed, and Yu Yang, Princess Sisai, and Shui Wuxia disappeared at the same time. Ah, this brat is really abnormal. The ascetic practice saint and the others were dumbfounded. The restriction prevented all innates from entering, but Yu Yang was an exception. It was probably because this brat was only a level 4 hero and had already become an innate, unlike the others who were all level 9 saints. The restriction here could possibly prohibit level 9 saints and not innates. Of course, no one knew the truth. Anything could happen in the god's ruins. Since Yu Yang could enter, it couldn't be better. The ascetic practice saint was so happy that he put his hand on his forehead. When he was teleported out, Yu Yang felt that he had fallen into the water. Luckily, he was still holding on to Xianxia and Wuxia. If not, it would be even worse if he lost them. This also proved that the people who entered were not teleported to different places, but to the same entrance. Now, he just had to follow the trail to find Jun Wuyu and the others. Little Wenli quietly came out. She secretly summoned Stone Element Medusa and Storm Beauty. In the water, their battle power would increase by a few times. Stone Element Medusa also summoned the Golden Tiger Shark to help her search for traces of Jun Wuyu and the others. The tiger shark was extremely sensitive to fresh blood. If Jun Wuyu and the others were injured, it would definitely sniff them out. Looking at the surroundings, this should be an underground cave. Shui Wuxia floated up to the surface and observed for a while. When Yu Yang, who was searching for traces underwater, surfaced, she said softly. So big. Princess Xianxia used her hand to wipe the water off her face. She discovered that there were many stalactites hanging densely above her head. The largest ones were the size of a house and were tens of meters long. The smallest ones were tens of meters long and were shaped like spears. The top of the cave was quite high. Many water droplets dripped down, forming a waterfall. Yu Yang rode on the back of the golden tiger shark and shouted, "Is anyone there?" His voice echoed in the cave for a long time. After waiting for a long time, there was no response. Jun Wuyu and the others were probably long gone. The two girls leaned on Yu Yang's left and right, holding onto his arms. The golden tiger shark swam forward based on the remaining weak scent. In fact, it was unable to determine the exact direction. The direction it was heading in was mainly due to Yu Yang and Little Wen Li's senses. Especially Little Wen Li's senses, which were more accurate than Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia's senses. After swimming for a while, the golden tiger shark became excited. Because it smelled blood. Moreover, it was a fresh blood smell. It was as if someone had just started a battle here. Was this the blood of the experts from Jun Wuyu and the others? There were no strong enemies. They were all experts. How could they be injured? Could it be that there were other terrifying creatures in this cave? When Yu Yang thought about it, he immediately frowned. Stone Element Medusa and Storm Mermaid pointed in a direction, indicating that there was a strong creature in front of them. Was it Jun Wuyu and the others, or the owner of the cave? After thinking for a while, Yu Yang decided to go and take a look. After swimming forward for a few kilometers, he suddenly saw a large lake-like underground world. There were many strange fish in the water, as well as countless kinds of aquatic plants. They were like man-eating vines that floated in the water. Once a fish swam near, they would immediately prey on it. The golden tiger shark was almost hit. Fortunately, it was considered a tyrant in the water. It struggled with all its might and escaped from danger. There was no need for Yu Yang to do anything. At the rocky shore of the lake at the bottom of the cave, there was a large piece of bubbling beach mud, emitting a strange stench. Storm Mermaid's face revealed a look of extreme disgust. Stone Element Medusa had already drawn her bow. It was obvious that they had discovered the enemy, ancient giant crab. No, that's not right. This should be a corrosive ghost-faced crab. With his heaven-eyes divine vision, Yu Yang discovered that there was a cunning enemy hiding under the beach mud. It was extremely huge, about the same size as the mountain-like ancient giant crab he saw in the Cancer Temple. Moreover, this fellow's level was gold-ranked level 6. I'll fight it. Princess Sisai felt that this ghost-faced crab did not need Yu Yang to do anything. She could take care of it herself. Be careful, this crab is not simple. Furthermore, most crabs live in groups. I'm afraid there's more than one of them. Shui Wuxia thought that there would at least be a male and a female. This thing is not just one, but a whole nest. Yu Yang's heaven-eyes divine vision could detect that there were a few more hiding in the deeper parts of the mud. There might even be more corrosive ghost-faced crabs in the deepest parts. The most terrifying thing was that there was a passage above the beach where they were hiding. There seemed to be a few human footprints on it. Those were most likely left behind by Jun Wuyu and the others when they passed through. Why don't we fly through the air? It's not good to be entangled with them for too long. It's more important for us to find them. Shui Wuxia felt that it would be troublesome to fight them. These ghost-faced crabs had high levels and hard shells. They could also drill into the mud. It would be too tiring to fight them in the mud. Boom boom. Before Shui Wuxia could finish her sentence, two corrosive ghost-faced crabs drilled out from the mud, revealing their mountain-like bodies. They looked extremely clumsy, but they were actually extremely fast. They pounced on them aggressively. How could there be a few gold-ranked level 6 corrosive ghost-faced crabs here at the same time? This was definitely impossible to see in the Soaring Dragon Continent. In the Soaring Dragon Continent, even in the lower floors of Tong Tian Tower, a gold-ranked beast was already a king. With his heaven-eyes divine vision, Yu Yang discovered that these corrosive ghost-faced crabs were not kings, but their levels were extremely high. In other words, they were just shrimp soldiers and crab generals, yet they were already so powerful. If a king beast appeared here, Yu Yang would not have a problem. However, if Jun Wuyu and the others met one, they would not be able to escape unscathed. Ha! Princess Sisai waved her giant sword and unleashed her white tiger chi, slashing between the eyes of the first corrosive ghost-faced crab. For normal crab-type beasts, the area between their eyes was their fatal weakness. Warriors could use their heavy blows and burst out of their swords to break or shatter the giant crab's eyeballs. Then the giant crab would be defeated irreversibly. Of course, this was not only limited to giant crab beasts. The eyes were the weakness of almost all beasts, except for the ghost-eyed bug which had hundreds of eyes. For the giant crab with a thick shell, hitting its back or claws was useless, it was equivalent to scratching an itch. Attacking the eyes first to break the enemy's vision was the most efficient way. The heavy blows from the white tiger chi and the emperor's sword chi caused the corrosive ghost-faced crab to feel pain. However, its super-fast reaction, strong carapace defense, and strange long-stalked eyes that could easily shrink and retract at will made Princess Xianxia's all-out attack ineffective. The corrosive ghost-faced crab's eyeballs were different from normal beasts. They looked a bit like the antennae of a snail, but they weren't soft. The long handle-shaped eyeballs were also wrapped in hard armor, and looked like a long hammer. It could shrink back, or it could be placed horizontally in its eye socket. On top of the eye socket, there was a huge eye cover that protected its only weakness that was hard to be damaged by swords. If it was not for Princess Sisai's fierce sword chi, it probably would not have shrunk back into its strange long eyes. Be careful. Yu Yang could not help but remind her. This dark-type corrosive ghost-faced crab looked a little cunning, she could not be careless. I know. Princess Sisai was very confident. She felt that she could take down a giant crab by herself. She was no longer the Princess Sisai when he first met her. On the other side of the water, Shui Wuxia, Stone Element Medusa, and Storm Mermaid were fighting against the second monster. Unlike Princess Sisai's frontal sword ki attacks, Shui Wuxia's attacks were more of a hit-and-run style. She wouldn't attack easily, but once she did, it would be a lethal ambush that combined lightning and ice. Once she attacked, the enemy would definitely be heavily injured, and there wouldn't be a second result. The Stone Element Medusa was also waiting for an opportunity. Once the giant crab opened its mouth, she would not mind sending a petrifying rocket into it. The Storm Mermaid was luring the giant crab in front. She was swimming 10 times faster than it. If needed, she could summon a whirlpool of water to drag the giant crab into the water or shoot it into the sky. Other than being in charge of providing support in secret, Yu Yang was also secretly monitoring the movements of the other corrosive ghost-faced crabs. It was a rare opportunity, so he decided to give Princess Sisai a try. It would be a warm-up for him to enter the prison Emperor Divine Palace. When Princess Sisai waved her sword to attack, he had already flown to the footprints that looked like human footprints and examined them carefully. Those weren't the footprints of Jun Wuyu and the others, but the holes created by the methane. After a period of time, the holes were gradually filled up with mud, leaving only shallow footprints that looked like human footprints. Of course, these holes could also be the work of the corrosive ghost-faced crabs after they spat out bubbles. Yu Yang did not sense any human presence, so he did not insist on exploring the cave under the mud to see if there were any treasures. Right now, it was more important to find Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai. When he saw that the remaining corrosive ghost-faced crabs had all come out, intending to surround him, he immediately took out his crescent blade crescent moon and ignited it with purple flames, using his Yang ability to create a fire dragon. Fire was a good way to deal with beasts. Of course, fire-type beasts were an exception. The few corrosive ghost-faced crabs all spat out vomit-inducing mud in an attempt to stop the fire dragon. Their speed was very fast. 2 of them spread out to the sides, while the other one drilled into the sand and came out from the water. It waved its giant pincers and fiercely pincers towards Yu Yang. If one was hit by these giant pincers, even a mammoth's leg would be broken. However, the person it met was Yu Yang. Among the younger generation, Yu Yang was definitely the killer of gold-ranked beasts. The number of gold-ranked beasts that had died in front of Yu Yang was uncountable. I'll let you have a taste of ice and fire. Yu Yang waved his blade and activated his Yin ability. Instantly, the space around him turned into an icy hell. When the giant pincers almost clamped onto Yu Yang's body, they were frozen stiff. Their movements were extremely slow. The corrosive ghost-faced crab that was attacking Yu Yang immediately ran away, but the terrifying purple flames covered the sky and covered the earth. Yu Yang's other hand took out his Hui Jin magic blade and fiercely slashed at the frozen giant pincers. Waves of heat rolled, instantly burning the giant pincers until they sizzled. The ice on the pincers turned into gas, and the thick bristles on the pincers were also set ablaze. That ghost-faced crab had just spat out a mouthful of mud on the pincers when Yu Yang had already flashed in front of its mouth, shooting a fire dragon straight into it. That ghost-faced crab struggled desperately as if it had fallen into boiling water. "I'll let you have a good time." The crescent moon blade's inability fiercely slashed at the burning mouth. In an instant, a lump of ice was stuffed into the ghost-faced crab's mouth, freezing its eyes as well. In less than 10 seconds, the ice and fire energies collided and created a huge mess, causing a huge explosion. With a loud bang, the ghost-faced crab's mouth was blown open. The crab's gills, internal organs, vital organs, mud and other messy things were all blown out. The remaining 3 ghost-faced crabs reacted extremely quickly. Seeing their comrade die, they immediately waved their pincers and burrowed into the mud, distancing themselves from Yu Yang. On the other side, Xianxia had already frozen the corrosive ghost-faced crab in front of her. Although that corrosive ghost-faced crab wasn't dead, it definitely wouldn't be able to escape back to the mud under the beach alive. The stone element Medusa's golden arrow pierced through its long-handled eyeball. The eyeball slowly changed color, turned gray, and finally petrified. It wanted to sink to the bottom of the water, but the storm mermaid was a master at controlling water. A huge water pillar lifted the ghost-faced crab's huge body out of the water, and Xianxia tacitly followed up with another thunderbolt. In the blink of an eye, that gold-ranked level 6 ghost-faced crab had turned into a roasted crab. However, this ghost-faced crab still wasn't dead. The tenacity of its vitality was beyond her imagination. The stone element Medusa's snake hair contained the fake Nirvana's flame that Gemini Temple's Yu Yang had released. Although it wasn't as strong as the real Nirvana's flame, its power was still something that normal beasts couldn't defend against. The snake hair wriggled as it opened its mouth and shot fire arrows at the ghost-faced crab's frozen mouth and eyes. This was a little different from the ice and fire collision that Yu Yang had created just now, but the effect was similar. The energy of ice and fire collided, creating a huge explosion. This explosion created a huge wave, splashing water all over the sky. The ghost-faced crab's jaws and long-handled eyeballs were blown far away. The ghost-faced crab still hadn't died, but it didn't have the strength to struggle anymore as its body and claws collapsed. The storm mermaid used a huge wave to push it towards the beach, breaking 2 of its claws in the process. Seeing that Yu Yang and Xianxia had finished off their enemies, Princess Sisai was a little anxious. She had slashed the corrosive ghost-faced crab in front of her until it was covered with cuts and bruises, but she couldn't use a fatal blow. Of course, it wasn't because she wasn't strong enough, but because the huge sword in her hands wasn't a good weapon. It was only a bronze-ranked heavy sword. The previous huge sword had been broken several times, and in the end, it was broken by the fake Yuchou's death ray. She didn't have a suitable weapon anymore. Even though there were many high-leveled weapons in the Xia Kingdom's treasury, there wasn't a huge sword that she was used to. Yu Yang had originally wanted to forge a huge sword for her, but he had to prepare to help her break through to innate these few days, so he couldn't find the time to forge one. Holding a bronze-ranked weapon wouldn't be able to unleash Princess Sisai's full power. Hit. Seeing that the ghost-faced crab was about to escape, Princess Sisai did a somersault and chased after it. Her body somersaulted and landed on the ground. Her bronze-ranked huge sword followed the Emperor's sword Qi and the White Tiger's Qi, forcefully piercing into the mouth of the crab. The huge sword that was almost 2 meters long pierced through the crab's mouth. Just when Princess Sisai thought that she could finish off the enemy, the extremely tenacious ghost-faced crab suddenly spat out a black corrosive acid from its injured mouth. Princess Sisai covered her face with her arms and quickly retreated. Her entire body was covered with a silver-colored heavy armor, so normal acid wouldn't be able to harm her body at all. However, when this kind of terrifying acid splashed onto her silver armor, it immediately corroded her armor rapidly, sizzling and emitting green smoke. Yu Yang was shocked and teleported in front of her in a flash. Crescent blade flashed and cut her armor piece by piece. At the same time, he used his right hand to tear off the broken armor to prevent her body from being corroded by the acid. In less than 2 seconds, Yu Yang had skinned Princess Sisai into a little white sheep. Be careful! Shui Wuxia shouted from behind. Whoosh, whoosh. The eye stalks of the corrosive ghost-faced crab suddenly exploded and shot out 2 emerald green water arrows towards Princess Sisai and Yu Yang. Princess Sisai couldn't care less. Her natural reaction was to hug Yu Yang tightly and flip backwards. Carrying Yu Yang, she cleverly dodged the attack of the 2 water arrows. When she came back to her senses, she realized that her actions were very ambiguous. She hugged Yu Yang's head in her arms, and this lad's head was buried on her naked breasts. Princess Xianxia couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She wanted to say something, but Yu Yang acted as if he didn't see it. Once he steadied himself, he immediately checked her entire body carefully. In the end, he discovered that her skin was flawless and had not been damaged by the acid. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. Princess Sisai covered her breasts with one hand and punched him with a weak fist. She said angrily, "What are you doing?" Yu Yang then realized that Tigress was shy. Actually, every time they dual cultivated, her clothes would be ruined. It wasn't like he hadn't seen her breasts before, he just pretended not to know. Of course, he still had to take care of Tigress's face. He laughed it off. "I thought you were injured just now. Luckily, you're not hurt at all." Princess Sisai was touched and embarrassed at the same time. She rolled her eyes at him. "You're the one who's injured. You don't even know how to dodge the water arrows. Idiot, blockhead. I have the 5-colored divine light. Moreover, it's just a small poisonous water arrow. It's useless against me." Yu Yang chuckled. "You're so annoying, you big baddie." Princess Sisai thought that he was right. This lad had the 5-colored divine light, so the poison would be like a tonic to him. She was too anxious just now, so her natural reaction was to hug him. Then, wouldn't that be letting him off lightly? Thinking of this, her face became even redder. Seeing that he brought her clothes again, she took a closer look and realized that it was her clothes this time, not you being small and narrow clothes. She felt a little sweet in her heart, but she still scolded him. "Who allowed you to take other people's clothes? Ah, underwear? You big pervert." When she saw that Yu Yang had even collected her underwear and bra, she immediately became extremely embarrassed. She raised her fist, vowing to not forgive him. Shui Wuxia pretended not to see it. As for the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid, they watched with interest. At the same time, they secretly learned this kind of human behavior. To them, this kind of intimate interaction and emotional communication was what they lacked the most in their lives. If they wanted to become holy beasts, they had to learn more from their master. After quickly changing her clothes, Princess Sisai couldn't help but punch Yu Yang's chest in embarrassment. At the same time, she forbade this lad from looking at her lecherously. After digging out the magic crystals, Yu Yang didn't dig into the mud to chase after the remaining corrosive ghost-faced crabs. He only took a few claws from the remaining ghost-faced crabs' corpses. He gave up on the other crab shells. Originally, those would be the best material for armor. Right now, his priority was to save people. He didn't care about the crab shells. They returned to their original path and swam downstream once again. There was only one reason why they couldn't smell clearly in the water. It was because Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the other warriors were swam downstream. Hence, the water current had taken away their scent, leaving not much of it. In addition, there was also the smell of the monsters in the water, so even the gold tiger shark with its sensitive sense of smell couldn't differentiate them. As they swam downstream, they met all kinds of strange-looking monsters in the water. Very few of them were bronze-ranked, most of them were silver-ranked. Gold-ranked monsters could also be seen from time to time. In this ancient passage, there were monsters that were at least Tong Tian Tower level 5 and above. Princess Sisai was a little anxious. She was afraid that something would happen to her father. It wasn't easy for them to come out from the Eastern Goblin tribe. She didn't expect to encounter such a setback. There seems to be something? It's blood. The gold tiger shark suddenly smelled fresh blood and swam forward like an arrow. When it found the source of the blood, Yu Yang discovered that there were still a few drops of blood on a stalactite. The blood had not coagulated yet, proving that the injured people had just left not long ago. The appearance of the blood made Princess Sisai a little flustered. She was afraid that her father and the other warriors had met a strong monster and their lives would be in danger. Her heart was beating very fast. Yu Yang comforted her a little and continued to chase forward. In front of them, a huge waterfall suddenly appeared in front of the cliff. The gold tiger shark that was moving forward at an extremely fast speed couldn't stop in time. It directly brought Yu Yang, who was on its back, and jumped down the waterfall. Princess Sisai and Xue Wuxia hugged Yu Yang tightly. Feeling the excitement of surfing the waterfall, they tried their best not to scream. Before they fell into the water, Yu Yang carried the two girls and used his innate chi to float in the air, slowly descending. The gold tiger shark crashed into the water like a cannonball, creating a 10-meter-high splash. Little Winley turned into a rainbow light and floated out, pointing in front of them. She had sensed the exact location. There were people in front of them. Yu Yang couldn't wait for the dizzy gold tiger shark to regain its ability to move. He immediately brought the two girls and walked on the water, flying forward. The further they went, the thicker the smell of blood became. In the end, even Princess Sisai and Xue Wuxia could sense it clearly. After advancing for a few kilometers, another huge lake appeared in front of them. Yu Yang, Princess Sisai, and Xue Wuxia saw that Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai, and a group of warriors were fighting a huge monster miserably. That monster was incomparably ugly, but it was extremely strong. It didn't care about being surrounded and attacked at all. Instead, it caused the warriors to retreat step by step. Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha, who were among the younger generation, had already fainted from their injuries. Even the eagle-eyed guy, who was slightly weaker, was covered in blood. Looks like the one who left the smell of blood along the way was him. Seeing that the situation was critical, Yu Yang couldn't be bothered to pay his respects to Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai anymore. With a long whistle, he took out the crescent blade and Huijin magic blade on his left and right. Carrying the ice and fire energy of yin and yang, he quickly flew towards that huge monster. Alright, that brat is finally here. Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Yu Yang riding on the ice and fire. The monster that Yu Yang was attacking looked extremely strange. It looked like a fish with horns and an insect with claws. Dozens of octopus tentacle-like limbs were covered with densely packed barbs and suckers of different sizes. The front end of each octopus tentacle could split into a huge bloody mouth, from which spear-like poisonous thorns could be seen. Its body was as huge as a mountain. It could continuously change its shape and move. Its skin could split open at any time, just like a slime, revealing a horrifying mouth filled with shark teeth. Its eyes were at the top of its head, growing within its flesh. There were a few of them on both sides. The monster had horns on its head. There were dozens of sharp horns that covered its entire head. It seemed that it was not only a form of protection, but also a powerful weapon to attack. The corrosive ghost-faced crab from before would have exploded if it had been the corrosive ghost-faced crab from before. However, this strange monster only went crazy from the pain after being attacked by Yu Yang's fire and ice attacks. It did not fall down from its injuries. Strictly speaking, it was only injured by the sharp crescent blade and Huijin magic blade. The fire and ice attacks did not do much damage to it. Its smooth skin seemed to have a strong resistance to fire and cold. Yu Yang saw that even if its skin was on fire, it would quickly be extinguished. As for the ice, it only slightly froze its body and slowed down its movements. After a while, the effect would be greatly reduced and it would recover to its original state. Yu Yang was slightly surprised at this result. It was actually immune to fire and ice. What kind of monster was this? There were many monsters that were not afraid of fire, but there were very few that could resist both fire and ice, which were the exact opposite of each other. Be careful, this fellow is not afraid of fire or attacks. It's very difficult to deal with. Feng Kuang, Feng Xiaoyun, Xue Wendao, Yan Qianzhong, Eastern Sky King and Western Sky King had originally joined hands to attack the monster. Seeing that Yu Yang had come, they immediately retreated, leaving the battlefield to the innate ranker, Yu Yang. Feng Kuang shouted at Yu Yang, reminding him loudly, its skin can recover, it's not afraid of being cut by knives or axes. We have to think of another way. Yu Yang obviously had a way to deal with this monster. Even if it was not afraid of fire, Nirvana's flame could still burn it to death. As long as it wasn't a pure object, Nirvana's flame would destroy any living creature or object. Even if it was a person's spirit or soul, it wouldn't be able to resist its burning and purification. If the object's energy was very strong, and the person's spirit and consciousness were extremely strong, the burning time would be even longer. However, it wasn't completely ineffective. There was no existence in the world that could ignore or devour Nirvana's flame. Even Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. If not for Yu Yang, she would not have survived the Nirvana flame pillar alone. It was precisely because the Nirvana's flame was absolutely pure and had unparalleled power that it could destroy and purify everything in the world. It also had the special ability to revive life. That was why it was known as the world's #1 flame. There was no doubt about the first place. No flames or willpower could affect the Nirvana flame, but the Nirvana flame could burn and purify everything, including flames. Yu Yang might be the first warrior in history who could truly control Nirvana's flame. Of course, this was related to the two phoenixes. Other than the Nirvana flame, Yu Yang also had the World Exterminating Wheel. The World Exterminating Wheel, which had the immemorial, ancient era and heaven realm runes, was also an unprecedented existence. As long as Yu Yang threw it into the World Exterminating Wheel, even a ranker like Shen Tian would not be able to escape unscathed. The reason why the World Exterminating Wheel could not be used was not because it was not powerful enough. It was because Yu Yang did not have the best control of its movement, and was not able to unleash its full potential. Other than these two, Yu Yang still had many other killing moves. Not to mention the innate invisible sword chi, even the flame bow and ice arrow created by Yu Yang were enough to make this monster suffer. However, Yu Yang did not use any of them. He only silently condensed a ball of star explosion. When the greedy and ugly monster opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Yu Yang shot his star explosion deep into its internal organs, and he easily teleported away. That ugly monster did not care about this kind of attack at all. Its internal organs seemed to have a very strong endurance. It can swallow shockwaves. Master Golden Blade reminded loudly. Just now, his blade aura also took the opportunity when it opened its mouth to slash into it. He did not expect that it would not be injured at all. Rumble. Yu Yang clenched his fist. This was his will to activate his domain. Currently, it was still very small, the size of a ball, but it suddenly exploded in the ugly monster's stomach. It was true that the ugly monster was able to swallow energy. However, that depended on what kind of energy it could swallow. For example, an ant could move a grain of rice. This was the extent of its strength. For it, easily moving a grain of rice was already very impressive. However, if a 10,000 gene boulder was placed in front of it, no matter how strong the ant's ability to move things was, it would still be impossible for it to move it. If Master Golden Blade's blade aura was a grain of rice, then Yu Yang's domain power, star explosion, would be a 10,000 kilogram boulder. That greedy ugly monster's stomach exploded with a huge bloody hole. The tentacles, the spikes on its head, the disgusting eyeballs, and all kinds of colorful internal organs all exploded out. Furthermore, with Yu Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision, he even saw a strange black pearl exploding in midair. Good stuff. Yu Yang quietly kept it into his lich ring. He looked at the monster that had half its body blown up. This monster was actually not dead yet. Jun Wuyu and the rest were very excited. They had attacked it for half a day, but not only were they unable to kill this incomparably ugly and greedy monster, they were even almost injured by it. Yu Yang destroyed half of its body with just one attack. Seems like innate rankers were indeed different. Feng Kuang, Feng Xiaoyun, Xue Wendao and the rest looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They could feel that Yu Yang had become even stronger after a few months of not seeing him. Now, he even had a domain. This kind of improvement was like 1,000 miles in a day. It was a pity that Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha, who had experienced so much in the Eastern Goblin tribe, were still working hard to become level 6, Elder. A level 7, Overlord, was like a huge mountain, stopping these two young geniuses. Unlike Yu Yang, not only had he reached the innate realm, he had also comprehended the domain power that only innate rankers who were at least level 5 innate rankers could possess. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Yu Yang discovered that the ugly monster that had half of its body blown up could still slowly recover to its original state. Although most of its body had been blown up, its muscles and skin started to grow again. In less than 5 minutes, it had completely recovered to its original state. Of course, its strength had decreased a lot. It was very different from its aggressive appearance just now. Other than the fact that its body needed a lot of energy to recover, Yu Yang guessed that the reason why the ugly monster had become weaker was because it had lost the pearl that he had kept in his lich ring. Seems like there was still a big secret hidden in that black pearl. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai chatted with Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai for a while. When they saw that the monster had recovered, they immediately came over to help. Seeing that his daughter had a lover and had thrown her father aside, Jun Wuyu couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly at Elder Yu Hai. Seems like this ill-fated couple was fated to be together. At that time, they would have to call each other their own, otherwise they wouldn't know how to clean up the mess. If they pretended not to care, it would be selfish of them. They would definitely want to get the approval of both parents so that they could happily get married. However, if they agreed to it, the seniority of the elders would be awkward. Since Jun Wuyu came back from the Eastern Goblin tribe, he had seen a lot of things. He felt that it wasn't a loss for his daughter to marry Yu Yang. No matter what, he was still an innate son-in-law. If it was someone else, they would probably fight to marry their daughter to him. For example, the Eastern Sky King. That fellow didn't care about his reputation at all. He was the first one who went to Yu Yang's door to seek happiness for his beloved daughter, Fallen Flowers. That fellow was the most qualified father. Shui Wuxia held Yu Yang's hand and started to condense her frost chi. The temperature of the whole space dropped rapidly. With the help of Yu Yang's innate chi, Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia, who practiced body fusion together, how terrifying would the frost be? The answer could be seen from the expressions on Jun Wuyu and the others' faces. Jun Wuyu and the others realized that the temperature they felt 10 seconds ago was still normal, but when they breathed in and exhaled, it had turned into white gas. The lake water became turbulent because of the shockwaves from the battle. But now, the lake water was condensing into a thin layer of ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the snowflakes danced in the sky, the layer of ice on the lake became thicker and thicker. In the end, the White Stone City Master's beast, Bai Yan, walked on the surface of the ice. Even though it was carrying a dozen tons of weight, the ice did not move at all. When Feng Kuang and the others saw this, they were all shocked. It turned out that not only was Yu Yang abnormal, this little girl Shui Wuxia was also terrifying. She might not be an innate, but she was probably only a step away. As long as she took another step forward, she would become an innate. The eagle-eyed guy even felt that the old cunning vice principal didn't give him this kind of pressure when he exploded. Another 20 years old innate, Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy. They knew that this was definitely Yu Yang's help. Otherwise, no matter how talented Shui Wuxia was, she wouldn't be able to break through to the innate realm at 20 years old. They didn't care about those lover stuff. They only knew that the Dixia kingdom would have another innate ranker, and the country's power would increase again. To the two old fellows who hoped that the Dixia kingdom would continue for thousands and thousands of years, their future generations would be able to grow under the protection of their predecessors. Of course, they were extremely happy that a new innate would appear. Ha! Princess Xianxia, who was standing on Yu Yang's right hand intertwined with his, shouted loudly. A hurricane-like aura exploded from her body. The shockwave that was emitted shook the bodies of Yan Qianzhong, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao and the other elders. The eagle-eyed guy almost fell down. As for the unconscious Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha, they were almost blown 10 meters away. Luckily the White Stone City Master and Master Golden Blade managed to catch them in time. With regards to Princess Qianqian's powerful aura, it gave these seniors a huge fright. Another lesser innate, since when could innate rankers level up in batches? Jun Wuyu's eyes were opened wider than a cow's eyes. He didn't even dare to recognize his own daughter now. Good, good. Elder Yu Hai stroked his beard happily. Good, another lesser innate granddaughter-in-law. Yu Yang really lived up to his expectations. Not only did he have a lot of wives, each one of them was more powerful than the previous one. Fallen Flowers and Anan didn't know that Qianqian and Wu Xia were already lesser innates. If they were to marry into the Yu clan, wouldn't the Yu clan have 3 innates? Yu Yang brought Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai as they floated in the air beautifully. Shui Wuxia threw out the inability that she had been accumulating for a long time, freezing the originally slow-moving monster into an ice sculpture. Yu Yang rotated his body, using his hands to move Princess Sisai's body. In the sky, there seemed to be a white tiger's roar. A few meters-long sword chi extended out from the giant sword. As Princess Sisai swung her sword, the sword chi split the sky and slashed towards the ice sculpture. In the process of swinging her sword, Princess Sisai's left hand had been holding Yu Yang's right hand tightly. With the help of his innate chi and white tiger's chi, the Emperor's sword chi shot out a 10 meters long sword chi. That power seemed to be able to cut the sky, cut the earth, cut everything in the world. With one slash, the ice sculpture was cut into 2. Tiger strike. Princess Xianxia let out a delicate shout. The sound waves were released from her mouth. This was the tiger roar that Yu Yang had meticulously modified for her. With this shout, the ice sculpture that was cut into 2 hit the giant hammer. With a loud bang, it exploded into millions of ice shards. Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the other elders were dumbstruck. They couldn't believe the result of the battle in front of them. This was a gold-ranked level 8 demonic beast king. It was actually killed in a single move by Yu Yang and the 2 girls. Could an innate kill a gold-ranked level 8 demonic beast king in a second? It didn't seem possible, right? Furthermore, Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia were only lesser innates. Yu Yang didn't care about their reactions. He focused on finding the ugly monster's magic crystal. In his heart, what was a gold-ranked level 8? He had even killed a lot of holy beasts and innate rankers. Yu Yang put away the ugly monster's magic core. He was interested in studying the spear-like poisonous stingers, the strange hard horns, and even the self-healing skin and muscles. He put them into his lich ring one by one. Because of the water pressure, the water flowing from the waterfall gradually broke the layer of ice covering the lake. The solid ice on the lake's surface broke into a few big pieces. Without the support of the inability, the ice gradually melted into water. The gold tiger shark was the happiest. Another gold-ranked level 8 beast for it to feast on. Furthermore, this was different from the web spider. Even if this ugly monster exploded into pieces, its meat was enough for it to eat until it was full. Not only it, Feng Xiaoyun, Yan Qianzhong and the others' beasts were also happily devouring the monster's meat. In order to increase their son's strength, Yan Qianzhong and Feng Xiaoyun even specially went forward to collect a hard horn that originally grew on the monster's head. They were prepared to bring it back for their son to use as a weapon. This kind of hard horn was extremely hard. In addition, it was also immune to ice and fire. If it could be changed into a weapon, it would be a good treasure for Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha. In fact, Yu Yang was also prepared to bring a few hard horns for Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. Although Yi Kong and Fatty Hai might not be suitable to use this monster's hard horn as a weapon for a long time, at least it was an option. Maybe they would need to use it in some battles. It was better to be prepared. As for those small and slender poisonous thorns, Yu Yang kept them for himself. They could be used as throwing spears in the future. They might not be needed to break through the prison Emperor Divine Palace, because it was filled with ghosts. But to advance to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, flame bows and ice arrows were not enough. There were too few ice arrows. Yu Yang had heard from Phoenix Fairy Beauty more than once that in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and above, they would often meet monsters that were as ferocious as a tidal wave. There were countless of them, and it was impossible to kill them all. These poisonous spears could be used to attack from a long distance. They might even be able to repel the enemy. Son-in-law, where's my precious daughter? Where's my little fallen flowers? East Sky King waited for Yu Yang to come back and immediately asked anxiously. I left her in the grimoire space. It's too dangerous here, and there's water everywhere. What if her body gets wet and she gets sick? If you want to see her, I'll summon her. Yu Yang deliberately pretended to be a good husband, and his words were very close to City Lord Fallen Flowers. No, there's no need. Let her have a good rest. I've already returned from the Eastern Goblin tribe. I can't see her anytime. It won't be too late to meet her after we get out of here. This prince has survived a great calamity. This time I have returned, I have decided to choose a good and auspicious day to arrange your marriage, lest there be any regrets in my heart. The Eastern Sky King was a good father who really loved his daughter. Although he missed his precious daughter, when he heard Yu Yang's words, he immediately beamed with joy. He felt that he had found the right son-in-law. Although this fellow was a bit of a playboy, he was caring and considerate towards his daughter, which was worthy of praise. Jun Wuyu's ears pricked up as he listened. If the Eastern Sky King really married his daughter off, then everyone in the Soaring Dragon continent would definitely know about it. It would become a good story. If Little Fallen Flowers became the official wife in name, then wouldn't his daughter have to be a concubine? If he had 3 wives and 4 concubines, the official wife position would probably not be his daughter. It might not even be Little Fallen Flowers. It would most likely be Shui Wuxia, his fiancée who had been engaged since she was young. He had 2 secondary wives. His competitors were Fallen Flowers and Anan. If he acted slowly, then Xia Kingdom's most beautiful Princess Sisai, the future female innate, would have to marry into the Yu clan and become 3rd young Master Yu's concubine. Jun Wuyu and the Eastern Sky King were relatives and close friends, but he definitely could not let this happen. After all, he was also a father. However, he did not have the right to stop the Eastern Sky King from rushing to arrange the marriage. He was really anxious in his heart. Elder Yu Hai naturally knew what Jun Wuyu was thinking. He chuckled, everything will be done. This marriage will definitely be done well. However, we are not out of danger yet. Why don't we discuss it together after we get out and see how we can do it well? Jun Wuyu naturally understood that Elder Yu Hai was helping him. Actually, it was enough to have a buffer time. He must not let the Eastern Sky King force Xu Yang to agree immediately. Otherwise, his daughter would have to become a concubine. He also knew that Yu Yang would not mistreat his daughter. Wu Xia, Fallen Flowers and Anan would also not make things difficult for his precious daughter. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, his daughter's value would drop. No matter what, Xianxia was still a princess, a Xia princess. Even if she could not become the official wife, she could not become a concubine. Jun Wuyu thought of this and immediately made a decision. When he got out, he must first mention this matter to Yu Yang. He could not continue to be muddle-headed. Otherwise, he and his daughter would not be able to show their faces. The warriors from the 2 countries gathered around. Feng Kuang, Eagle-Eyed Man, White Stone City Master, Master Golden Blade and the others all asked about what happened in the past few months when they left the Soaring Dragon continent. When they heard that the fake Yu Qiu had allied with the Goblin race, Demon Abyss, Thousand Goblins Sect, Green Summit Sect, Zijing Kingdom, 7 Great Dippers and the Great Emperor of Ziwei Shun Tian to control the Yu clan, overturn Xia and invade the dragon-swallowing continent, they were all shocked. When Yu Yang told them that Green Summit Sect leader Duan Mu Longqing and Vice Sect leader Machi Su Ling were killed by him, the fake Yu Qiu and demon innate ranker Qi Liao were also killed by Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia, everyone was dumbfounded. You can kill the 7 Great Dippers in an instant? Elder Yu Hai was extremely happy. This brat was too awesome. They were fake innates. They were not strong. Wu Xia and Xianxia could kill them now. Yu Yang nodded. Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong and the others all felt ashamed. As seniors, they felt a lot of pressure. Even if they were fake innates, the 7 Great Dippers were not people they could fight against. Even if the 4 great clans patriarchs joined forces, they would not be able to defeat a Yao Guang. It would be hard for them to not be defeated. Who would have thought that Yu Yang could kill them in an instant? Where's Dong Lu? Why don't I see him? Master Golden Blade, White Stone City Master, Eastern Sky King and Western Sky King were good friends with the old fox. They felt it was strange that they did not see him, who was an expert in teleportation. This is the Forbidden Space Gate. He has already become an innate, so he can't enter. When Yu Yang said this, Eastern Sky King and the others spat out water and coughed nonstop. This was also the first time Yu Yang knew the old fox's name. So this guy was called Shui Dong Lu. Shui Dong Lu, could it be that this name came from the spring river flowing eastward? With regards to the old fox's name, Yu Yang made a malicious guess. No wonder the old fox never said his name, it turned out that his name was so wretched. As for how an innate like Yu Yang could enter, Eastern Sky King and the others did not doubt it at all. because this guy himself was an abnormal existence. However, the old fox who had been stuck at a bottleneck for tens of years suddenly became an innate, Eastern Sky King, and the others were really curious. When Princess Sisai mentioned the martial arts pill, they immediately came to a realization. No wonder the old fox could become an innate. It turned out that Yu Yang had successfully refined the martial arts pill. I don't have any hopes of becoming an innate, but I still need to eat one martial arts pill. Eastern Sky King patted Yu Yang's shoulder. Son-in-law, count this as a betrothal gift. We don't have the ingredients now, but when we have the ingredients, you can eat one and throw one away. Yu Yang was reminding the few people in charge of the Soaring Dragon continent that if there were any good ingredients in the treasury, they should not keep them and wait for them to be eaten by worms. They should quickly take them out to refine pills. To Yu Yang, the martial arts pill was not difficult to refine. The martial god pill and the rebirth pill were the most difficult ones. However, with the Qilin girl here, Yu Yang felt that these were not a problem. The most difficult thing was to collect the ingredients. Yu Yang's words ignited the ambitions of these seniors. Individual talents were limited. In the 4 great clans and the 2 royal families, warriors like Feng Xiaoyun and Eastern Sky King were all stuck at the bottleneck between level 6 Advanced, Elder, and level 7 Overlord. The only one who could break through was Jun Wuyu. The others could only continue to accumulate their skills and train hard at level 6 Advanced, Elder. Some of them could not advance even an inch for more than 10 years, almost wearing out their fighting spirit. Most of them turned to nurture their clan's descendants or manage their clan, working hard to nurture the next generation. For example, Yan Qianzhong and Feng Xiaoyun had almost given up on the idea of becoming level 7 Overlord. They placed their hopes on their sons Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha. Now, if they had the martial arts pill, although they were still far from innate, it was not impossible for them to become level 7 Overlord and level 8 Emperor. They had enough skills, but they did not have the opportunity to break through. The martial arts pill was the breaking point to break through the bottleneck. As long as they were not those pig-headed mercenaries with mediocre aptitudes, they would definitely be able to break through. We will think of a way to get the ingredients. We must refine the martial arts pill. As an emperor, Jun Wuyu was captured by the Eastern Goblin tribe in the palace. Although he returned safely, he still felt ashamed. He also knew that he had already passed his adolescence. He might not be able to become an innate, but he must take the martial arts pill. He was definitely not satisfied with becoming a level 7 Overlord, he wanted to become stronger. In the Soaring Dragon continent, where the strong preyed on the weak, the stronger the emperor was, the more the commoners would believe in him and the more the enemies would be afraid. After everyone finished their small gathering, they decided to continue down the river in the karst cave, looking for an exit. With Yu Yang, this abnormally strong person, protecting them, even if they met strong beasts along the way, they would not have to worry anymore. Not to mention the Eastern Sky King and the others who loved to fight, even the old elder Yu Hai and the noble Jun Wuyu would occasionally join in the battle. Among them, the ones who were the most enthusiastic were of course Feng Kuang and the eagle-eyed man. They were only 1 generation older than Yu Yang, so they were not considered old. They still had potential and hoped to continue to grow stronger. Hence, they worked the hardest, using real battles as training. Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha, who had fainted due to heavy injuries, had already woken up after their father's timely treatment. They could not fight gold-ranked beasts, even silver-ranked beasts would be hard to deal with. In the underground river of the ancient passage, there were all kinds of super high-leveled beasts. They were either gold-ranked level 6, silver-ranked level 7, or bronze-ranked level 8. There were almost no beasts below bronze-ranked level 6. The group of people went down the river. With the attitude of hiding if they could and fighting if they couldn't, they killed their way out. 3 days later, they finally found the teleportation exit. If Yu Yang did not bring Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia to rescue them, it would be impossible for them to escape unscathed. This is only the outer area of the God's ruins. I think we should be at the bottom of the Death Canyon now. In this sealed unit space, there are already such terrifying beasts. I really can't imagine how strong the living beings in the inner area of the God's ruins are. The difficulty of the God's ruins, the core area, is probably not lower than the heaven realm. Jun Wuyu let out a sigh after leaving. In front of the teleportation door, Yu Yang discovered that there were a few different teleportation points. He reckoned that other than the exit, there should be other corresponding areas in the karst cave. For example, the karst cave was water, so there must be fire, earth, wind, and other areas. Furthermore, the karst cave was not completely explored. Along the way, Yu Yang avoided many areas that he felt were dangerous. He didn't really walk through the entire karst cave, he only went down the river from the entrance and found an exit. How big was the karst cave? What was its real secret? Yu Yang and the others still had no idea. The monsters they met on the way were not king-ranked. There must be one here. It was just that Yu Yang was anxious to save Jun Wuyu and the others. He didn't have time to look for the Golden King Beast or the Karst Cave King. Were there any secret treasures in the Karst Cave? Yu Yang thought that there would definitely be treasures here, but he didn't have the time to look for them carefully. After coming out of the prison Emperor Divine Palace, his new goal should be to enter the Death Canyon according to the treasure map and explore the mysterious god's ruins. Of course, when Princess Sisai and the others had the ability to protect themselves, Yu Yang also wanted to take a look at the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. If he wanted to conquer the Heaven Realm, he must first build a good foundation at the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Coming out of the Karst Cave, Yu Yang realized that the exit was not the teleportation circle that the ascetic practice saint and the others were guarding. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to meet up with them now. Yu Yang was worried that the corrupted warriors and the Eastern Goblin tribe would set up an ambush. In the end, he decided to bring Jun Wuyu and the others out of the ancient passage and return to the Yu Clan castle. Then, he would personally look for the old fox and the ascetic practice saint and tell them that Jun Wuyu and the others had escaped from danger. This was the right move. Yu Yang's cautious approach allowed Jun Wuyu and the others to escape from danger. When Yu Yang returned to the ancient passage alone, he realized that a large number of Eastern Goblin tribe rebels were confronting the ascetic practice saint and the others. With the rebels' strength, he believed that they wouldn't be able to deal with the heavenly imperial guardians. However, with their advantage in numbers, the ascetic practice saint and the others definitely wouldn't be able to protect Jun Wuyu and the others. There were too many of them. Scram! Yu Yang ignited his nirvana flame in one hand and condensed his world-exterminating wheel in the other. He gave the final order to the Eastern Goblin tribe rebels. With regards to Yu Yang, this terrifying enemy, the 3 leaders of the Eastern Goblin tribe rebels were quite worried. When they saw that Yu Yang had already saved Jun Wuyu and the others, they knew that there was no turning back. They decided to give up on their attack and retreat in an orderly manner. They completely gave up on their plan to capture the Soaring Dragon Continent's human warriors. Originally, with the human warriors in their hands, they could stop the human innates from joining hands with the Dragon Emperor. But now that the opportunity had disappeared, they didn't need to risk their lives against the human heavenly imperial guardians. Furthermore, with the help of Yu Yang, before the 3 leaders of the rebels left, they stared deeply at Yu Yang for a long time, as if they wanted to remember his appearance. In the end, they led their troops out of the ancient passage and returned to the outer realm. The only one who stayed behind was the Goblin General Pipa whom they had met previously. She smiled at Yu Yang. "You've improved again. It's only been a few months and you've already improved so much. Humans, you're really a race that makes people envious." This charming lady played the jade pipa softly as she walked away leisurely. Slowly, she disappeared from Yu Yang's sight. Yu Yang secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This Goblin General Pipa was definitely not a simple person. Although she wasn't famous in the Soaring Dragon Continent, she might be a terrifying existence like the Impatiens in the Outer Realm and the Eastern Goblin tribe. It wasn't good to be enemies with her now, because Yu Yang still needed to challenge the prison Emperor Divine Palace in his best condition. He needed to challenge the Heaven Realm rankers who had been sealed there for thousands of years, and even the Heaven Realm great leaders. Even their souls were once the 2 great leaders of the Heaven Realm. These 2 souls that had been sealed for 6,000 years would be the strongest enemies that Yu Yang had met so far. They would also be his ultimate goal in the short term. Yu Ling was not disappointed with Elder Yu Hai's return. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure of being the substitute clan master was too great. If Yu Ling did not have Yu Yang's support, he would have collapsed long ago. Now that his father had returned, the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. His father's praise made him feel satisfied for the first time in his life. This was not the satisfaction of power, but the warmth of family love that he had not felt for a long time. Compared to his incomparably outstanding big brother Yu Shan and third brother Yu Qiu, Yu Ling had never been valued and affirmed by his father like today. Although elder Yu Hai had brought back his fifth brother Yu Ting from a secret place, the position of substitute clan master still belonged to Yu Ling. Elder Yu Hai had even promised Yu Ling that if ninth brother Yu Feng was willing to be the clan master, he would also nurture him equally. Regarding this, Yu Ling, as his son, was moved to tears. Fifth brother Yu Ting was chosen by his father and the elders to be the future clan master because of his physique, beasts, and personality. He had been secretly nurtured since young. Of course Yu Ling knew about this. He even knew that his son Yu Feng was not suitable to be the clan master. However, this promise showed his father's fairness. Even if Yu Feng was not suitable to be the clan master, his father would not neglect his nurturing. His son was valued by his father and the clan. With his nephew Yu Yang's guidance in the future, in addition to his good potential, it was not impossible for him to become an innate in 100 years. Third brother, if you don't like being the clan master and you are busy, I will not force you. I will give this to you. The Yu clan has been hoping for an innate for hundreds of years. However, this thing has been kept by the clan master for hundreds of years. There has never been a chance. Today, I will pass it to you. Elder Yu Hai passed a rune crystal to Yu Yang in front of fifth elder, second uncle Yu Ling and fifth brother Yu Ting. This was the real key to the puppet palace. Created by the ghost genius Yu Gong, the three Renaissance heroes hoped that one of their descendants would become an innate ranker and inherit the clan's greatest treasure. Hence, they placed all the treasures that had been passed down for thousands of years into the puppet palace. Originally, Elder Yu Hai thought that his son, Yu Qiu, was the most likely candidate to inherit the palace key. He never thought that he would die at such a young age. Instead, it was his useless grandson, Yu Yang, who far surpassed his expectations. He had wanted to give the key to the palace to Yu Yang for a long time, but he didn't know if his stubborn grandson would accept it. Right now, when his clan was almost destroyed by the fake Yu Qiu's hands, he stood up bravely and fought against the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian. He killed the sect leader and vice-sect leader of the Green Summit sect, who had been enemies for thousands of years, and the 7 Great Bear's brothers at the foot of the castle. With his own strength, he reversed the situation of the battle, turning the tide and reviving his clan. This battle made Elder Yu Hai completely relieved. Although this grandson's temper was a little stubborn and his killing intent was a little big, he was still his grandson after all. The blood of the Yu clan flowed in his body. Furthermore, he had been at odds with his family because everyone had looked down on him. In reality, everyone knew that this brat was extremely filial. He remembered that he and Bing Er had pulled the horse carriage together and charged into the Yu clan castle. It was all for his fourth mother's sake. With such a grandson, what regrets would there be in life? If there's something inside that everyone can use, I will take it back. Yu Yang didn't stand on ceremony with him and took the rune crystal. The rune crystal looked ordinary in Elder Yu Hai's hands. It looked like a normal crystal with a few small heaven runes on it. However, when the rune crystal entered Yu Yang's hands, it immediately released a dazzling light that illuminated the whole study room. It only dissipated after a long time. Could this be the legendary divine equipment choosing its master? Elder Yu Hai and the others looked at the glowing crystal in surprise. Yu Yang secretly laughed. Actually, it wasn't like that at all. This rune crystal seal would slowly unravel when innate chi came into contact with it. If it was a normal innate level 1 ranker, he would probably need at least 10 days to completely unravel it. However, for Yu Yang, who had extremely pure innate chi and understood heaven runes, 1 minute was enough. Yu Yang channeled his innate chi into the crystal, completely unlocking the seal on the heavenly rune. This rune crystal made by the ghost genius Yu Gong was not only a key, it was also a tool to test innate strength. Once it confirmed that Yu Yang was an innate, it immediately emitted a bright light, transmitting the map of the palace and all kinds of information about the traps and mechanisms into Yu Yang's mind. Regarding this, Yu Yang realized that this ghost genius Yu Gong was really an extremely powerful person. He wasn't an innate, but he could create an innate ranker's equipment. How many other treasures like the quintet golden puppet mice and the rune crystal would there be in the puppet palace? The current Yu Yang was really looking forward to it. Go, I also want to know what kind of treasure our ancestor left for our Yu clan. Elder Yu Hai smiled happily. In his eyes, the treasure passed down by their ancestor had acknowledged Yu Yang. This not only meant that their ancestor's treasure existed, it also meant that Yu Yang's identity was unquestionable. If this brat wasn't a descendant of the Yu clan, how could he be acknowledged by their ancestor's treasure? The negative influence brought by the fake Yu Qiu had completely disappeared in Elder Yu Hai's heart under the radiant rune crystal. Not only did Elder Yu Hai believe it, even the fifth elder, Yu Ling and the others believed that Yu Yang wasn't an impostor adopted by fourth daughter-in-law Xian. Furthermore, only an idiot would believe the words of a demon that was trying to sow discord instead of his own kin. The appearance of the fake Yu Qiu had even forced Yu Shan to leave. Now everyone felt that Yu Shan must have some secrets, otherwise he wouldn't have been forced to leave by the fake Qiu. Because, if Yu Shan was really a demon, wouldn't he be in cahoots with the fake Qiu? It would be perfect for them to join hands and fight against the Yu clan. If he wanted to run away, it would mean that he had some secrets. Coming out from the study room, Yu Yang saw Princess Sisai waiting outside. That old fellow seems to have something to tell you. I'm warning you, don't talk about us when you talk. Otherwise, don't expect me to pay attention to you. How smart was Princess Xianxia? Of course she knew that when Yu Yang talked to her father, it would definitely be about their engagement. Don't worry, if the emperor bestows a marriage upon me, I will tactfully reject it. Yu Yang knew that although Tigress looked young, she was actually willing to marry him in her heart. He purposely teased her. You. Princess Sisai was angry when she heard that. She punched Yu Yang fiercely. Looking at your expression of being unable to get married, you are really quite pitiful. Tigress, don't be anxious. I will bear the pain and agree to it. Hearing Yu Yang's words, Princess Sisai was extremely embarrassed. She took out the giant sword on her back, wanting to chop this brat to death. This scared Yu Yang so much that he ran away while screaming. When Yu Yang went to meet Jun Wuyu, everyone was waiting outside. Everyone held their breaths, quietly waiting for the good news. After a long time, there was still no movement. Everyone was a little worried that with Yu Yang's stubborn temper, he would fall out with Jun Wuyu. Just when everyone was so nervous that their hearts were in their throats, Yu Yang suddenly came out. No one knew what they were talking about, but when everyone saw Yu Yang's joyous smile, as if he had gained both wealth and talent, they knew that the matter between him and Princess Sisai had been settled. Feng Kuang, Devil-Eyed Man, White Stone City Master, Master Golden Blade and the others congratulated Elder Yu Hai. Not mentioning Elder Yu Hai and the others celebrating, Yu Yang greeted them and returned to his own grimoire world. Although the construction had just started and the project was far from complete, the girls had already used White Cloud floating stones and Demon Abyss obsidian to build a few small houses. They had also moved in a lot of daily necessities. Although it was a little crude, it was not a problem for people to live in it. As for the construction of the houses, Yu Yang did not have the chance to help. It was not that he did not want to help, but it was because his aesthetic view was completely different from the girls'. At the same time, the girls condemned him for wasting materials seriously. With the help of the Bloody Queen, the Barbarian Cow Shadow, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, the Reaper Mantis and other big and small beasts, the girls' construction progress was very fast. Furthermore, the houses that were built were not the boxy and ugly buildings that Yu Yang was good at, but miniature castles. If not for the lack of time, the girls would have wanted to make exquisite carvings on the castles made of white cloud floating stones and obsidian, decorating the inside and outside of the houses. They only wanted one result, and that was perfection. The only thing that Yu Yang did to help with the construction was to use his sword qi to draw heaven runes on the walls. Brother, did the emperor grant you a marriage? When Yu Yang returned to the grimoire world, Yu Bing was the first to welcome him. She wanted to know if Princess Sisai would also become her sister-in-law. Look, this is the dowry. Yu Yang took out a pearl and introduced it with a beaming smile. White Dragon Pearl, De Xia Kingdom's national treasure. Now, give it to me. Who wants to marry you? Dream on. Princess Sisai's face turned red as she snatched the pearl. Also, this demon-subduing pagoda is said to be able to confine a demon king. This is a treasure that the Jun family's ancestors brought back from the heaven realm. No one can use it, so it's mine now. Ha ha ha. Yu Yang was immensely proud of himself. This demon-subduing pagoda had been placed in the Jun family's treasury for thousands of years. No one could use it, so it was almost sealed. Although this thing could only be passed down to the Jun family's descendants, if Yu Yang married Xianxia, he would be his son-in-law, so he could be considered half a son. It would not be a problem to pass it down to him. Moreover, the demon-subduing pagoda could indeed confine a demon king. It was a pity that the Jun family had never produced an innate rancor who could catch a demon king. Other than Yu Yang, this abnormal brat, the demon-subduing pagoda was really useless to others. The sparkling and translucent demon-suppressing pagoda was placed in front of the girls. Everyone clicked their tongues in admiration when they saw it. Especially when Yu Yang placed the white jade beetle and the mysterious pearl left behind by the dark golden spectre together, the demon-suppressing pagoda emitted a gentle light that was not dazzling to the eyes. This light was like the moon or the rainbow, unusually soft. Yu Yang noticed that the mysterious pearl emitted a strange fluctuation in front of the demon-subduing pagoda's gentle white light. The fluctuation disappeared as soon as it appeared, but he caught it with his sharp senses. This kind of undulation might be fear, or it might be other thoughts. However, Yu Yang was able to confirm in an instant that the dark golden spectre was definitely not truly dead. Or perhaps, its main consciousness had already disappeared, but the remnants of its battle consciousness were still there. As long as there was enough energy, he believed that it would be able to revive and recover. This was the same logic as when some beasts died, their masters could go to the Tong Tian Tower's summoning hall to revive them. This dark golden spectre was probably also waiting for an opportunity to revive. Previously, why were the molten flame core and demon dragon crystal's remnant consciousness afraid of the mysterious pearl? The reason was very simple. This mysterious pearl's dark golden spectre was not truly dead. It was an extremely dangerous existence, causing the molten flame core and demon dragon crystal to be afraid. When I have time, I'll slowly refine it. After I refine it, I'll put you on the Huijin magic blade and see if it can level up again. Yu Yang threw the mysterious pearl into the small space inside the demon-subduing pagoda. With the demon-subduing pagoda in his hands, Yu Yang felt that he might be able to gain a lot from breaking into the prison Emperor Divine Palace. The Heaven Realm rankers inside the prison Emperor Divine Palace might also be like the dark golden spectre, not truly dead and leaving behind mysterious items like the mysterious pearl. Now that he had the demon-subduing pagoda, he wasn't afraid of being devoured by those items. He could pick them all up and slowly study them. Yu Yang suddenly thought of something. Could the prison Emperor Divine Palace be an enlarged version of the demon-subduing pagoda? It couldn't be a treasure that the powerful prison emperor used to seal his enemies, right? Of course, it was useless to think about these things now. Yu Yang decided that before he broke into the prison Emperor Divine Palace, it would be best if he entered the puppet palace to see what treasures the ghost genius Yu Gong had left behind. The more treasures he had, the greater his chances of breaking through the prison Emperor Divine Palace would be. Everyone was very curious as to what treasures would be inside the puppet palace. However, this was the Yu clan's secret. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and City Mistress Fallen Flower suppressed their curiosity and waited for Yu Yang's return in the grimoire world. Yu Yu and Yu Bing also stayed behind voluntarily. Especially Yu Bing. Although she really wanted to go, she knew that she would only be a burden if she stayed by her brother's side. Without her, it would be more convenient for her brother to move around. The time that they agreed to enter the prison Emperor Divine Palace with the old dragon turtle was getting closer. Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers had not become innates yet. Yu Bing didn't want to be a burden to her brother's plan. Yu Yang didn't try to persuade them to stay behind voluntarily. Indeed, exploring alone was much more convenient than bringing Yu Bing and the others. It was just that the journey would be a little boring. Now that he had the grimoire world, Shui Wuxia and the others could come out anytime. It was much more convenient than fighting alone in the past. According to the teleportation scroll given by Elder Yu Hai, Yu Yang teleported to the mysterious puppet palace. When the teleportation was completed, Yu Yang discovered that he was in a world filled with darkness. He couldn't even see his fingers if he stretched out his hand. If it was someone else, they would definitely be blinded. However, it wasn't a problem for Yu Yang who had night vision. Yu Yang summoned the quintet seeking golden mice and let them lead the way. Although Yu Yang already knew most of the traps and the puppet palace's route map, he still didn't know much about the secret inner palace. However, Yu Yang still passed the task of finding the way to the quintet seeking golden mice. He also wanted to find out if there were any treasures left behind on the way. The puppet palace was built underground. It was a little like an ancient passage. However, the tunnel here was not man-made. Instead, it was a natural cave that cleverly concealed the palace. Because he had a map of the way forward, Yu Yang successfully walked through the maze-like forks and bypassed all kinds of traps. After walking for close to an hour, he finally arrived at a huge door that sealed the puppet palace. The giant door was made of metal. It was 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide. The door was carved with the head of a monster that looked like a Tao Tai. This was also one of the protective mechanisms of the puppet palace. If one touched the door without the key, the monster statue would spew out flames, and the door would shoot out poisonous arrows, killing the intruder on the spot. If the invading enemy had puppet beasts, then the magic magnetism of the monster's eyes and the heaven runes lose control, counter devour, destroy, and so on the door ornaments would form a rune circle that would make the smart guy suffer. When Yu Yang saw these, he couldn't help but sigh at the ghost genius Xu Gong's design. This fellow was really worthy of being called the one and only ghost genius. He was too awesome. He didn't think that he could even use heaven runes to counter puppet beasts. The ghost genius Yu Gong seemed like he wasn't only proficient in dwarf runes and puppet beasts. From the combination of these heaven runes, the ghost genius Yu Gong was at least a rune master who had mastered heaven runes. Yu Yang knew quite a lot of heaven runes, but he had never thought that Yu Gong could use them in such a way. It could be said that this special combination gave Yu Yang a lot of inspiration, broadening Yu Yang's train of thought. Yu Yang didn't have any other strong points, but he had always been humble to learn from others. The anti-puppet rune circle, Yu Yang had deeply engraved it in his heart. He believed that this rune circle would be very useful in the future. The miraculous anti-puppet rune circle. This reward came from the entrance of the puppet palace. Just the main door alone had already given Yu Yang a huge surprise. What else would be waiting for him inside? Yu Yang couldn't wait to go in and take a look. He took out the key rune crystal and gently placed it into the notch on the monster's forehead. The crystal and the notch on the monster's forehead merged together seamlessly, and a light caw sound was heard. Then, it became as if it was made by nature. As Yu Yang transferred a strand of innate chi into the crystal, the entire rune crystal immediately shone. The soft light enveloped the surroundings. The energy flow from the rune crystal then triggered the intricate mechanism in the monster statue's head. The eyes of the mechanical monster suddenly flashed with a faint green light, and the sound of mechanical movement came from the door. It was almost inaudible, but if one listened carefully, they would be able to hear the subtle and concentrated sounds. Yu Yang stretched out his hand and used his innate chi to sense the changes in the door. He realized that if the mechanical monster's head detected a fake key, it would not flash with a green light, but a red light that represented death. It was a kind of violent energy that was similar to a dragon's breath. It was destructive. Once it was shot out, the target that was hit would be in a tragic state. With a real key to open it, the giant door slowly rose up and retracted into the top of the cave without any sound. This giant metal door was 1 meter thick, and there were holes in the middle of it at regular intervals. Those were the positions where the various intricate mechanical axles were connected to the ground. When Yu Yang saw the mechanical axles that were connected to the ground, there was not a single trace of it being sewn together. It was even more high-tech than the high-tech movies that he had seen before he traveled to this world. He couldn't help but praise it. He felt that creating a giant metal door wasn't difficult, the difficult part was its sensitivity. Machines weren't living things. No matter how intricate the instrument was, it couldn't compare to a human's brain, and it couldn't be flexible. This giant metal door designed by the ghost genius Xu Gong was still so sensitive and effective after hundreds of years. Yu Yang couldn't help but admire this ghost genius Xu Gong. He estimated that even after hundreds of years, this door would still work as usual. Just from this point alone, it could be seen how powerful the ghost genius Xu Gong was. They entered the puppet palace. After passing through a long passage, they suddenly arrived at a high cliff. The cliff was so high that the bottom could not be seen. The only passage was not at the bottom. Instead, every 100 meters, there was a special floating platform made of magic magnets. This floating platform was called the Sky Bridge. Innate rankers who wanted to enter had to step on the magic magnets' footprints one by one. They had to pass the magic magnets' inspection and be confirmed before the door to the inner palace would slowly open. If they forcefully used beasts to fly over, there would be endless traps waiting for them. Yu Yang stepped on the magic magnet's stone surface easily. Every time he stepped on it, the magic magnet's stone surface would flash with light, indicating that he had passed the inspection. The new master of the puppet palace could continue to move forward. After passing the magic magnet's floating stone, there was another metal door that had already opened. Inside, there was a long hallway structure. The light crystal stone had illuminated the passage for hundreds of years. Under this gentle light, 2 rows of mechanical beasts, from low-ranked to high-ranked, and from low-ranked to high-ranked, lined up in order. In front were normal-ranked level 1 and normal-ranked level 2 iron skin monsters. Following them were stone puppets, rock giants, bronze-ranked battle wolves, and silver-ranked battle leopards, battle tigers, and battle eagles. There was a dazzling array of mechanical beasts that Yu Yang had seen before. After advancing for 2 kilometers, the number of sea, land, and air-type beasts gradually decreased. The number of humanoid or humanoid puppet beasts increased. At the same time, they were also separated according to their levels, from low to high. Rock puppets, metal puppets, guillotine slaughterers, sawtooth dual-wheeled travelers, iron claw followers, there were all kinds of puppets. There were even some humanoid mechanical puppets that Yu Yang had never seen before. Walking towards the back, there were also separated rooms. There were humanoid mechanical battle puppets that were above gold ranked scattered in these rooms. Even Yu Yang, who was used to seeing big scenes, felt dizzy looking at them. Gold-ranked level 5 Earth Guards, gold-ranked level 6 Earth Generals, gold-ranked level 7 Earth Marshals and gold-ranked level 8 Earth War Emperors. Yu Yang almost drooled when he saw them. If it wasn't for the fact that these puppet beasts didn't have a core energy source and couldn't move, Yu Yang really wanted to move a few of them back. Were these the masterpieces of the ghost genius Yu Gong? No, Yu Yang felt that these were just the tip of the iceberg that the ghost genius Yu Gong had shown. It could be seen that these puppet beasts, more or less, had some kind of flaw. Of course, only Yu Yang, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, could see this. In the eyes of a normal warrior, these puppet beasts were definitely perfect. Yu Yang suddenly had a feeling in his heart. Why was it arranged like this? Could these be the process of the ghost genius Yu Gong's growth? In the beginning, the beasts that he created were still low-leveled. His craftsmanship, design, and composition were also rough. As he created the beasts, the ghost genius Yu Gong's improvement was obvious. Some of the flaws and problems in the beginning disappeared. Whether it was his craftsmanship, design, or composition, they all improved by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, this kind of improvement was divided into several levels. From animal-type puppet beasts to humanoid puppet beasts, there was a huge leap. From humanoid puppet beasts to humanoid puppet beasts, there was another huge leap. From bronze-type puppet beasts to silver-type puppet beasts, there was another huge leap. From bronze-type puppet beasts to silver-type puppet beasts to gold-type puppet beasts. Was Yu Gong's improvement only limited to this? No, Yu Yang walked to the front of the gold-ranked level 8 Earth War Emperor and realized that its user manual was filled with Yu Gong's comments. Almost all of them were flaws. For example, there was a problem with the distribution of the core energy, or the inability to use combat skills, or the inability of the Earth War Emperor to adapt to different kinds of terrains, or the inability to display its full combat power in special areas, etc. Yu Yang was dumbfounded. Being able to create a gold-ranked level 8 humanoid puppet was already very impressive, but the ghost genius Yu Gong was extremely dissatisfied. From this, it could be seen that he was a person who pursued perfection. I thought of a way to solve the problem of adapting to different terrains, and that is to transform. The humanoid puppet could only use the designed combat skills in battle, but this was far from enough. It must also be able to transform and reassemble itself into the shape of a certain animal. It must be able to adapt to battles in the sea, land, air, desert, glacier, volcano, and other special terrains. It needs more precise equipment and a stronger driving force. Perhaps I had made a mistake, but I felt that the idea of using the heaven runes as a driving force was completely feasible. To humans, this was a pioneering act. However, to the life forms in the outer realm, this might have already become outdated, becoming a cliché or a commonplace thing. If I was given another 50 years, no, 10 years, I believe that I would be able to perfect all of this. It's a pity that I don't have the time. The ghost genius Yu Gong recorded his research in the puppet outer palace. The more Yu Yang read, the more shocked he became. He was completely shocked by Yu Gong's crazy idea. The ghost genius Yu Gong wrote at the end, "I am fascinated by the research of puppets. The more I research, the closer I get to the core of the profound meaning of puppets. In the last year, I have decided to research the most important thing. If I succeed, I will be able to leave behind 3 great treasures for the future generations. Outside of closing the outer palace, I hope that the outstanding descendants of the Yu clan who have reached this point can enter the inner palace and receive the results of my research. If I can't complete it and have already died, then please continue to complete my research based on my foundation." 3 great treasures. There were still 3 great treasures in the inner palace. When Yu Yang saw this, his heart couldn't help but be moved. What would these 3 great treasures be? Entering the inner palace was not as simple as entering the puppet outer palace. It required an innate level authentication. In the past hundreds of years, maybe some Yu clan elders had entered the outer palace, but Yu Yang was sure that no one else had entered the inner palace before him. The 3 great secret treasures had never been seen before. He didn't even know if the ghost genius Yu Gong had completed them. Yu Yang summoned his grimoire and channeled his innate chi into the heaven rune at the entrance of the inner palace. In an instant, a light flashed. The authentication crystal had successfully channeled its energy and activated the device inside. The passage to the inner palace was a magic floating stone that could be moved up and down. When Yu Yang stepped on it, the magic floating stone slowly descended. About 100 meters later, a new palace appeared in front of Yu Yang. All kinds of instruments were placed on the left and right. In the middle, there was a crystal pillar that Yu Yang was familiar with. It was about 10 meters tall and was filled with energy. Heaven runes were engraved on it, faintly emitting a white brilliance. This crystal pillar was very similar to the teleportation crystal pillar that Yu Yang saw in Tong Tian Tower. It was also similar to the crystal pillar that sealed the Qilin girl in the Demon Palace. However, it was neither of them. Yu Yang realized that this crystal pillar's energy, teleportation, sealing and other effects were completely different. It was somewhat similar to a magic crystal's effect. What made Yu Yang feel strange was that a large piece of the crystal pillar was missing, as if someone had used some kind of device to cut it off. Could it be that the ghost genius Yu Gong was going to use this crystal pillar's fragment as the core driving force for the puppet? Yu Yang, who had fought in the Demon Palace, knew how sturdy this crystal pillar was. Even if it was the Demon King's light pillar attack or the Qilin girl breaking free from the seal, it was not damaged at all. How did the ghost genius Yu Gong cut it off? Besides, puppets didn't need any additional driving force to move at all. As long as the dwarven rune combination was accurate, they didn't need any magic crystals to create low-level rock puppets. Those that needed additional driving force were all precision mechanical war puppets. What kind of precision mechanical war puppets would need to use a crystal pillar fragment as the core driving force? Suddenly, the quintet golden puppet mice went past Yu Yang and rushed towards the crystal pillar. Yu Yang's summoning grimoire automatically flipped. On the page of the quintet golden puppet mice, a line of words appeared: found the energy source, filling the energy reserves. The quintet golden puppet mice moved closer to the crystal pillar that had a big gap, their tails connected to the heaven rune at the base of the crystal pillar. Energy flashed, and streams of energy flowed from their tails to their bodies. At this time, the unremarkable quintet seeking golden mice's bodies became sparkling and translucent, as if they had suddenly turned into crystals. Yu Yang felt that it was inconceivable. Even puppet beasts couldn't level up. How could the quintet golden puppet mice that Yu Gong created be able to level up automatically? Could it be that this chipped crystal pillar was one of the 3 secret treasures? It would probably take some time for the 5 mice to fill up. Yu Yang decided to take a look at the other treasures first. The palace was very tall, the ceiling was domed, and there were rows of pillars that separated different spaces. In every space, there were different beasts. There were humanoid puppet beasts, and even animal-shaped mechanical monsters. Here, there was a type of puppet beasts that couldn't be seen. Those were the rock giants that didn't need any extra power. The inner palace was filled with puppets that were made of metal, and there were all kinds of them. Casually walking in front of a silver-ranked level 5 storm warrior, Yu Yang picked up the bottle at its feet and gently poured out a polished crystal ball. The crystal ball was about the size of a ping-pong ball and was filled with energy. There was a heaven rune engraved on it, Wind Eagle. Yu Yang tried to put the Wind Eagle crystal ball into the dent on the storm warrior's forehead. The humanoid puppet's eyes flashed with blue light, as if it had just woken up. The blue light in its eyes scanned Yu Yang's body. Faster than lightning, it pulled out the sword that was originally stuck at its waist and slashed downwards. Yu Yang was alarmed when he saw its eyes glowing just now. In a flash, he flew into the sky and dodged the storm warrior's attack. The storm warrior jumped twice, but it couldn't hit Yu Yang. It immediately started to transform. Yu Yang was dumbfounded. Damn, the ghost genius Yu Gong was really an abnormal person. He could even create the soaring dragon continents transformers. The storm warrior quickly transformed into a mechanical wind eagle. It spread out its huge wings and soared into the sky. Its claws quickly clawed towards Yu Yang's body. If the person who came in wasn't Yu Yang, but someone else, if they saw this kind of strange phenomenon and received this kind of strange attack, even if they didn't die, they would be heavily injured. Would a silver-ranked level 5 puppet beast be a threat to Yu Yang? Even if it could transform, if Yu Yang wanted to attack, it would only take a second to end the battle. Yu Yang dodged it cleverly. In the instant that he passed by, he reached out his hand and retrieved the small crystal ball that was embedded on the Wind Eagle's forehead. The mechanical Wind Eagle immediately floated down to the ground and quickly transformed back into the storm warrior's appearance. The blue light in its eyes disappeared and it returned to its original calm state. Of course, it wasn't standing at its original position anymore. It was standing at a corner of the Great Hall, more than 10 meters away from its original position. If Yu Yang didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that Yu Gong could create such a powerful transformers. The only flaw was that it couldn't be controlled. It didn't differentiate between friend and foe when it attacked. It was a headache. If only there was a controller for this thing. After searching for a long time, Yu Yang finally found a wristband with a crystal ball embedded on it on the right side of the Great Hall. This should be the distinguishing device. After Yu Yang put it on, he activated the Storm Warrior. As expected, it didn't attack anymore. Yu Yang used his spirit to guide the Storm Warrior and the wristband device to guide it. The Storm Warrior obediently walked back to its original position. It didn't resist Yu Yang's action of retrieving the crystal ball. Awesome, I didn't think that Yu Gong would really solve the problem of transforming the puppet. Yu Yang admired Yu Gong from the bottom of his heart. He had also made a puppet beast before, so he knew how troublesome it was to make a puppet beast. It was already good enough to make a puppet move. On the other hand, the puppets that Yu Gong made could not only use combat skills, they could also transform and adapt to different terrains and battles. Compared to Yu Yang, who was from another world, Yu Gong was much stronger. Even though Yu Yang had inherited the knowledge from the pitiful guy's mother and studied the puppet encyclopedia that Yu Gong had left behind, when it came to making puppet beasts, he and Yu Gong were simply not on the same level. In the Great Hall, there was a bottle at the feet of every puppet beast. That was their energy core. Silver-ranked level 5 puppets like the Storm Warrior were all placed on the forehead. Those that were silver-ranked level 6 and above were all placed in the heart, their energy core would not be exposed. For those that were gold-ranked level 5 and below, like the gold mammoth, their energy core was placed in the head. If one didn't shatter the head, one wouldn't be able to stop it from moving. Furthermore, this kind of puppet beast's head had the strongest defense. For those that were gold-ranked level 5 and above, like the gold titan, this kind of giant had 2 energy cores, one in the head and the other in the heart. The strangest thing was that this kind of mechanical titan could still exchange its head and arms even if it lost its body parts. Once it lost its ability to fight, it would automatically repair itself. If there were any spare parts, they would directly pick them up and use them. If there were no spare parts, they would also exchange them. Yu Yang couldn't understand the ghost genius Yu Gong's design. How did he design it to be able to do this? This was practically an AI. As expected of the ghost genius, this fellow was really awesome. He couldn't help but admire him. I don't have much time left. However, I have only made some progress in my research. I really want to live for another 100 years, even 10 years would be good. It's a pity that my body has already reached its limit. Heaven runes are really useful things. I am like an enlightened child, gaining new insights every day. This feeling is too good. It's a pity that I can't tell anyone about it, I can't share it with anyone. The combination of heaven runes feels like human words, but it's richer and more perfect, just like human poems. No, it's a type of summoning technique. It's actually a very special summoning technique. As long as I learn this summoning technique, countless difficult problems in different fields would be easily solved. My research is only at the beginner level. God gave me a brain that was good at thinking, but he didn't give me a long life. Sigh, this is all God's will. The real puppet grimoire? Yu Yang discovered Yu Gong's belongings. It was a book that was similar to the puppet grimoire in Yu Yang's lettering. When he flipped open this puppet grimoire, he realized that the knowledge inside was too rich. It was dazzling. Compared to this, the puppet grimoire in his lettering was like a primary school textbook. Inside this real, puppet grimoire, there were no basic things. Everything that was recorded was the crystallization of the ghost genius Yu Gong's blood, sweat, and tears. There were also rune combinations, energy distribution, transformation targets, battle instincts and corresponding battle skills, etc. Yu Yang was excited as he read. With this puppet grimoire, he would never have to worry about not having enough puppet beasts. At the end of this puppet grimoire, Yu Gong's regret was recorded. In my life, I have created countless beasts, but none of them were successful. They all had their own flaws. They were all failures. How I wish I could create a perfect puppet beast. If I was given 10 years, even 3 years, I would be able to take a step closer to this regret. Now, I can only bring this regret with me and sleep forever. If my descendants read this book, I hope that they will inherit my research and continue to create a perfect puppet beast. I hope that, after 1,000 or 10,000 years, there will be an outstanding descendant who will complete my regret. He will bring a puppet beast that can speak, learn, and have emotions. He will bring this puppet beast that is just like a human to my crystal coffin and tell me this good news, so that I can smile in the underworld. After Yu Yang finished reading, he muttered to himself for a long time. In the end, he slowly nodded his head. Although I feel that your regret is an impossible task, I will try my best. After keeping the puppet grimoire into his lettering, Yu Yang found an inconspicuous rune. If one didn't recognize the heaven rune, they would definitely not know its use. However, Yu Yang recognized this heaven rune. It meant secret door. Discovering its existence, Yu Yang's heartbeat quickened. Could it be that there was another secret door here? Yu Yang pressed his hand on the heaven rune and inserted his innate chi into it. The heaven rune shone brightly. At the same time, behind the pillar, on the wall, a hole silently appeared. The secret door quietly opened, revealing the innermost secret room. Other than the energy source crystal pillar and the real, puppet grimoire, the third treasure was in this secret room. When Yu Yang entered the secret room and saw what the third treasure was, he was completely stunned. With a sincerity that he had never shown before, Yu Yang said sincerely, "Senior Yu Gong, I take back what I said just now. I will definitely help you complete your regret. Not just try my best, but I will definitely do it. No matter how long it takes, I will definitely help you complete it." After coming out from the puppet palace, Yu Yang returned to the little flower garden. When he told the girls about the exploration process, he showed them the energy source crystal pillar and the real puppet grimoire. However, he didn't mention the third treasure to them. The girls didn't ask him either. They knew that if they needed to know, he would definitely tell them. Ghost genius Yu Gong's regret was definitely related to the third treasure. This was Yu Gong's secret. Yu Yang had to help him keep this secret. Until the day he completed his regret. After exploring the puppet palace, Yu Yang felt that no matter if it was his state of mind or his knowledge, they had all increased greatly. Faintly, he was about to break through the 6th level of innate invisible sword chi, Would he be able to break through in time to break through the prison Emperor Divine Palace? Yu Yang also had this kind of hope in his heart. After all, every time he became stronger before breaking through the prison Emperor Divine Palace, the scales of victory would be tilted towards his side. The appointed time with the old dragon turtle was approaching day by day. Yu Yang improved every day. However, the more impatient he was, the harder it was for him to break through the 6th level of innate invisible sword chi. Breaking through was not only about increasing his skills, but also about expanding his mental state. This required enlightenment from the heaven and earth. Impatience, who had finished her preparations, also came. She personally helped Yu Yang train for 2 days. In the end, Yu Yang felt that he was only a step away from breaking through, but he was unable to do so. This made him feel very regretful. Breaking through needed an opportunity, it couldn't be done just by training hard. Otherwise, the old fox wouldn't have been stuck at the bottleneck for dozens of years. Being impatient is a warrior's biggest obstacle. Relax. Shui Wuxia consoled Yu Yang, which was rare. Xiao San, even if you don't break through, we can still pass through smoothly. Yu Yu, the second sister, prepared a lot of food to support her brother. She even planted a lot of vegetables and fruit trees in the grimoire world. Under Yu Bing's green light tree demoness green rush skill, the vegetables and fruit trees grew very quickly. Yu Yu's idea was that if her brother really couldn't defeat the enemies, he would bring everyone to hide in the grimoire world. He would heal his wounds and rest well before going out to fight with the enemies. Yu Yu's expectation was that even if they had to live and train in the grimoire world for a few months, or even a few years, they must pass through the prison Emperor Divine Palace without any losses. No one must die in the challenge, not a single one. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who especially liked to plant flowers, was the most supportive of Yu Yu's preparations. She had also planted a lot of flowers in the grimoire world. If not for the limited time, she would have moved the sky garden in the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower to the grimoire world. If they really couldn't defeat the strong enemies in the prison Emperor Divine Palace, the participants could hide in the grimoire world and recover while fighting. This was a very good idea. Anyway, there were less strong enemies in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. They could just fight with the enemies until they exhausted themselves. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. If the Qilin girl or the Phoenix sisters were willing to help him when he was trying to break into the prison Emperor Divine Palace, then there wouldn't be any problems. It was just that the Qilin girl hadn't come out since the last time she ran out. He reckoned that she wasn't really interested in charging into the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Yu Yang reckoned that unless his life was in danger, she and the Phoenix sisters wouldn't come out and interfere with his battle. Could this be the Heavenly Sword Goddess's secret instructions? Yu Yang would sometimes speculate like this. For Yu Yang, difficulties might be tough, but it was also an opportunity for him to cultivate and improve. If the Heavenly Sword Goddess was willing to take action, Yu Yang would be able to sweep across the entire Soaring Dragon continent unrivaled. However, she did not do that. She had also never asked about Yu Yang's usual battles. She had completely let Yu Yang fight on his own. All she did was force Yu Yang to train hard in the dream world. Any flaws or areas that Yu Yang needed to improve would be pointed out by the Heavenly Sword Goddess using her sword chi, forcing Yu Yang to correct them. Could the Heavenly Sword Goddess come out from the dream world? Yu Yang had never doubted this point. Hence, the reason why the Phoenix sisters didn't care about Yu Yang's battles, other than being kind beasts and not taking the initiative to attack, could also be because of the Heavenly Sword Goddess's instructions. Why would the Phoenix sisters come out from the Demon Palace and force the 3 great Demon Kings and the 2 great Lich Kings to retreat, making them not dare to chase after Yu Yang? Thinking back, Yu Yang was extremely dangerous at that time. If he wasn't careful, he would be instantly killed by the 3 great Demon Kings. Hence, the Phoenix sisters had to come out. Otherwise, Yu Yang wouldn't be able to leave the Demon Palace. Even if the Qilin girl and the Impatiens who hadn't recovered their powers were there to help him, the Heavenly Sword Goddess, the Phoenix sisters and even the naturally slow-witted Qilin girl who was lost, didn't ignore him. Instead, they secretly protected him. Usually, no matter how he lived or how he fought, once his life was in danger, they would immediately take action. I won't rush anymore. A hasty person won't be able to eat hot tofu. I need an opportunity to break through, I can't rush this. Yu Yang let go of the huge stone in his heart and didn't insist on breaking through anymore. Instead, he helped Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers to become innates. You train with Sister Fallen Flowers. Princess Sisai pulled Yu Yang to the side and said softly, I have made a promise with Wu Xia to become innates during the battle in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. What? Yu Yang was shocked by their thoughts. Actually, I'm just a little bit away. With you, I won't have any problems becoming innates. On the other hand, Sister Fallen Flowers is still lacking. If you help me to become innates with all your strength, she won't be able to do it in time. Why don't I slow down a little and you help Sister Fallen Flowers to become innates first? I'll work hard these few days, it won't be a problem when the time comes. Princess Xianxia's fair, jade-like face suddenly turned red. I don't care what that old fellow said to you. You can't mess around with me like you did with Sister Wuhan. I haven't agreed yet. You little thief, I can only give you a chance to woo me temporarily. Without my consent, even if you force yourself, don't expect me to spoil you like how Sister Wuhan dotes on you. In the end, this two-faced tigress even raised her fist, showing that she wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. Yu Yang smiled. He wanted to see how long this tigress could last. Actually, it was a good thing to have a personality. Wouldn't it be more fulfilling to train her slowly? Princess Sisai realized that this fellow's smile was indescribably evil. Panic surged in her heart and her body became a little weak. She hurriedly left as if she was escaping. Shui Wuxia, who was quietly reading a book in the corridor, closed her book and disappeared quietly. Shui Wuxia and Yu Yang had a tacit understanding of each other. Even if they didn't speak, they could understand each other's thoughts. Moreover, she, Yu Yang, Inan and Yu Bing shared the Virgo Temple's reward skill, Heart Mirror. If they were to be extremely focused, they would be able to share each other's thoughts and have a mutual understanding of each other. This Heart Mirror skill would change according to the distance between them and the tacit understanding of each other. The meaning would also be vague and couldn't be arranged into words, but the meaning would definitely be understood. Just like when Shui Wuxia closed her book and left, she expressed in her heart push her down boldly, hinting to Yu Yang that he must help City Mistress Fallen Flowers reach the innate realm. Even if he had to push her down, he must do it boldly. Although City Mistress Fallen Flowers wasn't an expert in battle skills, her aurora light was extremely powerful. Furthermore, it could counter enemies with darkness, undead and ghosts. She might even be more useful than Princess Sisai in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Therefore, she wanted Yu Yang to attack boldly and not let go of that Fallen Flowers girl. There wasn't much time left, only 3 days. Although City Mistress Fallen Flowers was improving quickly, if she didn't reach the final step and use the method of dual cultivation as husband and wife, she might not be able to make it in time. Maybe it was because of this reason that Princess Sisai told Yu Yang that she would level up after reaching the prison Emperor Divine Palace, and asked Yu Yang to level up City Mistress Fallen Flowers first. Little friend, do you want me to teach you a few moves? It was unknown when impatience arrived behind Yu Yang. She moved her cherry lips close to Yu Yang's ears and kissed him lightly. Then, she breathed out a burst of extremely seductive fragrance. Che, who's teaching who? Yu Yang immediately laughed out loud. As a virgin, she wanted to teach him how to push someone down? What a joke. You're not modest at all. Impatience lightly shrugged her shoulders, her snow-white breasts trembling. Then, she twisted her waist and walked away. Yu Yang's eyeballs almost fell to the ground as he watched. If it wasn't for the fact that he was much weaker than her, Yu Yang would have pushed down this mesmerizing impatience a long time ago. It wasn't that he had never seen G-breasts before, but he had never seen one that was so firm and perfect. Forget about Ji-Zun, Yu Yang hadn't even seen her treasure clearly. How could there be someone like Impatience who could see as she pleased, such beautiful breasts? If he could bury his head in them, even if he suffocated to death, he wouldn't have any regrets. Yu Yang secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Forget it, this Feng Xian girl would be pushed down by him sooner or later. There was no need to be anxious, she couldn't run away. After dinner, Shui Wuxia and the others entered the grimoire world early to rest, leaving the shy City Mistress Fallen Flowers alone. Of course, she understood everyone's intentions, but she couldn't stop them. Moreover, leaving her and Yu Yang alone was something she had longed for a long time. City Mistress Fallen Flowers forcefully suppressed her heart that was beating like a deer, and tried her best to maintain a calm expression. I haven't patrolled my own castle for a long time. I order you, the incompetent personal guard captain, to lead the way, otherwise I will deduct your salary. Thinking back to when she first met Yu Yang, City Mistress Fallen Flowers couldn't help but find it funny. Who would have thought that their first meeting would become the fate of the two of them together in the future? Could it be that the Moon Elder really used a red rope to tie the two of them together? Was this fate really destined by the heavens? Yu Yang was extremely quick-witted. He bent down and carried City Mistress Fallen Flowers on his back, just like how he carried her down the mountain in the Sky Pavilion. City Mistress Fallen Flowers twisted her body slightly. At first, she was a little uncomfortable, but she quickly calmed down. She also remembered that when she fainted after losing the battle, he was the one who carried her down the flying mountain, and even found the beautiful demonic flower seed that she had been looking forward to for a long time. Little rascal, did you touch me at that time? City Mistress Fallen Flowers faintly remembered that his hands were not very well behaved at that time. No, I'm a well-mannered child. I'll see and not touch anything. Yu Yang flatly denied. Who are you lying to? City Mistress Fallen Flowers would have believed him at that time, but now, she knew that he was a bad person. She made him carry her all the way down the mountain. Would he really be so obedient? You don't even want to touch me? That was impossible. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' face flushed with embarrassment. However, she felt that sooner or later, this brat would take advantage of her. Letting him touch her was not a big deal. She was often taken advantage of by him when she trained, and it had almost become a habit. However, her face was still tender, so she could not spare him verbally. I'm really a good child. I'm definitely qualified to be the personal guard captain. I can even be in charge of warming the bed at night. Yu Yang recommended himself to sell his own advertisement. That naughty hand, however, did not obediently reach up. He moved his hands lightly on Luo Hua City Mistress's plump and perky buttocks, testing her reaction and becoming restless. As a sensitive girl, how could City Mistress Fallen Flowers not know this brat's naughty intentions? She started off by lightly hitting his naughty hand, but in less than 2 seconds, the naughty hand came back again. She really had no other way. In the end, she could only use her little white teeth to bite people. She lightly bit his ear, and hot breath came out. Who asked you to be naughty? Who asked you to pretend to be an obedient child? This city mistress punishes you. Carry me to the Sky Garden. You are not allowed to rest on the way. With a beauty on his back, Yu Yang wouldn't be so stupid as to rest. He immediately agreed. Yes, I will definitely listen to city mistress's orders. I will also definitely flatter you. His naughty hand even patted City Mistress Fallen Flowers' buttocks twice, causing her to pout even more coquettishly. Yu Yang teleported out from the Sky Garden. He really did carry City Mistress Fallen Flowers on his back along the way, rushing straight to Tong Tian Tower. His goal was the Sky Garden on the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Of course, his other goal was to push down this Fallen Flowers girl. After passing the Shangwu camp, Xianxia teleported to the Tong Tian Tower. Carrying a great beauty on his back, Yu Yang was very proud. On the other hand, the city lord was afraid that someone would recognize him, so he hurriedly struggled free and looked around unnaturally at the passers-by. His usual unrestrained and forthright demeanor was completely different. He looked a little like a lover going on a tryst with his sweetheart. It was only in front of the Tower of Babel that she returned to her usual serious demeanor. Anyway, all the guards recognized her, so she couldn't hide anymore. When an acquaintance greeted her, she even introduced, "This is my personal guard captain." After Yu Yang and her teleported in, a silver-armored guard scratched his head in confusion. Didn't they say that City Mistress Fallen Flowers was engaged to the Yu clan's third young master? Why are you so close to a handsome guy called Titan? The silver-armored captain guarding the gate of Tong Tian Tower immediately gave him a slap on the head. Are you allowed to discuss the matters of the higher-ups? Furthermore, your dog eyes must be blind. That person was the Yu clan's third young master. Did you really think that he was the personal guard captain? Titan is Yu clan's third young master's alias in Tong Tian Tower. If you don't know, then don't talk nonsense. Smelly mouths are the most annoying, understand? This slap caused the silver-armored guard to tremble. He hurriedly smiled apologetically. "Boss, I was wrong, please don't be angry." "Is that really third young master you? You scared me to death." Tong Tian Tower, 4th floor. This was Yu Yang's first time going to the 4th floor. In fact, City Lord Fallen Flowers had brought him to the 2nd and 3rd floors of Skysplit Tower. Every level required the corresponding procedures. If he didn't have a familiar person like City Lord Fallen Flowers to lead him and strictly follow the rules of a martial artist, Yu Yang estimated that it would take him several days to complete dozens or even hundreds of mercenary missions. The difficulty was not high for him, but it would be annoying to death. The Sky Garden was located on the 4th floor of Skysplit Tower. This Skysplit Tower was very strange. Every floor was 10 times larger than the floor below. After the 3rd floor, the demons of the Demon Abyss and the human warriors of the Soaring Dragon Continent would share the same land. The battle to the death between the two clans also started because of this. Both sides were competing for the precious resources of Skysplit Tower. It had been like this for the last 10,000 years. The only difference was that 10,000 years ago, the humans had the advantage, but now they were at a disadvantage. On the 4th and 5th floor, there were a few warriors from the Qilin Continent, White Cloud Continent, Desolate Barbarian Continent and other continents. The Soaring Dragon Continent called these continents the Outer Realm. On the 6th floor, there would be even more spaces in the Tong Tian Tower. There would also be more outer realms. The legendary rankers from the Dragon Island, the Fairy Realm and the Dwarf Continent would all appear. There would even be the Eastern Goblin tribe. Of course, the battles on the 6th floor and above had nothing to do with the countries of the Soaring Dragon Continent. That was a place where innates and lesser innates were active. If a level 6 elder in the Soaring Dragon Continent went up there, it would be almost the same as the mercenaries in the 1st floor of Tong Tian Tower. It would be extremely difficult for them to survive there. Other than the young elders with potential who would go up there to train, the older elders would normally not go up to the 6th floor. City Lord Fallen Flowers, on the 4th floor of Skysplit Tower, there was a sky garden. With her strength in the past, it was actually a little difficult for her to occupy it for a long time. Warriors from the Demon Abyss and other continents would covet that kind of treasured land. However, this sky garden was the place where the Night Empress lived before. No one who knew about it would dare to have any ideas about this place. For example, some low-leveled warriors who did not have eyes or the demons from the Demon Abyss who barged in without knowing the ins and outs of the situation, after being ruthlessly slaughtered by City Lord Fallen Flowers a few times, they were also extremely respectful towards this place. At the same time, City Lord Fallen Flowers' prestige gradually became known. None of the low-leveled warriors dared to have any ideas about the Sky Garden anymore. It was the same for the rankers from the Demon Abyss. Demon marshals, demon kings and other rankers did not move around in the lower floors. Demon generals could not defeat City Lord Fallen Flowers. At that time, only rankers who were at the level of demon commander could possibly fight against Fallen Flowers. Furthermore, forcefully attacking the Sky Garden would easily incur the wrath of the Night Empress. The rankers from the Demon Abyss would definitely not do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. The Night Empress was famous for her protectiveness in the entire Tong Tian Tower. City Lord Fallen Flowers was her descendant. It would have been fine if they had fought in other places. However, forcefully attacking the Sky Garden and killing City Lord Fallen Flowers, the Night Empress would definitely not let the matter rest. This was equivalent to Yu Yang running to the Demon Palace to cause trouble. If not for the appearance of the Phoenix Sisters, giving Baruth, Xianxia, Grun and the others a huge pressure, they would definitely not let Yu Yang leave. Even if the Impatiens tried her best to protect him, it would not work. This was because charging into the Demon Palace was an act of slapping their faces. As a demon king, they would definitely not tolerate it. Of course, the Phoenix Sisters were extremely strong. They were worried that he would be killed instantly, but that was another matter altogether. They were almost at the Sky Garden. Yu Yang remembered the seed of the beautiful demonic flower. He smiled and said, "The beautiful demonic flower from last time, has it blossomed? You can't smell it. That's not for a man to smell." City Lord Fallen Flowers hurriedly glared at him, hinting him not to act recklessly. "Haha. Yu Yang, who had studied the medicine encyclopedia thoroughly, naturally knew what use the beautiful demonic flower had. This was a strange flower used by fox-type beasts to transform into humans. If a man were to smell its fragrance for a long time, he would lose his sexual interest and become impotent if he ate it. If it was made into medicine and consumed by a man, he could even become a transvestite. It was extremely terrifying. 5,000 years ago, the use of this flower was first discovered by a queen. Because she hated her unhappy marriage, she placed a pot of beautiful demonic flower in full bloom on the king's window. The king loved the beauty of this pot of flower deeply. Every day, he would water and weed it. He would smell the blooming flowers deeply to his heart's content. He even used the flower petals to make flower tea. In the end, he was completely tragic. The most tragic one was the king's prince. Because the prince who succeeded the throne was not the queen's son, the queen, who was proficient in medicine, made the flower into medicine and secretly let the prince consume it. In the end, all the princes turned into transvestites, except for the queen's son. This matter went too far. Not long after, it was discovered by a famous doctor. The queen was even killed by the furious king himself. However, even though 5,000 years had passed, this story was still passed down. The beautiful demonic flower's fame was not inferior to the starlight serene indigo grass. It had always been revered by all men. However, even if all things counteracted each other, there would still be a way. About 3,000 years ago, a miracle doctor called Jing Bo discovered another magical effect of the beautiful demonic flower. That was to raise fox-type beasts. In Yu Yang's words, it could be used to raise a fox spirit. Not all fox-type beasts had this effect. Only a small number of spirit foxes or demon foxes, fox-type beasts that had the potential to evolve into human form, would be able to unleash the true effect of the beautiful demonic flower. It was said that spirit foxes or demon foxes that absorbed the beautiful demonic flower's energy would become enchanting beauties once they evolved into human form. Furthermore, their body fragrance had the effect of stimulating men's desires. It could even revive impotence in impotence. For 3,000 years, many kings had hoped to raise this kind of fox spirit beauty. Unfortunately, because the miracle doctor Jing Bo refused to reveal the secret method to the world, and because there were very few spirit foxes or demon foxes that had the potential to evolve into human form, no one in this world could successfully raise a fox spirit beauty. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was an exception. This was because her secret cultivation method came from the Night Empress. The Tian Luo royal family was the only royal family that had a secret cultivation method that had never been revealed to the world. To others, the beautiful demonic flower was a scourge, especially to men, it was a terrifying poison. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who knew its true effect, used it to strengthen the three-tailed snow fox, helping it to evolve into a human form, hoping to become a holy beast as soon as possible. Even though she knew that Yu Yang was proficient in the medicine encyclopedia, she still warned him repeatedly. She did not want the beautiful demonic flower to affect Yu Yang's body in any way. Actually, if one did not smell the flower's fragrance for a long time or eat it, a little bit of the beautiful demonic flower's fragrance would not harm the body. Furthermore, with Yu Yang's abnormal physique, why would he be afraid of the flower's poison? Yu Yang knew that this fallen flower's girl was concerned about him. He turned around and pinched her little nose, laughing out loud. "Don't laugh, you're so annoying." City Mistress Fallen Flowers glared at Yu Yang. She thought back to the day when she went to the pavilion in the sky to steal the beautiful demonic flower, but met the demon commander Ma Liang, who was one step ahead of her. If it was not for Yu Yang, she would have been at a disadvantage in that battle. After the battle, the scene of him carrying her on his back and escaping in a sorry state was still vivid in her mind. She could not help but laugh out loud. She laughed so hard that her shoulders shook and her flowery branches trembled. Yu Yang saw this beautiful city mistress' straightforward laughter again. He could not help but feel moved. This fallen flowers girl's laughter was too charming. He liked her this way. He reached out and picked her up. He bent down and kissed her deeply. City Mistress Fallen Flowers struggled a little. When his fiery lips kissed her, she felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her whole body was soft and powerless. She shyly closed her eyes and let this bad guy take advantage of her. When he pushed her petal-like cherry lips apart and explored further, City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt dizzy, as if she was trapped in a hazy dream world. It was not the first time he kissed her, but the feeling now was especially different. Maybe it was because she had accepted this bad guy in her heart and let go of her previous reservations. That was why she felt especially relaxed and especially wonderful. A pair of jade-like hands unknowingly wrapped around his neck. When he was sucking domineeringly, she also clumsily responded and gently bit his tongue. Then, she quickly understood and without a teacher, stuck out her little pink tongue and tangled with him sweetly. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers woke up from the sweetness, she found that her lips were a little swollen and even a little painful. She raised her fist and lightly punched him. This brat kissed her nonstop and kissed her for too long. Wasn't he afraid that she would suffocate? Yu Yang's naughty hands did not withdraw from her clothes. He only gently caressed her lower abdomen and the back of her waist, making Fallen Flowers feel so comfortable that her little nose lightly hummed. If he rashly reached up to Sainta's peak and rubbed her Snow Hill red plum blossom, she would definitely pull his naughty hands out. But now, his hands were only lightly caressing her lower abdomen and back. It gave her an extremely gentle and comfortable feeling. A feeling of being comforted by him arose spontaneously. She did not refuse him, and she liked his flirtatious way of doing things. She liked this the most, but she did not like him hurriedly tearing off her clothes. She did not like his naughty hands forcefully exploring her most sensitive areas. Because, no matter how much she liked him, she was still a girl and would also feel shy. She was very happy that this bad guy did not rush to possess her. Instead, he gently caressed her, making her feel relaxed and at ease. Bad guy, let's go. I'm a little sleepy. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was not sleepy, but she wanted to hug Yu Yang and sleep in his arms. As for whether his naughty hands would take advantage of her, she had already acquiesced to it. The Sky Garden was located in mid-air. It was part of the Sky Island. The mountain peak was a bit like the Flying Peak, but there was not only one. Several mountain peaks were connected together, the height was different, and the mountain on the Sky Island was also much bigger. The mountain peak was high cliffs, there were dozens of waterfalls of different sizes, hanging down from the mountain walls, shaped like white silk. There was a valley in the mountain. In the valley, the garden was filled with hundreds of flowers, butterflies fluttering. Usually, no one lived here. Every once in a while, the servants of the Night Empress would come down from the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower to clean and tidy up. They maintained this place very well. Everything was the same as when the Night Empress lived in the past. It was just that there were flowers and plants planted by the city master, Fallen Flowers, in the garden. Yu Yang and the city master, Fallen Flowers, were not in the mood to appreciate these beautiful scenery. The two of them held hands and flew up to the Sky Island like a light breeze, flew over the birdsong and fragrant flower garden, and floated into the house. As soon as they stepped on the ground, the two of them could not wait to hug and kiss each other, asking for more sweet affection from each other. After a long time, their lips parted. City Master Fallen Flowers bashfully hit Yu Yang lightly, indicating that this brat was too impatient, playing tricks on her as soon as he arrived. Her passionate gaze was as intoxicating as a mellow wine. Yu Yang knew that the beauty was moved. Gently, Yu Yang, with gentle movements, gently placed the fallen beauty in his arms on the bed. He did not pounce on her like a pervert, but sat on the edge of the bed, reached out his hands and gently hugged her, kissing her lightly. As expected, this move greatly removed the wariness and shyness of Fallen Flowers. With this buffer, she no longer resisted his naughty actions. She did not even know when he had quietly laid down on top of her, hugging her, but she was completely unaware. Her entire body and mind were focused on kissing him, their tongues and lips lingering. The sweet kiss made her body soft and limp. Little by little, as her body trembled with nervousness and anticipation, he gently covered her Saintish jade peak. She bit his lips, and an extremely seductive moan came from her throat. It seemed to be uncomfortable, but also comfortable. It seemed to be resisting, but also encouraging. It seemed to be uncomfortable, but also happy. When he bent his head down, she weakly pushed him away, panting and refusing his next step. But when he slowly and irresistibly kissed the sensitive bud, she hugged him tightly and excitedly embraced him. His heart had long since forgotten about love, and he did not know what year and month he was in this world. Scoundrel, scoundrel, you big scoundrel, you're not allowed to do that again, I'm so sad. Enough, greedy guy, you can't bite me, it hurts. So embarrassing, you scoundrel, you're too reckless. The beauty's clothes were half undone and she was panting. That brocade robe was disheveled because of the invasion of his large hands. The rapid breathing, the burning red cheeks, the hot breath, the intoxicated eyes, and the soft body all showed the passion of a beauty. His large hands wandered all over her body, domineeringly occupying one high spot after another, announcing that this virgin land was completely under his name. When his naughty actions made her whole body tremble, her small hands, however, were helplessly sliding on his back, not knowing whether to hug him or let go, allowing his actions to go deeper. It was the first time she had experienced such a flirting from her lover, and she did not know how to react. His kiss, that domineering plundering and sucking, made her feel suffocated. Yu Yang, who had practiced on the sickly beauty many times, had definitely reached the level of a grandmaster in terms of flirting. Not to mention that the city lord of fallen flowers was still a virgin, even sickly beauty, who had had sex with him many times, could not resist. I can't breathe, quickly stop. The city lord of fallen flowers felt a kind of heat flow ignite in her body, and her whole body had a strange reaction, as if something was quickly accumulating in her body, and there was a strange feeling that she would not be satisfied until it was released. Especially when his naughty hands rubbed the lump of flesh in front of her chest, there was an inexplicable feeling of emptiness, as if her body was yearning for his heavy pressure. She felt that the more his hands went down, the stronger the strange feeling in her body became. She almost opened her mouth and asked him to quickly do something naughty, so that she could free herself from that uncomfortable state. However, when Yu Yang's hands invaded her lower abdomen, the sensitivity of her virgin made her body tremble slightly, and there was a slight spasm in her legs, from the base of her thighs all the way to her little toes. Subconsciously, the city lord of fallen flowers tightly clamped her legs, stopping his hot big hands from moving forward. The city lord of fallen flowers looked at Yu Yang and knew that her important moment had come. She resisted the shyness in her heart and kissed him lightly. Bad guy, you go take a bath first, I'm a little scared, let me take a break. Yu Yang quickly withdrew his hands and kissed her gently until she shook her head and said that it was okay. Maybe she really needed to take a break. It was not good to be too eager for success, it might leave a psychological shadow on her. Yu Yang decided to leave for a while and let the city lord of fallen flowers solve the knot in her heart first. After all, this was a real union, not the previous kisses and hugs. Besides, would a virgin feel any burden at the moment of giving her chastity? Even if it was the person she loved, she would worry about whether her body would hurt, whether she would get hurt. All of this needed to be overcome by herself. When Yu Yang came back from the bath, he found that the city lord of fallen flowers had redecorated the whole room. The doors and windows were hung with auspicious red silk, even the silver moon hook in front of the curtain was tied with a red string, the wedding clothes were placed on the bed, and there were a few pots of fresh flowers in front of the table. They were bright red and the flowers were in full bloom. It's a pity that there's no wine, otherwise I would like to have a cup of nuptial wine with you, although this is not a wedding. The city lord of fallen flowers said with a little regret. In fact, she still had a little longing for the bustling marriage in the secular world. Sickly Beauty, Shui Wuxia and the others didn't care. Anyway, marriage was more to fulfill the wishes of the elders, to fulfill a certain kind of custom. For the bride and groom themselves, it was more of a mess. Princess Sisai, for example, disliked marriage the most, because the marriage of the royal family was very troublesome. She had seen it from a young age and found that when all the brothers married their sisters-in-law, or when their sisters married, they couldn't do anything about the etiquette. As for those sisters-in-law who married into the family, they looked very glamorous on the surface, but secretly sighed with her, feeling that there were too many rules, it was too much of a hassle. The ones who had more longing for marriage were the younger Anan and the gentle and virtuous Xiyu. Anan hoped that she could sit on the big sedan chair, follow Yu Yang on his big horse, happily go home with him, marry into the Yu clan, bow to the heavens and the earth, bow to each other, enter the bridal room, and finally become his bride, his little wife. Yu was purely a traditional woman, she felt that marriage was a major event in life, it had to be grand. The city lord of fallen flowers didn't care much about marriage ceremonies, she thought that her father would drink with his friends during her wedding ceremony, or fight with others if there was a disagreement. She didn't care about the wedding ceremony, the city lord of fallen flowers felt that the most important thing was to complete the ceremony of husband and wife with the person she loved. It was a pity that she didn't prepare in advance, otherwise she would like to have a cup of nuptial wine with her husband. Who said there's no wine? Look, look. Yu Yang took out the wine, cups, and other things from the lich ring. The city lord of fallen flowers was so happy that she kissed him excitedly. Snuggling in her lover's embrace, they drank together, their hearts wishing each other well, vowing to stay together forever. At this moment, the city lord of fallen flowers felt happy like a spring, joy gushing out from the bottom of her heart. She raised her pair of watery eyes, shyly looking at her lover. She found that he was especially heroic today. His handsome face glowed with a special light. It made people's hearts tremble uncontrollably. Especially with his eyes that carried electricity, just looking at him would make people's heart beat faster, like a deer running around. In Yu Yang's eyes, beauty was also in the eye of the lover. The fallen flowers in his arms was a beauty like a dream. That snow jade face was flushed, dyed red, as if she couldn't handle the wine, but also brimming with happiness. Yu Yang lowered his head and kissed her again and again. No matter if it was her smooth and white forehead, her long eyebrows, her delicate nose, her rosy cheeks, or her slightly swollen cherry lips, he couldn't bear to let go of all of them, leaving behind fiery kisses. Finally, he carried the great beauty who couldn't bear to look at him, to the side of the bath where the fallen flowers' petals were scattered. He gently took off her brocade robe and undergarments, revealing her perfect snow jade body. Using clear water, he gently washed the delicate and powerless beauty's body, washing away her worries, washing away her fear, washing away her shyness and reservation. The city lord of fallen flowers was trembling slightly, tightly closing her eyes, not daring to look at him. That snow jade body, however, followed his movements, allowing him to do as he pleased. Yu Yang lifted the great beauty who was as pure and flawless as a white lotus in the clear water, using a silk handkerchief to gently wipe away the water droplets, sighing in his heart at the perfection of her snow-white body. This was truly the gathering of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, truly a masterpiece of nature's uncanny workmanship. Such a beauty had reached the perfect state of a bit less is too thin, a bit more is too fat. The rarest golden ratio was everywhere on her body. Yu Yang couldn't help but lower his head, planting his first kiss on this snow jade beauty's delicate skin, announcing that she belonged to him forever, at the same time leaving a new mark in her life. From today onwards, she would change, have a new identity, and become his wife. The city lord of fallen flowers was both proud and shy. She liked to see his infatuated expression, liked his gentle kisses, liked his careful care. Scoundrel, be gentle. When she was put down on the bed by Yu Yang, she knew that her important moment was coming. Even though she was mentally prepared, she was still nervous. Be good, don't be afraid. Yu Yang first used the snow-white blanket, gently covering her body that was trembling from nervousness. Then, he slowly crawled in, reaching out his hands to gently embrace her. At the same time, when she felt her fragrant body being filled, it also calmed her wildly beating heart. His hand was as hot as a flame, roaming around her body, igniting the flames of desire everywhere. It made her body, which was a little stiff from nervousness, gradually relax, gradually soften, and gradually heat up. Yu Yang first kissed her cherry lips, lingering for a long time. Then, he slowly leaned down and kissed her. He kissed her sensitive earlobes, kissed her ticklish neck, kissed her round shoulders, kissed her shallow collarbone, kissed her snow-white skin, kissed her most beautiful jade peaks, kissed her pink and tender buds. Other than panting heavily, the city lord of fallen flowers could do nothing else. She even lost her ability to think, completely immersed in the pleasure that he brought her. Yu Yang went all the way down, kissing her lower abdomen. When it slid down to that fragrant navel, he naughtily used his tongue to explore downwards, causing the city lord of fallen flowers to shiver all over. Amidst her aroused and shy anticipation, he gently parted her legs. On the left and right sides of her slender thighs, he left a string of hot kisses. Every kiss caused her body to tremble, until he naughtily kissed her most sensitive and beautiful petals, where the flower dew had long been overflowing. As soon as he kissed it, the city lord of fallen flowers' 10 fingers immediately tightly ran through his black hair, as if she was resisting, but also as if she was trying to persuade him to stay. Her previously accumulated overflowing pleasure, along with an uncontrollable scream, burst out to its fullest. This kind of orgasm was unfamiliar, but also wonderful beyond her imagination. She had never thought that her lover's naughtiness would bring such a huge and comfortable pleasure. It was really indescribable. At this moment, her mind became blank, and she no longer knew how to think about anything. Her soul seemed to fly out of her body along with the big explosion, rushing straight to the ninth heaven, floating in the air, not knowing whether the world still existed or not. Even when the tide receded, when the remnants of the pleasure disappeared, she sensitively discovered that his little trick was making her quickly glow with a second pleasurable orgasm. At the moment when it had not completely subsided, another new orgasm was formed. Once again, it hit the almost returned soul even higher. Even further. This bad guy was too bad, he was simply killing people, she would definitely die. After the second orgasm, the city lord of fallen flowers recovered a little bit of her rationality, and hurriedly tried to pull her beloved bad guy up. She did not dare to let him continue to be naughty like this, otherwise she would definitely die, she would be suffocated with happiness. Regardless of his mouth full of her nectar, the city lord of fallen flowers kissed him excitedly, giving him her sweet little tongue to express the joy in her heart, and gave him this satisfied reward. All kinds of rune patterns unknowingly appeared on their bodies. The more intimate the two were, the more happy they were, the richer the combination of the runes, and the more mysterious it was. Yu Yang's innate chi penetrated from his mouth into the city lord of fallen flowers' cherry lips, and flowed through her whole body, at the same time carrying out the body fusion, dual cultivation. The city lord of fallen flowers was completely unaware, and only cared about the endless entanglement with him, but she did not know that the meridians in her body were further connected, and the woman's secret private parts that Yu Yang could not touch were no longer an obstacle to her cultivation. Now, she was about to become his little wife, and her body and mind were completely open. No matter what he did for her, he did not have to worry. The city lord of fallen flowers almost didn't feel the slight pain of the meridians in her body being connected, but the pleasure from the stimulation of the innate chi and the lust caused by his naughty hands made her feel quite sad. There was a desire in her heart, a natural instinct, an instinct that all life longed to find the other half after maturing. Yu Yang knew the desire in the beauty's heart, and in fact, he also longed for her. The union of the two people officially began at this moment. The high-spirited, scorching, and huge dragon spear was raised high in anger. When the knight blew the horn to charge, the target was pointed straight at the mysterious gate of the castle. The knight began to ride forward, and in this world, there was no power that could stop it. The gate of life, which was as fragile as a flower, finally welcomed its new master in the cries of a virgin. The falling red was a testimony to the conquest and possession of the new master. Although Yu Yang's movements were very gentle, the city lord of fallen flowers still felt that it was difficult to bear, because his naughty thing was too big, and her tender and delicate place was too small. When he forcibly broke through the barrier of protecting her chastity, she could not bear it no matter what. She could not help but cry out in pain, and two crystal-clear tears oozed out and slid down her cheeks. Her lips had no choice but to seek his comfort, and kissed him tightly. Although the pain was unbearable, she knew that she had to go through this once. It was because she had to bid farewell to the young girl, bid farewell to her virginity, that she could truly be together with him, that she could truly become an inseparable pair in his life, that she could become his wife. Naughty thing, it hurts. She cried to him weakly, acting coquettishly. She completely had the right to do so, because she had completely dedicated her most precious everything to her lover. She belonged to him, no matter if it was her body or soul, past, present or future. Don't cry, be good, don't cry. Yu Yang gently kissed away her tears, trying his best to soothe the pain of bidding farewell to her virginity. After the completion of the union ceremony, when the innate chi had completely linked up all the meridians in the city lord of fallen flowers' body and flowed back into Yu Yang's body, the city lord of fallen flowers' summoning grimoire suddenly appeared. A ray of light shone on its master's body, instantly stimulating the potential of its master's body. The accumulated energy suddenly exploded, and under the strong support of Yu Yang's innate chi, it continued to increase, rapidly advancing towards the innate realm. With a boom, the summoning grimoire's golden pillar of light shot up to the sky, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. City Lord of Fallen Flowers' innate realm had finally reached great completion with the help of body fusion. Her guardian beast, Aurora, had leveled up. The three-tailed snow fox was also bathing in the golden pillar of light, continuously absorbing the energy. Gradually, its body changed. It became humanoid, and quickly approached the realm of a holy beast. Despair abyss. When Yu Yang stood in front of the old dragon turtle again, the person beside him was no longer Yu Bing and Anan, but Impatience. This old dragon turtle obviously knew Impatience. Impatience also knew him, but she didn't greet him, as if she didn't see his existence. Yu Yang felt that Impatience and the old dragon turtle might have some old grudges between them. They might have fought at the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower. In any case, they were definitely not friends. The old dragon turtle asked cautiously with an incomparably old voice, "Young man, have you really decided to challenge the prison Emperor Divine Palace?" Yu Yang rolled his eyes when he heard this. Why did he come to this damned place instead of challenging the prison Emperor Divine Palace? Could it be that he was really too bored? Of course, he could also hear that even if Impatience came to help him, the old dragon turtle still felt that he was not strong enough and advised him not to act rashly. It would be best if he gave up on the idea of retreating. From this, it seemed that just one Impatience was not enough. However, the more it was so, the more interested Yu Yang was in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Challenge. Yu Yang was least afraid of challenges. If he really couldn't defeat a strong enemy, he could just hide in the grimoire world like Yu said and fight while recovering. If his life was in danger, the Phoenix Sisters and Qilin girl would definitely help him. After this battle, he should be able to break through the 6th level of innate invisible sword chi. How could he miss such a challenge and opportunity? A black light flashed. The old dragon turtle was bathed in the black light as his body gradually changed shape. After spending a long time, he finally became an old man carrying a big turtle shell on his back. However, he didn't look like a Rashi hermit at all. He didn't have the spirit of a dragon horse. Instead, he looked like a dying old man with a weak body. The old man that the old dragon turtle had turned into had gray hair and beard. There were old age spots all over his face. His body was also emitting a strange and thick aura of death. Let's go. The old dragon turtle supported himself with a dragon-headed walking stick and slowly led the way with trembling steps. You're not preparing to fight with us, are you? Yu Yang was sweating profusely. If this old fellow wanted to charge through the trial with him, wouldn't that be the biggest burden? I will do my best. I hope I can send you all through the first hall. As for the other 2 halls, you will have to rely on your own efforts. The old dragon turtle muttered to himself. Although he was heavily injured, he seemed to still have some confidence in himself. In front of a mountain rock, the old dragon turtle drew a mysterious rune circle with its withered hands. At the same time, he used his spiritual energy to maintain the operation of the runic circle for a long time. The runic circle flashed with a dazzling light, and a strange portal appeared in front of Yu Yang. There was a runic array seal on the surface of the portal, so it was impossible to open it. However, one could enter from the outside. The old dragon turtle's aged body slowly squeezed into the teleportation gate, step by step, and finally disappeared. Yu Yang and the Impatience followed closely behind. After the teleportation light dimmed, Yu Yang realized that he had arrived at a dark world. There was no light source, and it was dead silent everywhere. With his night vision, he could see a few pillars in the distance. The pillars were so huge that it was hard to imagine, and each pillar had a radius of more than 100 meters. Other than Tong Tian Tower, Yu Yang had never seen a pillar that was bigger than this. Furthermore, these pillars were perfectly round, and the top and bottom were the same. It was obvious that they were man-made and not naturally formed. In the sky supported by the 4 pillars, there was a huge island. It looked like a sky island, but Yu Yang realized that it was at least 10 times bigger than City Mistress Fallen Flowers' sky garden. On top of a small mountain, there was a path that looked like a stairway to heaven. The path was winding like a snake, and it reached the island in the sky. That was the only path that they could walk on. This was originally the prison emperor's imperial palace. There were a total of 3 floors, and it was 1,000 meters tall. In order to seal the Heaven Realm warriors, the prison emperor turned the world's most majestic and beautiful palace into a graveyard for his enemies. The old dragon turtle sighed proudly. In the end, he also felt a little sad, as if returning to this place had brought back countless memories. the enemies are waiting up there? Yu Yang didn't have time to lament about this. He wanted to pay more attention to the enemy's movements. The number of broken rune steels outside indicates how many enemies have broken free from the seal. Even if the old dragon turtle didn't say it, Yu Yang could guess it. Luckily, there weren't many broken rune steels. He estimated that there were only around 20 of them. As long as he wasn't surrounded by more than 20 awakened Heaven Realm warriors, he still had a chance to break free from the seal. Yu Yang guessed that the two strongest Heaven Realm great leaders might have broken free from the seal, but they were restricted by the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. They couldn't move freely and were trapped on the 3rd floor. This battle is going to be very bad. Impatience nodded her head solemnly. I have a bad premonition. At least half of the Heaven Realm warriors' souls have awakened, which is different from the number of broken rune steels. Haha, there's a reason for this. In order to hide it from the outside world, we purposely maintained the seal. Hee, look at what kind of guests we have. An old ghost and 2 young girls. A voice came down from the island in the sky. Following that, 3 figures that were shining with golden light flew down and landed lightly in front of Yu Yang, Impatience, and the old dragon turtle. The leader was a birdman with wings. His golden hair was like a lion's and he wore a royal ornament on his head. He looked majestic and he wore a silver armor. On his golden belt, there was a diamond-studded sword. The other 2 were different. One looked like a human, but he had horns on his head and wings like a bat. When he opened his mouth, sharp teeth could be seen, making people shiver. The other did not have horns on his head, but his neck was covered with a beetle-like armor. Both of his arms were like a bear or a leopard, and his claws were like hooks. On his face and body, there were compound eyes that looked like golden leopard stripes. Furthermore, behind his butt, there was a long tail that kept swaying. Yu Yang was surprised. Didn't they say that they had already sealed these fellows for 6,000 years, even if they didn't die of old age, they would have starved to death? There was no life here and nothing to eat. How did these fellows survive for 6,000 years? When Impatience saw them, her expression immediately changed. Her eyes shot out a look of disdain, as if she had seen the most shameless fellows in the world. Her evaluation of them was also very impressive. She directly said, "You are worse than beasts." The old dragon turtle's walking stick trembled, showing a strange reaction. It seemed to be angry, but also sad. What's going on? How can these fellows be living beings? Aren't they ghosts? Yu Yang felt that it was a little tricky. He had prepared a lot of things based on the assumption that the enemies were undead or ghosts. But now it seemed like it was useless. Not only were the enemies not ghosts, they were living monsters. They weren't even zombies that had been sleeping for thousands of years. Little brother, do you think I look like a ghost? Which part of my body looked like a ghost? In the sky, another 3 enemies appeared. These 3 enemies were all female. They were completely naked and had different appearances. The one on the left had horse hooves, goat horns, and lion tails. The one in the middle had scaled arms, bird wings, and cat claws. The one on the right had insect horns, rabbit ears, and snake belly. It wasn't that Yu Yang hadn't seen monsters before, but he really hadn't seen monsters with such strange appearances. At first glance, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the 3 enemies that looked like monsters and humans. What kind of Frankenstein made this kind of hybrid? Impatience seemed to know the reason. She slightly raised her eyebrows and sneered, "Trash." Hearing her words, the 3 enemies that looked like women stood up like cats stepping on their tails. They all screamed angrily. "Ah! I hate this kind of damned bitch the most. Bitch, I'm going to tear you apart. Trash, no matter how good you look, you're still trash that people ride on and squish. Let's eat this bitch and divide her flesh." Amidst the curses, the female monster finally suggested. Towards the enemy's curses, Impatience didn't care at all. She only spat disdainfully, "Trash, you're not even worthy of my attack. Looking at your lowly flesh is also my gift to you." The 3 monsters that looked like women completely went crazy and pounced towards them. Without waiting for Impatience to make a move, Yu Yang decided to personally make a move and show off in front of the beauty. Of course, this was also a battle tactic. It had been decided long before they came in. Impatience must conserve her strength as much as possible. This was because she wanted to save it for the final battle. Only when she fought against the two great leaders of Heaven Realm would she go all out. The two great leaders of Heaven Realm would definitely send these little soldiers to test the waters. To them who had been sealed for 6,000 years, they definitely understood this point. If someone came to challenge them, that person would definitely be very strong. Furthermore, they were sealed by the prison emperor's divine weapon, so they might not be able to leave the top 3 floors smoothly. If they could move freely, they would most likely lie in ambush at the entrance and heavily injure the enemies. Since they didn't do so, it meant that they were testing the challengers. Secondly, they might not have obtained true freedom. Yu Yang waved his crescent moon blade and released a burst of cold air. No matter what the reason was for these women to be like this, Yu Yang would not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex, nor would he be merciful to them. Towards his enemies, Yu Yang's mercy was basically zero. The 3 female monsters didn't seem to be afraid of the cold as they retreated slightly. Then, they immediately counterattacked. They even flirted with Yu Yang. "Little brother, your meager abilities are not enough. Don't act like a hothead and attack recklessly. Why don't you join us? This sister will make you feel comfortable. I guarantee that we'll be much better than that bitch beside you." Among them, the female monster with insect horns, rabbit ears, and snake belly shamelessly opened her legs and shot a stinky water arrow towards Yu Yang. The 3 monster guys who were glaring at the old dragon turtle in midair now had an expression that said that this brat was definitely going to die. Yu Yang and Impatience had both concealed their true abilities. Their true abilities were below innate. Unless the 2 great leaders of Heaven Realm who were stronger than Impatience could see through them, normal Heaven Realm warriors would not know that Impatience was actually a terrifying innate level 10 ranker. Of course, it was even more impossible for them to know that Yu Yang, who had the counterfeit, inherent skill, was a terrifying enemy that was not inferior to Impatience. With the counterfeit, inherent skill, even the 2 great leaders of Heaven Realm might not be able to see through Yu Yang's true abilities. The 3 monster guys and 3 monster girls had mistakenly thought that Yu Yang and Impatience were lesser innates, and that the old dragon turtle they were familiar with was the real strong enemy. When the 3 monster girls surrounded Yu Yang, the 3 monster guys thought that they were strong enough to kill Yu Yang, the young human. Especially when Yu Yang used the crescent moon blade to conceal his first slash, the enemy became even more confident. No wonder the female monster with insect horns, rabbit ears, and snake belly would arrogantly pee at Yu Yang. They felt that Yu Yang was already in their pocket. That stinky water arrow suddenly dispersed like a spider's web, trapping Yu Yang in the middle. Yu Yang didn't know what kind of skill it was, but it was indeed very strange. Unfortunately, her opponent was Yu Yang. First slash, earth-splitting slash. The purple flames on Yu Yang's body soared to the sky as he brandished his Hui Jin magic blade. Under the activation of his Yang ability, the purple flames burned the stinky water into nothingness. The purple flames on the Hui Jin magic blade that looked like a real dragon shot out furiously as if it had a life of its own, attacking the female monster with a speed 10 times faster than before. That female monster let out a blood-curdling scream as her lower body was burnt into ashes. 2 parts of her legs that were burnt off fell to the ground, while her upper body escaped in fear. In the sky, what was waiting for her was the tip of Yu Yang's earth-splitting slash. 1 slash in half, instant kill. When Yu Yang instantly killed the female monster with insect horns, rabbit ears, and snake belly, all the enemies were dumbfounded. Especially the 3 monster guys who saw the old dragon turtle as their greatest fighting power, they were even more dumbfounded. They all knew how powerful their companion was, but they never thought that he would be instantly killed by a young human on the spot. Could it be that this brat has a godly weapon? The 3 monster guys couldn't save him in time. Yu Yang flew up again and pounced in front of the remaining 2 female monsters. The female monster with horseshoes, goat horns, and lion tail immediately ran away. As for the female monster with scaled arms, bird wings, and cat claws who was closest to Yu Yang, she felt that she was locked on by the enemy's aura. She couldn't escape in time and became even more ferocious. She fiercely waved her sharp claws, and with a sharp claw aura and a nauseating fishy smell, she clawed at Yu Yang's face. Her cat claws were black with a tinge of green. It seemed to be filled with poison. Once it was activated, it immediately produced a fishy smell with a tinge of black and green. However, what was more powerful was her sharp cat claws. Her claws swept down from above. Yu Yang's afterimage disappeared. That claw aura was actually able to penetrate through the air, and left a few deep marks on the hard rocks on the ground. I'll send you to hell. Yu Yang flashed behind the cat-clawed female monster. The new Moonblade's crescent moon cut through the cat-clawed female monster's neck as easily as cutting through tofu. The cat-clawed female monster twisted her body and counterattacked, causing the head to fall in the opposite direction. A stream of blood spurted out from the headless neck. Seeing her companions getting killed one after another, the remaining lion-tailed female monster was scared out of her wits. She quickly ran towards her 3 monster guy companions, hoping to get their protection. Those 3 companions also quickly swooped down to save her. In their eyes, a blade aura was like a raging sea, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were almost able to touch their companions, almost able to successfully save them, but the blade aura cut through the air and engulfed her. When the blade aura completely disappeared, the 3 monster guys realized that their companions had become countless pieces of meat. Roar, kill you. The monster man's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw this. He roared madly at Yu Yang, intending to pounce on Yu Yang and tear him apart. The other winged, bat-like, vampire-like monster held him tightly. Now, he could clearly see that this human boy with a murderous aura was not someone to be trifled with. If he wanted to make a move, he had to be confident. Acting rashly would only make things worse. The leader of the group, who had blonde hair like a lion, wings on his back, and a sword hanging from his waist, kept staring at Yu Yang. He looked him in the face. He slowly observed Yu Yang's slaughtering hands. At the same time, he carefully observed the crescent blade and Huijin magic blade in his hands. With regards to Yu Yang's actions of instantly killing the 3 female monsters, not to mention the enemies, even the old dragon turtle was a little surprised. Having strength was one thing, but whether or not he could kill his opponents was another. Without unlocking his innate seal, this brat could actually kill his opponents easily, and 3 of them at once. This was not just a matter of strength. There was also killing intent. The old dragon turtle didn't know how many rankers Yu Yang had killed to have such strong confidence and such a cold killing intent. Immediately, the old dragon turtle's opinion of Yu Yang rose a little. In his heart, even if the prison emperor was 20 years old, he wouldn't be able to do better than this brat at that time. The prison emperor was not an ordinary genius warrior. In the old dragon turtle's heart, he was still the #1 genius even after 6,000 years. Other than him, who else could fight against the 3 great leaders of the Heaven Realm and seal 2 of them? Hence, in the old dragon turtle's heart, other than the prison emperor, there was no one else. With regards to Yu Yang's high efficiency and cold heart, the old dragon turtle praised him in his heart. If this brat didn't die today, he might be able to chase after the prison emperor's footsteps in the future. This was because he was the same as the prison emperor. They both had the heart of a true warrior. A true warrior would constantly strive to become stronger, look down on all enemies, and look down on all living beings. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you killed a few hybridized mutated beasts. Brat, you are still too inexperienced. That golden-haired monster man stared at Yu Yang and laughed coldly. What is going on here? Isn't this a tomb? Yu Yang asked the impatiens in astonishment. He couldn't understand why there were mutated beasts here. The true Heaven Realm rankers must have all died, only their souls were left. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sealed in the prison emperor divine palace. The prison emperor used his life as the price to destroy all life in the prison emperor divine palace. No matter if it was himself or his enemies, as long as they were in the prison emperor divine palace, they would definitely not be able to survive. The old dragon turtle coughed slightly. The flesh and blood mutated beasts you see in front of you should be monsters that were hybridized by them using a secret method. Then, they used parasitism or occupation to transfer into the body of the hybridized beasts. That's why you can see living mutated beasts here, and not ghosts. So it's just a bunch of bastards. When Yu Yang said this, the 3 monster men were so angry that their eyes turned red. They are not true Heaven Realm rankers. I'm afraid that they are the descendants of the Heaven Realm rankers who had parasitized beasts and then mated with beasts. Otherwise, their strength wouldn't have dropped to the innate level, and it's even more impossible for this old man to not recognize them. The old dragon turtle coughed loudly as he spoke. Yu Yang also felt that these fellows were a little too weak. No matter how weak a true Heaven Realm ranker was, they wouldn't be instantly killed by him, right? Parasitizing and occupying a beast's body, using its body to reincarnate. This kind of despicable and shameless action would not only weaken the person's original strength, they would also be cursed by the laws of the world. There were people from the Thousand Goblins sect and the demonic palace who had done this kind of test before. They discovered that the rate of failure and death was very high. There were also many cases of losing their memories and being brainwashed into beasts. Even if they were originally Heaven Realm rankers, I'm afraid that they had already forgotten their past. Now that they have become this kind of half-human, half-beast hybrid creature, they seem to be living quite comfortably. What do I see? Haha, they look like some maggots happily twisting their fat and dirty bodies in a pile of dung. The impatience was very disgusted with this kind of parasitizing and occupying a beast's body. In reality, this kind of behavior was very vile. It had been a taboo since ancient times. Once the owner parasitized or occupied their own beast's body, they would immediately be cursed by the laws of the world. Other than curses such as death from failure, memory loss, brainwashing, transformation into a beast, loss of strength and so on, there were also curses related to contracts. No matter what kind of beast they possessed or parasitized, they would never be able to contract or summon that type of beast ever again. Even if it was the guardian beast of the grimoire contractor, it was no exception. Suddenly, an extremely strong pressure came from the sky. It was as heavy as a mountain. Even Yu Yang felt a kind of suffocating pressure. To be able to pressure him from so far away, could it be that this guy was one of the two great leaders of the Heaven Realm? Yu Yang's heart trembled slightly, thinking that the great leaders of the Heaven Realm were indeed not simple. A ray of light streaked across the dark sky like a meteor, shooting down from the sky. Before the person arrived, his aura had already rushed towards them like a hurricane. The shockwave sent the three monster guys who were close to innate rankers flying more than 10 meters away. Other than Yu Yang and the impatiens who were able to stand proudly without moving, even the old and weak old dragon turtle's body was swaying slightly, as if he was about to fall to the ground. That shooting star was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the old dragon turtle. However, it stopped in the blink of an eye. The shock wave it brought with it spread outwards, causing the entire ground to tremble. However, the movement of the person who came was as gentle as a swallow. He withdrew his body and slowly descended in front of the old dragon turtle. 2 meters above the ground, he stood in the air and looked down at the old dragon turtle. This was an extremely handsome man. His appearance was extremely similar to the birdman leader that Yu Yang had killed in the Sky Shrine. He was also wearing a green hat made of laurel leaves. The only difference was that this birdman's wings were golden in color. The golden light shone resplendently. Faintly, there was a kind of invisible pressure that made people feel inferior in front of this divine being. Even those with weak willpower had the urge to kneel down and worship him. Of course, this kind of pressure was just child's play to Yu Yang. Other than feeling that this guy was acting cool, he didn't feel inferior at all. A guy from another world couldn't even be compared to a birdman. What a joke. Yuan Long, my dear old friend, it's been a long time. Please forgive my children for not being sensible. It can't be helped, because there weren't any guests for a long time, my children were a little impatient. Actually, I should introduce him to you. This is Nge, he is also an old friend of ours. It's just that his memory has a little problem. The birdman courteously greeted the old dragon turtle with an innate ranker's greeting. He then pointed at the monster leader and introduced him as an old friend with a gentle smile. In the end, he even smiled and swept a glance at Yu Yang and Impatience. His gaze paused the longest when he looked at Impatience's face. A kind of greedy desire clearly flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly concealed under that fake smile. You actually didn't die? Seeing the person who came, the old dragon turtle was shocked. This guy isn't a hybrid mutated beast, why is he still alive? Yu Yang was also a little surprised. Little friend, if you knew that the Heaven Realm has a gem called the Resurrection Sky Crystal, you wouldn't be so surprised. I admit that the prison emperor's spatial destruction was very terrifying, but I didn't die immediately. My broken body escaped back to the grimoire space. After a long period of recuperation, with the resurrection sky crystal's energy, my injuries were completely healed. Furthermore, I even grew a little. Unfortunately, the prison emperor's divine equipment seal is still there. The spatial destruction's will and energy will still harm my body. I'm very sorry, Yuan Long. Although I am welcoming an old friend, I can't be exposed to the prison emperor divine palace for a long time. Furthermore, I don't like this damned place. In order to express my welcome, let me give you a little gift first. The birdman's body emitted a dazzling light like the sun. His grimoire flashed and a few doppelgangers that looked exactly like him were summoned. All the doppelgangers moved as one, slashing their swords towards Yu Yang, Impatience, and the old dragon turtle. Yu Yang and Impatience chose to dodge. They teleported 30 meters away to avoid the attack. The old dragon turtle leaned on his staff and muttered to himself. A ball of black light appeared on his body. The black light spread out quickly and turned into a huge turtle-shaped light shield. A mysterious rune appeared on top of the light shield. Yu Yang recognized that it was the Heaven Rune's defense. He reckoned that the old dragon turtle was preparing to block the attack from the doppelgangers. A few doppelgangers raised their energy swords and slashed down with the force of a thunderbolt, colliding with the turtle-shaped light shield. Boom, a loud sound was heard. Heaven and earth trembled. Most of the swords that were deflected by the turtle-shaped light shield flew back into the sky. A few of them pierced through the ground. Wherever the swords passed, rocks were smashed and soil turned into ashes. However, the old dragon turtle's turtle-shaped light shield didn't move at all. Even under the attack that shook heaven and earth, the old dragon turtle's withered body was still safe and sound. Yu Yang praised in his heart. This old fellow was indeed an old turtle that had lived for 6,000 years. His defense was really strong. Yu Yang felt that this turtle-shaped light shield was comparable to his gold grimoire's shield. This was the energy shield that the old dragon turtle summoned after he was heavily injured. If he was at his peak, the energy shield that this old fellow summoned would probably be unbreakable to ordinary innates, other than rankers like Impatience. Yuan Long, your tortoiseshell is still as hard as before. I thought that you wouldn't be able to withstand my attack even with your age. I was a little disappointed. I didn't expect that my old friend is still my old friend. Although you are about to die, your tortoiseshell is still very hard. Haha. The beautiful birdman looked at Impatience again, then glanced at Yu Yang indifferently. Little friend, you run pretty fast. We have plenty of time. I will play with you again when you reach the first palace hall. Let and go. Entertain you guys now. My time is up. I'm sorry, I need to rest. The golden light on the beautiful birdman's body gradually dimmed. The weakest part of the golden light shield, his ankles, started to emit faint black smoke. Looks like the prison emperor's sealing intent and destructive energy were still working. Yu Yang was prepared to intercept and kill this arrogant fellow on the spot. But Impatience signaled with her eyes, indicating that they should let this fellow go back to report. That way, they could confuse more Heaven Realm rankers. If they killed him on the spot, then all the enemies that could move would surround them. Since the prison emperor divine palace had changed and they didn't know the details, they should not reveal their true strength. The old dragon king also coughed slightly. He did not say anything, but his expression showed that he agreed with Phoenix Fairy Beauty's plan. 6,000 years had passed, the prison emperor divine palace had undergone a change that even he did not expect. He did not know if the prison emperor divine staff and divine seal could still be used as a seal. If the two had already lost their effectiveness, the two great leaders of the Heaven Realm would be able to move freely. This would make the trial 10 times more dangerous. Although he didn't see Impatience as his comrade, it was still necessary for him to hide his true strength. Even he himself didn't use all of his remaining strength after being heavily injured. The beautiful birdman courteously bowed to the old dragon turtle, then turned into a golden light and flew back, disappearing into the island above. At the same time, more than 10 silver stars fell to the ground. Without exception, they were all mutated beastmen. In Yu Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision, none of these mutated beastmen were Heaven Realm rankers who were hiding their strength. The strongest was the golden-haired monster leader in Go. Other than the monster man leader Ngu, who was innate level 1, the rest were all innates. The weakest female monster only had the strength of a level 6 elder. Facing a group of mutated beastmen that were only level 7 overlord, Yu Yang wasn't interested in fighting. Impatience also shook her head slightly. She was too lazy to fight. Old dragon turtle, you can slowly fight by yourself. Let's go to the first palace hall to take a look. Yu Yang originally wanted to let City Mistress Fallen Flowers or Princess Sisai come out to train, but the changes in the prison Emperor Divine Palace made him a little impatient to find out the truth. Were the two great leaders of Heaven Realm still alive? Had they broken free from the seal? Were the prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal still effective? The most important thing was whether the prison Emperor Divine Palace still had the ability to seal their enemies. 6,000 years had passed, it was hard to guarantee that their enemies wouldn't think of a way. According to the old dragon turtle, this was the sealed graveyard. Unless they obtained the prison Emperor Divine Staff or Divine Seal and broke the seal, the two great leaders of Heaven Realm wouldn't be able to regain their freedom. According to the original plan, as long as they got rid of those Heaven Realm rankers who had broken free from the seal, it was still possible to get the prison Emperor Divine Staff. However, the current situation was beyond the old dragon turtle's expectations. If the prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal lost their effect, the two great leaders of Heaven Realm would be able to move freely. Then the difficulty of this mission would increase by more than 10 times. Impatience whispered a few words into Yu Yang's ears. Soon after, she turned into a shining arrow of light. She flew straight into the sky. Her speed was too fast. Although the mutated beastmen had surrounded her, they couldn't catch up to her. Yu Yang, on the other hand, was different from her. He chose to move forward along the cliff path, flying across the natural stronghold. The 5 mutated beasts surrounded and tried to intercept him, but Yu Yang's movement technique was mysterious and unparalleled. It was strange and ever-changing, like the wind and shadow. Although the 5 mutated beasts attacked him with all their might, they couldn't even touch the corner of Yu Yang's clothes. No need to chase, he will die even faster if he goes up. The golden-haired monster guy leader Ngu waved his hand, signaling the 5 mutated beast men who couldn't stop Yu Yang to come back. Let's tear this old turtle apart. Roar roar. All the mutated beast men used all their strength. Sharp claws, giant fists, iron palms, snake tails, wolf fangs, insect horns and other attacking methods, heavily attacking the protective barrier. The old dragon turtle remained silent as he muttered to himself, maintaining the protective barrier. He defended until the end and didn't retaliate at all. Although more than 10 mutated beastmen took turns to attack, the protective barrier's defense was too strong. All the mutated beastmen were panting from exhaustion, but the protective barrier was still intact. The golden-haired monster guy leader Ngu had been observing all this while. He realized that the old dragon turtle's body was trembling even more violently, as if he was going to fall to the ground soon. He immediately regained his confidence and shouted loudly, "This old fellow can't hold on for long, continue attacking." Yu Yang, who didn't encounter many obstacles, ran to the end of the Heavens Road and ran to the island. On the island, there were also 4 pillars that reached the sky, supporting the second, slightly smaller island. Looks like there were still the second hall and third hall above them. Between the giant pillars, there was a tall and majestic palace. 6,000 years had passed. Although the luster of the palace had dimmed, the carved railings and jade walls were still there. In the dark and silent atmosphere, it was obviously extremely sorrowful. In the past, when the prison emperor built this palace, everyone in the world worshipped it. Even the strong warriors of the Heaven Realm were buried here in the end. However, 6,000 years had passed. The prison emperor who fought against the 3 great leaders of the Heaven Realm was not recognized by anyone anymore. He didn't even leave a trace in the history books. Now that he walked into the incomparably majestic prison Emperor Divine Palace, Yu Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Time flowed like water. Actually, time was a strong warrior's greatest enemy. Unless one could live forever, no one would be able to escape the elimination of time. No matter how strong one's life was, it was meaningless in the long river of time. If he couldn't live forever, who would remember that he had once appeared 6,000 years later? In an instant, Yu Yang had a thought that he had never thought of before. That was to pursue immortality. No matter if it was 100 years, 1,000 years or 10,000 years, time was meaningless. Although the most interesting part of life was the process and not the result, if he could live forever, wouldn't life be even more interesting? If it was possible, he must pursue immortality. Not only for himself, but also for the person he loved. He must be together with them forever. He definitely couldn't let time bury him. He definitely couldn't let someone from the future generation pay homage to his grave, just like how he was paying homage to the prison emperor's grave, the prison emperor divine palace. He definitely couldn't let that happen. While Yu Yang's thoughts were in turmoil, he was lost in thought. Suddenly, a few indistinct figures appeared on his left and right side. Among them, a hoarse voice mocked. Xianxia came back and said that a strange man and woman made him feel uneasy. He didn't expect them to be such a dumb goose. Look, this brat isn't scared silly, right? In front of a great enemy, he is actually in a daze? If I knew it would be like this, I would have gone to kill that girl. That girl looks pretty good, she's worth playing with. So that birdman is called Xianxia. Forget it, his name isn't important. Yu Yang summoned the white jade beetle. Immediately, the entire hall was filled with a kind of clean light. The light pierced through the darkness of the hall. I hate light. The few figures twisted their bodies. One of the figures with a wretched appearance even groaned in discomfort. Although this kind of light cannot be absorbed directly, it is still very useful for us to recover after we convert it. Good stuff, I want it. The figure that made the hoarse voice appeared. His upper body was similar to a demon king, but it was slightly different from the demon king that Yu Yang had seen before. This fellow's body and energy were much more condensed. He was only about 2 meters tall. His upper body seemed to be made of flesh, but his lower body was made of thick smoke. He had not formed a solid body yet. Even though he had lost his original body and the body he formed was incomplete, his strength was greatly reduced. However, this demon still had the strength of an innate level 5. When he appeared, a crystal tombstone at a distance away from the hall immediately lit up with runes. The runes on the tombstone flashed rapidly. Slowly, the runes started to rotate as if it had a life of its own. The hoarse-voiced demon groaned in pain. The thick smoke below his waist seemed to be attracted by an invisible force and gradually dissipated into the air. Yu Yang calmed down. Looks like the prison emperor divine palace's seal was still there, and its power had not decreased. Although these heaven realm warriors had used some kind of secret technique to wake up from their eternal slumber, they could not escape the seal. They usually hid their bodies and deceived the prison emperor's will to seal them, but once they appeared, they would immediately be restricted by the seal. To Yu Yang, who was trying to break through, this was a good news. I still can't do it. This damned prison emperor's will, this damned seal. This is so annoying, I hate these damned humans. Human, don't be arrogant. Although I only have 3 minutes, I only need 10 seconds to kill you, idiot. Prepare to die. The hoarse-voiced demon pointed at Yu Yang arrogantly. He mocked him coldly while releasing his qi. That explosive qi violently shook the entire prison emperor divine palace. Hey, don't make too big of a move. We don't want to be implicated by you. Don't activate all the seals. A few shadows protested. Don't worry, I only need 1 strike to end this battle. The hoarse-voiced demon was full of confidence. Do you think you are Ultraman? Other than proving that you are impotent, is there any other meaning in 3 minutes? Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders in boredom. Die. The hoarse-voiced demon was extremely angry. His sharp claws that could tear the earth apart fiercely slashed towards Yu Yang's head. Even the space seemed to have been torn apart. When the demon's companions saw this, they all laughed sinisterly. They believed in the ending without a doubt. How could a lesser innate human child survive the full-strength attack of his companion who had the strength of an innate level 5? The answer was absolutely impossible. A loud bang resounded. The stone floor of the prison emperor divine palace was swept by the claws. 5 deep and terrifying claw marks were left on the ground. Broken stones flew everywhere. The dust that had been sealed for 6,000 years flew up and covered half of the prison emperor divine palace. It didn't disperse for a long time. Alright, Guya, how long are you going to act cool for? Seeing that their companion's posture didn't change at all, the shadows felt that this fellow loved to act cool. Didn't he just kill a lesser innate human child? Was there a need to act cool like this? Could it be that you haven't killed a human for a long time and are enjoying the pleasure of killing someone? Did you orgasm? That wretched shadow laughed lewdly. Boom boom, the hoarse-voiced demon didn't reply. He suddenly fell to the ground. The head rolled more than 10 meters away like a rubber ball. It rolled to a person's feet. Yu Yang used his feet to step on the demon's head that died with grievances. His smile was even brighter than the sun. The shadows were puzzled when they saw this. How come this human boy didn't die, but their companion died instead? This was impossible. Although their companion hadn't recovered his full strength, he was still an innate level 5. Their companion, who was an innate level 5, was actually killed by a lesser innate. Who would believe this kind of result? What exactly happened just now? What kind of power killed their companion? Not allowing the few shadows to investigate further, the runic circle on the crystal pillar shone even brighter. A pillar of light shot out, forming a white whirlpool in the middle of the hall. The demon's head and body were all turned into black smoke in the middle of the white whirlpool, and were absorbed into the whirlpool. In less than half a minute, other than the black pearl that Yu Yang was stepping on, the demon with the hoarse voice seemed to have never appeared before. His companion, the shadows, became frightened. That wretched shadow's voice became even more frightened as he screamed, "Dead, this is not a seal, this is a real death. Damn it, this damned human has the ability to destroy souls." Guya's soul was destroyed by him. Did you guys see that? No, I don't want to fight with an enemy who has the ability to destroy souls. I finally escaped from the seal, I don't want to be killed. Calm down, what happened? The beautiful birdman called Sha Fei spread his golden wings and flew over from afar. It's all your fault, Sha Fei. Your information was wrong. This human has the ability to destroy souls. He is as terrifying as the Heaven Realm's adjudicator who is in charge of judging souls. You caused Guya's death, he was killed in an instant. The wretched shadow roared in anger and fear. What? That beautiful birdman Sha Fei stared at Yu Yang in disbelief. A lesser innate instantly killed an innate level 5, how was this possible? The real show has just begun. Yu Yang picked up the black pearl under his feet and kept it in his lich ring. On his face, there was a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. But when the enemies saw this, they couldn't help but shiver. Sha Fei, you have a body, you should fight this battle. I hate opponents who can destroy souls the most. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of death, I will not fight. Everyone, I am going to sleep now. Do whatever you want, don't disturb me. That wretched shadow suddenly disappeared. His terrified voice reverberated throughout the prison Emperor Divine Palace for a long time. The other shadows seemed to be hesitating, but they didn't disappear and go back to sleep. Hee hee, what a coward. Unable to accomplish anything, but good at spoiling things. The beautiful birdman Sha Fei laughed coldly, but he didn't stop his companions from escaping. This battle should be fought by you. Sha Fei, in these 100 years, it was your turn to guard the first hall. As the palace guard, you have the duty to capture the enemy. Moreover, you have a complete body, different from us, we can only appear for 5 minutes at most, we can't even leave the first hall. You have the advantage in terms of time and freedom. That's why, Sha Fei, you should fight, we will assist you from the side. This young human is not simple, no matter what method he uses to kill Guya, you cannot be careless. After all, Guya's death is an undeniable fact. The tallest shadow stood up and spoke loudly. I know. In other words, you are all afraid of death. Not long ago, I remember that Lu De, you were the bravest warrior under the Heaven Realm Saint Palace. I never thought that after losing your body, you would actually be so afraid of death. This is really surprising. Sha Fei smiled indifferently. These are two different things. If I was the palace guard, I would definitely not say anything. The tallest shadow snorted coldly, but didn't refute. Humans are very good at hiding their strength. But no matter how much they hide, they would not be stronger than innate level 3. Guya's death was probably because he had underestimated his opponent. At the same time, he was killed by the opponent's divine weapon or some kind of treasure. Did you think that with his strength, he would be able to use a divine weapon or a peerless treasure that could instantly kill a level 5 and 8? The more powerful the divine equipment is, the more powerful the divine equipment will be. The prison emperor back then is the best example. Xianxia glanced at Yu Yang, and the golden wings on his back rose up high. His entire body emitted thousands of rays of light, as bright as the sun. The first hall was as bright as day. The light was so blinding that even if he used his hands to block his eyes, he wouldn't be able to open his eyes, much less see anything. The heat that could burn the heavens and the earth rose rapidly in the first hall. In the end, it was like a solar storm, engulfing the entire place. In the center of the solar storm, Xianxia snorted with an arrogant tone, "If you think that you can scare me by killing Guya, you are very wrong." Yu Yang smiled and summoned his gold grimoire. Raise the barrier. He was also accumulating energy. The energy of the Yang pole and Yin pole rotated in his body like a pool of water, accumulating more and more, waiting for the moment to explode. "Help, help, help me!" Outside the hall, there was a panicked exclamation. Led by the golden-haired monster man Angus, a few bloodied mutated orcs rushed into the hall. They seemed to be chased by someone, and all of them looked terrified. Other than the leader of the monster men, Angus, who was unharmed, the rest of the mutated orcs were covered in blood. 2 of them were on the verge of death and needed the help of their companions to escape. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyes flashed. He stretched out his left hand and pressed down on the void. Thousands of light arrows shot out. In an instant, the few mutated orcs were killed on the spot. The scorching solar storm easily turned their corpses into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Other than the monster men leader Angus, who managed to escape behind a huge pillar in time, the rest of the mutated orcs were vaporized. They didn't even have the time to scream. The monster men leader Angus was so scared that his face turned pale and his body trembled. "Angus, don't worry. Although you, who had reincarnated into a human in the stomach of a parasitic beast, is completely useless, I will still spare your life for the sake of our friendship in the past." Xianxia's arrogant tone echoed in the first hall. Hearing this, Angus's body trembled even more. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Cough, cough, cough. Inside the first hall, the old dragon turtle walked in with his walking stick, his body hunched like an old man. He walked very slowly, as if he would collapse and die at any time. Including Yu Yang, no one thought that this old fellow would end the battle so quickly. He even chased after the mutated orcs all the way, scaring them to the point that they pissed their pants. Just based on this point, Yu Yang felt that it would be better if this old man didn't flip out. Once he flipped out, he wouldn't be someone to be trifled with. A sharp killing intent flashed past Xianxia's eyes, but he smiled gently and said, "Lu De, Du Di and Bao Wen, look who's here. Take a look, it's our old friend Yuan Long. 6,000 years have passed, but the old general under the prison emperor is still alive. Isn't this worthy of our applause? Especially since our old friend didn't hesitate to come here with heavy injuries to take revenge. Shouldn't we fulfill his wish and let him die here, forever following the great prison emperor in his heart? Welcome, my dearest friend. How do you want to die? I guarantee that your wishes will be fulfilled to the best of their abilities." The old dragon turtle coughed a few times and looked at Yu Yang. He mumbled to himself like an old man, "I'm old and useless. If I can die here, then I won't have lived in vain. This old fellow is already so old, what's the matter? Even if I die, I won't lose anything." Yu Yang hurriedly waved his hands, "Old turtle, it's not your turn to be a hero. Go to the side, this is the world of us youngsters, don't mess around. Although I'm old and can't use it anymore, I can still kill 1 or 2 of them." The old dragon turtle didn't listen to Yu Yang's advice. He leaned on his walking stick and staggered towards Xianxia. Towards this stubborn old man, Yu Yang really couldn't do anything. There were a few times when he wanted to use a brick to smash this old man to the ground and drag him out. Not only was this old turtle old, he was also heavily injured. What was he trying to show off? If he didn't rely on this youngster, could it be that he had to rely on this old turtle? In the end, looking at the stubborn back view, Yu Yang held back and quietly watched him challenge Xianxia. Anyway, even if he couldn't win, it didn't matter. This old fellow's turtle shell was especially hard. It shouldn't be a problem for him to stay alive. Seeing that the old dragon turtle actually dared to challenge him, Xianxia laughed coldly. His right hand pressed forward like before. Millions of light arrows shot out furiously. The solar storm was 10 times stronger than before. The light arrows covered the sky and engulfed the old dragon turtle. The entire main hall became as bright as day again. After a long time, it slowly disappeared. When the first main hall returned to normal, Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Because he realized that the solar light arrow that he used almost all of his strength did not harm the old dragon turtle at all. At this moment, the dragon turtle barrier on the old dragon turtle's body became extremely small. It could only cover his short and skinny body. After the heavy attack just now, the old dragon turtle's outer appearance was broken, but it didn't collapse. But as long as the barrier was still there, the old dragon turtle's body would be fine. Yuanlong, don't think that I can't do anything to you. When Xiaofei saw that the turtle-shaped barrier was almost shattered, he suppressed the anger in his heart. He gathered an even larger ball of energy in his hands and threw the ball of light that was as scorching as the sun towards the old dragon turtle. He was prepared to kill him in one hit. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion shook the entire main hall. Even though Yu Yang had summoned his gold grimoire and raised his grimoire barrier, he still felt a majestic energy attack seeping into his grimoire barrier and pressuring him. He had only endured a little bit of the shockwave from the attack and the airflow from the explosion, but he already felt slightly uncomfortable. Then how was the old dragon turtle, who was at the center of the explosion and was at the center of the attack? When the shockwave from the explosion had passed, the light disappeared. The old dragon turtle's withered body, which was like a tree in old age, was still standing motionless. This old fellow's defense was too strong. Even though he was heavily injured, he was still able to endure such a terrifying attack. As expected of the legendary old dragon turtle with the best defense in the world. Yu Yang admired the old dragon turtle very much. In terms of attack power, Yu Yang didn't think that he would be weaker than anyone. But in terms of defense, he really couldn't compare to the old dragon turtle. His defense was simply not on the same level as the old dragon turtle's. Again. Xianxia saw this and the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. He snorted coldly. He realized that the old dragon turtle's turtle-shaped barrier had already been completely broken. Would he be able to take a third strike from me with his old body that had yet to recover from his serious injuries? If he were to use his third attack, he would definitely be able to kill this old dragon turtle in an instant. Definitely, the tall figure called Lu De suddenly stood out and stopped him. Stop. When Xianxia heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. My dear friend, warrior Lu De who has a strong sense of justice, how is it? Could it be that your benevolence is starting to show? You want to protect this enemy because of his stubbornness, his blind loyalty and his perseverance. Are you touched? My friend, please allow me to remind you before I get angry. This is our enemy, our common enemy. 6,000 years ago, he had cruelly massacred our soldiers and even killed our comrades. For example, your cousin had died in his hands. Have you forgotten because it has been so long? Do you want me to remind you of more names to refresh your memory? That Lu De waved his hand. Don't let anger get to your head. Xianxia, I am not stopping you to help the enemy, I am helping you. Could it be that you still haven't realized what Yuanlong's ultimate goal is? He wants to exhaust your energy. In this prison Emperor Divine Palace, energy cannot be easily obtained. Once it is exhausted, it cannot be recovered in a short period of time. Even if you don't attack, Yuanlong will not live for long. However, you have already wasted too much energy on him. What? Xianxia was naturally not an idiot. When he heard this, he immediately reacted. This old fellow was actually playing tricks on him? I can only do this much. Brat, the rest is up to you. The old dragon turtle spat out a mouthful of blood and sat on the ground dispiritedly. His breathing was weak, as if he could die at any time. However, he just couldn't die. Nonsense. Even if you didn't try to show off and help me block 2 of his attacks, I would still be able to defeat him. Yu Yang stuffed the white jade beetle into the old dragon turtle's hands and scolded him. If you are injured, you should stay at home and recuperate. You are already so old, yet you still run around everywhere. You even like to stand up for others. Do you think that you are still the boss of Temple Street? There are many ways to kill an enemy. What you are doing is the stupidest way, do you understand? However, since you want to save your face, after I win, I will also give you some of the credit. I am lending you this white jade beetle, return it to me after you have healed your injuries. Don't lose it. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and attack. Now is the time when the opponent's energy is at its weakest. Slow down, are you trying to anger me to death? When the old dragon turtle saw Yu Yang acting so carelessly, he almost wanted to beat him up with his walking stick. Be careful, Xianxia. This young human is really strange. When Lu De saw Yu Yang's expression that seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, he hurriedly warned his comrade. Xianxia naturally had a bad premonition. However, he really didn't believe that a human who was at most innate level 3 could defeat him. Is he really innate level 6? It won't be easy to kill him instantly. Yu Yang sighed slightly. His figure suddenly flashed and appeared behind Xianxia, whose body was shining like the sun. He stretched out his hand. The world exterminating wheel appeared instantly. Xianxia had just turned around and was about to release his strongest solar storm attack to kill his opponent on the spot. However, when he saw the terrifying world exterminating wheel flickering half a meter in front of him, he immediately turned pale with fright. He wanted to escape, but a little Lamia lowly suddenly appeared in front of him. Her pair of big eyes that seemed to be able to speak stared at him. Binding, it's over. Xianxia realized that he couldn't move his body at all. The shadow of death loomed over his mind. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind. He had found the cause of Guya's instant death. It was the world exterminating wheel and binding inherent skill that instantly killed him. However, was the tragedy that happened 10 minutes ago going to happen to him again? Xianxia roared and summoned his platinum grimoire, raising his protective shield. The platinum-ranked grimoire's protective shield that could not be damaged by innate level 5 or below was as fragile as paper in front of the world exterminating wheel. Without a sound, the world exterminating wheel slashed towards Xianxia's head. As long as he was hit by it, Xianxia would definitely die. The binding suddenly disappeared, and Xianxia realized that his companions in the sky were risking their lives to save him. Lu De, Du Di and Bao Wen all released their strongest attacks at the same time. They adopted a stance where they would fight with their lives on the line and attacked this young and terrifying opponent. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised when he saw the little Lamia turn around and stare at his 3 companions. He was finally free from the restraints. Xianxia almost broke his neck. In a tenth of a second, he swung his head to the right, deviating from the world exterminating wheel's attack path. He had never felt that death was so close to him before. If his companions had come a second later, he would have probably been killed in an instant. Yu Yang knew that there was still a lot of room for improvement in his control of the world exterminating wheel. When he attacked the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian, and the great demon King Baruth, he was easily dodged. As for Xianxia's successful dodging, Yu Yang had already expected it. He forcefully controlled the world exterminating wheel with his mind, causing it to deviate a little and continue to chase after Xianxia's head. Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly swung his head in the opposite direction, narrowly dodging the world exterminating wheel's second attack path. However, Yu Yang's real killer move was his sword chi. Yu Yang, who was pressing his finger on the protective shield, shot out his innate invisible sword chi. With a hissing sound, the innate invisible sword chi shot out and easily pierced a small hole in the protective shield. It flew straight towards Xianxia's forehead. This attack was also fatal. Xianxia desperately tried to block it with his right hand, but the sword chi easily pierced through his palm, elbow, and arm. It continued to fly towards Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia kicked the platinum grimoire in front of him, borrowing the momentum to retreat. The world exterminating wheel and innate invisible sword chi instantly caught up to him. One on the left and one on the right, the innate invisible sword chi attacked Xianxia from both sides. Xianxia cried out in pain as he fell to the ground, fresh blood splattering in the air. Yu Yang's sneak attack was successful. He immediately summoned his grimoire and used his protective shield to resist the combined attack of Lu De, Du Di and Bao Wen, the 3 Heaven Realm rankers. Their attacks caused the barrier to tremble, and the resulting shockwave shook the entire hall. The old dragon turtle was still fine, he could not move his crutch. The monster guy leader Ngu, who was only a level 1 innate, was directly sent flying by the combined attack of the three Heaven Realm warriors. He was sent flying out of the hall, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. What a pity. Yu Yang realized that Sha Fei, who had been caught in a pincer attack, was still alive. He stood up, dripping with blood. Sha Fei's right shoulder was cut open by the world-exterminating wheel and half of his shoulder was crippled. His arm drooped down powerlessly and blood dyed half of his body red. It formed a stream of blood on his arm and dripped onto the ground. One of the golden wings on his back was cut off by the world-exterminating wheel, and the golden feathers scattered all over the ground. There was a small hole on Sha Fei's left forehead caused by the sword qi. The hole went in from the corner of his forehead and came out from the side. Fresh blood flowed out, making Sha Fei's handsome face look extremely terrifying. Sha Fei was crippled. Under the combined attack of the world-exterminating wheel and the innate invisible sword qi, he was heavily injured, but he was not dead yet. Yu Yang felt that it was a pity. If the three strong enemies had arrived half a second later, Sha Fei would definitely be dead. What a pity, they were just half a second late. Little Wenli, who had used her binding chains, inherent skill to freeze the three strong enemies in midair, had covered Yu Yang's attack on Sha Fei the whole time. Although it was only for a second, she had used a large amount of her mental energy. Her face was pale and she was panting heavily. Yu Yang patted her head lightly. She had already tried her best, and he had also tried his best. This time, he did not succeed in killing Sha Fei. It was not because his plan was bad, but because he was not strong enough. It was just that Sha Fei was too lucky. Sha Fei was the luckiest because he had three companions who risked their lives to save him. If it wasn't for their crazy attacks, little Wenli would not have needed to cover for him. With her restraints, Sha Fei would not have survived even if he had 10 lives. The second luckiest thing was that when Sha Fei was hit by the world-exterminating wheel, his body twitched slightly. This painful reaction caused his head to sway unnaturally, which allowed him to dodge the fatal attack of the innate invisible sword qi. Originally, Yu Yang had aimed at the soul pearl in between his eyebrows. Due to the slight deviation, he did not hit the soul pearl accurately. Although the sword qi had opened a hole in Sha Fei's forehead, it was not enough to kill him. Sha Fei was not a human. Although his injuries were heavy, he was still alive. Previously, when Yu Yang was fighting with the Marquis of Zijin, he had also tried to pierce through his head. As a demon abyss prince, the Marquis of Zijin also did not die. Let's work together and kill him. The Heaven Realm ranker called Lu De appeared from his shadow. It was a human-like body, but it was 3 meters tall. His knees were covered in smoke, while the rest of his body was intact. His entire body shone with a golden light, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. The moment he appeared, a crystal tablet flashed with light, and the Heaven Rune Circle was activated. It was exactly the same as what attracted Guya previously. Don't talk nonsense, I only have 3 minutes. Everyone attack and defend. Another Heaven Realm ranker called Du Di shouted anxiously. Sha Fei, retreat a little and recover from your injuries first. Quick. The third Heaven Realm ranker called Bao Wen threw a ball of shining energy towards the heavily injured Sha Fei, as if he wanted to help him recover as soon as possible. After all, only Sha Fei who had a body could move freely. The 3 of them were still in a half-soul, half-body state, and were still sealed by the crystal tablet. Even the strongest Lu De only had a time limit of 5 minutes. Die. How could Yu Yang give Sha Fei the chance to retreat and heal his injuries? Seeing Sha Fei receive the ball of energy, he immediately teleported and appeared in front of Sha Fei. Huijin magic blade slashed angrily. Sha Fei desperately flapped his wings and dodged the attack. Lu De, Du Di and Bao Wen, the 3 Heaven Realm rankers, attacked Yu Yang at the same time, helping him escape from the battlefield. Yu Yang summoned his grimoire and first grabbed the ball of energy into his protective shield, letting the domain form world beast absorb it. Then, he leapt up and held Crescent Blade and Huijin Magic Blade in his hands, attacking Lu De and Bao Wen who were attacking from his left and right. As for Du Di, he left it to little Wenli who was hugging onto Yu Yang's waist. A light flashed in her eyes as she used her binding chain's inherent skill again. When Du Di was in the air and was about to hit Yu Yang with a heavy punch, he was firmly frozen, not moving an inch. Boom, Yu Yang was waiting for this opportunity. The Nirvana flame pillar on his body soared to the sky and fiercely shot towards Dudi's fists, face and body. Lu De and Bao Wen didn't care that this was Nirvana flame and hurriedly tried to pull their companions away. However, the Nirvana flame pillar had already pushed Dudi to the top of the hall. Dudi cried out miserably. Among the four of them, his body had recovered the least and he was also the weakest. He was covered in thick smoke from his waist down. After being hit by the Nirvana flame pillar, his entire body almost melted into smoke. In addition to the attraction of the crystal pillar's runic circle, he cried out miserably. His mournful voice echoed throughout the hall. Without waiting for him to escape, Yu Yang's Huijin magic blade slashed towards him. The moment it cut into his flesh, Yu Yang abandoned his blade and shot out his sword finger that was hiding his killing intent again. An innate invisible sword chi shot towards Dudi's head, penetrating it from the front to the back. Blood splattered everywhere. Dudi crazily returned a punch to Yu Yang, but Little Wen Li's dual icicle blades ruthlessly cut into his back at the same time. The old dragon turtle who was about to die suddenly shot towards him like a meteor. The sturdy turtle's back crashed into Dudi's chest like a meteor, sending Dudi crashing into the dome of the hall for the second time. With a loud boom, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the stone floor of the dome. Mud and dust continued to fall. When Dudi still wanted to struggle, the old dragon turtle opened up his arms and tightly held onto his waist. He then pushed his head against Dudi's chin, not letting go no matter how much his opponent struggled or attacked. The old dragon turtle tightened his grip on his opponent and shouted at Yu Yang, "What are you waiting for? Continue to use Nirvana's flame." Luther and Bao Wen looked at Yu Yang who was burning with Nirvana's flame on his hands and could not help but shiver. This time, they did not go forward to save Dudi. This was because other than realizing that their comrade could not be saved, they were also terrified by this human boy with terrifying strength. The Wheel of Annihilation, Nirvana's flame and the sword chi that could kill people in an instant, none of them were to be trifled with. Once they hit, Shaifai and Dudi would be the perfect examples. There was also Guya who was killed in an instant just now. Yu Yang pressed his hand heavily on Dudi's head. Under the Nirvana's flame, Dudi died very quickly. His body turned into black smoke and was absorbed by the runic circle on the crystal tablet. The only thing left was the soul pearl. Dudi's soul pearl had been refined by the Nirvana's flame and his soul had completely dissipated. The pitch-black soul pearl had also turned into a faint crimson-red pearl. Seeing this, Luther and Bao Wen immediately looked at each other. They suddenly realized that returning to the seal of the crystal pillar to sleep again was not a bad idea. At least, they wouldn't really die that way. Just as they were preparing to leave the battlefield and return to sleep, a meteor suddenly fell from the sky outside the palace. A loud rumbling sound resounded. The entire prison Emperor Divine Palace was shaking non-stop. What happened? Could it be that the impatiens had met a strong enemy? Yu Yang suddenly had a bad premonition. He immediately ran towards the entrance of the palace and realized that it was indeed the impatiens. Her fall had smashed the entire stone steps in front of the palace into broken stones, creating a deep depression. It was as if a 1,000,000-ton hammer had smashed the ground. She, who was an innate level 10, was actually beaten down by someone in the third palace hall. Cough cough. The impatiens trembled as she stood up. She looked at Yu Yang with a slightly embarrassed expression. Her bloody lips revealed a bitter smile. "I always let you see me like this." What happened? Yu Yang didn't dare to imagine. Even the impatiens who was an innate level 10 couldn't defeat them. What kind of enemy was that? I didn't see the two great leaders of Heaven Realm. I think they are still sealed. There are 5 Heaven Realm warriors guarding above. I was discovered by them. Cough cough, I took advantage of the enemy's carelessness and ambushed them. I killed one of them. Of the remaining 4, 2 of them are about the same level as me. One is an innate level 9 and the other is an innate level 8. I can't fight against them. The Heaven Realm warriors sealed in the prison Emperor Divine Palace are indeed not simple. I'm tired, let me rest for a while. The impatient staggered towards Yu Yang. Blood flowed continuously from her cherry lips, showing that her internal injuries were extremely serious. You will be fine. Just have a good sleep. Yu Yang hurriedly supported her and continuously channeled his innate chi into her body. Although he said it in a relaxed manner, his heart was actually in a state of shock. After being sealed for 6,000 years, the Heaven Realm warriors who were left with only a tenth of their strength were not even the two great leaders of Heaven Realm, but they already had the strength to enter the impatience. This, if he did not see it with his own eyes, he would never believe it. The remaining four, two of them were innate level 10, one innate level 9 and one innate level 8. How were they going to fight next? Furthermore, these four fellows were not even the two great leaders of Heaven Realm. If the two great leaders of Heaven Realm were to awaken, how terrifying would they be? When Yu Yang thought of this, he felt his scalp go numb. The old dragon turtle's worries were not wrong. With only the help of the impatiens, they would not be able to break through the barrier. Fortunately, the enemies did not chase after them. This proved that they did not have the ability to leave the third palace hall and were still sealed. Yu Yang decided that no matter what, he had to treat the impatiens' injuries first. She was definitely their strongest fighting power. They could not do without her. Be careful. The old dragon turtle suddenly flew over and knocked Yu Yang, who was hugging the impatiens, back more than 10 meters. A huge golden fist came down from the sky and fiercely smashed onto the ground where Yu Yang was originally standing. The old dragon turtle, who was using his turtle-shaped protective shield to block the attack, was smashed into pieces. Half of his body was smashed into the ground and he vomited blood non-stop. So there are still survivors. Die. In the sky, a 10-meter-tall golden giant with a body that was emitting a light that was as intense as the sun slowly descended. He pointed his finger and a ray of light that was like the sun pierced through the sky. With a plop, it pierced through the old dragon turtle's shoulder. The old dragon turtle dodged fast enough and escaped with his life. Otherwise, the one that was pierced would have been his heart. Yu Yang saw that the old dragon turtle's indestructible turtle back was also pierced through by the ray of light. He instantly felt a chill in his heart. This damned light ray's power was comparable to his innate invisible sword chi. Furthermore, it could be shot from afar. This battle was really troublesome. This fellow was an innate level 9. If Impatience was not heavily injured, he would definitely be able to fight together with him. However, Impatience had already fainted and did not have the strength to fight anymore. Yu Yang looked at the golden giant that was as powerful as the sun, then looked at Sha Fei, Lu De and Bao Wen. He even looked at the monster guy leader Nge, who was hiding far away and peeking at them. In the end, he shook his head. There were many strong enemies, he really did not have the confidence to win this battle. Stop looking, quickly go back to the grimoire world. The old dragon turtle's voice was hoarse as he waved his walking stick at Yu Yang in exasperation. Old turtle, let's go back together. We'll come out after we recover from our injuries. Yu Yang felt that it would be too unjust to abandon the old dragon turtle and hide in the grimoire world by himself. Nonsense. If I did not stop you, would you be able to escape back to the grimoire world so easily? Furthermore, once you escape back, your spatial coordinates and all other traces would be erased by the enemy. How would you come out then? The moment you come out, it would be the enemy's trap. This turtle shell of mine, under the prison emperor's will, cannot be completely destroyed. No matter how the enemy destroys it, it will still exist. You can use it as a teleportation point. The old dragon turtle's skinny body swayed as he walked in front of Yu Yang. His wrinkled face revealed a rare smile. Although your mouth is unforgiving and unlikable, I am very happy. Looking at you makes me feel like I am looking at the prison emperor when he was young. Let's go, I have lived long enough. You are so wishy-washy, you will only ruin the important matters. So touching. The golden giant snorted coldly. If you dare to hide in the grimoire world, I will torture this old dragon turtle for 100 years. I will let him suffer a fate worse than death. Try me. Try your ass. Isn't it just a level 9 and 8? It's not like I have never fought against you before. Yu Yang was so angry that he went berserk. Little Wenli brought Impatience back to the grimoire world. Yu Yang's entire body was ignited with nirvana flame. He rotated his hands and released his Yang ability to the limit. Insignificant skill. The golden giant didn't care about Yu Yang's explosion. He threw out a ball of energy and quickly healed Sha Fei, who was heavily injured and almost fell to the ground. Although Sha Fei's battle power was greatly reduced, it was definitely not a problem to deal with the old dragon turtle. Furthermore, there were still Lu De and Bao Wen, the two Heaven Realm rankers eyeing them covetously. Yu Yang shot towards the golden giant like a fire dragon. Previously, Yu Yang had also fought against rankers with large bodies, such as the Great Demon King Baruth, Demon King Xian etc. An opponent with a huge body would have an overwhelming advantage in terms of body and strength. If a human warrior wanted to defeat an enemy with a huge body at the same level, he would have to surpass them in terms of agility and combat skills. He would have to make the enemy feel helpless and helpless. Only then would he have a chance of winning. If the enemy with a large body was equal to him in terms of speed, agility, and battle skills, then he wouldn't be able to fight. Yu Yang felt that it was still too early for him to challenge the Great Demon King Baruth, Demon King Xian and the others. He was also forced to fight in the Demon Palace. Of course, fighting against this innate level 9 golden giant today, Yu Yang also had no way out. Yu Yang wasn't clear about the golden giant's background. He didn't think that a guy who could break free from the prison emperor's seal without any injuries was a mediocre person. Most importantly, Yu Yang had a bad premonition in his heart. This kind of premonition that made his heart tremble was something that Yu Yang had only experienced 3 times since he was transported to this world. The first time was when he met the Demon King Xian for the first time. At that time, he was almost killed instantly. When Yu Yang thought about it, he would still break out in cold sweat. The second time was when he fought the Marquis of Zijin head-on. At that time, he wasn't strong enough and the Marquis of Zijin was tired after fighting Grandma Qi. In addition, Shui Wuxia risked her life to help him. Yu Yang barely won against the Marquis of Zijin. That battle was full of danger and he would never forget it. The third time was today's battle against this golden giant from the Heaven Realm. Previously, even when Yu Yang was fighting with the Great Emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian, and even when he was surrounded by the Great Demon King Baruth, the Demon King Xian, and other powerhouses of the Demon Abyss, he did not feel as threatened as he did today. This Heaven Realm ranker who had been sealed for 6,000 years was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Yu Yang felt that this battle was not a decisive battle, but a test. If he really couldn't defeat it, he would have to immediately return to the Grimoire world. He couldn't die for nothing now. With impatience unconscious, it would be difficult for him to win alone. In a battle, the main problem was to throw stones and lure out the enemy's ultimate moves. While the impatience was recovering from his injuries, they would look for his flaws together and think of a way to kill him. Battle skill? Me too. The golden giant swung his arm and smashed a heavy punch towards Yu Yang's body. When Yu Yang cleverly dodged the punch, the golden giant nimbly somersaulted backwards. Bending his waist, both of his legs were like axes, and one after the other, he slashed 2 long terrifying axes towards the sky. Yu Yang felt a chill down his spine. The 10-meter-tall giant could actually move as nimbly as him. How could he fight this battle? Yu Yang teleported away with a whoosh. He escaped from the battlefield and ran more than 10 meters away. The golden giant pressed his palms on the ground and his entire body disappeared without a trace. Invisibility, Heaven Eye's divine vision could not capture the opponent's movement trajectory. Yu Yang could only rely on the sense of danger in his heart and his body's instincts to pounce forward. Behind him, a huge golden fist smashed heavily on Yu Yang's spine. The golden giant revealed its body, waving its heavy fists as it chased after Yu Yang while sneering, "Your reaction is not bad, but it's too slow." The punch was extremely heavy, causing chaos within Yu Yang's body, causing his internal organs to shatter. Fortunately, he had the innate qi to protect his body and neutralize it in time. Otherwise, Yu Yang would definitely be killed by the golden giant's punch. Yu Yang continuously performed the elegant sword dance of the 3 mysterious styles and dodged the golden giant's punches. If Yu Yang had not learnt the innate invisible sword qi and possessed the purest innate qi, as well as the exquisite innate battle skill under the guidance of the heavenly sword goddess, he would have been defeated long ago. This golden giant was indeed a level 9 innate. However, the strength he displayed was definitely not as simple as a level 9 innate ranker. Before he was sealed, his strength should be far above that of a level 9 innate. His realm, eyesight, senses, and battle skills were all far beyond that of a level 9 innate. Yu Yang only realized this now. Even if he only had the strength of a level 9 innate, he would not be able to defeat this golden giant who was originally at such a high realm. especially since this golden giant was extremely proficient in battle skills. Qi, judgment. The golden giant saw that Yu Yang was using an extremely mysterious movement technique to escape further and further away. Its eyes turned cold as it punched out with both of its fists. Using its energy, it shot out several giant golden fists, chasing after Yu Yang from afar, flying towards his back. Yu Yang hurriedly condensed a fire shield and defended himself. The Nirvana fire shield was indeed able to purify everything in the world. However, it was unable to burn the violent energy of the golden giant fists. It needed time to burn. The heaven runes contained in the golden giant fists collided with the heaven runes drawn by Yu Yang. Both of them shattered and exploded into an earth-shattering explosion. In the midst of the explosion, the golden giant fists burned into balls of light the size of ping-pong balls. They penetrated through the Nirvana fire shield and flew towards Yu Yang's body. Yu Yang pushed both of his arms forward fiercely. The second layer of the Nirvana fire shield spread out from his body like a wave of fire. While defending against the light balls, it also defended against the shockwave from the explosion. This was already Yu Yang's limit. Even though he managed to condense the second layer of the Nirvana fire shield in time, two of his ribs were still hit by the light balls and broke. If not for the fire shield, the golden giant fists that had turned into rays of light would have directly pierced through his body. A giant fist directly rushed towards Yu Yang amidst the shockwave from the explosion with an unstoppable force. Its target was Yu Yang's face. The golden giant actually charged crazily into the center of the explosion and attacked Yu Yang with brute force. In a situation where it was impossible for Yu Yang to defend himself, he suddenly had a stroke of luck and used the dragon-controlling sword that only the big loli in his dream realm knew. Normally, he would not be able to use this move. However, in this life-and-death situation, he forced himself to use this move. Twisting his body and spinning in the air, Yu Yang dodged the enemy's heavy punch. At the same time, his long legs flew up like a dragon. An innate sword chi shot out from the tip of his feet and counterattacked the golden giant's face. The golden giant advanced instead of retreating. He pushed out his other hand and was prepared to forcefully destroy Yu Yang's body to stop his counterattack. The innate sword chi hit the golden giant's palm. With a sizzling sound, it pierced deeply into the golden giant's palm. However, it was unable to break out from the back of the palm and continue to injure the golden giant. If the big loli in his dream realm used the dragon-controlling sword, it would also have a miraculous effect. However, Yu Yang had just comprehended it and its power was still not enough. Although this counterattack was successful, it was ineffective. When the giant palm was about to hit Yu Yang, Little Winli appeared in a flash. Binding inherent skill exploded, only a tenth of a second had passed. However, to Yu Yang, it was already enough for him to counterattack. Leaping up from the ground, Yu Yang's fists, which were burning with nirvana flame, landed heavily on the golden giant's face. The golden giant did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward. With a lion head swing, he sent Yu Yang flying. In midair, he quickly turned his body and used his other hand to sweep towards Yu Yang. When Yu Yang narrowly dodged the attack, the golden giant shot out a beam of light that was as bright as the sun from his mouth, streaking across the sky. Yu Yang had nowhere to hide, so he could only teleport away. However, the target of teleportation was instantly caught by the golden giant. Without even turning around, the golden giant rammed into Yu Yang's teleported body with its back, sending Yu Yang flying. Rumble, like a cannonball, Yu Yang's body smashed into the first hall steps. Die. In the next second, the golden giant caught up with him. His right fist smashed heavily towards the pile of rubble where Yu Yang was. Runes flashed. The world exterminating wheel broke through the rubble, brushed past the golden giant's arm and went straight towards his face. The golden giant retracted his fist and dodged to the side. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. In the past 7,000 years, other than the prison emperor, you are the first human warrior who could injure my face. On his face, there was a burn mark on his left cheek from the nirvana flame, a wound on his right cheek from the world exterminating wheel, and his left palm was also hit by Yu Yang's innate sword chi. Other than these, Yu Yang, who had used all his strength, couldn't injure him anymore. With a flash of golden light, the golden giant's injuries were completely healed. In front of him, Yu Yang crawled out from the rubble, looking battered and exhausted. Yu Yang couldn't stop coughing as blood flowed out from his mouth. The accumulated blood from his internal organs was forced out of his body by his innate qi. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Yang had learned the most mysterious innate qi healing method from the big loli, he was afraid that just these heavy injuries alone would have caused him to fall to the ground and never get up again. Surrender. The golden giant stared at Yu Yang. I have killed countless human warriors. Today, I will give you a chance. Under Master Ming Ri Wu's chain domain, don't even think of escaping. Even if you return to the grimoire world, Master Ming Ri Wu can still chase after you and kill you on the spot. The grimoire's laws can't protect you. Surrender immediately and kneel in front of Master. Actually, even without Xiaofei's threat, Yu Yang already knew that this golden giant named Ming Ri Wu had a very special domain. It was like a chain or a ribbon that connected his body invisibly, causing him to be unable to escape back to the grimoire world. He was forced to fight with him until the end. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you. Yu Yang slowly used Nirvana Flame to condense a blazing armor. At the same time, he chanted heaven runes, continuously strengthening his body and increasing his strength and agility. Against a strong opponent, Yu Yang had never given up on a battle in his entire life, nor had he ever admitted defeat. The word surrender had never existed in Yu Yang's life before. He would rather die in battle than to surrender. Perhaps, surrendering would allow him to live a better life. However, as a man, if he had to kneel down, beg for mercy and use his dignity to exchange for his life, he would rather die a heroic death in battle. The people that Yu Yang despised the most in his life were traitors who surrendered. Before he was transported to this world, he despised those traitors who only knew how to talk on paper and act righteously on the surface, but would actually surrender to the enemy at the most crucial moment. There was a famous saying, scholars fight to be the first to surrender to the enemy, widows keep their chastity without hesitation. It could describe these sanctimonious people's true colors. Instead of being a coward for the rest of his life, he would rather be a hero, even if it was only for a few minutes. If he had to choose, Yu Yang would choose to run away. Because running away was just to avoid the enemy's attack, it was not a complete abandonment of the battle, nor was it a surrender. Yu Yang would rather die than to surrender and abandon his dignity to kneel down and beg for mercy. Because of the existence of the golden giant Ming Ri Wu's chain domain, Yu Yang gave up on the idea of escaping back to the grimoire world. Instead, he became more determined to fight to the death. If you don't surrender, you will die. The golden giant was different from Xiaofei. Although he had the upper hand, he was still very cautious towards Yu Yang. He even had a feeling that if this brat did not die, he would become the new generation's prison emperor in the future when he grew up. Humans grew very fast, he would definitely not let this young man leave the prison emperor divine palace alive. The old dragon turtle looked at Yu Yang and shook his head with all his might. Fight to the death, fight to the end. Yu Yang guessed that this old fellow still had some way to let him safely escape back to the grimoire world. However, the pride of a strong rancor caused him to have an unprecedented fighting intent. A wave of fighting intent exploded from the bottom of his heart and rushed out from his dantian. The fighting intent in his heart and the nirvana flame combined and burned fiercely. Yu Yang's body and soul were all improving crazily. The golden giant realized that not only was the brat's confidence not destroyed by him, the brat's confidence was also rising. Crazy fighting spirit combined with blazing energy. Soundless, but shaped like a volcano. From being unable to catch up with him at first, he was gradually being overtaken by his opponent. What was worse was that this brat's face was glowing faintly. It was obviously a sign that he was about to break through to a new realm. He must not be allowed to continue growing. He must be killed before he matured. The golden giant crossed his arms in front of his chest and roared. The shockwave, which was comparable to the explosion of the sun, spread out. Even Xiaofei, who had just recovered from his serious injuries, was blown away. Luther and Bao Wen, who were still in their half-human, half-soul state, hurriedly hid, not daring to face this destructive force head-on. At this moment, the golden giant's strength increased by 10 times. Behind him, a gigantic heaven rune totem appeared. The totem was a blazing sun and in the middle was a golden tiger. It looked like it was alive. It roared soundlessly, but its might shook the heavens and earth. Punch! The punch was like a meteor as it flew towards Yu Yang. The old dragon turtle risked his life and raised his turtle-shaped shield, blocking in front of Yu Yang. Boom, a loud sound was heard. The turtle-shaped shield was destroyed by the golden giant's punch. Not only that, even the old dragon turtle's sturdy tortoiseshell was punched through by the punch. The punch burst out from the old dragon turtle's chest and brushed past Yu Yang's face. It shot towards the stone pillars of the palace, leaving a deep fist mark on them. "You're courting death." The golden giant Ming Ri Wu turned around and kicked the old dragon turtle who was vomiting blood. The old dragon turtle's body crashed into the rubble with a boom. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The punch brushed past Yu Yang's face, leaving a shallow wound. Fresh blood flowed out uncontrollably. The second punch arrived in a blink of an eye. The golden giant Ming Ri Wu did not give Yu Yang any chance to breathe. He swore to kill this young human that he was secretly worried about. No matter what, he would never let the human race have a second prison emperor. Howl, 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 howl. Yu Yang, who had gone berserk in silence, let out an earth-shattering roar. His eyes were as red as a demon's. When the destructive golden fist appeared in front of him, Yu Yang did not choose to dodge. Instead, he shouted and raised his fist to meet the attack head-on. The two fists, regardless of size or strength, were on completely different levels, collided head-on. After more than 2 seconds, the golden giant Ming Ri Wu's fist aura finally defeated the berserk Yu Yang. The shockwave exploded, and Yu Yang, who was sent flying, shot into the first great hall like a shooting star. He flew for 100 meters, smashing through a huge pillar, but he did not stop there. In the end, he smashed into the wall of the first great hall, and the wall collapsed, burying him inside. The entire first great hall shook, and the terrifying sound of the crash caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. Even someone as strong as the golden giant Ming Ri Wu was forced to take a step back by Yu Yang's counterattack. This caused him to be extremely shocked. A human innate level 3 warrior could actually force him, a level 9 innate, to retreat? "You guys, go and kill him." Ming Ri Wu moved his fist slightly. It seemed like he was feeling a little uncomfortable after exchanging blows with Yu Yang just now. Luckily this brat had not matured, otherwise he would definitely not be weaker than the prison emperor. "Master Ming Ri Wu, could it be that that brat is not dead yet?" Xianxia was shocked. How could such a terrifying punch not be able to kill a human innate level 3 warrior? Ming Ri Wu's golden face did not show any expression, but a huge wave was set off in his heart. Again. Yao Yao let out an angry roar. It was 10 times faster than a shooting star. Even someone as strong as innate level 6 Xianxia couldn't see clearly who was flying towards him at such a fast speed. The golden giant Ming Ri Wu was able to react, but he couldn't dodge this extremely fast attack. Relying on his strong premonition as a warrior, he blocked his face with his left hand and immediately counterattacked with his right fist. A fist that was burning with nirvana flame fiercely hit his left palm. If he didn't block it in time, this punch would have hit Ming Ri Wu's left eye. Ming Ri Wu felt a chill in his heart. He punched the person who was flying towards him at an even faster speed. At this moment, Xianxia finally reacted. He shouted in shock, "That brat is really still alive, he didn't die." Ming Ri Wu snorted lightly, "Nonsense." His left hand was burning with nirvana flame for a very long time. This was something that Yu Yang couldn't do before. Although Yu Yang could control nirvana flame, it was limited against those who were stronger than him. With this punch, the nirvana flame seemed to be able to unleash its true power. Even Ming Ri Wu's left hand was burning non-stop. It wasn't just a light burn like before. This was a type of nirvana flame that was extremely powerful and impossible to defend against. Only the Phoenix Sisters could use it. Could it be that the Phoenix Sisters had come out, in the first hall, among the rubble? A man whose clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood stood up. It was Yu Yang. He tore off the tattered clothes on his body and spat out the blood from his mouth. On his body, dark golden ancient runes appeared. Gold and silver heaven runes surrounded his body and formed a new rune pattern, faintly forming a rune battle armor. However, the coldest thing was definitely the nirvana flame that was burning on both of Yu Yang's arms. This kind of nirvana flame seemed to have been reborn. It was even redder and more energetic than before. It burned fiercely on Yu Yang's body and came out of his body, merging with Yu Yang's body. Seeing that his opponent didn't die and had even comprehended the true power of Nirvana Flame during the battle, Ming Riwu's expression immediately changed. This kind of opponent was what he desired and hated at the same time. As a strong warrior, he had always longed for a strong opponent. This was because a strong opponent could stimulate him and allow him to improve quickly in battle. However, a strong opponent who was much more powerful than him in terms of comprehension was the most hateful. Again. The Nirvana Flame on Yu Yang's body exploded crazily. His entire body was like a fire Qilin as he pounced towards his opponent. This was what he learned from the Qilin girl. Yu Yang didn't know if it was effective. Right now, he was only relying on his instincts and the unyielding will in his heart to fight. The golden giant Ming Riwu didn't dare to use his left hand that had just extinguished his Nirvana Flame to block his opponent again. The injuries on his hand had not recovered yet. He stretched out his right hand and used a heavy palm to block Yu Yang's huge fist in front of his body. With his feet, he used a sinister front kick. For the third time, Yu Yang was sent flying. Xianxia was dumbfounded. A human that couldn't be killed? He had never seen such a thing before. If it was another human warrior, forget about innate level 3, even if it was innate level 6 or innate level 7, after receiving such a fatal blow from Master Ming Riwu, they would have died on the ground. However, this brat could still counterattack time and time again. When Xianxia saw the Nirvana Flame on Ming Riwu's right hand that was burning his skin and flesh, he couldn't help but shiver. Could it be that even Master Ming Riwu couldn't resist the power of the Nirvana Flame? Such a hateful brat. The golden giant Ming Riwu realized that in the first hall, Yu Yang, whose body was burning with Nirvana Flame, was walking out step by step. His serious injuries were quickly healed under the rebirth of the Nirvana Flame. He knew that this brat had just comprehended the Nirvana heart and had completely merged with the Nirvana Flame. His body was in a Nirvana state. Before all of his energy was used up, it was impossible to kill him with a punch. This was because the current him already had the ability to be reborn from the ashes. The golden giant Ming Riwu turned around, as if he was preparing to leave. When Xianxia saw this, he shouted in shock, "Master, are you going back to the third hall to rest?" Ming Riwu snorted, "The current him can't be killed with a punch. If he continues to fight, it will be a waste of energy. However, it's not easy to maintain the Nirvana state of merging with the Nirvana Flame. Right now, he only has fighting spirit, anger, and his body has just started to harmonize with the Nirvana Flame. Once he dispels the Nirvana state, you can easily kill him. Without me supporting him to fight, his fighting spirit and anger will quickly disappear. I'll leave him to you." His body flashed with a light that was even more intense than the sun. A giant rune totem shone under his feet. Yu Yang shot towards him like a shooting star. His fist that was burning with Nirvana Flame was like a long fire dragon as he punched towards Ming Riwu's head. Whoosh! His punch missed. Ming Riwu's afterimage disappeared. A second later, he appeared in the third hall high up in the sky. With a flash of light, he finally disappeared. Just like what he had said, once Yu Yang lost his target, his fighting spirit and anger would no longer be able to maintain the Nirvana state. His extremely exhausted mind could no longer support the exhaustion of his body as he fell to the ground with a boom. Xianxia looked at Yu Yang and suddenly swallowed his saliva. Now, his chance had come. Kill this brat? Achieve a feat that even Master Ming Riwu could not do. If Yu Yang was not unconscious, Xianxia would not provoke him easily. After all, even Ming Riwu could not take him down. But now, Yu Yang did not have any strength to resist at all. He had already fainted from the bitter battle. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. This kind of opportunity was really hard to come by. I advise you not to have any ideas on him. The old dragon turtle suddenly sat up from the ground. He was actually not dead yet. With just you, old turtle? Xianxia was shocked at first, but then he immediately laughed out loud. If you have never heard of body and soul self-explosion, then give it a try. The old dragon turtle wiped the blood stains from his mouth. Using his walking stick, his body trembled as he stood up again. If Yu Yang had not fainted, he would definitely shout at the old dragon. "Turtle, are you a cockroach?" Otherwise, he would say, "This fellow is not a turtle, this fellow is a cockroach, this fellow is really a cockroach." Of course, Xianxia had heard of body and soul self-explosion before. This kind of terrifying self-explosion was a taboo technique in the heaven realm. Body and soul self-explosion was a technique that sacrificed everything, including the body and soul, to explode against the enemy. This way, the power of the explosion would be increased by 100 times. During the process of self-explosion, external forces could not stop it. Even if the self-explosion victim's body was completely destroyed, it would not be able to stop the self-explosion. The most terrifying thing was, once the self-explosion was successful, the person who was killed, no matter if it was the self-explosion victim or the target, would disappear from the world forever. They would never be able to revive using any kind of power. They would not even be able to hibernate and recover as a soul. This kind of self-explosion completely represented destruction, eternal destruction. It was the same as the world exterminating wheel or nirvana flame that could completely kill an enemy. The only difference was that it required the self-explosion to sacrifice oneself. Xianxia did not think that he had the ability to defend against the old dragon turtle's self-explosion. However, he still had some doubts. This kind of heaven realm taboo, would the old dragon turtle who had never been to the heaven realm really know about it? However, the old dragon turtle's expression was unquestionable. I have already said, I am already tired of living. When Xianxia saw the old fellow drawing the body and soul self-explosion heaven rune pattern, he immediately rushed to the sky and escaped with a speed that he had never seen before. Body and soul self-explosion? Only an idiot would self-explode with him. At most in 100 years, the two great leaders would be able to break the prison emperor god's seal and return to the heaven realm. Who would want to self-explode with him at this time? The old dragon turtle didn't really self-destruct. He returned to his original form and turned into a huge dragon turtle. He retracted his head and limbs and quietly stopped moving. The heaven realm rune circle that activated self-destruct was still flickering faintly behind his back. As the old dragon turtle fell into a deep sleep, the rune circle also slowly disappeared. Xianxia looked down from the sky and really wanted to throw an energy ball to kill this old dragon turtle. But after thinking that self-destruct would cause a backlash, he gave up and quickly flew to the second hall to stay away from this old dragon turtle who didn't care about his life. Anyway, after 100 years, the two great leaders would be able to break the prison emperor divine palace's seal. At that time, they could return to heaven realm in peace. There was no need to fight with their lives on the line. They had already endured for 6,000 years, couldn't they endure for another 100 years? Yu Yang, who was lying on the ground, had already been brought back to the grimoire world by little Winli. When the girls saw that he had returned safely, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Impatience fainted after being defeated previously made them extremely nervous, but Yu Yang refused to let them fight. Yu Bing was so scared that she almost cried. Her eyes were red, but she was afraid that tears would bring bad luck, so she tried her best to hold them back. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others endured the pain and comforted her gently. Now, seeing that Yu Yang had returned safely, even the strong Shui Wuxia quickly wiped away the tears that were secretly rolling down her cheeks. Ever since he returned to the grimoire world, Yu Yang had been in a deep sleep. At first, the girls thought that he was mentally exhausted. Only when Impatience woke up did they know that he was in a nirvana state of meditation. They didn't know when he would wake up from his nirvana state and be reborn. In the dream realm, the big loli sat opposite Yu Yang. This was the first time she sat quietly with Yu Yang instead of forcing him to train. The big loli seemed to want to comfort Yu Yang, but she also seemed to want to give him some pointers. She seemed to be hinting at something. Just like that, she quietly sat opposite him, not saying a word. Yu Yang was a little puzzled. What was the big loli trying to imply? Was it to enlighten him to comprehend the 6th level of innate invisible sword chi? Or was he going to teach him a new technique? However, the big loli did not say anything and just sat quietly. Yu Yang had no choice but to sit down and look at her. He suppressed the anxiety in his heart and secretly observed her movements. After sitting quietly for a long time and waiting for Yu Yang's mind to turn from chaos to calmness, the big loli nodded at him. Yu Yang was stunned. What does the loli mean? Suddenly, thousands of colorful lights flashed. The heavenly sword goddess appeared. Her appearance surprised Yu Yang even more. One must know that the heavenly sword goddess rarely appeared. Even if she appeared, she would not speak. She was always elusive. The heavenly sword goddess waved her jade-like hand, and a heavenly chirp rang out. In the dream realm, a pair of dazzling golden immortal phoenixes appeared. The Nirvana flame pillar rose up and soared into the sky, scattering thousands of heavenly flames. Then, they condensed into a gigantic fire phoenix and shot towards the ground. The heavenly phoenix spiraled, and at the same time, the fire phoenix formed by the Nirvana flame descended. Gradually, they became two cute little girls, even younger than Shuang. Their snow-white hands wore silver bells on each side, and on their necks hung a bright red dudu, which was embroidered with a phoenix. The Phoenix sisters were barefooted, floating in the air. They were very obedient, like little adults, bowing to the heavenly sword goddess. Yu Yang was enlightened. As expected, the Phoenix sisters knew the heavenly sword goddess. Maybe it was the phoenix egg in the Qianquan pouch, and the heavenly sword goddess used some method to hatch it. From the looks of it, there should be more treasures in the Qianquan pouch. Unfortunately, he could not use them now. The heavenly sword goddess pointed her lily-white hands at Yu Yang, and a colorful light shot towards him. Yu Yang did not even have time to react, and was hit by the colorful light. Although he could not move his body, his mind was abnormally clear. He realized that the Phoenix sisters rode on the fire phoenix and entered his body. Following that, a brand new nirvana enlightenment emerged in his heart. After an unknown period of time, Yu Yang was completely enlightened from the nirvana state. His whole body felt like it was breaking out of a cocoon and being reborn. His whole body, there was no place that was not comfortable. Only now did Yu Yang understand what he had done wrong. He had always believed that the pursuit of higher realms and greater strength was his cultivation goal. However, after this new realization, he realized that his understanding was too limited. This was no different from a normal warrior. A true ranker should be able to go from the lowest to the highest, from the smallest to the largest, omnipotent, and control everything in their hands. Blindly pursuing a higher realm and abandoning what he had learned before was equivalent to abandoning the foundation that he had painstakingly built. It was like a giant who could only see far away, but could not see what was beneath his feet. A true ranker should be able to see far away like a giant. If he wanted to see what was beneath his feet, he would be a normal person. If he wanted to see even smaller, he would be an ant, or even smaller existence. Only by doing so, could he control everything. Yu Yang realized that he was lacking. In an instant, he felt that he was extremely insignificant. Compared to the old Taoist priest and the heavenly sword goddess, he was such a weak existence. However, the old Taoist priest and the heavenly sword goddess did not ignore him. Instead, they placed their hearts at the same level as him, talked to him, communicated with him, or even guided him to improve. This was a true ranker. If he was as strong as the old Taoist priest and the heavenly sword goddess, would he still be able to do this? If he could not, could he really reach the same realm as the old Taoist priest? Obviously, that was impossible. It was precisely because his state of mind was all-encompassing, from the lowest to the highest, from the smallest to the largest, from the weakest to the strongest. Everything, even the world, was within his grasp. This was why he was at the same level as the old Taoist priest. When he was able to do this, he would be able to reach the same realm as the old Taoist priest. Thank you, I understand. I will start training from the beginning again in the future. Yu Yang bowed respectfully towards the heavenly sword goddess who had enlightened him. This was the first time he had bowed to her, and it was also the first time he had bowed to her so seriously and respectfully. The heavenly sword goddess seemed to smile. She did not say anything, but between her eyebrows, there seemed to be a kind of joy that a child could be taught. The big loli and the Phoenix sisters bowed in unison. Yu Yang bowed towards the three big and small loli again. After they returned his greeting, he got into a stance and slowly started training the first level of the innate invisible sword chi. Right now, training from the beginning suddenly gave Yu Yang a completely different feeling. The feeling of training from the beginning was like opening a door, allowing him to walk out of the house. In the past, it was like being trapped in the house and looking at the courtyard outside the window. Although he could see a lot of scenery, it was completely different when he walked out of the door, into the garden and out on the road. The big loli stepped forward and trained together with Yu Yang. The Phoenix sisters rode on the huge fire phoenix and circled around their bodies. The first level, the second level, the third level, the more Yu Yang trained, the more he felt the profoundness of the innate invisible sword chi. From time to time, a new feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. The sword chi that he trained gradually had a qualitative and quantitative change. In the end, as Yu Yang comprehended it, the entire sword art obtained a new life. Gradually, Yu Yang was able to use the seven-colored sword chi like the big loli. The original golden sword chi became richer, turning into flame-like red, gem-like green, ocean-like blue, and finally red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. It was all there was, and it could be unleashed at will. According to the sword style and energy, the colors produced by the sword chi were also different, and the energy of the sword chi was also different. The sword chi that was originally only able to shoot a meter or so had now reached more than 2 meters. At the same time, he still had energy to spare. Yu Yang could even control the sword chi to form an arc, a snake, a spiral. When he trained to the 5th level, he could do it as he pleased. The big loli did not seem to have the intention to help Yu Yang rush to the 6th level. When he reached the 5th level, she slowly stopped and bowed to Yu Yang, then disappeared. The Phoenix sisters rode on the fire phoenix and dove down. Finally, they merged into Yu Yang's body and officially returned. In the grimoire world, Yu Yang, who had slept for 3 days and 3 nights, was glowing faintly. The girls estimated that Yu Yang would wake up soon after his breakthrough. They were not anxious and waited quietly. Until Yu Bing saw a nirvana flame pillar burning on her brother's body and heard the heavenly cry that shook the whole grimoire world, she then realized that Yu Yang had already completed his training in the half-nirvana state and was about to wake up. Without waiting for Yu Bing to call out, the girls rushed in hurriedly. When Yu Yang opened his eyes, the whole grimoire world trembled. As the master's realm increased, everything in the grimoire world changed continuously. The sky seemed to have become higher and deeper. The earth, unknowingly, had expanded a circle. The mountains did not change much, but the surface of the earth, the flowers and trees, were all growing at an astonishing rate. The grass on the originally barren land had quietly turned green. Unknown wildflowers bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The planted trees were even more green and some were even blooming and bearing fruit. The girls did not have time to care about those changes. They all surrounded Yu Yang and looked deeply at the most important man in their hearts. Yu Yang opened his eyes, a kaleidoscope-like splendor lingered in his eyes for a long time. Then, a whirlpool-like light appeared and absorbed all the splendor. In the end, his eyes returned to their original state. They were as clear as before. However, the girls all felt that the current Yu Yang had changed a lot from before. The current him had a feeling that made people look up to him. Even the impatience had this strange illusion in her heart. Fortunately, this state did not last long and quickly disappeared. Yu Yang's eyes returned to normal. From blurry to clear, he looked at the girls' faces one by one. Then, he touched his head and asked a little embarrassedly, how long did I sleep? I feel that my bones are numb, as if I slept for a few years. Don't tell me that I really slept for a few years? How could it be? It's only been 3 days. Princess Sisai pretended to be relaxed and snorted lightly. Your body has completely gone through nirvana rebirth? The impatience had the best eyesight. With one look, she could see that Yu Yang was completely different from before. I just slept for a while. Naturally, Yu Yang could not tell them about the heavenly sword goddess. He felt that his body was a little uncomfortable after sleeping for a long time. There was a feeling that he was too energetic. He wanted to get up and move his muscles and bones. In the end, when he stood up, he lost control and soared into the sky, crashing through the roof and flying tens of meters into the air. Just as he wanted to descend, there was another rumble and he fell like a meteor, crushing the obsidian floor that the girls had painstakingly laid. The girls were sweating profusely. This brat became a raging bull after a night's sleep, the impatience frowned. She felt that Yu Yang's mutation was not simple. This was because it was similar to the signs of him losing control when he was innate level 1. However, the current him was already used to innate level 1. What did this mean? He had recultivated to the innate realm? And he had completely surpassed the original innate level 1? Try punching me. The impatience decided to verify the guess in her heart. Really? Yu Yang followed his old habits and gathered all his strength. throwing a punch towards the impatiens. A loud rumble sounded. The impatiens, who could easily take on Yu Yang's full strength with one hand, was actually sent flying by Yu Yang's punch. Impatiens couldn't believe it. She raised both her hands and was shocked to find that the bones of her left pinky had actually been cracked by Yu Yang's punch. A level 1 innate would definitely not be able to do this. Even if it was a level 6 innate ranker, if he did not use all his life force for the last attack, it would be impossible to crack her finger bones. Furthermore, she was no longer a level 9 innate but a level 10 innate. A level 10 innate could be injured by a level 1 innate. If this was said out loud, no one in the world would believe it. However, this was the truth. Could it be that Yu Yang's innate level 1 after his Nirvana rebirth was equivalent to someone else's level 6 innate? When he leveled up again and reached the original innate level 3, wouldn't he be able to catch up to a level 9 innate, or even catch up to her, who was a level 10 innate? You're injured? Yu Yang's reaction was even more incredulous. He could actually injure impatiens? If he had used innate sword chi, Nirvana flame or world exterminating wheel, then it would still be alright. However, with just his strength, he could crack her finger bones. After going through the heavenly sword goddess's guidance, could it be that he had reached such an abnormal realm? If that was really the case, and he met Ming Rihao again. If they fought again, the results would probably be completely different, right? Impatiens couldn't care about healing her injuries. She stretched out her hand, as fast as lightning, and grabbed Yu Yang's arm. She stared at him fiercely with her beautiful eyes. Tell me your realizations immediately, I want to learn. She suddenly realized that all levels were useless. Only people like Yu Yang, who had powers that surpassed their levels, could be considered a true ranker. Just think about it, if she was a level 1 innate and could be compared to a level 6 innate, a level 3 innate and a level 9 innate. When she reached level 9 innate and reached level 10 innate, what kind of concept would that be? Even if she wasn't as strong as the abnormal Yu Yang, even if she was slightly weaker than him, it would still be terrifying enough. Previously, Impatiens already felt that Yu Yang's attack power was different from others. However, she never would have thought that once he went through Nirvana rebirth, he would immediately rise to a new realm. If this were to continue, he would easily catch up to her and even surpass her. Nonsense, who would tell you? Yu Yang was extremely happy that this impatience had finally fallen for him. However, on the surface, he pretended to have an expression of "I'm not very familiar with you. Just wait and see." Impatiens naturally understood that this brat wanted to take advantage of her. If it wasn't for Shui Wuxia and Yu Bing watching, she would definitely use her charm, inherent skill to seduce this brat. However, since Shui Wuxia and the others were here, Impatiens decided to wait for a while. Anyway, this brat wouldn't be able to escape from her palm. With his perverted appearance, how could she not be able to take him down? I'm not dreaming, right? Princess Sisai still couldn't believe that Yu Yang had sent Impatiens flying with a punch just now. We already know about the situation in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Now, what we need to do is to train. Shui Wuxia saw that after Yu Yang went through Nirvana rebirth, no matter if it was his spirit, realm or strength, all of them had increased greatly. He was completely different from before. Shui Wuxia's heart was filled with hope. Looks like the prison Emperor Divine Palace really had a chance to pass. The only problem was that they had to obtain the prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal before the two great leaders of Heaven Realm awakened. Although Impatiens didn't find any traces of the two great leaders of Heaven Realm, Shui Wuxia believed that they definitely wouldn't wait for too long before they made their move. If they were still sealed, they would be able to wake up in no time. What Yu Yang and the others had to do was to race against time with them. Right now, no matter if it was his body, state of mind or strength, Yu Yang had gone through Nirvana rebirth. Would he be able to stop the two great leaders of Heaven Realm from awakening in time? Shui Wuxia looked at Yu Yang's handsome face that was glowing with health and vigor. Her confidence increased by 100 times. He definitely could. Because he was Yu Yang, he was different from the rest. After training hard in the grimoire world for a month, Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and the others had different levels of improvement. The one who benefited the most was none other than Impatiens. She was originally an innate level 10, but under Yu Yang's body fusion, she had miraculously regressed to innate level 9. Her level had regressed, but her strength had not regressed. This meant that when she reached innate level 10 again, it would be a whole new level. Although the body fusion duration was very short, and it was still a distance away from Impatience's greatest expectations, if other innates saw it, they would probably be burning with jealousy. Impatience was also secretly happy. It would be best if she dropped to innate level 8, or even innate level 7, then she would be even more terrifying when she leveled up. Of course, recultivating wasn't something that could be done in a day. Without Yu Yang's help, recultivating wouldn't have the same effect as being reborn. Impatience was originally very strong, and had a higher level of understanding. It was normal for her to benefit the most from body fusion with Yu Yang. Furthermore, other than Sickly Beauty and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, she was the one who was most willing to do body fusion with Yu Yang. During the training period, other than the last stage, she would follow almost any posture and method, no different from a wife. If the girls weren't secretly monitoring him, Yu Yang would probably have no problem pushing her down. It was a pity that Xue Wuxia and Princess Sisai were all there. Yu Yang still acted like an obedient child on the surface, resisting the temptation in his heart. He didn't pretend to be real, but often reached out his wolfy hands and secretly groped Impatience's snow-white body. Regarding this, Impatience would definitely pretend not to know when they were training, but if it was during normal times, Impatience would purposely moan seductively. Yu Yang was thick-skinned and would not feel ashamed because of this. Even if Xianxia and the others were to look at him, he would not easily withdraw his hand. Of course, he would still put on an honest look of "I'm a gentleman who would never steal food." Actually, not only Impatience, but other girls were already used to Yu Yang's wolfish behavior. Only Yu cared about her identity as his sister. She would never allow Yu Yang to touch her. In the past, she also knew that only couples or lovers could practice body fusion. At first, she didn't really reject it and pretended that she didn't know. However, as Impatience often publicly pulled Yu Yang to practice, she gradually refused to let Yu Yang touch her hand, let alone her body. Because of this, Yu Yu's improvement was the slowest among the girls. Yu Bing was different, she had no distractions. She didn't think that there was anything wrong with the way her brother and her trained. On the contrary, when she saw everyone else training like this, she never doubted it. She didn't understand the relationship between men and women, and she didn't think about it either. When she trained with Yu Yang, she was always the most cooperative. She was born to be in perfect harmony with her brother. When she trained, she would completely let her brother handle her body. She would muddle-headedly circulate her innate qi, not thinking about anything else. Other than being obedient and well-behaved, the little girl was also the one that Yu Yang spent the most time and effort to nurture. No matter what he did, he would always prioritize her. Originally, Yu Yang wanted to help her reach innate as soon as possible. After receiving the Heavenly Sword Goddess's guidance, Yu Yang understood the true meaning of innate. He was no longer in a hurry to raise Yu Bing's realm. He decided to slowly build her foundation. The deeper her foundation was, the more beneficial it would be for her future growth. It was the same for Xue Wuxia and Princess Sisai. They could have broken through innate long ago, but they kept on training, not in a hurry to reach innate. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who had the potential to reach innate level 2, also continued to train at innate level 1. The girls didn't level up, but their abilities soared. Impatience was secretly shocked when she saw their speed of improvement. If this goes on, in less than 10 years, there would be a few powerful innates born among the humans. This kind of qualitative change was far greater than other people's quantitative change. Furthermore, the quantitative change brought about by body fusion was also 100 times faster than other people's. Impatience felt that the innate alliance in the lower levels of Tong Tian Tower or the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower wouldn't be able to accommodate Yu Yang, the abnormal boy. Only a wider sky and a bigger world would be the place for him to show off his abilities. Other than Yu Bing, Inan also improved rapidly. In the past, Yu Yang didn't help her much in training her mental power. Now that Yu Yang had achieved nirvana rebirth and understood the true meaning of innate, he had a huge breakthrough in his mental power. Inan had received a great enlightenment. She didn't even need to fumble around, she only needed to follow Yu Yang's footsteps and train according to his understanding. On this day, after Xue Wuxia finished training, she looked for Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers to discuss whether they should continue to challenge the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Yu Yang's mind was also stirred. He felt that he should go out and fight with Ming Rihao again. Impatience agreed readily. She had even planned an assassination plan with Yu Yang. Their target was Ming Riwu, because the person who injured her that day was Ming Riwu. ****** Prison Emperor Divine Palace. I'm finally out. Yu Yang came out of the grimoire world and realized that the old dragon turtle was sleeping. The heaven rune circle on his back was about to explode. When he looked carefully, he was shocked. Luckily the old dragon turtle didn't really self-destruct. Otherwise, he would really owe him a life. Yu Yang returned to the first hall and realized that most of the Heaven Realm warriors sealed in the crystal pillars were dim. There were even a dozen of them that had disappeared. What was going on? Just as he was wondering, suddenly, a golden star fell from the sky. The person who came stopped in front of Yu Yang. He was the golden giant that was 10 meters tall, Ming Riwu. Come at me, let's fight again. Yu Yang, who had experienced Nirvana rebirth, now had some confidence to challenge Ming Riwu. He might not be able to defeat him, but he wouldn't be defeated like that day. With Impatience's sneak attack, he might even suffer a huge loss. If he didn't have any friends to help him, he might even be killed on the spot. Wait. Ming Riwu waved his hand lightly. I don't want to fight with you. Eh? Yu Yang was curious. He didn't want to fight? Could it be that he wanted to surrender? Our fight is completely meaningless. You are not the prison emperor's descendant, nor are you his successor. As for me, I am also not the prison emperor's enemy. I was only deceived by my companions. I thought that the human realm warriors were preparing to invade the heaven realm, so I came down from the heaven realm to eliminate the enemy. I was really too young at that time. I had great strength and a strong sense of justice. I came down from the heaven realm to fight with the prison emperor. Even though I didn't know him, I still fought a bloody battle. Now that I think about it, I was really muddle-headed. 6,000 years have passed, I have thought a lot. Especially after you appeared, I have been thinking, why do I have to continue the mistake I made 6,000 years ago? Humans have never thought of invading the heaven realm, why must I become enemies with humans? Ming Riwu's words made Yu Yang shocked. Did this guy eat the wrong medicine? You mean you don't want to fight anymore? Let us successfully obtain the Prison Emperor Divine Staff? Don't tell me that you don't know that I came here for the Prison Emperor Divine Staff. Yu Yang thought to himself, I really want to see what kind of tricks this guy is up to. Of course I know, but it will be very difficult for you to obtain the Prison Emperor Divine Staff. Firstly, even if you obtain it, you won't be able to use it, because you don't have the Prison Emperor's bloodline, so you won't be able to inherit his legacy. Secondly, you know that the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and the Prison Emperor Divine Seal are divine equipment used to seal the two great leaders. If you touch them, they will come out. Even if they don't come out, there are still two innate level 10 Fengshenshi and Leishenshi. How can you pass through the third palace hall? Ming Riwu shook his head slightly. If we can't do it, then why are you looking for me? Yu Yang didn't think that this guy had nothing better to do. Cooperate. Ming Riwu's words were very simple. Cooperate? Did I hear wrongly? Yu Yang's expression was extremely shocked. Could a human and a tiger cooperate to solve the problem of food and clothing? Nonsense, unless one was an idiot, he would know that it was impossible. Ming Riwu's suggestion to cooperate was really out of Yu Yang's expectations. However, Yu Yang didn't reject his request immediately. He decided to listen to what this man-eating tiger was going to say. Yu Yang was 100% sure that no matter what Ming Riwu said, he would definitely not believe him. However, his curiosity made him want to gossip. He wanted to listen to this guy's conditions for cooperation. Ming Riwu seemed to be very confident in convincing Yu Yang. Before you came, the two great leaders only needed 100 years to escape. This was because we came from 3 different powers. Other than the 2 of them, people like me who came from a 3rd power would probably become a sacrifice for them to recover their powers. When Yu Yang heard this, he nodded his head. Yeah, please allow me to represent the human race to express our sympathy for the misfortune that you are about to encounter. Ming Riwu was almost shocked to death by Yu Yang's words. Fortunately, he was calm enough and continued to explain, actually, not only us, you guys are also facing the same predicament. Because of your appearance, the two great leaders felt a sense of danger. When they were in hibernation, they ordered Feng Xianxia and Lei Xianxia to move all the Heaven Realm warriors who were in hibernation and unable to resist to the third hall, or use the soul-sucking pearl. Everyone became their target to absorb energy. Didn't you see that many Heaven Realm warriors had died in just a month? Many of the crystal pillar seals have become dim, which proves that the lives sealed inside have already disappeared. Yu Yang nodded his head again and said seriously, with regards to the two great leaders' atrocities, we humans express our strong protest and condemnation. Ming Riwu almost fell to the ground. He waved his hands dizzily. You should be more serious. If the two great leaders wake up, I think you guys will be fine, but you guys will definitely die. Even if you hide in the grimoire world and this prison Emperor Divine Palace collapses, you guys will be sealed here forever, unable to leave. Since you will be fine, why are you so concerned about our safety? Yu Yang asked curiously. No, because I have a sister. Ming Riwu's expression was slightly sad. She is still in hibernation. Although she has not been absorbed yet, I think she won't be able to last more than a month before completely disappearing. Your sister is called Ming Rihua? Yu Yang was shocked. He thought that it was fine for him to travel to another world, but he couldn't possibly meet someone he knew right. Her name is Ming Yuguang. When Ming Riwu saw this brat's expression, he knew that the name Ming Rihua wasn't a good one. Of course, no matter how smart he was, he wouldn't have thought that Ming Rihua was an outstanding actress in some Japanese romance movie. Other than Sister Lan, Sora, Matsushima, and other famous people, Yu Yang also knew Ming Rihua, the F-ranked female warrior with big breasts. Alright, a F-ranked female warrior with big breasts is in trouble. As a man, I can't just sit and do nothing. Yu Yang decided to cooperate with Ming Riwu. Everything was for the legendary Ming Rihua. No, it was Ming Rihua. I can only fight against Feng Xianxia and Lei Xianxia. I will leave the other one to you. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow at this time I will be waiting for you here. I will tell you the weakness of Feng Xianxia and Lei Xianxia. After we succeed, my sister and the Heaven Realm warriors will leave forever. We will no longer be enemies with humans. Furthermore, we will help you to seal the two great leaders again. Only my sister knows about this, because she is the Heaven Realm sealing goddess. After Ming Riwu finished, he didn't give Yu Yang a chance to reject. He turned into a golden star and shot towards the sky. In the end, he disappeared without a trace. When Yu Yang waited for him to leave, his expression darkened. This situation was really out of his expectations. What should he do next? Should he really cooperate with Ming Riwu? He would probably be swallowed whole by this guy who was even scarier than a man-eating tiger. But cooperating with this guy seemed to be an opportunity. When Yu Yang was thinking hard, a shadow suddenly appeared in the first hall. It was quietly approaching him. Yu Yang turned his head and saw that the person who was quietly approaching him was actually the leader of the monster guys, Ngo. The current him was not as mighty as before. Ngo looked to be in a sorry state. His wings were badly damaged and only a few feathers were left. His golden hair was burnt and his originally mighty face was now filled with a few shocking scars. Most importantly, Ngo, who was originally an innate level 1, was now far weaker than an innate. According to the standards of human warriors, Ngo should only have the strength of a level 7 overlord. It had only been a month. How did this guy become like this? When Yu Yang saw this, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Of course, since the person who came was an enemy. He raised his hand. Killing an innate level 1 or a normal level 7 was also the same. Yu Yang didn't care about the level of the enemy he wanted to kill. No, don't kill me. I am Ngo. I have already recovered my memory. Believe me, my information will be useful to you. The monster guy's leader Ngo introduced himself with a little fear. He knew what kind of person Yu Yang was, a killer who killed without batting an eye. Following that, he said something that made Yu Yang secretly shocked. The information Ngo said was really too shocking. Yu Yang looked indifferent on the surface, but he was actually very shocked in his heart. To him, Ng's information was very timely. With this information, he could turn the tables on Ming Riwu and take the initiative. The monster guy Ng's intention was to rely on his enemy, Yu Yang. because he was about to lose his life. An ant like him could only become a sacrifice for the two great leaders to absorb energy and recover their real bodies. Engu was obviously not willing to become a sacrifice, especially since he had recovered his memory. He longed to return to the heaven realm. However, other than his enemy, Yu Yang, he didn't have a second choice. The monster guy Engu secretly relying on Yu Yang seemed to be the enemy's plot and trap. However, in Yu Yang's heart, he had a strange feeling that this was real. He originally had this kind of strange feeling, but it was very weak. After Yu Yang's nirvana rebirth, this kind of strange feeling had greatly strengthened. Therefore, even though he didn't have the 6 records inherent skill, with this kind of strange feeling, he could easily judge that what the monster man Engu said was undoubtedly the truth. Angor had no other choice but to defect at the last minute. This was because he was like a small shrimp in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Forget about the big fishes, even the small fishes could eat him. Angor wanted to protect himself, so he had to choose one of the many forces. However, no matter what he chose, he would still die in the end. Angor wanted to live, so he made a choice that no one would have thought of. He chose to side with his enemy, Yu Yang. It had to be said that this idea was very bold and smart. Yu Yang did not have any suspicions towards Engu secretly relying on Yu Yang. This was because Engu did not ask for much, he only asked for his life and to return to Heaven Realm. What he gave was the information that Yu Yang needed right now. Even if this fellow was a spy sent by the two great leaders, Yu Yang would not care. This was because Engu would not succeed, and he would definitely not trust Engu, a chess piece. This was Yu Yang's position towards Engu. If things are really like what you said, then I will trust you for now. Through your information, I will make a series of plans. Go back first and wait for my news. Yu Yang slightly muttered to himself. He did not ignore the monster guy leader in Ji's existence just because his strength had dropped from innate level 1 to a normal level 7, overlord. That's right, Engu was an insignificant existence in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. But no matter how low his status was, he was still useful. Even if he could not be of great use now, he might still be a good chess piece when he enters Heaven Realm in the future. To Yu Yang, maximizing the monster guy in Ji's value was what he wanted. Returning to the grimoire world, Yu Yang told them what Ming Ri Wu and the monster guy Engu had said. All the girls were shocked at first, they did not dare to believe it. Then, Princess Sisai laughed out loud happily. City Mistress Fallen Flowers also shook her head after hearing it. Seems like Heaven Realm is similar to Soaring Dragon Continent. There are battles everywhere. To us, this is good news. I agree to cooperate with Ming Ri Wu and seal the two great leaders of Heaven Realm first. As for the rest, we can talk about it later. As long as we get the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal, we will have an advantage. Princess Sisai clapped her hands confidently. With Ji's information, we can be more at ease. Luckily, things did not exceed our expectations by too much. Shui Wuxia thought for a while and finally nodded her head in agreement. Phoenix Fairy Beauty did not give any suggestions. She was just like a doer who took action. If she was dealing with other matters, Impatience would definitely be a schemer. However, in Yu Yang's grimoire world, she did not seem to want to steal the girl's limelight. She just sat there quietly. With the monster guy in Ji's information, Yu Yang and the girls changed their plans. Right now, cooperating with Ming Ri Wu, that man-eating tiger, made Yu Yang even more confident. The next day, in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. When Yu Yang and Impatience appeared in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, Ming Ri Wu looked at Impatience in astonishment. He could feel that Impatience had become stronger, but her rank did not rise. Instead, it fell. He was a little confused. In the end, he guessed that she was heavily injured and had just recovered from her rank. He suppressed his suspicions and introduced to Yu Yang and Impatience. In the third hall, there is a small sealed space. That is the resting place of the Prison Emperor and also the place where the two great leaders are sealed. Other than the two innate level 10 Feng Xianxia and Lei Xianxia, only the innate level 8 Huangsha can enter. I can try to enter and offer sacrifice to the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal to activate the seal. That way, the two great leaders will definitely order Feng Xianxia and Lei Xianxia to enter and stop me from offering sacrifice. You guys should quickly kill Huangsha outside and come in to help me. Yu Yang nodded to show that he understood. He then asked, what are their weaknesses? Ming Riwu lowered his voice, Huangsha's weakness is water. Other than water, nothing can kill him. Fengshenshur and Leishenshur do not have any obvious weaknesses. Their bodies are completely transformed into energy. You must hit their nucleus, otherwise you will not be able to cause any damage to them. The nucleus in their body will move all the time and will not be fixed in one place. It is extremely difficult to hit their nucleus. Hearing this, Impatience sneered, if I had to choose an enemy, I would rather choose the two of them and not you. Ming Riwu's expression changed slightly. He suddenly said honestly, I understand that you guys are wary of me now. In fact, if it was me, I would also not dare to trust the enemy so easily. However, the current situation is that we have to work together. Otherwise, we will definitely become the sacrificial pawns for the enemy to escape successfully. If you guys want to know my weakness, I am not afraid to tell you. Because you guys are my allies, at least my current allies. My energy attribute is light. As long as there is light, it is impossible to kill me. In the dark prison Emperor Divine Palace, I was at my weakest in my life. The strongest power I had was Heaven Level 3. This Heaven Level 3 is the Heaven Realm's name. You Soaring Dragon Continent humans call it Innate Elder Level 3. The two are actually the same. In Yu Yang's heart, he suddenly had an epiphany. It immediately turned into a complete realization. If this Ming Riwu was a powerful person with the light attribute, as powerful as the sun and unkillable with light, then the other ranker, the dark golden specter that was hiding in the mysterious pearl. That fellow definitely had the dark attribute. He was most likely a Heaven Realm ranker that was sealed inside the white jade beetle's body. These Heaven Realm rankers were all extremely powerful. However, it did not mean that they could not be killed. It was just that human warriors had not found a way to deal with them. If they used dark on Ming Riwu and light on dark golden specter, wouldn't they lose? Similarly, if they used water on Huangsha, vacuum on Fengshenshur and insulator on Leishenshur, how could they win? As for the two great leaders of Heaven Realm, Yu Yang felt that he should not have any ideas on them for the time being. As long as the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal could continue to seal them in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, it would be fine. We will do our best to surround and kill Huangsha. How much time can you stall for? Yu Yang recovered from his thoughts and asked. At most half an hour. Otherwise, I will also be sealed inside. Without my awakening, my sister Ming Yu Guang will not be able to wake up. Without her, the two great leaders of Heaven Realm will come out. At that time, we will all die. Ming Riwu looked at Yu Yang seriously and said in a serious tone, within 20 minutes, you must kill Huangsha and his helpers. Then, within 10 minutes, destroy the Prison Emperor's Divine Pillar in the second hall and release my sister Ming Yu Guang. Although the Prison Emperor's Divine Pillar is not a divine weapon, it is said that it is the pillar that the Prison Emperor used to practice martial arts since he was young. It is extremely hard, don't tell me that you want us to destroy this supporting pillar? Yu Yang was flabbergasted when he heard this. Each of these pillars had a radius of 100 meters. How could they be destroyed? It is not just a supporting pillar. In the inner hall, there are also special training pillars. There are a total of 9 of them. My sister originally wanted to seal the Prison Emperor inside, but because she saw the Prison Emperor's wife and daughter risking their lives to protect him, she couldn't bear to do so and gave up on sealing him. The Heaven Rune's seal backfired and sealed her inside. Ming Riwu did not wait for Yu Yang to continue speaking. He suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Before he disappeared, he made a gesture for them to take action immediately. At this moment, in the sky, with Sha Fei as the leader, more than 10 Heaven Realm warriors fell down like meteors. However, they were not Yu Yang's enemies. They only surrounded Yu Yang and the Impatiens, pretending to attack them. About a minute later, an angry roar came from the sky above the third hall. It was as if a huge thunder had exploded in the sky, causing the entire space of the Prison Emperor Divine Palace to tremble non-stop. More than 10 Heaven Realm warriors flew out from the sky above the second and third hall. They had physical bodies and spiritual energy bodies. They all had different appearances. The leader was a man whose entire body was shining with silver light and had 4 water silver wings on his back. He held a strange conical sword in his hand and pointed it at Xia Fei as he shouted angrily, "Xia Fei, attack the enemy immediately. Otherwise, I will treat your entire Sun-Moon sect as traitors of the Heaven Realm and execute you here with my sword. Enigua, it's useless to point fingers at me. I only listen to Master Ming Riwu's orders. If you have any objections, please go and talk to Master Ming Riwu." Xia Fei courteously bowed and said with a smile, "We have received Master Ming Riwu's orders to only surround him and not attack. We are waiting for his return. You have no right to order us to do anything. Since it's like that, then die." The man with the mercury silver wings called Enigua pointed and more than 10 Heaven Realm warriors shot down angrily. "If you have the heart to fight, I will accompany you to the end." Xia Fei waved his hand and all his companions immediately counterattacked towards the sky. Only Yu Yang and Impatience, the two real enemies, were left watching like bystanders. For a long time, no one bothered with them. Yu Yang still wanted to attack and take care of a few of them, but Impatience pulled him and brought him to the third hall to find trouble with that Xianxia. Although the innate level 8 Xianxia was not as strong as Impatience, it wouldn't be easy for them to kill him within 20 minutes. Unless they targeted his weakness, water could counter Xianxia, but how much water would they need? A cup of water, a bucket of water, or would they need a river or a lake? Before Impatience and Yu Yang even entered the third hall, they suddenly realized that there was not only Xianxia standing at the entrance, there was also an innate level 10 Xianxia. When Yu Yang saw this, he suddenly felt his mouth go dry. Now, without even thinking, he knew that Ming Riwu's plan had been leaked. He just didn't know who the traitor was. How were they going to take down the innate level 10 Xianxia and the innate level 8 Xianxia in 20 minutes? There's no other way, let's each take one. Impatience giggled as she hugged Yu Yang. She pointed with her finger, "This guy with electricity all over his body is mine." Yu Yang sweated profusely. She was rather optimistic. Impatience went to fight Xianxia. Although it would be difficult to win, it wouldn't be a problem to fight to a draw. On the other hand, how was Yu Yang going to defeat Xianxia, who was a level 8 innate in 20 minutes? Yu Yang looked at the terrain. This terrain was high up in the sky, it was impossible for water to gather. It was an advantageous terrain for Xianxia, but it was disadvantageous for him. If there was a sea or a lake below the prison Emperor Divine Palace, it wouldn't matter. But there was hard ground below. Moreover, this was the third hall that was a few hundred meters high. It wouldn't be easy to fight Xianxia down. Xianxia looked like a human-shaped lightning storm. He was about 10 meters tall and his body was pitch black. Electricity crackled. He was Impatience's opponent. Yu Yang didn't look at him too much. He was observing Xianxia. Xianxia, who was standing in front of Yu Yang, was about 8 meters tall. He looked like a giant made of sand. He looked like a human male, but it could be seen that his body and even his armor were made of sand. This Xianxia, when Yu Yang looked at him, cracked his mouth and laughed silently. He took out 2 black wooden sticks from his back and held them in his hands. Once he activated his energy, the 2 wooden sticks immediately flashed with a faint heaven rune circle. Within the silver light, there was a kind of special undulation, like a light breeze blowing through a forest. When Yu Yang saw the 2 huge wooden sticks, he immediately frowned. With his heaven eyes' divine vision, he could tell that these black wooden sticks were not ordinary weapons. They were Heaven Realm's undying desert poplar. According to the records of the medicine encyclopedia and the knowledge passed down by the pitiful guy's mother, Yu Yang knew that this kind of undying desert poplar had a strong ability to absorb water. Its life force had reached an unbelievable level. According to the records of the medicine encyclopedia, even if the undying desert poplar were to be burned in ordinary flames for a year and then placed on moist soil, it could still be revived. According to the records of the medicine encyclopedia, in order to cure a special disease called insect tribedema, one needed the fragments of the undead poplar as a medicinal catalyst. The undying desert poplar not only had a strong ability to absorb water and a tenacious life force, but it also had another characteristic, and that was its hardness. As hard as iron and stone, if an undying euphorbia poplar struck a similarly sized steel rod, the steel rod would bend and break, but the undying euphorbia poplar would remain unscathed. This was the toughness of the undying euphorbia poplar. Right now, Xianxia was using the undying desert poplar as a weapon. Clearly, he knew where his weakness lay. Therefore, he chose to use the undying desert poplar as a weapon. Yu Yang did not make a move. On the other side, the impatience and Xianxia flew up to the sky one after another, accumulating energy and preparing to fight it out. Terrifying thunder rumbled down from the sky. Of course, the impatience would not stay under the lightning pillar. She had long since left the place and was far away. Xianxia chased after her closely. In his heart, Xianxia, who had no weaknesses, could definitely defeat a mere innate level 1 human warrior. Although this human had the world-exterminating wheel and nirvana flames, Xianxia's main task was to stall for time, not to fight to the death. As long as he continued to fight and was careful not to take the opponent's world-exterminating wheel head-on, then he would definitely win. Although this innate level 1 human had terrifying killing power, no matter if it was his realm or strength, when compared to Xianxia, they were all too far apart. High lethality didn't mean everything in a battle. Especially when he was going up against Xianxia, who had no weaknesses. Ming Rihao only treats you as a chess piece that he will discard after using you, do you understand? He will never truly ally with you. In the heaven realm, the sun-moon sex name is equivalent to a fox and a poisonous snake. I think you are a smart person, so you should understand what I mean. Xianxia was not in a hurry to attack. He knew that the longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for him. If the human in front of him didn't have the world-exterminating wheel and nirvana flames, then he wouldn't even waste time, nor would he try to sow discord and speak ill of Ming Rihao. However, the deaths of Guya and Du Di gave Xianxia a warning. No matter who he faced, he could not be careless. This human brat in front of him was very similar to the prison emperor from 6,000 years ago, just that he had not grown up yet. Xianxia carefully controlled the distance between him and Yu Yang, maintaining the maximum distance between him and Yu Yang. At the same time, he secretly observed his young opponent's reaction. Yu Yang raised his eyebrows. You mean that I should give up on allying with Ming Rihao? Xianxia grinned. If it's me, I will definitely do that. I'm not you. Yu Yang rejected him. He slowly took out his crescent blade and Huijin magic blade, continuously gathering his Yang ability, preparing for battle. There are many choices in life. Once you make the wrong choice, you might be consigned to eternal damnation. Are you really not going to consider it? Xianxia advised patiently. Right now, he was just like a senior who was watching a junior walk towards failure. What you said makes sense. Ming Rihao might indeed treat me as a chess piece, and throw me away after using me. But that's my problem, it has nothing to do with you. Secondly, why should I believe the words of an enemy? No matter what you say, it won't change your identity. You are my enemy. Yu Yang smiled coldly. The Yang ability quickly gathered in his hands. In an instant, the energy gathered like a stream, shining brightly like the sun. Fool! Xianxia snorted. Even though Yu Yang gathered his energy, he didn't react at all. Or perhaps, from his point of view, the Yang ability that Yu Yang gathered was useless against him. It wouldn't be able to cause any harm to him. That was why Xianxia floated in the air without moving an inch. He looked at Yu Yang with a gaze that said mud can't support a wall and seeking his own death. Gradually, he became colder and colder. First slash, earth-splitting slash, when Yu Yang made his move, he used his usual moves. This was similar to the 5 Saint Seiya's Pegasus Meteor Fist, Mount Lu Tyrannical Dragon Rising, Diamond Stardust, Nebula Chains and Phoenix Spreads Wings. Of course, the difference was that the 5 Saint Seiya didn't know many moves. They would only use these few moves, and they would usually fail the moment they made their moves. Only after they were beaten up by their opponent would they use their little universe. Yu Yang was different. He knew countless moves. First slash, earth-splitting slash was only one of them. If they were to really fight, he could use it for a few hours without repeating it. The 5 Saint Seiya's moves were monotonous. They would only use these few moves to defeat their opponents. It could be said that this was their strongest move, but also their weakest move. If they didn't use their little universe, the 5 Saint Seiya would be the weakest of the weakest. Yu Yang didn't have any little universe. Other than his innate invisible sword chi, he also had the Emperor's sword chi, heaven-destroying blade slash, iron-slashing blade technique, crushing stone hammer technique and so on. He could even create his own great totem battle technique. Furthermore, Yu Yang's strongest skill wasn't his battle skills, but his summoning skills, not mentioning the Phoenix Sisters and Qilin Girl, with Little Wenli as the leader, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Bloody Queen, Barbarian Cow Shadow, Spirit of Flame and Smoke, Reaper Mantis, Quintet seeking Golden Mice, Golden Beast and other beasts. They had reached a terrifying realm where they could instantly kill anyone of the same level. After entering the prison Emperor Divine Palace, in order to hide his true strength, even Little Wenli only used her binding chain's inherent skill and didn't reveal her true strength. The crescent blade was incomparably sharp. With a slash, a few meters long blade aura immediately cut off Huangsha's head, separating his head from his body. Huangsha's head that had fallen to the ground suddenly smiled strangely. No matter what method you use, you won't be able to kill me. What you are doing is just a waste of energy. Yu Yang didn't reply and appeared on top of that head in a flash. With a heavy stomp, Huangsha's decapitated head was flattened alive. However, at this time, Huangsha didn't have any reaction or any special movements. He waited until Yu Yang left and flew far away to observe them coldly. Only then did his whole body turn into a pile of sand and flew with the wind, forming a yellow tornado that quickly gathered together. In the end, he returned to his original appearance, exactly the same as before. He shrugged his shoulders towards Yu Yang and said with a little regret, "I have already said that any attack is useless against me." Yu Yang took out a bottle of water and shook it, asking, "Really? Then let me treat you to some water." Seeing the water, Huangsha's expression instantly became a little unnatural. Tightening the undying desert poplar sticks in his hands, Huangsha stood up and attacked Yu Yang. Since the opponent had used water that could counter him, then Huangsha definitely wouldn't be careless. With a heavy blow, he hit the place where Yu Yang was originally standing. If he was a second late, Yu Yang would have immediately turned into meat paste under such a strong attack. Bang! Huangsha didn't hit Yu Yang, but he smashed a bottle into pieces. The water inside splashed everywhere. When Huangsha saw this, his expression changed greatly. When the water splashed onto Huangsha's face, Yu Yang hit Huangsha's face with his elbow, immediately causing him to retreat a few steps. Huijin magic blade flashed. Carrying a sky full of purple flames, it slashed down angrily. The blade aura cut Huangsha's huge body into two. Good idea, it's a pity that there's not enough water. It's impossible to kill me. Huangsha, who was cut into two, still had the mood to praise Yu Yang. When the two halves of his body came together, they immediately merged back together. Furthermore, the two halves of his body that were cut apart did not bleed or get injured. At this moment, everything on Huangsha's body was just sand. Yu Yang didn't wait for Huangsha's body to completely merge back together and suddenly took out a bucket. A bucket full of water splashed onto Huangsha's head. While Huangsha was stunned by the attack, Yu Yang's fist arrived again. This time, not only did it push Huangsha's body back, it also made him fall heavily onto the ground. 5 seconds later, Huangsha stood up while shaking his head. He still said the same thing, "It's useless." In less than half a second, his face that was originally dented by Yu Yang had recovered back to its original state, without the slightest sign of injury. "Since it's like this, I'll chop you into 18 pieces and then dismember your body. Let's see if you can reform your body." Yu Yang never believed that there was someone in this world that couldn't be killed. If there really was, then it could only mean one thing, and that was that the person he killed wasn't skilled enough. Yu Yang didn't think that Huangsha really had an immortal body. What he was worried about was the time limit. 20 minutes, how could he kill this fellow, unless he could throw him into the sea? There wasn't even a drop of water in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. How could he find a sea to drown Huangsha? Using a bucket of water and a bottle of water was useless. The undying desert poplar in Huangsha's hand would quickly absorb the water. Furthermore, a small amount of water was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood without the undying desert poplar. It was completely useless. What did he have to do to kill Huangsha? Before Yu Yang could think of a good idea, he was already sent flying by Huangsha's fist. Huangsha wasn't a noob that could be easily bullied, he was an innate level 8 ranker. Just now, he was only trying to break Yu Yang's morale, so he purposely let Yu Yang attack him continuously without retaliating. Now, when he attacked, Yu Yang immediately realized that this fellow who had the strength of an innate level 8 was not easy to take on. Having a big fist is really awesome. However, having a big fist doesn't mean you are the boss. Yu Yang's body was as light as the wind. No matter how Xianxia attacked, he could still dodge it calmly. Moreover, every time he dodged it, it was just right, making Xianxia go crazy. Sand all. Xianxia stomped on the ground. A large amount of sand gushed out from the ground, forming sand dunes of different sizes. When Yu Yang stepped on it, those sand dunes would shoot out sand all spikes of different lengths. They were similar to Yu Bing's tree thorns, but bigger and more numerous. Seeing that he couldn't walk on the ground, Yu Yang decided to float in the air. After stepping into the innate realm, although he couldn't fly in the sky for a long time like a bird, floating and flying for a short period of time was as easy as eating cabbage to a guy from another world like Yu Yang. Xianxia was furious, the undying desert poplar in his hands danced wildly. Sand whips shot out from the sand soldiers under his command, whipping towards Yu Yang's body. Strong winds danced around the sand whips. There were even sand blades that were as sharp as a guillotine, making use of the high-speed movement of the sand to cut continuously. It's useless. Yu Yang decided not to dodge anymore. He summoned his grimoire to fight, to see if he could gain some battle experience and level up. This grimoire was still a high-level gold-ranked grimoire. Yu Yang felt that it would be a waste of experience if he didn't raise it to platinum-ranked after clearing the prison Emperor Divine Palace. After all, it wasn't easy to find strong enemies. Do you want to play with beasts? Xianxia also started summoning. What surprised Yu Yang was that Xianxia actually didn't have a grimoire. Xianxia, who had reached innate level 8, had a strong domain of power and an immortal body, but he didn't have a grimoire. No one would believe it if this was told to others. The truth was like that. Xianxia didn't have a grimoire, he didn't have a guardian beast, and he could only summon 3 beasts at most. However, all of his beasts were very strong. For example, the platinum-ranked level 8 giant pollution beast, platinum-ranked level 8 radiation mecha beast and platinum-ranked level 10 sand drill demon worm. None of the 3 beasts were holy beasts. They were purely high-leveled and powerful, but their intelligence was limited to combat instincts. This was the second thing that surprised Yu Yang. Xianxia, who was innate level 8, without the help of a holy beast, how did he reach innate level 8? If it was a human martial artist, it would be impossible to achieve this. Could it be that in the heaven realm, there was some kind of secret technique that allowed warriors without grimoire contracts to easily level up to innate? Or could it be that all the warriors in the heaven realm were innates? The Qilin girl had once said that the Demon King was a mercenary in the heaven realm. However, Yu Yang believed that it was just the Qilin girl's misconception. A mercenary that caught her eye shouldn't be an ordinary mercenary. Moreover, there were strong mercenaries and weak mercenaries. Among the human mercenaries, the strongest was a large mercenary group leader who was a level 6 elder. They dominated a certain area and became a mercenary city lord with tens of thousands of subordinates. Of course, human mercenaries were generally rank 2 braves. There were very few rank 3 heroes, and rank 4, 5, and 6 mercenaries were very rare. After all, with this kind of strength, they would serve their country. There should be countless warriors in the heaven realm, but according to the strength of Ming Ri Hao and the 2 great leaders of the heaven realm, Yu Yang guessed that it shouldn't be too exaggerated. He would have to go to the heaven realm to see for himself. This Xianxia's beast in front of him was platinum-ranked level 8 or even level 10, but Yu Yang didn't feel that it was a threat at all. Instead, he felt that it was too weak. When he killed Machi Su Ling, he, who was only a level 5 innate, had the highest gold-ranked level 9 king of black light. As for Shun Tian, who was the great emperor of Jiwei, he was even more terrifying. His guardian beast was actually a diamond-ranked level 9 golden emperor. It was not strange that this heaven realm warrior, Xianxia, had 3 platinum-ranked beasts. Yu Yang was even a little disappointed. It seemed that without a grimoire contract, even if he was a heaven realm warrior, his beast was only SOSO. Compared to the diamond-ranked level 9 golden emperor, this platinum-ranked level 8 giant pollution beast did not even enter Yu Yang's eyes. The pollution behemoth looked a bit like the small monsters that Ultraman usually fought. It was very tall, probably no less than 50 meters, and its green rust-like body was incomparably huge. Its ugly nostrils protruded from its ugly head, spraying stinky acid from time to time. Yu Yang only took a glance at it and ignored it. He understood why Xianxia would contract and summon such an ugly and useless giant pollution beast. This beast's only use was to absorb water. The giant pollution beast was useless to anyone. It moved slowly, had low intelligence and only had one attack. It was simply a burden. However, Xianxia was different. With it, he had a water pump. To Xianxia, who was extremely afraid of water, the giant pollution beast was an outstanding beast that he could not lack. From Yu Yang's point of view, among the three beasts, the strongest one was not even the platinum-ranked level 10 sand drill demon worm, but the radiation mecha beast. This radiation mecha beast was not the kind of puppet that Yu Gong created. It was a mechanical life form. Strictly speaking, this fellow was the same as Optimus Prime and Megatron in the movie. They were all silicon-based life forms. When Yu Yang saw the silicon-based life form, he suddenly felt that Yu Gong's wish of giving a mechanical life form, consciousness, soul, and personality was no longer a fantasy. Of course, in front of Yu Yang, this metallic mechanical life form, the radiation mecha beast, did not have any intelligence. It was no different from an animal, or even less intelligent. It could transform continuously, but it could not turn into a car, nor could it speak. Under Xiangsha's command, it turned into a lion-like gigantic mechanical beast. Its appearance was extremely ugly, but it could already transform its sharp teeth and claws. When Yu Yang saw this, he was slightly moved. Could the metal beast in his wrist, which was called a Tong Tian beast by the enemy, be a silicon-based life form as well? Could it even be a metallic life form with consciousness, thoughts, and soul? Right now, he was unable to obtain more information, but Yu Yang believed that as long as he continued to work hard, he would definitely be able to achieve Yu Gong's wish. "Brat, are you scared, silly?" When Xianxia saw that Yu Yang had been standing there silently, he thought that he was scared silly by his terrifying beast. Boom 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 boom. The radiation mecha beast that had transformed into a lion slowly walked towards Yu Yang. As it walked, the puddles on the ground quickly turned black, immediately contaminated by the radiation on its body. The sand drill demon worm also avoided the radiation mecha beast from afar and drilled into the sand. However, the giant polluted beast did not care. Instead, it excitedly sucked the puddles that had been contaminated by the radiation into its nostrils as if it had found a treasure. It seemed that every time it absorbed a bit of the contaminated water, it would become stronger. When the radiation mecha beast was not far from Yu Yang felt a burning sensation on his skin. The strong radiation could penetrate through his protective chi and harm his body. Fortunately, Yu Yang had a way to resist this kind of radiation. Otherwise, it would be a headache for him. A crystal-like armor slowly appeared on Yu Yang's arms and spread to his entire body, protecting his body. This was Sickly Beauty's specialty. Yu Yang had learned this skill from his wife's teachings and after body fusion. The metal beast in Yu Yang's wrist detached itself from his wrist and turned back into a small winged dragon beast. Although it was small, it was very courageous. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at the gigantic radiation mecha beast. Needless to say, this greedy little fellow had its eyes on the energy core of the radiation mecha beast. When Yu Yang saw it, he waved his hand and said, "All right, it belongs to you. Don't damage it too much, I still want to keep this corpse for research." When the metal beast heard this, it immediately flew towards the radiation mecha beast. Regardless of size, weight, strength, or radiation, they were all just fleeting clouds to it. Other than its master, Yu Yang, it was practically fearless. The golden beast did not have any prejudice towards energy. No matter what kind of life form it was, as long as the other party's magic crystal or core had sufficient energy, it would like it. Forget about a platinum-ranked level 8 radiation mecha beast, it would even want to eat a diamond-ranked level 9 gold emperor. It was a pity that it could not eat such a strong holy beast at the moment. What a joke! Xianxia actually did not know that the metal beast was a Tong Tian beast. He had thought that it was a trash beast. Eh? Yu Yang was curious. Could it be that there were no Tong Tian beasts in the heaven realm? Could it be that the metal beast only existed in the low-leveled Tong Tian tower? or could it be that it was the only existence? The radiation mecha beast swung its claws, but the metal beast dodged it easily and continued to fly forward. The radiation mecha beast opened its mouth and swallowed it whole. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed complacently. He felt that in terms of beasts, this human brat in front of him was like a child fighting with an adult. They were not on the same level at all. There's not much time left. Looks like I have to end this battle quickly. Yu Yang felt that he had more or less figured out the enemy's strength, so he started to fight more seriously. The second beast that was summoned was the Spirit of Flame and Smoke. The Spirit of Flame and Smoke was still a gold-ranked level 5, but she had been absorbing the storm core, so she was about to evolve. Her body was covered in raging flames and thick smoke. With regards to Yu Yang's orders, she was a little confused. She was not as smart as the Bloody Queen Red, nor was she as obedient as the barbarian Cow Shadow Man. She looked at the giant pollution beast hesitantly, then looked at the sand drill demon worm. When Yu Yang pointed at the giant pollution beast and ordered her to attack, she chose to reject. Instead, she flew towards the sky and pounced towards the sand drill demon worm. You can't even control your beast. Ha ha ha, pitiful worm. Other than having a pretty face, what else do you have? Xianxia had already confirmed that the human boy in front of him had only obtained the strength of an innate level 1 because of that strong woman. If he didn't have Nirvana's flame and world exterminating wheel, he would simply be a piece of trash that wasn't even worth mentioning. Originally, Xianxia still maintained a certain level of vigilance towards Yu Yang. However, after seeing this, he felt more at ease. This brat's combat skills were not bad, but his beasts were trash. However, he who had an immortal body did not need to worry about combat skills at all. Other than Nirvana's flame and world exterminating wheel, he did not need to be afraid of anything else. Xianxia had even thought of using his strongest move to kill this brat in an instant. Yu Yang couldn't care less about the Spirit of Flame and Smoke, so he had no choice but to summon the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. It would be even easier for her to deal with the giant pollution beast compared to Ultraman fighting the small monsters. She was very suitable. Die. Xianxia didn't recognize the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. He didn't even think that a living beast would be able to harm him. He roared and his body suddenly grew taller by more than 10 meters. His feet turned illusory and formed a huge tornado. It spun extremely fast and filled the sky with yellow sand. In the center of the sandstorm, a huge human head appeared. It opened its mouth and fiercely tried to swallow Yu Yang. This was his domain of power, sandstorm. Once swallowed into the center of the sandstorm, no matter what kind of living creature it was, it would die from dehydration. In the end, it would turn into a pile of yellow sand and become a part of the sand. Yu Yang teleported away. He flashed 100 meters away. Xianxia chased after him with the sandstorm in his hands. Yu Yang's body dived down vertically, like a swallow diving down from the clouds, straight towards the second hall. Want to save him? Dream on. Xianxia's huge sandstorm head let out a thunderous roar. Its flying speed was even faster than Yu Yang's as it chased after him. According to its speed, it could completely swallow Yu Yang alive before Yu Yang could reach the second hall. However, Yu Yang still had a teleportation skill. Ever since he had learned teleportation from the Marquis of Zijin, Yu Yang had never been caught by any enemies. Compared to Shen Tian, Baruth, Ming Rihao and the others, his speed might not be the fastest. However, his movement technique was definitely the most mysterious. Even if his enemies caught up to him, they would not be able to hurt him since he had the mysterious 3 styles. Xianxia's storm head swallowed a few mouthfuls, but it still allowed Yu Yang to teleport away in an instant. This made him very annoyed. Seeing that Yu Yang had escaped into the second hall, Xianxia chased after him. He stirred up the sandstorm, turning the whole second hall into a world of sandstorms. Sandstorms were everywhere. No matter the entrance or exit, he had used sand walls to seal them up tightly. If Yu Yang wanted to leave, he would have to get his permission first. Now, you can say your last words. Xianxia did not think that his enemy would have any chance of survival in this situation. Even if he did not attack and only used the sand to slowly bury him alive, this young human would definitely not have any chance of survival. Nirvana Flame could burn everything, and World Exterminating Will could kill all life forms. However, how much energy did he have to burn down a sand dune that was tens or even hundreds of meters tall? Moreover, he could create these sand dune endlessly. The second hall was like a cage. Xianxia had already set up a sand dune trap here, waiting for his enemy to fall for it. If the other party had escaped into the third hall, then Xianxia would not have used this method to bury and kill him, because his ceiling crystal pillar was in the third hall. However, he had already calculated one thing. This young human male had to release Mingyu Guang before his companion failed. Now, how much time did this brat have? 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Xianxia looked at Yu Yang, who was using his qi to resist the sandstorm, and laughed out loud. Countless amounts of sand piled up in the second hall, slowly covering the entire space. From Yu Yang's feet to his knees, then to his thighs. It was the same in the sky. Under the resistance of his qi, the sand continued to press downwards. From 10 meters above his head, it became 5 meters, then 1 meter. In the end, it was only a line away from the top of Yu Yang's head, about to drown him. Other than Yu Yang's body, the entire second hall was a world of sand. The whole second hall was like Xianxia's stomach now. Other than suffocation, death, dehydration, and turning into sand, there was no other way for his enemy to die. Yu Yang moved his lips, but did not say anything. Suddenly, he summoned his grimoire. A protective shield rose up and dispersed the pressure of the sand. At the same time, Xianxia heard a strange horn. This horn was very special. It sounded like a conch's horn being blown. Xianxia was stunned. He realized that a mermaid had appeared beside Yu Yang. Furthermore, this mermaid was holding a snow-white conch's horn with red stripes on it, and was blowing it loudly. In the prison Emperor Divine Palace, dark clouds gathered above the second hall. The clouds were as thick as ink. Following a flash of lightning, a torrential rain poured down. Millions of rain arrows came down rapidly. They first formed a curtain of rain, then turned into a wall of rain. Pitter patter 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 patter, the rain became heavier and heavier. In the end, it was like a waterfall. Under the summon of the storm horn, more and more dark clouds gathered. The storm seemed to have its own limbs as it rushed towards the second hall that was sealed by the sand. The dry ground became wet in an instant. The water accumulated layer by layer. The second hall, which was not able to drain the water in time, could be seen by the naked eye. Water giants that were more than 10 meters tall stood up from the water on the ground and pounced towards the wall of the second hall, trying their best to penetrate it. There were only 2 at first, but as the rain continued, more and more water giants appeared. Under the combined force of the waterfall and the water giants, the wall of sand quickly collapsed. A large amount of sand fell onto the ground. Is this the storm mermaid? Xianxia obviously knew about his nemesis beast, but he never thought that he would be forced into such a sorry state by a storm mermaid in midair. If this wasn't high up in the sky, but on the surface of the sea, Xianxia reckoned that even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. The undying desert poplar could absorb water, but the 2 undying desert poplars were completely useless in front of this kind of water. Shocked, Xianxia hurriedly used his unique sandstorm power to seal the entrance and exit of the second hall. The sand was compressed 1,000 times, forming an impenetrable sandstone. With his level 8 innate strength, coupled with his unique, sandstorm, inherent skill, he could at least last for an hour under the attacks and penetration of the water giants. With such a long period of time, Xianxia could definitely kill the storm mermaid who blew the horn and her master first. As long as there was no water in the inner palace, his strength would not be reduced at all. Although the sandstone that was compressed 1,000 times was enough to resist the water giant's corrosion, Xianxia still cautiously summoned his giant pollution beast to come down from the third hall to absorb the water. He also summoned the radiation mecha beast. Its mission was to destroy those water giants. As for the sand drill demon worm, it was also afraid of water. Xianxia felt that it was better to leave it outside, just in case. Boom! The giant pollution beast came down. However, it was not summoned by its master to fight. Instead, it was thrown down by the thorny flower giant summoned by the golden crown thorny flower queen. Just like a watermelon, its entire body exploded into a putrid paste. It was not like the small monsters that Ultraman fought, where it still had the chance to struggle and attack. In front of the golden-crowned thorny flower queen, it did not even have the chance to wail. Countless thorny flowers crawled out from the wreckage and devoured the corpse of the giant pollution beast. A thorny flower giant tore the heart of the giant pollution beast into pieces. Countless thorny flower stalks snatched the giant pollution beast's heart and devoured it like a python, continuously leveling up. Huang of Mecca. The platinum-ranked level 8 giant pollution beast was killed in an instant. Before he could finish his astonishment, the radiation mechanical beast fell to the ground, too. The parts on its body were emitting sparks. Although the process was rather slow, the metal beast had already bitten through the head of the mechanical beast from the inside of its mouth. It was chewing on the energy core of the mechanical beast in large mouthfuls. As. Countless thorny flowers crawled out from under the radiation mecha beast's body and tightly bound its uncontrollable body to the ground. At first, the thorny flowers were affected by the radiation. They swayed in pain and some even retreated to the ground, almost wilting. However, the thorny flowers that had devoured the giant pollution beast's corpse quickly joined in. These thorny flowers were not afraid of the radiation. After devouring the heart, the thorny flower, which had leveled up, easily flipped the radiation mecha beast onto the ground and tied it up tightly. It even lifted it up high. If it wasn't for the golden-crowned thorny flower queen stopping it in time, the radiation mecha beast might have already been dismembered by them, or thrown into the second hall and smashed into pieces. Idiots. Keep this mecha beast intact. Don't break it up. Golden-crowned thorny flower queen was dissatisfied with her subordinates that only knew how to fight. The sand drill demon worm had a bit of intelligence. When it saw the scene in front of it, it was scared silly. The spirit of flame and smoke rushed towards the sand drill demon worm with flames. With her current strength, she was still unable to defeat a platinum-ranked level 10 opponent. This made her very angry. Furthermore, this cunning opponent could even drill into the ground, making her unable to use her full strength. Suddenly, Yu Yang's face flashed in the spirit of flame and smoke's mind. Did he know that this would happen? The spirit of flame and smoke still did not know how to think deeply. However, this time, she had successfully opened up a bit of her intelligence. As she continued to think, the spirit of flame and smoke would become smarter and smarter. Her intelligence would gradually increase and she would finally step into the ranks of holy beasts. This was a learning process that unintelligent creatures would never be able to experience. Xianxia realized that his giant pollution beast and radiation mecha beast had died one after the other. The sand drill demon worm was forced to hide underground and did not dare to come out to fight. It was impossible for it to come out and support him. Good. You are the first human to force me into such a difficult situation. Xianxia was furious. He felt as if he was being cheated by his enemy. You will slowly get used to it. Yu Yang showed an expression that said, I should hit you, if I don't hit you, you will be sad. In the center of the storm outside, behind the water giant, the ice serpent demon appeared. She stabbed both of her blades into the hard sandstone. The sandstone that was soaked in water and the water on the outside quickly froze into ice. The ice continued to spread and finally formed a thick ice wall. In the opposite direction, Shui Wuxia was doing the same thing. At first, Xianxia did not know anything. However, as the ice wall formed, he immediately realized that he was trapped in the second hall. Outside was water, in the middle was an ice wall and sandstone. Even inside his stomach, there was a mermaid that could summon storms and a terrifying enemy. Xianxia did not even have the chance to explode in anger before he realized that a human girl had appeared in front of Yu Yang. This human girl who looked as gentle as water had summoned the beast that Xianxia hated the most in his life. It was an existence that was even more terrifying than the water giant, Storm Wave. When the storm wave was summoned, it immediately shot out a huge amount of water, engulfing the whole second hall. Within half a minute, the second hall had turned into a swamp. Countless waves spread out from the center, crashing into the surrounding sand. The sand pillars and cones collapsed one after another, breaking free from the control of the yellow sand and sinking to the bottom of the water, raising the water to a new height. Xianxia tried his best to compress all the sand into rock, forming a sandstone that could not be connected to the inside and outside, making it as hard as iron. If the storm summoned by the storm mermaid or the ice wall summoned by the storm wave could be connected to the flood summoned by the storm wave, then it would be his doomsday. Luckily, these water-controlling beasts were not strong enough, otherwise he would have died without a burial place. Xianxia was shocked and angry. There had never been a human warrior that could force him into such a predicament, and there had never been a beast that could make him feel the threat of death. Even the prison emperor at that time had not made him feel so embarrassed. Xianxia's figure appeared in front of Yu Yang. He pointed at him angrily and shouted, "You, do you think that you can definitely kill me by doing this? Let me tell you, you are wrong. I, Xianxia, will definitely not die in the water." Yu Yang did not reply, he only looked at Xianxia quietly. In the second hall, the water level rose rapidly. The storm wave continued to summon floodwater, and also urged the strong waves to attack the sandstone wall at the entrance and exit, shaking the whole second hall. You don't even know the secret of the Heaven Realm warriors. We are completely different from humans, we have the second or even the third form. Even if I give up the immortal sandstorm and change to the second form, I can still easily kill you. Because I am an innate level 8 ranker, and you are only an innate level 1. Do you want to cross the gap of innate level 7 to kill me? Do you want to use your Nirvana flame and world exterminating wheel in this hall that is filled with water? Let me tell you, you are still too inexperienced, too young. The sand on Xianxia's body continued to fall into the water. His body, which was floating in the air, gradually became illusory. After 10 seconds, his body turned solid and became a monster that looked like an iron-blood warrior, but it was even uglier. Xianxia, who had 4 arms and a long cone-shaped tail, showed his second form. This was completely a physical existence, not just sand. Xianxia jumped into the water that was filled with water, and stood in the water that he was originally afraid of. He arrogantly waved his hand at Yu Yang, indicating that the real battle had just begun. Yu Yang smiled slightly. Huijin magic blade slashed out with lightning speed, slicing through the space of 10 meters, and landed on Xianxia's body. Xianxia did not resist at all, letting the cold blade slash open his chest. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. On the contrary, from the wound that was slashed open, countless flesh sprouted out like worms, connecting together and repairing the wound. In less than 5 seconds, the serious wound was completely healed. The second form is also completely unafraid of external attacks. It is not even afraid of water. Xianxia's ugly face revealed a proud smile. Can you evolve to the third form? Yu Yang suddenly asked. What? Xianxia's eyes showed a stunned expression. What did this brat mean? Could it be that he thought that every Heaven Realm warrior could evolve to the second form? Not to mention the third form, the second form was something that he had spent 5,000 years to evolve to. Furthermore, he had only learned it under the guidance of Feng Xianxia and Lei Xianxia. Did he think that this was a simple transformation technique? That it was so easy to obtain? Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders. If you can't, then it's time to send you on your way. Xianxia was successfully angered. With the power of an innate level 8 and the power of wind and lightning, with a jumping speed that was 10 times faster than usual, he punched towards his enemy's head with a fist full of sharp bone spikes. Even with the protection of the grimoire, Xianxia believed that his enemy would definitely not be able to defend against this punch. There was only death awaiting him. An innate level 1 wanted to challenge an innate level 8, the Nirvana flame shield condensed in Yu Yang's hands, completely blocking in front of the grimoire. Yu Yang was not afraid at all. With one hand holding the Nirvana flame shield, his other hand gathered the power of the star explosion domain and punched back. Faster than Yu Yang, Little Wenli appeared behind him, her eyes wide open. Binding inherent skill, activated in an instant, Xianxia was only restricted for half a second. The fist continued to advance, piercing through the Nirvana flame shield with an unstoppable force. Before the Nirvana flame could completely burn Xianxia's arm, the terrifying power broke through the Nirvana flame's defense and headed straight for Yu Yang's head. This was the full power of an innate level 8. Scram! Yu Yang's fist, which was filled with the power of the star explosion and strengthened by 100 times from the giant shadow, fiercely collided with Xianxia's fist. Yu Yang fought with all his might, not taking a single step back. In the sky, Princess Sisai leapt out. The Emperor's sword Qi, unleashed by the white tiger's chi, slashed heavily on Xianxia's head. Xianxia had just pushed back Yu Yang when his head was hit by Princess Sisai. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. The giant sword that slashed into his head was smashed by Xianxia's furious attack. His long tail lashed out in retaliation. Princess Sisai curled her body and hugged her knees to protect her body. However, she was still sent flying by the huge force. She flew backwards like a cannonball and smashed into the sandstone. Princess Xianxia borrowed the sandstone to block the impact. Although it was extremely painful, she immediately counterattacked. With a kick of her legs, her speed was even faster than when she was falling, as she pounced towards Xianxia, who was fighting with Yu Yang. The image of the white tiger flashed above her head. Its soundless roar shook the soul. Xianxia's protective chi field was torn apart by the image of the white tiger. Princess Xianxia used her hand as a sword and slashed down for the second time. A long sword aura sliced through the sky. A cross-shaped sword aura was formed from both of her hands and slashed down. Before it reached Xianxia, a cross-shaped wound had already appeared on his head, which had just healed. Xianxia had 4 arms. He used 2 of his arms to fight against Princess Xianxia and the other 2 to fight against Yu Yang. With the strength of an innate level 8, even though he was heavily injured, he was still calm and unruffled. Die. Yu Yang's eyes flashed. He who had been hiding his strength all this while finally exploded. With the giant shadow's amplification, he used his full strength to attack his opponent for the first time. As his fists collided, his right leg kicked out with the world-exterminating wheel. It hit Xianxia's left ankle. The world-exterminating wheel slashed across silently. Xianxia's left ankle was broken. Xianxia, who was fighting with all his might, lost his footing and fell to the left. His arms, which had been blocking Princess Sisai's attack, could no longer block the sword aura. Princess Sisai's sword aura cut deeply into the gap between his arms, destroying one of Xianxia's eyes in his second form. Xianxia's arm, which had not recovered from the Nirvana's flame, was grabbed by Yu Yang. With a shoulder throw, Xianxia, who had lost his left leg, was thrown onto the ground by Yu Yang. Xianxia fell into the water. He immediately struggled madly in an attempt to stand up. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of water, it was just that his body wouldn't be destroyed by water. If he really fell into the water, he would definitely drown like a non-swimmer. More than 10 bolts of lightning fell from the sky. One after another, they bombarded Xianxia's head. Yu Yang was still holding onto Xianxia's heavily injured arm. He spun around and hung his legs upside down. The innate, invisible sword chi slashed at Xianxia's chest. A golden arrow shot out soundlessly, following closely behind the wound created by Yu Yang's innate sword chi, and plunged into Xianxia's chest. Yellow Sand raised his head and discovered that a thunder naga, who was summoning lightning, and a stone element Medusa, who was wielding a bow and arrow, had appeared before him. Ayayaya, a sharp, dagger-like scream exploded in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia's soul shook and his mind went blank. His heart was like a poisoned dagger and half of his body was paralyzed. When he woke up from the scream, he discovered that a pair of big eyes were glaring at him. It was that little Lamia. For the second time, Little Wen Li's binding, inherent skill was activated. This time, it wasn't the same as the last time, where it only lasted for half a second. That was a tactic that Yu Yang had devised to show weakness and make the opponent misjudge. Xianxia endured for 2 seconds, but he still couldn't move. His head was struck by Princess Sisai's white tiger chi for the 3rd time. Bloody Queen's red gold dragon slaying dagger and I destroyer dagger penetrated deep into his back. Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, who had also activated Giant Shadow, used her most violent strength to hit the back of Xianxia's knees, causing him to fall forward. A small white jade hand that had been accumulating aurora light for a long time, with the help of Yu Yang's innate chi, exploded with the most terrifying power. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who was less than a fist away from Xianxia's face, exploded with aurora light. The spiral-shaped light pillar easily pierced through Xianxia's face. White light exploded. The whole second hall was shimmering in the dazzling white light. It took a long time for it to recover. Xianxia, who had suffered countless injuries, fell into the puddles of water. He still hadn't died. However, he was powerless to reverse the situation. his chest and abdomen gradually turned into stone. Bit by bit, it started from the wound and gradually spread to the surroundings. His head, eyes, and nose were completely destroyed by the aurora light, forming a big hole that went through the front and back of his body. Blood and brain matter flowed out. This kind of injury, even Xianxia, who had a second form, would definitely not be able to recover. The star nucleus is here. Yu Yang stared at Xianxia with his heaven eyes divine vision. In the end, his right arm that was burning with nirvana flame reached into Xia's left rib and pulled out a ball of sparkling energy core. On it, heaven runes were flashing. The star nucleus that contained Xia's origin energy was burning fiercely in the nirvana flame that Yu Yang had activated. Xia's consciousness, spirit, and soul that were attached to the star nucleus were all destroyed by nirvana flame and disappeared without a trace. A large amount of origin energy was refined by nirvana flame. Once his soul was destroyed, Xia's body would not be able to withstand it anymore without the support of his soul. Xia's head was smashed into pieces by Princess Sisai's sword Qi and the Thunder Naga's lightning. His chest and abdomen were quickly petrified. Yu Yang and the barbarian Cao Shadow's punches were left behind. With a loud bang, Xia's corpse exploded into pieces and sank into the water. The golden tiger shark that was summoned by the stone element Medusa opened its bloody mouth and tasted the once-in-a-lifetime delicious meal in front of Tao Tai. After a perfect plan and ambush, they finally succeeded in killing Xianxia. The innate level 8 Xianxia was finally killed by Yu Yang and the girls after he had changed into his second form. Once Xianxia died, the sandstone quickly collapsed. Large amounts of water gushed out from the gap and formed a huge waterfall in the second hall, falling down to the first hall below. Shui Wuxia and the ice serpent demon who had just destroyed the ice wall met up with the golden crown thorny flower queen and the golden beast whose stomach was bloated. They hurriedly met up with Yu Yang. When the spirit of flame and smoke saw that the second hall was filled with water, it was a little hesitant. It stayed outside and didn't enter. On the ground, the sand drill demon worm that had hurriedly escaped before its master died poked its head out. It looked at the second hall and realized that Xianxia was completely dead. Its intelligent eyes couldn't help but show fear and shock. Before the spirit of flame and smoke could turn around and attack, it immediately burrowed deep into the ground. It was already terrified and didn't dare to fight with the spirit of flame and smoke. There's still 2 minutes. It's impossible to break the prison emperor's 7-star pillars. Princess Sisai's arm was shattered and one of her ribs was broken. Yu summoned a water ball of healing to heal her, but she didn't really care about it. Quickly think of a way, Ming Rihao probably won't be able to hold on for long. Shui Wuxia flew in. How's the situation outside? City Mistress Fallen Flowers was more concerned about the battle between Xia Fei and Enigua. Once Xia Fei and the others were completely defeated, Enigua would definitely send his men to stop them. Although their strength wasn't enough to be feared, it would be a waste of time if they dragged the battle on. Xianxia was fighting against the impatiens, so he probably wouldn't have the time to do anything. But would Ming Rihao be able to stop Xianxia? It's not optimistic. Shui Wuxia shook her head. Xia Fei and the others were weaker than Enigua in terms of numbers, levels, and strength. It was impossible to rely on them to win. Their only use was to restrain the enemy. In the sky, thunder rumbled. Numerous lightning pillars fiercely struck the roof of the second hall. Xianxia seemed to have discovered Xia's death. He angrily shot a lightning pillar that shook the entire second hall. If it wasn't for the impatiens fighting him, he would probably have already attacked. There were 7 pillars in the second hall that couldn't be destroyed with just brute force. These were the 7-star prison emperor pillars that the prison emperor used to train. Not only were they protected by countless heaven realm runes, they were also protected by the prison emperor's will. Yu Yang slashed at the pillars with his world exterminating wheel, but he realized that he could only leave a shallow mark on the pillars. With this speed, he wouldn't be able to do anything even if he used the world exterminating wheel for a day and a night. However, would Xianxia and Xianxia, these 2 heaven realm rankers, give them so much time? Most importantly, the 2 heaven realm great leaders who were still in deep slumber were about to wake up. If they woke up, then they definitely wouldn't be able to fight this battle anymore. You guys go further away, I have a way. It was unknown when the old dragon turtle had entered the hall. He was trembling as he leaned on his walking stick, suppressing his cough as he looked at Yu Yang and the girls, speaking word by word. "Old man, if you're not dead, then go further away." Yu Yang obviously knew what the old dragon turtle was going to do. This old man was definitely going to self-destruct. "It's impossible for you guys to open this seal. This place has the prison emperor's will. Within the 3 palaces, this place is second only to the prison emperor's deep coffin room." The old dragon turtle's wrinkled face revealed a calm expression. "I am really tired of living. I have lived alone for 6,000 years, life is meaningless to me." Scram! Yu Yang sent the old dragon turtle flying with a flying kick. The girls were speechless. Shui Wuxia calmed down and carefully studied the heaven runes on the prison emperor's 7-star pillars, hoping to find a way to break it. If they had time, they might be able to find a way to break it. However, they didn't have enough time now. Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers looked at Yu Yang at the same time. In the end, City Mistress Fallen Flowers spoke, "Let's go back to the grimoire world. Let the Heaven Realm great leaders leave. When we have enough power, we will think of a way to leave the prison emperor divine palace. Ming Rihao is just using us. We don't have to fulfill this temporary promise for him. Furthermore, even if we break the seal on the prison emperor's 7-star pillars, it might not be a good thing for us." Yu Yu's face was also filled with pleading. She didn't want anything bad to happen to her precious little brother. He was not only the hope of the clan, he was everyone's life. Without him, everyone's lives would collapse. Just like the old dragon turtle's master, the prison emperor. Without him, there would be no meaning for everyone to live. Seeing the old dragon turtle begging for death, Yu Yu was most worried that Yu Yang would meet with misfortune. She would also die alone like the old dragon turtle. No, if he died, she definitely wouldn't want to live. When Yu Yu thought about how the old dragon turtle had lived alone for 6,000 years, her whole body shivered. "Give me a little more time." Yu Yang took a deep breath and took out a pearl. He used to think that this pearl was the most useless thing in the world. It was the treasure that he was most dissatisfied with after he had transmigrated to this world. However, now, he had placed all of his hopes on it. This pearl was called the ground-splitting pearl. Ground-splitting pearl, fake the wielder can shake the earth within a 100-meter radius, destroying all the structures on the ground. Limited to one use only. This fake ground-splitting pearl was the reward he obtained from the 3 Worlds Shrine. Yu Yang had always thought that these 3 pearls were fake goods, they were the most useless things in the world. But now, Yu Yang realized something. In this world, there are only stupid people who don't know how to use treasures, there are no useless treasures. When Yu Yang's innate chi was infused into the ground-splitting pearl, this ground-splitting pearl that could only be used once immediately emitted a dazzling light. Bright, blazing and bright, it looked like the sun. End of chapter 343. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.